0431 Charm. Harry keenly observed that when Fudge mentioned Professor Watson, Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, appeared unusually tense. It was only after Sirius informed Fudge that Professor Watson had not attended the match that some color returned to his face. Hermione and Ron, unable to squeeze through the crowd of important wizards, had come as close as they could. They craned their necks anxiously, trying to catch every word of the conversation, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. "Oh, my Fudge's voice cut through the tension, his political instincts kicking in as he realized he had inadvertently drawn a crowd. He showed a gentle smile to the gathered witches and wizards, his tone jovial as he announced, "The match is about to begin. Everyone, please return to your seats." As the crowd began to disperse, Harry and Sirius found were standing on the steps waiting for those in front to clear a path. Draco brushed past Harry, his grey eyes, so like his father's, glittering with malice as he shot Harry a contemptuous glare. Harry, his blood boiling, returned the look with equal venom. Narcissa indifferently glided past ignoring her disgraced relatives. But it was Lucius who caught Harry's attention. As he passed Sirius, he hesitated for a fraction of a second, his gaze sweeping over Sirius's face with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. Lucius's eyes were deep pools of unreadable emotion as he murmured, just loud enough for Sirius and Harry to hear. "Your assessment of the Malfoy family was quite colorful. I've taken note of it." Sirius's brow furrowed, but before he could say anything, Lucius had already walked towards his seat. Sirius Harry's voice was thick with worry. It was clear that Draco's father must have heard about Sirius's remarks about the Malfoy family earlier this morning. Harry knew all too well the dangers of underestimating Lucius Malfoy. The man was far more powerful and cunning than his son. In their second year, to get back at Mr. Weasley, he had even slipped one of Voldemort's relics into Ginny's bag, using the Chamber of Secrets incident and the attacks on students to nearly drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. "It's nothing, Harry." Sirius's dismissive snort did little to alleviate Harry's fears. "That sort can't harm me." When Harry finally managed to rejoin Hermione and Ron, he wasted no time in recounting Lucius's veiled threat. To his surprise, neither of his friends seemed particularly worried by the news. "You're giving that git too much credit, Harry." Ron's tone mirrored Sirius's earlier dismissal, tinged with a hint of ridicule. "He's been trying to get at my dad for years, and he's never managed it. If you ask me, Lucius Malfoy's just like his son, all bark and no bite, with not a brain cell between them." Hermione also added her own reassurances. "He wouldn't dare try anything rash, Harry." Her brown eyes were serious as she continued, "Neither Professor Dumbledore nor Professor Watson would stand idly by while Lucius Malfoy causes trouble for Sirius." The mention of those two wizards' names eased Harry's mind considerably. Indeed, even if Lucius Malfoy harbored ill intentions towards Sirius, they would surely wither under the watchful gaze of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Watson. Sensing the need for a change of subject, Hermione's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Harry, I couldn't help but notice you chatting with a house elf earlier. Do you know her?" "Her name is Winky." He recounted his conversation with the Winky in detail, watching as Hermione's expression shifted from curiosity to outrage at Barty Crouch's irresponsible behavior. Ron, however, seemed unable to muster much empathy for the house elf's predicament. His attention was instead drawn to the empty seat that should have been occupied by Crouch. "But Barty Crouch hasn't shown up yet, has he?" Ron pondered as his freckled face scrunched in confusion. "The match is about to kick off, isn't it?" As if summoned by Ron's words, Ludo Bagman burst into the box, his round face gleaming with excitement and sweat. "Everyone ready?" he roared, his enthusiasm infectious. His eyes, bright with anticipation, swept the box before settling on Fudge. "Minister, ready to go." "Ready when you are, Ludo," Fudge replied, his earlier unease forgotten in the face of the impending spectacle. Ludo's magically amplified voice thundered through the packed stadium, causing the very air to vibrate with its intensity. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The stadium erupted with applause and cheers. Thousands of flags waved, accompanied by their national anthems. The atmosphere was electric, charged with excitement. Whatever people had been thinking or discussing before, the moment Ludo's voice rang out, only one word occupied their minds: Quidditch. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots. The right side of the stands, a solid block of scarlet-clad supporters, roared its approval. "Oh, this is always worth watching." Mr. Weasley's face was blazing with childlike excitement as he leaned forward, explaining to the youngsters, "Each team brings their own mascots. I wonder what they've." "Oh my!" Mr. Weasley's exclamation was accompanied by a sudden movement as he lurched forward, hastily removing his glasses and wiping them furiously on his robes, as if certain his eyes were deceiving him. "Vila." Harry, puzzled by Mr. Weasley's reaction, asked. "What's V?" But his words died in his throat as 100 Vila glided onto the field, answering his unfinished question in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. Vila, Harry realized with a start, were women, but to call them just women seemed an insult to their otherworldly beauty. They were, without a doubt, the most breathtakingly beautiful creatures Harry had ever laid eyes upon. Their skin seemed to glow with light, shimmering like moonlight on still water. Their hair, a cascade of white gold, fanned out behind them as if caught in an invisible breeze, each strand seeming to capture and reflect the stadium lights in a hypnotic dance. As the music began, all thoughts of Quidditch, of the Malfoys, of anything beyond the Veela's mesmerizing dance fled from Harry's mind. He was drifting in a sea of contentment, anchored only by the rhythmic movements of these otherworldly beings. The Veela's dance quickened, their movements becoming more intricate and alluring with each passing second. Wild, half-formed thoughts began to swirl through Harry's dazed mind, each more outlandish than the last. An overwhelming desire to do something impressive, something spectacular, gripped him. The idea of leaping from the box into the stadium below suddenly seemed not just appealing, but necessary. Yet even as he contemplated all this, a small voice in the back of his mind wondered if it was impressive enough, if there wasn't something even more daring, he could attempt to capture the Veela's attention. "Harry, what are you doing?" Hermione's voice seemed to come from a great distance, muffled and distorted as if traveling through water. The music stopped abruptly. Harry blinked rapidly, disoriented. As his surroundings came back into focus, he realized with a jolt that he was standing with one leg hoisted over the wall of the box, positioned to vault over the edge. Beside him, Ron was frozen mid-action, as if about to perform a spectacular dive. Tisk, tisk. The sound of tongue clicking in amused disapproval cut through Harry's embarrassment. Glancing around, Harry saw that most of the men in the box had similar sheepish expressions, all looking as if they had just emerged from a particularly vivid daydream. Only a handful of adult wizards seemed to have maintained their composure throughout the Veela's performance. Among them was Sirius, whose nerves were hardened by encounters with Dementors. His lips curved into a knowing smile as he looked at Harry and the Weasley children, his voice was tinged with nostalgia and a hint of teasing. "Ah, youth." Harry felt relieved that it was so dark, as his face was burning with embarrassment. Meanwhile, just a few feet away, Mr. Weasley was smiling as he prevented Ron from tearing off his shamrock hat in his enthusiasm. At the same time, Mr. Weasley was carefully extricating his own leg from gap between the railings. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted palpably as the Irish team's mascots began their grand entrance onto the field. A dazzling shower of golden coins suddenly rained down from above, catching the light and creating a mesmerizing spectacle that pushed the already electric atmosphere to new, dizzying heights. The crowd's roar swelled to a deafening climax. Ron let out a whoop of delight as he darted around the box with the agility of a niffler on the scent of treasure. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gathered up the few coins that had fallen into their seating area. Clutching his handful of unexpected wealth, Ron paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he seemed to wrestle with an internal dilemma. After a moment's hesitation, his face cleared, and with a generous grin, he extended his hand towards Harry, offering him the glittering coins. "Now we're even, mate!" Ron exclaimed, his voice brimming with a happiness. "And listen, if we win our bet, we'll split the winnings right down the middle, okay, Harry?" The pre-game shows put on by both teams were spectacular. But now, as the last echoes of the performances faded away, came the moment everyone had been waiting for with bated breath. An expectant silence fell over the crowd. Harry also held his breath, his emerald green eyes shining brightly in the dim light. Suddenly, the magically amplified voice of Ludo Bagman boomed throughout the stadium, causing Harry's heart to leap into his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman's voice rang out, tinged with barely contained excitement, "please give a thunderous welcome to the Bulgarian national Quidditch team." A brief pause allowed the tension to build to an almost unbearable level before Bagman continued, his voice rising with each name he called. "I give you, Dimitrov." The name was met with a roar from the crowd. "Ivanova." Another cheer. "Zagraf." "Levski." "Volchanov." "Volkov." With each name, a scarlet-clad figure on a broomstick exploded into the stadium from an entrance far below, moving so fast they like crimson blurs streaking across the night sky. The speed and precision of their entrance left Harry awestruck, as his eyes were struggling to follow their movements. And finally, Ludo's voice rang out once more, reaching a fever pitch of excitement, "Crumb." The response from the crowd was earth-shattering. The cheers and screams of almost blasted the roof off the stadium. Beside him, Ron was shouting himself hoarse as he witnessed his idol in the flesh. He was so caught up in the moment that he completely failed to notice Hermione's disapproving glance. "Is all this really necessary?" Hermione complained, her voice barely audible over the noise. "He's just a Quidditch player." Sirius, overhearing her complaint, leaned in with a wink. "You don't understand, boys, Hermione." For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0432 The game begins. Harry's eyes were glued to Crumb as the Bulgarian seeker made his entrance. The player who was driving Ron to such heights of frenzy was dark and thin, with sallow skin. His large, hooked nose and thick black eyebrows gave him the appearance of an oversized eagle. It was difficult for Harry to accept the fact that this fierce-looking competitor was just 18 years old, just a few years older than himself. Before the crowd had even begun to settle, Bagman's voice rang out once more, somehow managing to inject even more enthusiasm into his announcement. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, the Irish national Quidditch team. Presenting, Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch. 7 green blurs swept onto the field. Harry twisted a dial on the side of his omnioculars, slowing down their movements to a more manageable speed. With the enhanced view, he could clearly read the word Firebolt emblazoned on each of their top-of-the-line racing brooms, and make out their names, embroidered in shimmering silver thread on the backs of their emerald robes. The anticipation in the stadium reached a fever pitch as Hassan Mustafa, the renowned chairman of the International Association of Quidditch, made his entrance onto the field. He was a small, skinny wizard wearing robes of pure gold to match the stadium. His presence signaled that the match was just few moments away from beginning. As the players took their positions, Harry felt a surge of excitement unlike anything he had ever experienced. Despite being the seeker for the Gryffindor team at Hogwarts and having been through many tough games, he suddenly realized just how vast the gulf was between the Hogwarts House Cup and professional Quidditch. This was the World Cup final, the pinnacle of the sport, and he was about to witness it firsthand. From the moment the whistle blew, it was clear that this match was in a league of its own. The players moved with a speed that was almost beyond belief. The quaffle changed hands so rapidly that Bagman, despite his best efforts, could barely keep up with announcing the players' names. Within minutes of the start, Ireland had already broken through Bulgaria's supposedly impenetrable defense, scoring the first 10 points of the match. The stadium erupted in cheers and applause. The top box became a sea of frenzied excitement, with Ginny and Hermione jumping up and down, waving their arms wildly. Harry couldn't help but grin at the sight of Hermione, usually so composed, caught up in the thrill of the match. Ron's reaction was equally enthusiastic, but after coming to his senses, he immediately fixed his gaze on Ludo, who was commentating, his eyes full of eager anticipation. At the edge of the field, the leprechauns brought by the Irish team were celebrating in their own unique way. They rose into the air once more, forming a giant, glittering shamrock that sparkled magnificently against the night sky. On the opposite side of the field, the Vila watched this with gloomy expressions. The Irish team was living up to the high expectations placed upon them. Far from becoming complacent after taking the early lead, they pressed on relentlessly, expanding their advantage with incredibly fast attacks and breathtaking teamwork that left the crowd gasping in awe. Within just 10 minutes, the towering scoreboard opposite the top box displayed a score of 30-0 in favor of Ireland. As the match progressed, it became increasingly intense and brutal. The Bulgarian players, despite the setback, showed remarkable tenacity and grit. Though they were mostly aware that their primary hope of victory lay with their genius seeker, Victor Krum, they refused to shy away from engaging in a fierce scoring battle with Ireland. Their determination paid off when Bulgaria finally managed to get on the scoreboard, igniting a roar of approval from their supporters. "You'd better cover your ears, kids!" Sirius suddenly shouted, his sharp eyes catching sight of the Vila beginning to dance in celebration of Bulgaria's goal. Harry, heeding the advice of his godfather, quickly clamped his hands over his ears and screwed his eyes shut. While he was curious about the Vila's entrancing dance, he preferred to keep his sanity and focus on the ongoing match. Just as Harry was about to uncover his ears, a shout from Ron caught his attention. "Blimey, Harry! Look at Krum! I think he's spotted the snitch." In an instant, the entire stadium's attention shifted from the valiant efforts of the chasers to the two seekers, Krum and Lynch. The pair had suddenly broken away from the main group of players hovering in midair and were now plummeting towards the ground at breakneck speed. Their fall was so rapid and steep that they resembled a pair of skydivers who had forgotten their parachutes. The crowd held its breath as Krum and Lynch dashed downward with absolute focus. It seemed as though they were determined to either catch the golden snitch or crash spectacularly into the ground in the attempt. "They're going to crash!" Hermione shrieked, her voice tight with fear as she clutched at Harry's robes. As it turned out, Hermione was only half right in her prediction. At the very last possible second, Victor Krum pulled out of the dive with a display of skill that left Harry breathless with admiration. The gust from Krum's broom as he pulled up flattened a large patch of grass before he soared back into the sky, unscathed. Lynch, however, was not so fortunate. He hit the ground with a sickening thud that echoed throughout the stadium, audible even over the gasps and cries of the spectators. A collective groan rose from the Irish supporters' seats, tinged with concern for their seeker. "Merlin's beard, what a fool!" Mr. Weasley lamented, shaking his head in a mixture of admiration and dismay. "Krum was just fainting." "Time out!" Bagman's voice roared over the commotion, signaling a brief pause in the action. In response to the call, a team of well-trained Medi-Wizards rushed onto the field with practiced efficiency. Charlie, noticing the distress on his sister's face, quickly moved to reassure her. Don't worry, Ginny, he said, his voice calm and steady. Lynch is all right, just got the wind knocked out of him is all. These players are tougher than they look. Hermione, meanwhile, had not loosened her grip on Harry's robes. Her face was pale, and she seemed unable to look directly at the field. Harry, for his part, was using his omnioculars to replay the recent scene, analyzing every detail of Krumm's masterful feint. Of course, this is exactly what Krumm wanted to achieve, Sirius commented, having moved to stand next to Harry. There was a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he continued, the Wronski feint, it's used to take out dangerous opposing seekers. An extremely difficult move to pull off successfully. Apart from your father, James, I've never seen a seeker execute it so flawlessly in a real match. After only a few minutes, Lynch got to his feet. A resounding cheer erupted from his green-clad supporters as he unsteadily mounted his firebolt, kicked off from the ground, and shot back into the air to rejoin the match. His recovery seemed to inject renewed confidence into the Irish team. When the referee's whistle pierced the air once more, signaling the resumption of play, the Irish chasers quickly organized their attack with a level of skill and coordination that left Harry, despite his own Quidditch experience, utterly awestruck. The next 15 minutes of play were breathtaking. The Irish team, seemingly stimulated by Lynch's brush with disaster, went on an offensive rampage. They scored 10 more goals in rapid succession. The scoreboard now showed a lead of 130-10 in favor of Ireland. Ron, who had been caught up in the excitement of the match, seemed to have finally snapped out of his Quidditch-induced trance. He realized that the game was unfolding exactly as he had boldly predicted to Ludo Bagman. His eyes darted nervously between the action on the field and Bagman himself, who appeared blissfully unaware that he was potentially on the verge of losing a substantial sum of money. In a gesture that was part superstition and part desperate hope, Ron pulled Professor Watson's Merlin commemorative coin from his pocket, clutching it tightly as if it were a charm of good fortune. Harry couldn't help but grin at Ron's antics. If the match result turned out as Ron had predicted, Harry too stood to win a tidy sum of gold. His mind raced with the possibilities. Perhaps he could finally buy himself that broomstick servicing kit he'd been eyeing for ages, a luxury he had previously been unable to justify purchasing. Just as Harry was about to turn his full attention back to the thrilling match unfolding before them, something caught his eye. He glanced casually around their top box, taking in the reactions of the other spectators. Most were on their feet, necks craned towards the field, completely engrossed in the action and unwilling to miss even a split second of this exciting match. The Bulgarian Minister of Magic was wide-eyed as he watched his nation's team struggling against the Irish attack. Next to him, Fudge, out of courtesy, was trying to offer words of comfort to him. This wasn't unusual, but then. It was then that Harry noticed something odd. Lucius Malfoy was leading his wife Narcissa and their son Draco towards the exit of the box while no one was paying attention. Harry blinked, unsure if he was seeing things correctly. The match was at its most intense point. Why would anyone, let alone the Malfoys, choose this moment to leave? As he watched more closely, he noticed that Lucius and Narcissa both wore expressions of barely concealed anxiety, tinged with a sense of urgency that seemed entirely at odds with the celebratory atmosphere around them. It was as if they couldn't wait to leave. While their son, Draco, looked confused. Although he followed behind his parents, his eyes, fixed on their backs, were full of reluctance and bewilderment. Under the cover of the intense match, with everyone's attention firmly fixed on the match, no one except Harry seemed to notice this strange scene. Lucius paused briefly at the box door. He glanced at Fudge inside the box, and after confirming that Fudge hadn't noticed his impending departure, his gaze swept over to Sirius. In the dim light, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. As Harry watched the Malfoy family disappear from view, a sudden chill ran through his body. 0433 Quidditch World Cup Final. As the Malfoy family disappeared through the doorframe of the top box, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in Harry's heart. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Unable to shake this ominous feeling, he immediately shared his discovery with Sirius. Sirius, Harry whispered urgently, tugging at Sirius's sleeve, the Malfoys left without watching the entire match. Don't you think that's odd? Sirius, still immersed in the increasingly intense game unfolding before them, took several long seconds to calm himself and process what Harry was saying. His eyes, previously burning with excitement, now darted towards the luxurious seats reserved for the Malfoy family. True to Harry's word, they were empty. Sirius's brow furrowed deeply, as lines of concern appeared across his forehead. What urgent matter could possibly make them leave before the World Cup match ends? Sirius thought aloud, his voice low and hoarse. It's not like Lucius to miss an opportunity to schmooze with the bigwigs here. I don't know. Harry exclaimed, his voice rising with a mixture of frustration and worry. The hostile glance Lucius Malfoy had given Sirius upon entering and leaving the box weighed on his mind like a heavy stone, causing him great concern. Sirius, I can't shake the feeling that the Malfoys are plotting something, possibly against you. I can't rule out that possibility, Harry Sirius began, his voice trailing off as he considered the implications. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw Sirius, a veteran of the Wizarding War, seriously considering his words and agreeing with his opinion. However, Sirius's grey eyes flicked towards Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, who looked thoroughly confused by the fast-paced game, and the other bigwigs of the Wizarding world scattered throughout the box. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius spoke again. "I'll be careful, Harry," he said, his voice low and reassuring, "but I don't think Malfoy has the guts to cause trouble at the World Cup. Unless, of course, he wants to face the wrath of the entire Ministry of Magic, not to mention the international magical community gathered here." Harry followed Sirius's gaze, taking in the gathered dignitaries and acknowledging the logic in his godfather's judgment. But, Harry couldn't fully shake his unease. "We'll discuss this after the match, Harry," Sirius added, his tone softening as he saw the worry still etched on Harry's face. "For now, you should focus on watching the game. It's not every day you get to see a Quidditch World Cup final, after all." Sirius reminded Harry with a warm smile, reaching out to ruffle the boy's messy black hair affectionately. Harry nodded, trying to push his concerns to the back of his mind. He turned his attention back to the match, where the action had intensified to a fever pitch. Hermione and Ron, seated on either side of Harry, hadn't noticed their hushed conversation. They were utterly engrossed in the match as they followed the blur of players zooming across the pitch. Ron, his freckled face flushed with excitement, even burst into laughter at some unseen play. "What happened?" Harry eagerly leaned back over the railing, his earlier worries momentarily forgotten in the face of his curiosity. "What did I miss?" he asked anxiously, his green eyes darting back and forth across the pitch, trying to catch up on the action. Neither Ron nor Hermione answered Harry's question, both too engrossed in the unfolding spectacle to tear their attention away. Realizing he'd have to see for himself, Harry fumbled for his omnioculars, pressing them to his glasses as he scanned the pitch. For some inexplicable reason, the leprechauns brought by the Irish team had risen into the air like a swarm of glittering, emerald bumblebees. They swirled and danced in intricate patterns before suddenly merging to form giant shining letters spelling out "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Across the field, the Vila, not to be outdone, jumped to their feet in a synchronous motion with grace. Without warning, they began to dance again, their movements so alluring and hypnotic that Harry felt himself being drawn in despite his best efforts. Harry was about to clap his hands over his ears, a defense mechanism he'd learned from previous encounters with the Vila's enchanting dance, when Hermione tugged insistently at his arm. He turned to face her, noting the amused glint in her eyes and the way she was trying to suppress a giggle. She impatiently pulled his fingers from his ears. "Look at the referee," she said through barely contained laughter, pointing towards the center of the pitch. Harry followed her gaze, his jaw dropping at the sight that met him. Hassan Mustafa, the referee who had been flying above the pitch, had suddenly landed right in front of the dancing Vila. His behavior was beyond odd, it was downright comical. The usually stern-faced man was now flexing his muscles like a bodybuilder, puffing out his chest and excitedly stroking his mustache. "Now, we can't have that." Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed through the stadium, though he sounded more amused than concerned. He chuckled heartily, clearly finding the scene quite entertaining. Somebody slapped the referee. Amedi Wizard, shaking his head in exasperation, rushed onto the field. With a resounding smack that echoed through the stadium, he brought the referee back to his senses. Mustafa looked around in confusion, his face reddening as he realized what had happened. From this point on, the match gradually descended into a state of barely controlled chaos, becoming fiercer and more intense than anyone had ever witnessed in years. The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch, with spectators on the edge of their seats, gasping and cheering at every turn. The beaters on both sides showed absolutely no mercy. Volkov and Volchanov from Bulgaria were particularly brutal in their tactics. They didn't seem to care whether their clubs hit the bludger or an opposing player, swinging wildly with all their might. In a particularly vicious play, Dimitrov, one of Bulgaria's chasers, flew straight at Moran as she attempted to score. His eyes were narrowed, focused solely on the Irish chaser as he barreled towards her at breakneck speed. At the last possible second, Moran rolled to avoid the collision, nearly losing her grip on her broom. The crowd collectively gasped as she swayed precariously for a heart-stopping moment before managing to balance herself. "Foul!" The enraged shouts of the crowd shook the Quidditch stadium. Without a moment's hesitation, the referee's whistle shrieked through the air, and Ireland was awarded 2 penalty shots, which they easily converted. As if sensing the rising tensions, the leprechauns seized the spotlight for the third time that night. This time, they formed a giant, glittering green hand in the air. With a cheeky flourish, the hand made a very rude gesture towards the Vila on the other side of the field. The crowd erupted into a mixture of gasps and wild laughter. Seeing this blatant provocation, the Vila completely lost control. Their beauty melted away, revealing their true, terrifying form. Instead of dancing, they launched themselves across the pitch with incredible speed. As they flew, they hurled what looked like handfuls of fire at the leprechauns. Harry peered through his omnioculars for a closer look. What he saw made his breath catch in his throat. The Vila were no longer the epitome of beauty that had entranced the crowd earlier. On the contrary, their faces had elongated into sharp, cruel-beaked bird heads, their delicate features twisted into masks of rage. Long, scaly wings burst from their shoulders as they soared across the pitch. Good heavens! Harry cried out in panic, a memory suddenly surfacing in his mind. I've seen them before. Professor Watson showed me Vila. Oh! Mr. Weasley, who had been lecturing the children about not judging by appearances, heard Harry's exclamation and leaned in with interest. Can you tell us more about that, Harry? Harry turned his head to find Hermione also staring at him intently, seemingly waiting for an explanation. I'll tell you later, Hermione. Harry shrank his neck nervously, knowing that anything involving Professor Watson required careful consideration before being shared. Crumb! Ron's excited shout allowed Hermione to temporarily back down, refocusing her attention on the match. Crumb wasn't flying as erratically fast as he had been at the start of the match. Instead, he was now weaving unsteadily close to the ground. Ron, who had placed a substantial bet on the outcome of the match, was stomping his feet anxiously. Whether or not he would win his wager now depended entirely on Crumb pulling off a miracle. But there was something wrong with Crumb, something that most of the spectators hadn't noticed yet. During an earlier encounter with a particularly vicious bludger, Crumb had been injured. They should pause the match, Crumb's injured. Ron shouted at Bagman, his face red with indignation. He didn't care whether the commentator could hear him or not over the roar of the crowd. In any case, Bagman gave no indication to the referee, continuing his enthusiastic commentary as if nothing was wrong. Just as Ron was about to leave his seat and approach Bagman directly, a sudden hush fell over the stadium. Crumb had abruptly accelerated on the pitch, his eyes fixed on a point in the distance. At the same time, Lynch dove sharply from a position level with the goal hoops. Harry's heart leapt into his throat as he realized what was happening. This time, Lynch wasn't imitating Crumb's Wronski feint. They, including himself, had all seen the golden snitch. Many spectators had realized what was happening. Another wave of anticipation swept through the stadium as everyone watched the two seekers draw level at some point, chasing forward together, and then the world fell silent as if someone had hit the pause button. No one knew how to react to the scoreboard on the giant screen opposite the goal hoops. Ireland 170, Bulgaria 160. We won. Ron was the first to speak in the box, breaking the stunned silence. He looked dazedly at Bagman, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he couldn't quite believe what had just happened. Can you believe it, Harry? We won, a whole 500 galleons each. But why? Hermione looked utterly confused, her brow furrowed in concentration as she stared at the hook-nosed player hovering and panting in midair on the pitch. He caught the snitch when Bulgaria was 160 points behind. Isn't that stupid? He should have interfered with Lynch, made him lose track of the snitch. Because Crumb knew, Harry's excited shout was drowned out by the thunderous roar from outside the box. They could never catch up to the Irish team. At this moment, many things were happening simultaneously. Fudge, looking slightly flustered, was attempting to console the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. Ron and the twins were stumbling towards Ludo Bagman, who was shouting the match results with all his might. Sirius, Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie were all standing on their chairs cheering for the unexpected result. Hermione stared at the genius seeker who was circling the pitch to acknowledge the crowd, beginning to understand why so many people were crazy about him. On the Quidditch pitch, Victor Crumb could indeed be considered a valiant warrior. Outside the box, things were much more chaotic. The aftermath of the match had sparked a powder keg of emotions, and now the stadium was erupting into barely controlled mayhem. Needless to say, the Irish leprechauns and Bulgarian Vila were at each other's throats again. The Vila, now fully transformed into their true, terrifying form, were even more ferocious than before. Their bird-like faces were twisted with rage, their scaly wings beating furiously as they launched themselves at their opponents. They not only attacked the leprechauns but also showered flames on the Irish supporters celebrating in the lower tiers, causing panicked screams to rise from the crowd. The leprechauns, for their part, were using their magic to create illusions and distractions, confusing and infuriating the Vila further. Golden coins rained down on the crowd, only to vanish moments later, adding to the chaos as spectators scrambled to grab the illusory wealth. Fan conflicts were expected by the Ministry of Magic, but the scale of this altercation seemed to have caught them off guard. Many Ministry officials rushed to the conflict points, their wands out as they tried to separate the angry supporters. People will talk about this match for years to come, Harry. Sirius exclaimed, his voice hoarse from cheering. He was still applauding wildly for the players on the field, but somehow, his expression suddenly dimmed. He stared at Harry's back as he talked to Ron and a glimmer of light flashed in his grey eyes. Ron and the twins each received a money bag from bagman. Ron numbly held out the bag to Harry, his lips quivering slightly. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing at this moment. Mr. Weasley stared at the money bags in his 3 children's hands. He knew they contained nearly 2,000 galleons, a considerable sum. Children, if you'd like, I can help you open a vault at Gringotts. It's not safe to keep such a large amount of money with you, especially in this crowd. He paused, a flicker of worry crossing his face before he added, and if your mother finds out. No. Ron suddenly snapped back to his senses, clutching the money bag so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes were wide with a mixture of excitement and fear of losing this unexpected windfall, perhaps. Half of this money is Harry's. I'd rather keep it in Harry's vault. We have other plans, Dad. Fred and George chimed in simultaneously, matching mischievous grins spreading across their faces. Mr. Weasley could only smile bitterly at this. Let's go, Harry. Sirius patted the shoulder of Harry, who still hadn't calmed down. His voice softened considerably. It won't be quick or easy for 100,000 people to leave. Let's get going before everyone else reacts. Sirius's suggestion was wise. Harry nodded, ready to call his friends to leave. Despite the late hour, he knew they probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but just then. Boom! A sudden, violent explosion came from below the pitch. The sound was so loud it momentarily drowned out even the chaotic noise of the celebrating crowd. Harry's words died in his throat as he instinctively ducked, his seeker reflexes kicking in. But it wasn't just one explosion. A series of blasts followed in quick succession. Harry could even feel the floor beneath his feet trembling. What's going on? Haven't these people calmed down yet? Charlie said with a frown as he jumped down from his chair. 0434 Chaos. The commotion below seemed to have ignited like a pile of dry kindling meeting fire, rapidly spreading as more and more fans joined the unrest. Furthermore, the villas brought by Bulgaria were fanning the flames, and the ministry employees trying to maintain order had charged into the surging crowd without causing so much as a ripple. Were the supporters of Bulgaria enraged by their team's loss? Harry could understand this reason, but he was utterly baffled as to how that explosive sound had just occurred. The people in the luxury box now dared not venture outside, for who knew if the enraged spectators might trample them into mincemeat. One by one, they rose from their chairs, making their way to the railing that overlooked the pitch, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding mayhem below. There are people in black robes. Harry suddenly cried out, his voice tinged with a mixture of fear and urgency as he scanned the scene through his omnioculars. They're firing spells into the crowd. Let me see. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius snatched the omnioculars from Harry's, the frames digging deeply into the sockets of his eyes as he peered intently at the chaos unfolding below. After a moment, he lowered the omnioculars, nodding solemnly at Mr. Weasley. Harry's right, there are some people in dark cloaks all over the stadium, and they're causing the mayhem. The Bulgarian Minister of Magic immediately turned his gaze to Fudge, hoping for an explanation. Oh. Fudge wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He appeared flustered, but still managed a smile in an effort to reassure the people in the box. What a thrilling match, isn't it? Captivating the hearts of all. All eyes were on Fudge, whose pale face and quivering jowls showed his agitation. In my opinion, it's likely some extremist fan group, unwilling to accept the loss, Fudge continued, his words fumbling and unconvincing. He paused, seemingly lost in thought for a moment, before adding, oh, let me think, should we send someone down to inquire about the situation? Who will volunteer? Ah, splendid, Arthur, I nearly forgot you were here as well. What do you think? Dad. Ginny called out with concern, clinging to Mr. Weasley's robes, unwilling to let him leave. I must go, Ginny. Mr. Weasley said sternly. If there are indeed people causing trouble, then I must go stop them. It is my responsibility. I'll go with you, Dad. Percy suddenly spoke up. He was pleased that the minister was looking at him with a grateful gaze, and so he puffed out his chest proudly. I bet Mr. Crouch is already down there directing the crowd evacuation. I must be the first to act, so I don't leave him to face the unrest alone. Mr. Weasley eyed his young, fearless-looking son, hesitating for a moment, before ultimately nodding. All right, Percy, you can come with me, but don't be reckless. And Mr. Weasley's gaze was then fixed on Sirius. Sirius had been planning to go down and assess the situation himself, but since Fudge had given the order to Arthur, someone did need to stay and look after these underage children, so he could only nod reluctantly. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. With that, Mr. Weasley and Percy rushed out of the box like the wind, while the remaining ones waited anxiously. Fudge managed a strained smile, trying to reassure everyone, but no one was listening to him at this point. The gloomy box was thick with tension, everyone maintaining a suppressed silence. But the commotion below showed no signs of subsiding, in fact, it was only growing more intense. The air was filled with the booming of explosions, as if someone had set off a barrage of fireworks right in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. Cries of alarm and anguished wails came from all directions. Ron, clutching his money bag, stared blankly at the box entrance where his father and Percy had just charged out, still seemingly unable to grasp the events unfolding. Harry. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve and called out, her eyes filled with unease when Harry turned to face her. It's the Malfoys. Harry said through gritted teeth, looking to Sirius, who was still surveying the situation. It must be Lucius Malfoy, he's the one causing this chaos, he and his entire family must have escaped in advance to avoid affecting themselves. It's no use dwelling on that now, Harry. Sirius said sternly. We can investigate who's responsible after this unrest is dealt with. But if the chaos spreads up here, you all must not try to be heroes, you must all stick closely behind me. This is not Hogwarts, understand? What's going on, Harry? Hermione asked urgently, her voice laced with deep concern. Why do you think it's the Malfoy family behind this? Harry then quickly recounted how he had noticed the Malfoy family suspiciously leaving the stadium early. Hearing this, Ron suddenly sprang up from his seat as if he had been magically revived. It has to be them. Ron cried. That whole family is rotten to the core. I'm going to tell Dad about your suspicion, Harry. Oh wait, the minister is right here, Harry, maybe we should. We have no concrete proof, Ron. Hermione sharply interrupted, her slender frame visibly shuddering. The commotion below was no longer just frightening explosions and screams, the ministry seemed to have already engaged in a fierce battle with the troublemakers, and the eerie flashes of spell fire were painfully bright. Hermione's body shivered, the sounds from below torturing her nerves and making her heart ache. She too suspected the Malfoy family, but still stopped Ron's suggestion. Unless you can find some tangible evidence, Ron, I don't see the minister believing the guess of an underage student. Especially with all the influential wizards from around the world gathered here, I can't even imagine how they would perceive us. Mr. Weasley had been gone for a while, but no news had come back. The fear of the unknown was the most agonizing. Fudge, under immense inner turmoil, tried to comfort the people gathered around him, though the handkerchief he used to wipe his brow was already soaked through. Ludo, why don't you go down as well, and have Rufus send some Aurors to guard us? The rapidly escalating chaos from below was filling the trembling Fudge with a sense of dread, and he looked pleadingly at the cowering, nervous Ludo Bagman. Most of the assembled agreed emphatically with Fudge's suggestion, using his authority as minister to pressure Ludo to hurry and summon the head of the Auror office and his skilled subordinates to come defend them. Before Ludo could even respond, a figure suddenly came rushing up the corridor towards the box, appearing in everyone's line of sight. It was Remus. He was drenched in sweat, his pupils contracted to extreme, his pale face from his half-year stay at St. Mungo's was now even more ghastly. He gripped his wand tightly, his brand-new robes half-burned. It seemed that he had just fought a fierce battle with someone. "L.U. Lupin, is that you?" Remus hadn't even caught his ragged breath yet when the panic-stricken Fudge cried out in alarm. "What's going on? How did you even get here? I mean, you're not allowed to." Remus had no time or patience to deal with Fudge's stammering, incoherent questions. In the brief moment he regained his composure, he let out a thunderous, urgent shout towards Sirius, who was protectively shielding Harry and the others. "Sirius, get Harry out of here immediately. It's the Death Eaters." Time seemed to freeze for a seemingly endless 10 seconds in that oppressive box. Not a single person, from Minister Fudge and his esteemed guests to Sirius and the young people huddled behind him, to even the trembling Winky, dared to make even the slightest sound. The fear was building, brewing, and then it erupted. The shrieks of terror that burst forth in that instant were like a dam suddenly bursting open, the flood rushing out with unstoppable, violent force. Agonized cries to the heavens, the thunderous sounds of chairs toppling and crashing, the pained, anguished wails of wizards frantically tumbling down the stairs, everyone was frantically, desperately pushing and shoving towards the box's exit. Even Fudge's status as minister held no sway now, as he was ruthlessly shoved aside by the panicked, stampeding crowd, inadvertently knocking over Winky in her chair. Remus tried to push back into the box, but was quickly swallowed up and engulfed by the desperate, fleeing mob racing to escape, and soon he could no longer see or hear anyone. "Everyone, get your wands out and follow me. If anyone tries to curse you, use your best spells to bring them down, no matter who they are." Sirius, radiating an intense, fierce resolve, had drawn his wand at some point, roaring commandingly to lead the terrified children to safety. But just then, boom! The sturdy wall beside the box entrance suddenly exploded in a deafening blast, sending many wizards flying back, crashing violently against the ceiling and other walls of the box. As the thick, choking dust slowly settled, 3 imposing figures in ominous, dark cloaks, emanating a palpable aura of malice, now stood before the horrified eyes of Sirius and Harry. The fear of death hung over the wizards in the compartment like a thin, suffocating veil, making most of them shiver with barely contained terror. The three wizards in dark cloaks stood calmly amidst the rubble they had blasted through the wall. They stared at the trembling bigwigs inside the compartment, who were as silent as mice. Despite the vast disparity in numbers between the two sides, the dark wizards exuded no tension, as if they were just facing a herd of pigs to be slaughtered. It was impossible to distinguish the faces of the three dark wizards who had appeared before them, but the one on the right was noticeably smaller in build. She glanced at the struggling Cornelius Fudge, who had been blown away by the recent explosion, and sneered contemptuously. The ministry, it's getting more and more pathetic. Who are you? Sirius asked, his voice low and steady as he positioned himself between the dark wizards and the children behind him. Bill and Charlie stood guard on the flanks, their wands raised and at the ready, but the beads of sweat on their foreheads showed the immense pressure they were under. Sirius had now calmed himself, his grey eyes were gleaming with the intensity of an alpha wolf guarding its territory. Remus had been lost in the panicked crowd somewhere, and the pampered gentlemen in the compartment, who were usually hailed as powerful, were now so terrified that they had forgotten where they had placed their wands. Apart from Sirius, no one else seemed capable of protecting Harry and the children. It was necessary to try and identify the three dark-robed figures. Sirius probed cautiously, let me guess, Malfoy, Dolohov, and the Caro siblings, old friends, isn't that right? Why don't you throw off your cloaks and let me see your faces? Impossible. Fudge finally found some of the courage of a minister of magic. He and the Bulgarian minister of magic were standing amongst the ruins, their wands raised and pointed at the three dark wizards. Hearing Sirius's guess, Fudge flushed as if he had been deeply insulted. The three people you mentioned are all in Azkaban, Sirius. They could never have escaped. I'm not as confident as you, Minister, Sirius snapped back bitterly. The battle erupted suddenly, without any warning, and Harry, protected by Sirius, realized that a real life and death duel was very different from the ones they had seen in Lockhart's dueling club. It was more underhanded and more perilous. Among the three dark wizards, the smallest one, who looked like a woman, suddenly pointed her wand at the ceiling, and with a violent flash, the steel beams and roof panels supporting the structure collapsed, raining down a torrent of construction debris. Fudge and the Bulgarian minister were buried without even having a chance to cast a spell. Get down! Sirius roared. His arms swung repeatedly, and two crimson spells shot towards the three dark wizards like sharp screaming arrows, but they had no effect. The dark wizard in the middle thrust his ebony wand at the floor, and a dark, curtain-like water screen rapidly rose from the ground. Sirius's spells sank into the water screen and were extinguished without a trace. This scene made Sirius's heart sink. Bill, Charlie, find a chance to get them out of here. He called out, his voice laced with urgency. Before Harry could object, Sirius, like a lone wolf, charged out towards the dark wizards. 0435 Desperate situation. Before Harry could object, Sirius, like a lone wolf, charged out towards the dark wizards. A violent explosion erupted between Sirius and the three dark wizards, and countless debris and shards of stone flew in all directions like deadly projectiles. Charlie's reaction was one step faster, his burly arms firmly restrained Harry, who had tried to rush out to help Sirius, as an invisible shield froze all the fragments in midair. SYS and I'll deal with this Sirius. Melanov, you go control Harry Potter, the tallest of the three dark wizards said brazenly, not caring who heard. With that little brat in our hands, I'm sure he'll surrender. Sirius, who had jumped onto the steps in an attempt to occupy the high ground, looked very pale. He was afraid that Bill and Charlie could not cope with the onslaught, so he hurried back towards Harry. But before he could take a step, two spells with tricky angles were already attacking his face and knees. A gust of evil wind suddenly whipped up, and two radiant floral halos blossomed around Sirius, who waved his arms like whips, making his tanned face look extremely pale. Harry watched helplessly as his godfather was sent flying like a bludger struck by a bat, crashing hard into a wall and then falling to the ground. Sirius! Harry roared furiously, about to rush out, but Hermione grabbed him firmly around the waist from behind. Don't be reckless, Harry, this is not something we can handle. Crack! The wizard called Melanov waved his wand, and the dark magical mist swirling around him surged forward like a swarm of locusts, shattering Charlie's conjured shield in an instant. Get down! Charlie roared, shoving Harry, Hermione, and the others aside, then dodging towards the railing. A deafening roar followed, and Bill pulled the nearly falling Charlie back. Bill's usual carefree face was now grim, his eyes focused and intense as he recalled the night in the Forbidden Forest when he had a conflict with Brian years ago. Since that night, he had never encountered a situation as perilous as the present one. Dazed by the collapse of the magical barrier, Charlie was momentarily unable to join the battle. Bill abruptly flicked his wand, and the broken chairs and steel on the floor began to levitate, transforming under the transfiguration spell into gleaming blades that shot towards Melanov. Child's play. Melanov's voice was so contemptuous amid the endless rumble. Indeed, Bill's conjured blades had no effect. They flew to within 10 feet of Melanov before disintegrating into brilliant sparks. Fear had finally driven some to madness. In the corner, a well-dressed middle-aged wizard, his suit covered in dust, seeing the three dark wizards' terrible might, had his mind clouded by terror and rushed towards the collapsed doorway, howling. The young wizards still in Hogwarts, including the graduated Charlie and Bill, could swear that the sight they saw next was definitely the cruelest scene they had ever witnessed in their lives. The terrified middle-aged wizard, having lost his reason in his haste to escape, recklessly charged towards Melanov. However, the dark mist permeating the air suddenly merged in front of Melanov, forming a dark shrouded skeletal figure like the Grim Reaper, which let out a bone-chilling, terrifying cackle and surged forward, directly piercing the middle-aged wizard's chest. The middle-aged wizard's steps wavered, and he stared dumbly at his own chest. His suit seemed to have gone through a lot of changes in an instant, and Harry watched as the fine fabric turned grey and crumbled into dust within a second or two, and then turned into powder and drifted away. Then the exposed skin darkened and rotted, from the outside to the inside, skin, muscle, bone, and heart, all dissolved into pus. The flesh melted away, leaving a gaping, irregular hole in the middle-aged wizard's chest. Ugh, the middle-aged wizard, who had been wealthy and influential, seemed unable to believe he was dying here. He lowered his head and saw the big hole in his chest. He was shocked and dazed. Then, his head tilted, and his body fell to the ground, his lifeless eyes still facing Melanov. Vomit. Ginny was the first to throw up, unable to withstand the gruesome sight. Thump. Hermione's weak legs were unable to support her body. She knelt on the ground with a bang, her face covered in dust, and tears of fear still glistening in the corners of her eyes. The Weasley brothers, from Ron to Bill, were all stunned and demoralized. Whoosh! The vast dark mist transformed into a rope, coiling towards Harry like a venomous snake. Harry's instinctive and trained reflexes allowed him to dodge the binding coils just in time, and as he rolled to the ground, he cast his most potent spell. The disarming charm briefly illuminated the compartment, but was soon extinguished. The child who defeated the Dark Lord, oh, how interesting, let me see how capable you are. The air in the Quidditch Stadium crackled with tension as Harry's eyes strained to pierce through the inky darkness. Though the mysterious figure's face remained hidden beneath the cloak, Harry could have sworn he glimpsed the flicker of a cruel mocking smile across the unseen lips. Stay away from Harry. The words erupted from Sirius's throat, raw and primal, filled with fierce protectiveness. In the span of a single heartbeat, chaos erupted. The world around them exploded into a dizzying turmoil of motion and light, spells crackling through the air like deadly fireworks. Everything had happened in a flash. But Sirius hadn't fallen from the violent impact just now. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stood with a face full of fury. The storm of spells erupting from his wand tip even forced back the other two dark wizards. However, he was still unable to break free from being cornered against the wall and couldn't reach Harry at the front of the box. What should we do? Think of something. Hermione knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes and body trembling slightly, but was still trying her best to calmly analyze the situation. Charlie and Bill rushed forward bravely to fend off the dark wizard who had attacked Harry. But even to Hermione's untrained eye, the disparity in skill was painfully apparent. If that dark witch called Melanov didn't want to kill anymore, Charlie and Bill might already be done for. And Harry, though braver than imaginable, had no chance to use magic. He could only frantically dodge the attacks of the ghostly black rope with reflexes honed through countless hours of Quidditch practice and physical education class. But it was Sirius whose situation truly chilled Hermione to her core. Unlike Melanov, who seemed intent on capture rather than killing, the two dark wizards focusing their attention on Sirius showed no such restraint. Every spell that left their wands crackled with lethal intent, each one aimed to end Sirius's life. The air around him was active with silver flashes and thunderous explosions as Sirius was forced to retreat repeatedly. The battle had already spilled over into the neighboring box, leaving a trail of destruction. What could they do? Hermione's mind raced, searching frantically for a solution. Where were the reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic? Surely, they must have been alerted by now. But Melanov was also very cunning, she continuously blocked the exit, cutting off all escape routes. They couldn't flee through the corridor, and jumping over the railing. Hermione had glanced down earlier, they would certainly break their necks. Then, in a moment of desperate inspiration, Hermione scrambled to her feet. She pointed her wand towards the sky, and a brilliant burst of light shot out from the tip, soaring into the air above the Quidditch field before exploding spectacularly. In an instant, colorful fireworks illuminated the gloomy night sky. The unexpected commotion caught the Bulgarian Quidditch team completely off guard. They now hovered uncertainly in midair, their heads craned upwards to stare at the unexpected fireworks blooming above them. But one player, sharper and more alert than his teammates, immediately looked for the source of the disturbance, and there he saw Hermione, sprawled at the edge of the box, desperately waving her arms. After only a moment's hesitation, Victor Krum made up his mind. To those watching, it was as if Krum had operated while riding his broomstick. One moment he was hovering with his team, the next he materialized before the box packed with various wizarding dignitaries. His dark eyes swept across the scene of carnage, widening in shock as he took in the battle raging around him. When he spoke, his thick accent mangled the words, but the urgency in his tone was unmistakable. What's happening? Ron, despite the mortal danger surrounding them, couldn't help but gawk at his Quidditch idol with a dreamy expression. Hermione, equally surprised that it was Krum who had come, opened her mouth to call for help. But before she could utter a sound, her face contorted in terror. With a desperate lunge, she threw herself backwards, narrowly avoiding the black rope that had pierced through Bill's shield charm and was now aiming for her neck. A few strands of her bushy brown hair drifted through the air, visibly disintegrating into ash as they fell. No explanation was needed now. Krum knew what to do. He extended his hand towards Hermione, his blood-smeared and grim face showing urgency. Quick, you leave, broom. But before Hermione could say anything, Melanove's inky black whip suddenly retracted. It coiled back on itself like a striking serpent before lashing out towards Krum's broomstick. In a display of aerial prowess that left even Harry impressed, Krum executed a perfect barrel roll on the spot. The black whip sliced through the empty air where he had been hovering just a split second before. Without missing a beat, Krum retreated several dozen feet, his eyes never leaving Melanove as he stared at the dark wizard with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Hermione, seizing the momentary gap, scrambled to her feet frantically waving her arms and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Go find our Ministry of Magic, we need support." Ministry of Magic, support. Looking at the disheveled girl amidst the dust and debris, Krum was slightly taken aback. Then, with determination in his, he gave a curt nod, uttering a quick wait before tilting his broomstick into a dive so steep it made the infamous Wronski feint seem mild in comparison. Melanove's voice tinged with disdain cut through the ruckus. "Does Hogwarts only teach mice?" The sneer was audible even without seeing the dark wizard's face. At first, Harry had been desperate to shake off Melanove and help Sirius, but now he had calmed down. Sirius was currently holding off two attackers by himself. If Harry approached, he would undoubtedly bring the third person to Sirius as well, which would only hinder him. The wisest course of action, he realized, was to use himself as bait to pin down the dark wizard called Melanove, under the cover of Charlie and Bill. If they could just hold out until reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic arrived, they would be victorious. It was a desperate gamble, but their options were rapidly dwindling. The quick thinking displayed by Harry and Hermione's narrow escape seemed to push Melanove over the edge. The dark wizard's anger was palpable, filling the air with an almost suffocating aura of malice. With a gruff shout of rage, Melanove's signature weapon, the long, snaking whip of darkness, suddenly dissipated into its original black smoke. But before anyone could feel a moment's relief, the inky blackness combined once more to form an enormous net. With terrifying speed, it swooped down towards Harry and the badly injured Bill and Charlie. In that instant, multiple spells blazed through the air, all aimed straight at Melanove. Diffindo. Expelliarmus. Conf Ringo. Canradi Leviosa. Everyone present knew the power of Melanove's black net. Seeing Harry cornered with nowhere to dodge, Fred and George, Ginny and Ron, and even Fudge hiding by the wall, all lent a hand. The combined power of so many spells forced Melanove to defend herself. Most of the magical assault was absorbed by hastily erected shields, but... whoosh! With a sound like tearing silk, a sharp piece of broken steel bar pierced through her magical shield, heading straight for her chest. In a life-or-death moment, Melanove threw herself to the side, but Hermione's magically controlled object still penetrated her body, leaving a thumb-sized hole in her shoulder. Whoosh! A beam of dim, brilliant red light, wrapped in the aura of death, pierced the black net that hadn't yet settled, easily shattering it. Melanove looked on in shock. It was Sirius who, in a gap between being surrounded by his two companions, had fired a blasting curse, Conf Ringo, to save Harry Potter. "Well done, Hermione." Bill, leaning on his knee and panting, turned to give Hermione an approving look. Ron, his face slick with cold sweat and his lips dry from fear, found his voice. "Professor Watson's charm," he said, a note of awe creeping into his words. "I can't believe you thought of it, Hermione." Seizing this brief moment of breather, Harry and Hermione gathered towards each other. They stood side by side, wands pointing firmly towards Melanove, who had fallen to the ground, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. "What's going on, Sys, Cancan?" Melanove's voice rang out, filled with a mixture of pain and barely contained rage. The wound in the dark wizard's shoulder didn't seem to bother her much, a fact that sent a chill down Harry's spine. She glared towards the box where Sirius was still locked in combat with the other two attackers. "Why is he still alive?" A grim voice floated back from that direction. "He's a bit tougher than we imagined." Melanove's face twisted into a sneer of disgust. "Pa, this thing doesn't even deserve to be called a wand." She slowly stood up from the ground, coldly observing the wizards before her who had now united against a common enemy. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she threw away her own wand. Harry and Hermione exchanged a confused glance. What was happening? Had their combined efforts actually managed to break her spirit? Was this dark witch preparing to surrender? But their hopes were dashed in the very next instant. A staff, easily 3 feet in length and adorned with a jewel-encrusted tip, suddenly appeared in Melanov's hand. The change was immediate and terrifying. Melanov's ordinary figure suddenly seemed to grow taller in the eyes of Harry and the others, and a feeling of suffocation suddenly came over them. The black smoke that had been drifting lazily through the air suddenly came alive. A sharp, dangerous light flashed in Melanov's eyes as she thrusted her palms forward. In an instant, the amorphous darkness combined once more, but this time, it took the form of a whip crackling with lightning, as black as the darkest night, arcing and dancing along its length. With Melanov as the epicenter, countless bolts of shadow-wreathed lightning leapt forth. They spread in all directions, filling every corner of the box with their deadly presence. Wherever the black lightning touched, it left behind horrifying scars, and even the air seemed to carry the pungent stench of burned flesh. Quick, dodge! Harry's shout cut through the chaos, his voice cracking with urgency. He threw himself to the side, desperately seeking shelter beneath an upturned section of flooring. But even his finely honed reflexes weren't quite fast enough. A vine of black lightning grazed his wrist, and in that split second of contact, it left behind a terrible burn. White-hot agony pricked up Harry's arm, causing his fingers to spasm. In pain, his wand slipped from his grasp. It spun through the air, striking the back wall of the box with a clatter before rolling across the floor. As the black lightning continued its rampage, the steel frame supporting the main structure emitted a teeth-clenching metallic screech, a sound that set everyone's nerves on edge. All around them, the walls began to buckle and collapse, showering them with debris. Massive holes stretched open in the floor, revealing the dizzying drop to the Quidditch pitch far below. It was clear to all that this once sturdy VIP box was about to completely collapse. Harry! Sirius's anguished cry pierced through the chaos of battle and the creaking of debris. His heart sank as he saw Harry trapped beneath the floorboard he'd sought for shelter, his face twisted in pain as he desperately fought to free himself. Across the ruined box, Hermione and the Weasley children each found themselves in equally dire straits, dodging falling debris and fending off attacks with rapidly dwindling strength. In that moment, something seemed to snap within Sirius. A primal roar erupted from his throat, echoing off the walls and momentarily drowning out even the noise of the battle and debris falling. He pointed his wand directly at a thick steel beam supporting the nearby section of the box's structure. To the horror of the survivors, the beam was severed as cleanly as if cut by a giant's axe. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a groan that seemed to shake the foundations of the stadium, the surrounding supports began to twist and buckle. In the span of a few seconds, a chain reaction had been set in motion. Tons upon tons of steel, concrete, and magical reinforcements, all the materials that had gone into creating this luxurious viewing box, were now transformed into a deadly avalanche about to crash down upon their heads. Have you gone mad? The shout didn't come from Harry or Hermione, but from Sys and Kenken, the dark wizards who had launched the initial attack. Even these hardened criminals had their faces bleached at Sirius's suicidal move. Their eyes flickered between the collapsing ceiling and the open expanse of the Quidditch field. In the next moment, self-preservation overpowered their mission. Abandoning their assault on Sirius, they lunged toward the gaping hole in the wall, desperate to save their own skins. But Sirius paid no mind to their retreat, nor to the impending collapse of the structure around him. His eyes, blazing with fierce, almost manic determination, were fixed solely on Harry. With a roar that seemed to rise from the depths of his soul, Sirius charged forward. His wand became a blur of motion, hurling spell after spell at Melanov, despite his nearly depleted magical reserves. Humph, seeking death. The storm of black lightning suddenly converged, merging into a single, concentrated beam. It lanced out with the speed and precision of a laser, aimed directly at the center of Sirius's forehead. Crack! The sound reverberated through the collapsing box, as if the world itself had shattered. Sirius's reckless charge also came to an abrupt halt, his feet freezing mid-step. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0436 Mystery. In the crumbling, withering world, a vibrant green barrier, shimmering like an emerald aurora, suddenly shattered into a million glimmering shards. These ethereal fragments, each pulsing with a soft magical glow, drifted upwards, gradually fading into the inky night sky like distant stars. Sirius stood frozen, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. A single droplet of sweat slid slowly from his furrowed brow down to the bridge of his nose. In a moment of dazed curiosity, he reached out with a trembling hand to touch it, half expecting to feel the warm stickiness of blood. Instead, his fingertip met only the cool, sharp sensation of sweat. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. That moment, that fleeting instant when the green barrier had materialized, had been his closest brush with death yet. Who's there? Melanov's harsh voice cut through the tense silence like a knife, her words dripping with a mixture of fury and fear. Her eyes, wild and searching, darted around the devastated box, seeking the source of the mysterious magic that had thwarted her attack. As if in response to her words, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it a fresh, invigorating scent that seemed entirely out of place in the chaos of the ruined stadium. Flowers, composed entirely of ethereal emerald light, bloomed out of thin air. These dreamlike blossoms took root amidst the debris and destruction. In a matter of seconds, they grew and transformed, morphing into sturdy vines as thick as a man's arm. The magical flowers moved with purpose and intelligence, climbing upwards with surprising speed. They wrapped themselves firmly around each of the bending support beams. As the vines tightened their grip, a change came over the collapsing world of the stadium box. The creaking and groaning of stressed metal gradually quieted, replaced by an almost supernatural stillness. Suddenly, a new phenomenon captured everyone's attention. A single point of green light, no larger than a firefly, appeared in the air directly in front of Sirius. But this was no ordinary light. It pulsed and grew, emanating an aura of ancient, primal magic. Like a miniature black hole, it began to draw countless brilliant green rays from nothingness. Amidst this blossoming light, a lady wearing a cream-colored Muggle-style long dress and holding a grapevine staff slowly materialized. As this extraordinary scene unfolded, the Weasley brothers and Hermione had been working frantically to rescue Harry. With great effort, they finally managed to pull his unconscious body out from under the raft-like board that had fallen during the attack. Harry's face was ashen, but the slight rise and fall of his chest provided a glimmer of hope. Hermione, her hands shaking but her mind focused, was doing her best to stop the bleeding from Harry's scorched arm. Beside her, Ginny had collapsed onto Harry's chest with loud, heart-wrenching sobs that echoed through the damaged box. However, the appearance of the mysterious lady brought all activity to a sudden halt. As they all turned to stare in amazement at the woman who had materialized in such an extraordinary manner. "My lady, was it you who saved me?" Sirius even forgot to run to Harry's side, staring at the suddenly appeared woman with a shocked expression. "You're not a witch." Melanove, however, was far from impressed. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at the hazy face of the woman who had appeared. Through gritted teeth, she spat out her words like venom. "Who do you work for, and why did you stop me?" Before anyone could respond to Melanove's hostile interrogation, a new sound cut through the tense atmosphere. Whoosh bang. With a resounding whoosh followed by a thunderous bang, a bunch of fireworks suddenly shot up from beneath the Quidditch pitch. They soared high into the night sky before exploding into a strange, intricate pattern. Seeing the pattern, Sys and Cancune's expressions immediately changed. Hovering outside the box on the broomsticks, they shouted urgently at Melanove, who remained locked in a standoff with Clyodna. "It's the signal to retreat, Melanove." Sys called out, his voice tinged with desperation. "Let's go." "No." "But," Melanove yelled back in frustration, "that guy's head is worth 10,000 galleons. I have to kill him, I was so close." Sys and Cancun exchanged a look of disbelief. "Crazy bitch." Cancun muttered under his breath, shaking his head. In their line of work, no mission, no matter how lucrative, was more important than preserving their own lives. The woman who had suddenly appeared in the box exuded an aura of extraordinary power, and neither Sys nor Cancun had any desire to linger and find out just how formidable she might be. If Melanove insisted on pursuing those 10,000 galleons at the risk of her own life, they were more than willing to let her face the consequences alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Sys and Cancun kicked off hard, their brooms shooting upwards with a burst of speed. They leapt over the stands and disappeared into the velvet embrace of the night sky. Clyodna's gaze never left Melanove as she addressed the now isolated Dark Witch. Her voice was calm and measured, without any hint of fear or uncertainty. "You've made an unwise decision," she said, as if merely stating a fact. Clyodna slowly raised her grapevine staff. The magical staff began to pulse with an inner light. It was clear she was preparing to take some action. But just as she was about to act, her movement suddenly froze. Her head turned sharply towards the railing outside the box, her emerald eyes narrowing as if sensing something. In that moment, a new voice came through. "Ginny." The sound of Mr. Weasley's concerned call echoed through the damaged box, causing everyone to flinch. His next words tumbled out in rapid succession, each name tinged with worry. "Bill, Charlie, Fred, George, Ron, are you all right?" Before he even came into view, Mr. Weasley had already called out the names of all his children, his voice growing louder as he approached. The sound of rushing air announced his arrival, and finally, Arthur Weasley came into everyone's view. His usually neat robes were in complete disarray, torn and scorched in places. 2 bloody red scratches stained his left cheek, still oozing small droplets of blood. His sparse hair, normally carefully combed over his balding pate, was now plastered to his head with sweat, giving him a wild, disheveled appearance. As soon as Victor Crumb's broomstick came to a halt, Mr. Weasley leapt off, his feet hitting the floor of the box with a solid thud. His eyes, wide with worry, scanned the scene before him. Only after confirming that all his children were indeed present and apparently unharmed did Mr. Weasley himself let out a slight sigh of relief. The tension in his shoulders visibly eased, but it was a short-lived breather. In the next instant, his gaze fell upon Harry's prone form on the floor, and the brief moment of relief vanished. His face, which had just begun to relax, immediately tensed up again, lines of worry etching themselves deeply into his face. With the experience of a man accustomed to assessing dangerous situations, Mr. Weasley quickly took stock of the scene. In an extremely short time, he had judged who the enemy was in this box. His wand arm shot out, pointing directly at Melanov, while he turned his head slightly towards the group of children surrounding Harry. "What happened?" he asked, his voice tight with concern. "How's Harry's condition?" "He was hit by a rock, Dad," Fred explained hurriedly, his voice cracking slightly with stress. "But he should still be alive." As Mr. Weasley processed this information, Sirius seized the opportunity to gather more intelligence about the situation. "How's it looking downstairs, Arthur?" he asked urgently. Then, realizing someone was missing, he added, "Where's Percy?" "The spectators are being evacuated," Mr. Weasley informed. "That firework we saw just now should be the agreed signal for these attackers to retreat. They're all withdrawing, and our people are in pursuit." He paused for a breath before adding, "Percy is with Barty, helping to evacuate the spectators." Sirius nodded grimly, absorbing the information. His eyes hardened as he turned back to face Melanov, his wand never wavering from its target. "Well then," he said, his voice low and dangerous, "the tables have turned. Now it's 2 or 3 of us against 1. His lips curled into a humorless smile as he laid out the options. "You have 2 choices, put down your wand and surrender, or continue to resist and die here. Make your choice." Melanov's response was as cold as ice, her voice dripping with disdain. "I'm sorry," she said, though there was no hint of apology in her tone. "I don't want either of those options." Just as the tension in the room reached its breaking point, threatening to explode into violence, an unexpected voice cut through the standoff. "Whoever can capture this dark wizard," came the gasping announcement, "I'll apply for them to receive a first-class Order of Merlin from the International Confederation of Wizards." All eyes turned to see Fudge struggling to lift the heavy wooden board that had been pressing down on him. His face was red with exertion, and he was holding his forehead as if nursing a painful headache. It seemed he had just regained consciousness. Despite the minister's dramatic offer, Melanov paid no attention to Sirius or the newly arrived Mr. Weasley. Her cold gaze was fixed only on Clyodna, who seemed unrelated to everything happening here. "I'll ask one more time," Melanov said, her voice low and menacing. "Who exactly are you, and why did you appear here?" This question, dripping with suspicion and barely concealed caution, wasn't just intriguing to Melanov. Every person in the box was curious about the mysterious woman who had appeared so dramatically in their midst. Who exactly was this seemingly very powerful young lady, and why did she appear here? Which country's witch was she, and why, despite saving Sirius and potentially all their lives, was she so reluctant to reveal her true face? The young lady who had become the focus of everyone's attention remained silent in the face of these unspoken questions. Instead, she moved her feet slightly, slowly walking towards Harry. Seeing this, Hermione spread her arms wide in a gesture of defense. What are you going to do?" she asked nervously, her voice trembling slightly. Although this lady with the unique demeanor had undoubtedly saved Sirius and quite possibly all their lives, her unknown background and mysterious appearance still didn't allow Hermione to lower her guard completely. "The wound on his arm needs to be treated immediately, or it will be very troublesome," Clyodna said calmly. Prompted by her words, Ron and the others immediately looked down at Harry. As they did, a collective gasp of horror escaped their lips. Previously, the wound on Harry's arm had appeared to be just a nasty scorch mark. Now, however, the situation had taken a dire turn. The burn had spread alarmingly, creeping up Harry's arm like some living thing. The wound was bleeding profusely, the crimson liquid seeping through Hermione's makeshift bandage and pooling on the floor beneath him. But it was the color of the wound itself that was truly horrifying. Where once there had been bloody red flesh, now there was only a deep, unnatural black. The sight of the wound, coupled with the memory of the middle-aged wizard's fate after colliding with Melanov earlier, caused everyone's face to turn pale with fear. Please help him, I beg you." Hermione, terrified by Harry's wound, quickly made way, her tone pleading. Clyodna gently moved her staff, and Harry's limp body floated up from the ground effortlessly, coming to rest before her. Emerald light, the same vibrant hue as the barrier that had saved Sirius, blossomed from Clyodna's fingertips. It swept over Harry's wound like a gentle tide, effortlessly erasing the magic of death and evil that had taken root there. In a matter of seconds, the skin on Harry's arm became smooth once more. As the wound healed, color returned to Harry's face. By the time his feet gently touched the ground again, he had already opened his hazy green eyes. "Oh, Harry!" Hermione's exclamation was half sob, half laugh as she covered her mouth, tears of relief and joy streaming down her face. The emotional roller coaster of the past few minutes had taken its toll on her. Ron, his freckled face a mixture of concern and elation, immediately leaned in close to Harry. "Mate, how are you feeling?" he asked anxiously, his eyes scanning Harry's face for any signs of lingering pain or confusion. "You gave us a right scare there." Harry blinked several times, his mind struggling to catch up with the rapidly unfolding events around him. His eyes were clouded with confusion as he tried to piece together what had happened. "What?" he began, his voice hoarse and uncertain. "What happened?" Mr. Weasley, still maintaining his defensive stance with his wand raised, quickly interjected, "It was this young lady who saved you, Harry." "Oh, thank you." The dazed Harry didn't immediately notice the unfamiliar lady beside him. Only after Mr. Weasley's reminder did he turn his gaze towards her. At first glance, Harry's brow suddenly furrowed. He blinked hard, his eyes filled with confusion. "You're welcome, Mr. Harry Potter." Cleodna nodded slightly. Her consistently calm tone now rippled with a hint of urgency. "Now that you've regained your health, I have a bold request. Would you be willing to accompany me somewhere?" "Accompany somewhere?" Harry's blinking increased in speed and intensity, a clear indication that his mind was rapidly clearing of the fog that had enveloped it. What did she mean? Where did this mysterious lady want to invite Harry to go? Everyone in the box was bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. They stared at the mysterious and powerful lady in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about. The Weasleys exchanged worried glances, while Hermione's brow furrowed in deep thought, as if trying to recall some crucial piece of information that might explain this bizarre situation. Suddenly, a harsh laugh cut through the tension. "Ha, I understand now." Melanove's voice rang out, dripping with a mixture of triumph and bitterness. Her eyes gleamed with a manic light as she focused her gaze on Cleodna. "Your target is Harry Potter, isn't it?" she accused as a cruel smile appeared on her lips. "Our goals don't conflict, do they? We can work together." But before anyone could react to Melanove's words, a flash of realization suddenly crossed Harry's face. His eyes widened in shock, and a look of panic began to spread across his face. "It's you," he gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "I remember you now, you're the woman from my dream." Dream? What did this mean now? Cleodna frowned slightly. She too didn't understand what Harry Potter was saying, but Sirius did. "Get away from that woman, Harry." Sirius let out the loudest roar of the night. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Sirius, Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie all lunged toward Harry, their faces twisted with urgency and fear. Harry himself, jolted into action by Sirius's cry, began to retreat, his body finally catching up with the alarm bells ringing in his mind. But what should have been a swift escape felt agonizingly slow, as if he were moving through thickened air. Cleodna effortlessly caught Harry's arm in a grip that was both gentle and unbreakable. Her raised grapevine wand was already glowing faintly as the air around her and Harry began to shimmer with signs of imminent apparition. But just then, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the clear night sky, illuminating the entire Quidditch pitch in stark, brilliant white light. In the wake of the lightning, the atmosphere in the box began to change. The air, which had been stagnant with tension and fear, suddenly began to tremble. It was as if an immense, invisible weight was pressing down on everything and everyone. Under this heavy, oppressive force, gravity-like streams materialized in the air. These visible currents of power flowed from top to bottom, firmly pinning everyone, including Cleodna, in place. Then, the voice that followed, echoing throughout the entire Quidditch pitch, made even Cleodna's emerald eyes widen in panic. "It's been a while, Miss Cleodna." 0437 Their Duel, Part 1. The crushing pressure descended like a tidal wave, its invisible weight bearing down on the Quidditch pitch with an almost palpable force. The spectators who hadn't yet managed to evacuate felt their breath catch in their throats, their faces draining of color as if all the blood had suddenly rushed from their heads. In their dazed state, it seemed as though a colossal, prehistoric dragon had emerged from the roiling clouds above, its massive, scaled head filling the entirety of the sky. The imaginary beast's presence was so overwhelming that many swore they could hear its thunderous roar echoing across the heavens, making the tiny human figures below feel utterly insignificant in comparison. "Brian!" As that powerful voice reverberated through the air, Sirius felt an instantaneous change wash over him. The tension that had been coiled tightly in every fiber of his being suddenly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. An indescribable sense of relief flooded through him. For what felt like an eternity, Sirius had been facing down several dark wizards of unknown origin and immense power, completely alone. The safety of all the children, not just Harry, but every young witch and wizard present, had rested on his shoulders, a burden so immense it had almost crushed him. Harry, Ron, and the others likewise broke into expressions of wild joy. Hermione and Ginny even covered their mouths, sobbing with happiness. A piercing whoosh followed, cutting through the air with a sound like that of a Muggle jet plane streaking across the sky at full throttle. Though the familiar figure they all longed to see had not yet appeared, the sharp whistle of his approach already exerted a mountain-like pressure on the two wizards standing opposite the group. Brian Watson. Melanove's voice sounded as if it was being forcibly squeezed from her throat. At this moment, she finally stopped hesitating. Taking advantage of Sirius and Mr. Weasley's momentary distraction, she turned and made a desperate dash towards the gaping hole that had been blasted in the box wall earlier. But she had barely taken 2 frantic steps when a point of brilliant golden fire materialized in the boundless darkness beyond the opening, instantly traversing the vast distance. Clang! The sound rang out as a flaming spear embedded itself in the ground directly in front of Melanove. If she hadn't instinctively sidestepped at the very last instant, it would have impaled her chest, ending her life in a heartbeat. But before the fleeting spark of relief could even begin to fade from her wide, startled eyes, the spear stuck in the ground began to vibrate. In an instant, it lost its solid form, softening and splitting into multiple strands of golden fire. Before Melanove could react, a golden cocoon of fire had completely enveloped her. How could Brian Watson possibly be here? Clyodna had been monitoring Harry all day, confirming that Brian Watson wasn't with Sirius's group. Combined with this sudden chaos, she wouldn't have acted otherwise. Now, however, it was pointless to dwell on Watson's unexpected appearance. The urgent matter was to escape first. Glancing once more at Harry, who stood so close by, regret flashed across Clyodna's green eyes. In the next instant, her body's outline began to blur and distort. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, trailing a luminous tail of vivid green energy, she shot upward from the top box of the Quidditch Stadium towards the now seething night sky. Boom! A sound like the ringing of a colossal bell reverberated through the night air. Like a massive boulder thrown into a lake, a tangible shockwave swept outward with devastating force, rippling through the air in all directions. As it passed through the green meteor trail left by Clyodna, the emerald energy instantly dissipated. Clyodna, her escape thwarted, was forced to reveal her true form in midair. She plummeted, falling nearly half a mile towards the ground before finally managing to steady herself. When at last she regained control, she found herself hovering at the same height as the towering goal hoops used by the Irish team during the match. As Clyodna straightened up, her eyes widening in a mixture of resignation and steely resolve, she saw that a solemn-faced young man was already standing on top of the goal hoop on the opposite side of the pitch, smiling as he looked at her. "It's been a long time, Mr. Watson," Clyodna's melodious voice carried across the vast expanse between them, tinged with a note of melancholy. Her skirts fluttered in the magical currents that swirled around her, and her beautiful face was edged with a faint but unmistakable gloom. Abandoning any last, desperate hope of luck, she sighed softly and nodded towards Brian. Brian's gaze swept over the chaotic scene unfolding on the pitch far below. Tens of thousands of spectators who hadn't yet managed to evacuate had stopped in their tracks. They were staring up at the sky in shock, whispering to their companions. "Brian!" Sirius's voice cut through the noise. He rushed to the box railing, leaning out as far as he dared. He shouted up at the young wizard standing on top of the goal hoop, whose mere presence seemed to radiate a heavy, oppressive pressure that blanketed a vast area. "This woman," Sirius continued, his voice hoarse with exhaustion and barely contained fury, "she tried to kidnap Harry." Brian didn't turn to face Sirius, acknowledging the urgent message with only a slight nod of his head, as if not particularly surprised. In reality, though, he was quite shocked to see Clyodna here. Ever since learning from Folly about Lucius's grandiose prank planned for tonight, Brian hadn't wasted a single moment. He had apparat directly to a nearby area he was familiar with. From there, he had flown at breakneck speed, covering the remaining distance to the vicinity of the campsite. The magical reaction he sensed upon barging into the scene was so intense, that for a fleeting moment, Brian wondered if he must be hallucinating. "It's been a while, Miss Clyodna." Brian's voice was calm as he inclined his head slightly, wearing a gentlemanly smile. "Since our hasty parting last time, I've been hoping for an opportunity to see you again. I searched in vain for quite some time, never expecting to encounter you in a place like this, under such unusual circumstances. What a delightful coincidence, wouldn't you agree?" Down below, Ron's eyes were as wide as saucers, his freckled face was filled with confusion as he struggled to make sense of the bizarre scene unfolding above them. "What in Merlin's name is going on?" he exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly. "This woman, is she some kind of friend of Professor Watson's?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, Ron!" Hermione snapped, her patience wearing thin in the face of their dire situation. "Use that brain of yours for once. Does this look like a friendly reunion to you?" "I'm afraid I know about as much as you do, Mr. Watson." Now regretting tonight's actions was useless. Clyodna had regained her composure, staring at Brian. Her voice returned to its usual unruffled state. "I regret that I cannot provide answers to any of your questions, regardless of how much you might desire them. I'm afraid that answers simply won't suffice, Miss Clyodna." Brian's expression cooled noticeably. He merely flexed his wrist, and the cool evening air of mid to late August instantly became scorching hot. It was as if a huge furnace had appeared above the Quidditch pitch, baking everything around it. Brian glanced again at the wizards watching the spectacle. As you may or may not be aware, I am currently employed at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Given the gravity of our current situation, might I have the honor of extending an invitation for you to visit the school? I believe we have much to discuss, and Hogwarts would provide an appropriate setting for such a conversation. I doubt there's anyone in this world who could face both you and Albus Dumbledore at the same time. The scorching wind ruffled Cleodna's green hair. This druid priestess, whose face looked even younger than Brian's, pulled her lips into a bitter smile. She paused for a moment, seeming to weigh her words carefully before continuing. I understand your anger, Mr. Watson, and I recognize the depth of your determination to resolve the questions that must be plaguing you. But I truly cannot provide you with the answers you seek, no matter how much you might wish it otherwise. I offer my sincerest apologies for the unpleasantness that transpired before. However, her eyes hardened, a steely resolve settling over her delicate features. If you insist on attempting to detain me here, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to tender yet another apology. Brian, for his part, hadn't really expected Cleodna to surrender without putting up a fight. His primary concern throughout this tense standoff had been for the lives of the remaining unevacuated wizards scattered throughout the Quidditch Stadium. However, Cleodna proved far more decisive and far more reckless than he had imagined. After confirming that she couldn't hope to leave smoothly, her eyes suddenly became resolute. In a move that caught even Brian off guard, she leapt from the top of the goal hoop and, amid the gasps of countless watching wizards, let her body fall freely towards the ground. At the same time, she hurled her grapevine wand towards the earth. Boom! 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 Lightning suddenly flashed across the cloudless night sky. Dazzling, deafening bolts of lightning split the dark sky, striking towards the Quidditch pitch. The moment Cleodna's grapevine staff sank into the pitch, an astounding transformation began. The emerald grass suddenly sprang to life. It began to grow at an impossible rate, stretching upwards with such speed that the human eye could scarcely track its progress. In the space of a few heartbeats, the once clear pitch had been wholly consumed, replaced by an undulating jungle of towering grasses and creeping vines that seemed to possess a will of their own. Rumble. A low, ominous rumble began to build from deep within the earth, growing in intensity with each passing second. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, the tremors growing stronger and more erratic with each passing moment. The Quidditch Stadium, its very foundations rocked by the unnatural quake, began to tremble fiercely. From high above, a rain of destruction began to fall. Broken slabs of stone, splintered wooden seats, and great sheets of roofing material rained down like a torrential downpour, showering the terrified spectators below. Panicked cries filled the air as people scrambled for cover, their hands raised futilely above their heads in a desperate attempt to ward off the deadly hail. Sirius, still pressed against the railing, was so shocked his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. From the now unrecognizable grass field below, an enormous green vine suddenly burst forth from the earth. It grew larger with each passing second, swelling and stretching as if devouring some unseen magical energy. This verdant monstrosity expanded at an alarming rate, quickly dwarfing everything around it. In a matter of moments, it had grown to truly colossal proportions, its girth 10 times thicker than the whomping willow on the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. As the onlookers watched in stunned silence, the vine's rapid growth showed no signs of slowing. When it had reached a height, the main stem began to undergo a startling transformation. With a series of sickening cracks that echoed across the stadium, the massive trunk began to split. What had been a single column of massive trunk suddenly became 2, then 4, the process of division accelerated with each passing second. In the blink of an eye, a wriggling forest of thick vines had sprung to life, thick vines swaying at their ends as they filled the vast expanse of the Quidditch pitch. I must be dreaming. Mr. Weasley's voice was barely more than a whisper, his eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and terror, unable to tear his gaze away from the impossible scene unfolding before him. The young wizards huddled in the box, every single one of them, including the genius seeker Victor Crumb, who hadn't even had a chance to properly introduce himself to Hermione, were frozen in place as if struck by a particularly powerful petrification charm. They stood motionless, their jaws slack and eyes wide, unable to do anything but stare at the enormous vines that now dominated the landscape of the pitch. With each sweeping movement, the colossal plants stirred up howling gales strong enough to uproot trees. The psychological pressure exerted by this display of raw, unbridled magical power was almost palpable. From the bottom of the stadium, a wave of distressed cries rose up, cutting through the noise of destruction. The spectators who had lingered too long, their curiosity overriding their sense of self-preservation, now found themselves in mortal danger. As the reality of their situation finally sank in, panic took hold. The crowd surged towards the exits in a frenzied stampede, all thoughts of civility or orderly evacuation were long forgotten. In the chaos that ensued, wails of those trampled underfoot mingled with desperate cries for lost loved ones and angry shouts of those fighting to clear a path to safety. The once festive atmosphere of the Quidditch World Cup had devolved into a nightmarish scene of terror and confusion. "We can't stay here any longer." Sirius's voice cut through the pandemonium, sharp with urgency. Having witnessed Brian's grand displays of power before, he was perhaps better prepared than most to grasp the true gravity of their situation. His eyes, wild with a mixture of fear and determination, swept over every wizard in the box who still drew breath. "Hurry!" he growled, his tone brooking no argument. "We need to get downstairs immediately. Staying here is nothing short of a death sentence." As Sirius herded the shell-shocked group towards the exit, Mr. Weasley took charge of moving the children. With more strength than his usually amiable demeanor might suggest, he roughly pushed Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the others out of the box. But just as he was about to follow them, a sudden realization stopped him in his tracks. "Wait!" he called out, causing Sirius to turn around with a look of exasperation. "What about this one?" Mr. Weasley jerked his head towards Melanove, still trapped within the shimmering cage of magical fire. Despite the urgency of their situation, Mr. Weasley's keen mind hadn't lost sight of the bigger picture. Judging by Melanove's distinctive attire, she was clearly an accomplice of the mysterious group that had launched the attack earlier. If they could somehow take her with them, there was a chance they might be able to extract valuable information. The previous battle had taken a severe toll on Sirius. His body was full of injuries, with blood seeping from numerous wounds and staining his once fine robes a deep crimson. The effort of simply remaining upright was clearly taxing him to his limits. Yet, as he turned his gaze upon Melanove, his grey eyes blazed with a mixture of disgust and determination. Finally, with a grimace of pain and effort, Sirius raised his wand. With a complex series of gestures, he manipulated the floor beneath Melanove to separate and carry her out of the box. Whoosh! High above the mayhem, Brian remained calm amidst the storm. Each swing of the colossal, swaying vines stirred up gales of such ferocity that they could have easily blown away boulders on flat ground. Yet Brian stood firm on top of the goal hoop with only his hair whipping wildly in the fierce wind. Cleodna, standing at one of the massive vines she had conjured, had still not launched an attack, and the stern-faced Brian likewise showed great restraint. They were both waiting. Finally, when the group from the highest box had also went down to the ground floor and rushed into the tunnel with the last of the fleeing crowd, Brian made a move. He twisted his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. "Interesting." Brian's expressionless face lifted slightly at the corners, a faint smile tinged with bloodthirst. "The birth of the tree world, is it?" His soft chant was almost immediately swallowed by the raging wind that howled around them. For the briefest of moments, all was still. It was as if the entire world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Then, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, everything changed. Beneath the inky canvas of the night sky, a blazing sun began to rise. 0438 Their Duel, Part 2. The wizards fleeing the Quidditch Stadium in all directions were stunned to witness the deep, inky night sky suddenly torn apart by an incredibly brilliant light, illuminating everything as bright as the most radiant summer day. Turning back in astonishment, their eyes widened in disbelief as they observed an intensely radiant sun, its surface roiling with golden flames, slowly rising above the dilapidated Quidditch pitch. This celestial anomaly emanated a heavy, oppressive aura that seemed to press down upon their very souls, making breathing difficult and movement laborious. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds reverberated through the air, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Before one of the fleeing wizards stumbled and fell, the two opposing figures stood speechless. Having made her decision, Cleodna knew there was no turning back. A look of determination flashed in her green eyes. Every writhing vine occupying the Quidditch pitch appeared to be an extension of her very limbs. Under her mental command, these massive, terrifying vines, each as thick as an ancient oak and covered in thorns sharp enough to pierce dragon hide, suddenly sprang into action with a life of their own. They simultaneously straightened their twisted trunks and, with an air of earth-shattering destruction that sent tremors through the ground, smashing towards the airborne Brian Watson with the force of 100 battering rams. At that moment, Brian resembled the legendary phoenix from Muggle mythology reborn in its most glorious form. The fiend fire surrounding him had transformed into a searing inferno of terrible heat, its flames dancing in hues of red, orange, and blue that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. Faced with the thorny vines attacking from all directions, his eyes suddenly flared with a fiery determination that matched the inferno surrounding him. The intense heat contained around his form erupted in a powerful wave, radiating outward in all directions like the blast from an exploding star. The vines controlled by Cleodna, formidable as they were, couldn't withstand even a moment after entering the sun's domain. They instantly lost their vibrant green color, scorched into nothingness faster than the eye could follow. The plant matter combusted so thoroughly that not even ashes remained behind, leaving only wisps of pungent smoke to mark their passing. However, the ancient druid legacy, passed down through countless generations and honed over millennia, had its own wonders to reveal. The vines sprouted again from the scarred and blackened ground, seemingly endless. Where the sun's domain clashed fiercely with the ever-regenerating vines, bolts of lightning as bright as magnesium flares erupted, accompanied by incredibly powerful gusts of wind that howled like a banshee's wail. The miracle structure that the Ministry of Magic had painstakingly built over half a year, pouring countless galleons and man-hours into its construction, proved tragically fragile under the onslaught of lightning, wind, and temperatures hot enough to melt stone. It collapsed piece by piece, each section giving way with a groan of twisting metal and shattering wood that added to the synergy of destruction. The violent magical impact caused every inch of space within the stadium to shake violently. To the terrified onlookers, the Quidditch pitch became a blur of chaos, as if viewed through a veil of shimmering heat. The only clear sight amidst the turmoil was the sun suspended high in the sky, and within it, a figure as majestic and terrible as a wrathful celestial god. The fleeing crowd stopped in their tracks, unable to tear their eyes away from the spectacle unfolding before them. In the surrounding forest, the faint flashes of camera bulbs kept appearing as brave, or foolish, journalists attempted to capture the historic moment. Sirius and Mr. Weasley led the children away from the pitch to higher ground, constantly glancing back to ensure no one was left behind. Only when the overwhelming pressure behind them became less oppressive, allowing them to breathe more freely, did they finally stop to catch their breath. The earth cracked inch by inch, fissures spreading like a spider's web across the once primeval grounds. A stray bolt of lightning, more powerful than any natural phenomenon, arced from the pitch and struck the wizard's campsite with devastating accuracy. In an instant, as if a severe gas explosion had occurred, everything within 100 feet of the lightning strike was torn to nothingness by the blast wave, leaving behind a smoking crater where tents and belongings had once stood. Bill, leaning against a pine tree for support, wore an expression of utter disbelief that bordered on the comical. His mouth hung open in a perfect O of shock, but his chest wasn't moving. He had forgotten to breathe in his astonishment. Only when his face turned an alarming shade of red did Bill come to his senses and take a few deep, shuddering breaths. Then, moving as if his neck had rusted solid, he stiffly turned his head to look at his brother Charlie, his eyes wide and questioning. "Was that just now? Brian Watson?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not quite sure either." Charlie shook his head and replied sincerely, his normally ruddy face pale beneath its freckles, wearing an equally comical expression of slack-jawed amazement. "Oh, this is nothing compared to the grand spectacles I've seen, glug glug." The amusing exchange between Charlie and Bill didn't prompt the others to speak. They remained rooted by the duel before them. However, an old but surprisingly lively voice that suddenly sounded behind them made Harry and his group turn their heads. The source of the voice was an elderly man whose skin sagged and was covered with age spots and many dark brown blemishes. What was most surprising was that while everyone around was utterly shocked into silence by the duel taking place in the Quidditch pitch, this old man didn't seem particularly surprised. He even had the presence of mind, or perhaps the ingrained habit, to take regular swigs from his bottle of rum. Noticing the astonishment in everyone's eyes, the old man grinned, revealing a set of surprisingly white teeth. He exhaled a pungent breath that smelled strongly of fire whiskey as he chuckled. "If you had witnessed the duel of the century between Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald in Paris half a century ago, you wouldn't be so shocked by what's happening now. Though I must admit, this is quite a spectacle too." Hermione frowned, her quick mind analyzing the old man's words even in the midst of chaos. The elderly wizard seemed a bit muddled, having just said that Professor Watson and the mysterious woman's duel was nothing special, only to change his tune in the next breath. "Ah, Alpheus, I didn't expect to see you here." Sirius blinked rapidly, as if unable to believe his eyes. "Sirius?" The old wizard called. Alpheus chuckled again, a sound strangely cheerful given the circumstances. "I've heard you've been proven innocent." "Alpheus Doge, he's a good friend of Dumbledore's," Sirius explained briefly to Harry, who didn't know the old wizard and was looking at him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Then, an expression of genuine curiosity crossed Sirius's face, momentarily replacing the worry and fear. "What brings you here, Alpheus?" "Oh, to watch the World Cup, of course." Alpheus took another hearty swig from his flask. "And then I ran into this damned terror attack. Speaking of which, I heard that young man putting on such an impressive light show is Brian Watson. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, can't see clearly without my spectacles." "You were colleagues with him at Hogwarts, weren't you, Sirius?" "Is it really him?" "It is indeed him, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's head of Student Safety Office, Brian Watson." "Oh, looks like Albus found himself a worthy successor," Alpheus said cheerfully. Boom! Every second that the sun domain was maintained, magic poured out of Brian like water from a breached dam. Even Brian was visibly struggling to hold on after 2 minutes of sustained output. Beads of sweat formed on his brow only to instantly evaporate in the intense heat surrounding him. But as his piercing gaze cut through the brilliant light towards Cleodna, whose emerald hair danced wildly in the magical storm, he found that the woman's eyes remained utterly determined, without even a hint of wavering. This was unscientific. How could a mere 20-something-year-old witch possess such profound power? How could she stand against him without showing any signs of fatigue or strain? Confusion flashed in Brian's eyes, clouding his usually sharp gaze. In his dismay, he momentarily forgot that he himself was equally anomalous. A war of attrition was definitely not what Brian wanted or had planned for. He knew all too well that other dangers might be lurking in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The fierceness in Brian's sharp gaze intensified, his eyes narrowing to slits as he came to a decision. In the next second, the solar ring enveloping his body trembled slightly, its surface rippling like the disturbed surface of a pond. Then, gradually it began to descend towards the ruined earth below. Hum. The sound that emanated from the descending sun was felt more than heard, a bone-deep vibration that set teeth on edge and caused the very air to shimmer. It was as if the sun was bathing the sea, a calamity for all living beings, the herald of an extinction-level event. Cleodna's expression shifted abruptly, her eyes widening in a rare display of shock and perhaps, for the first time, fear. In her view, as Brian Watson descended to the earth wrapped in that miniature sun, it was as if heaven and earth were shattering at that very moment. The very foundations of reality seemed to tremble, magical energy saturating the air to such a degree that it became visible as shimmering waves of heat and light. The invisible clash of magical forces instantly intensified several times over, the pressure in the air becoming so immense that it threatened to crush anyone foolish enough to approach. The vines that had previously been able to resist the scorching heat now melted at the slightest touch, like snow meeting the full fury of a summer sun. They withered and died faster than Cleodna could regrow them, her control over the plant life faltering in the face of this overwhelming power. Everything in sight took on a faint red hue, as if the world itself was blushing in the presence of such formidable magic. Even Cleodna's face was flushed from the intense heat, beads of sweat forming on her brow only to evaporate instantly. Glancing at her flying hair, she saw with dismay that her once lustrous emerald locks were turning scorched and brittle. Under the relentless baking of the scorching solar wind, the steel framework of the Quidditch pitch constantly emitted cracking sounds. The ground itself couldn't escape the sun's wrath. After the seaweed-like green grass was burned to nothing in an instant, leaving not even ashes behind, layers of yellowish soil were exposed to the merciless heat. But even this was not spared. The earth itself began to melt, the soil liquefying and being stripped away by the searing magical power, layer after layer, revealing the bedrock beneath. 0439 Their Duel, Part 3. Brian descended towards the earth enveloped by a ring of blazing sunlight that turned night into day. Though his descent was gradual, each inch of his progress carried with it an unstoppable sense of pressure. The colossal vines, as thick as ancient tree trunks and deeply rooted in the earth, wriggled and twisted in futile resistance against the overwhelming heat emanating from Brian's solar cocoon. Starting from their uppermost tendrils, the vines began to wither and crack. The process was agonizingly slow yet persistent, spreading downward inch by excruciating inch. Simultaneously, the earth itself seemed to recoil from the intense heat. Layers of soil and rock peeled away like the skin of an overripe fruit, exposing the source of the vine's formidable power, the ancestral grapevine staff passed down through countless generations of druids. Brian's gaze locked upon the peculiar emerald green staff emanating mysterious power. His eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly as his mind flashed back to his first encounter with Cleodna, recalling how even then, he had sensed something extraordinary about the staff she wielded. Now, face to face with its shown power, he realized his initial judgment had been correct, perhaps even an underestimation. The protective barrier surrounding Cleodna was now like a mirage in the desert heat. It could no longer withstand the all-pervasive heat that threatened to reduce everything to ash. Sweat rolled down Cleodna's face as she gritted her teeth in a grimace of pain and determination. Under the relentless onslaught of Brian's overwhelming magical force, she finally began to feel overwhelmed. The sun ring illuminating the night sky had approached a dangerously close distance. If left unchecked, Cleodna knew with certainty that she would be reduced to nothing more than wisps of smoke in a matter of heartbeats, sharing the fate of her decimated vines under the surging heat. Cleodna's emerald eyes, usually brimming with confidence and power, now held a mixture of emotions as she gazed upon the young figure within the sun ring. Despite his youthful appearance, Brian's contemptuous look spoke volumes about the vast gulf in their abilities. A glimmer of regret flashed across Cleodna's face. Her mind raced, replaying not just the rash actions of this fateful night, but also her ill-fated journey to Avalon Island. If only she had been more tactful in requesting Brian Watson's help then, perhaps she might have secured his aid without incurring the wrath of this immensely powerful wizard. As these thoughts tumbled through her mind, a dangerous glint appeared in Cleodna's eyes. She realized, with a jolt of hope, that she still held a trump card, leverage over Brian Watson that could potentially turn the tide of this confrontation. Watson was the notorious bounty wizard of the underworld, Golden Viper. While a select few in the upper echelons of the wizarding world might be aware of this information, it was far from common knowledge. Watson definitely wouldn't want his dark identity exposed. If his activities as the Golden Viper were to become public, his carefully cultivated reputation would crumble to dust in an instant. For a breathless moment, Cleodna had the idea of using this information to blackmail Brian Watson into letting her go free. However, after a brief yet intense internal struggle, she reluctantly abandoned the notion. Unless she found herself with absolutely no other option, Cleodna knew she couldn't bring herself to make such a decision. To do so would be tantamount to pushing Brian Watson into a position of complete opposition, not just against her personally, but potentially against the entire Druid Order. The consequences of such an action could be catastrophic, bringing down Watson's furious wrath upon them all. Moreover, in the eyes of the wizarding world, Brian Watson was regarded as the greatest wizard of the current age, handpicked by Albus Dumbledore himself as his chosen successor. If the shocking truth about Watson's identity as the Golden Viper were to be revealed, what stance would Albus Dumbledore take? Would he sacrifice Watson for the greater good, or would he be furious at the embarrassment? If Dumbledore chose the former path, Cleodna might indeed get a temporary reprieve. However, if the latter proved true, it would undoubtedly spell utter disaster for both her and her sect. Although the kidnapping of Harry Potter had equally offended these two powerful wizards, Cleodna clung to a sliver of hope. As long as the boy who lived was alive, there remained a possibility, however slim, of eventual reconciliation. As these conflicting thoughts and strategies raced through her mind with dizzying speed, Cleodna made a decision. With a surge, she reached out with her magical senses, probing the depths of the earth beneath her feet. The hand she had concealed within the ground earlier swiftly returned to her waiting palm. As her fingers closed around the warm, living wood of the staff, Cleodna felt a rush of comforting energy flow through her. In that moment, she could almost see her long-dead teacher, that kind and benevolent old man who had first set her upon this path, smiling at her with encouragement and pride. With a sound like a rushing wind, the remaining vines below dissipated in the blink of an eye. The sudden disappearance caught Brian slightly off guard, his eyes narrowing in surprise and wariness. "What's this?" Brian's voice carried a hint of genuine curiosity. Despite already holding the clear advantage, a flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. "Have you decided to surrender, Miss Cleodna?" Sometimes, Cleodna looked up responding, her voice steady despite her exhaustion. Choosing to give up requires far more courage than blindly persisting. A sad smile appeared across her lips as she continued, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Watson, but I find that I do not possess that particular brand of courage today." Brian's brow furrowed. Before he could speak, the priestess below suddenly stretched her hand towards the sky. A seed, emanating a pure and brilliant emerald light despite the intense radiance around it, was flung into the air. Cleodna raised her staff and lightly tapped the seed. Hum. A mysterious wave of energy rippled outward in all directions, distorting the air like heat shimmer on a summer's day. The teardrop-shaped seed, bathed in the burst of green light, began to transform and grow at an astonishing rate. In less time than it takes to draw a breath, a colossal guardian of living oak stood proudly in the middle of the Quidditch field. Crack! A deafening crack split the air as the violent magical fluctuation caused the sky to change color. Dense, roiling clouds, as dark as smoke from a raging inferno, rolled in from all directions. Countless dazzling bolts of lightning flickered and leaped between the clouds in a terrifying display of nature's fury. An indescribable pressure weighed on the hearts of everyone outside the field. On top of the head of the Oak Guardian, which rivaled the ancient titans of myth in size and majesty, Cleodna knelt on one knee. Her chest heaved with exertion, as she struggled to recover from the immense magical outflow required to summon such a huge object. Merlin's beard. My God, surely I must be hallucinating. The wizards in the woods outside the field let out various exclamations of astonishment. Many rubbed their eyes or slapped themselves to ensure they weren't dreaming. Where on earth did this woman come from, and why did she kidnap you, Harry? Mr. Weasley, his face pale with stress, stood on the verge of complete mental collapse. If the Ministry's opponents had just been those black-robed wizards responsible for the earlier disturbance, he would have felt confident in their ability to handle the situation. But this mysterious witch who had appeared later. Now it seemed the Ministry had no choice but to rely on Brian to capture her. The young wizards were all questioning reality, including Harry. Hearing Mr. Weasley's anguished question, Harry opened his mouth to respond, but a sharp, warning glance from Sirius made him snap it shut again. There were strangers everywhere, and if anyone heard that this powerful mysterious witch actually had close ties to Voldemort, the resulting panic could be disastrous. The Oak Guardian, like some ancient deity of the forest, stood wreathed in a shimmering layer of emerald green aura. This protective light seemed to possess extraordinary resistance to the scorching heat emanating from Brian's sun domain, greatly reducing the damage inflicted upon its wooden form. However, Brian's expression remained unchanged, showing no hint of concern at this new development. He slowly ascended to the same level as Cleodna, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at her. Apart from the half-buried Albus Dumbledore, this druid priestess was the first wizard who could contend with him to this extent when he was unleashing his full power. I must admit, Brian said, inclining his head slightly in a gesture of respect, you have well and truly earned my admiration, Miss Cleodna. I can say without hesitation that you are the most formidable opponent I have ever faced. His voice took on a note of genuine sadness as he continued, it's just a pity. With the support of her staff acting as a channel and amplifier, Clyodna still possessed an abundance of raw power at her disposal. However, the mental and physical strain of wielding such potent magic had pushed her to the very limits of her endurance. She no longer had the energy to spare even a moment's thought to whatever Brian might be lamenting, focusing all her remaining strength on simply drawing breath. "Let me go, Watson." Clyodna managed to gasp out, her voice raw with desperation and fatigue. "I'm sorry." Brian calmly shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request, Miss Clyodna." Before Brian could finish his sentence, a thunderous boom shook the earth. The Oak Guardian, responding to some unspoken command from its creator, suddenly staggered into motion. Its massive fist, easily the size of a small mountain, swung forward with terrifying speed and power. Before the fist even landed, the strong wind pressure directly collapsed half of the already teetering Quidditch field. "You're wasting your effort." Brian lightly floated away, effortlessly dodging the punch. Brian's judgment was correct. While the giant wooden man Clyodna had conjured through her magical skill indeed possessed unparalleled destructive capability, its effectiveness was severely limited in the hands of its creator, who was now pushed beyond the limits of her endurance. It could no longer be controlled at will, only futilely draining her energy. As Brian had foreseen, after expending the last of her strength to command the Oak Guardian to launch that single, mighty punch, Clyodna had no strength left. Blood stained her lips as she collapsed powerlessly on top of the Guardian, her expression one of utter despair. Brian dispelled the protective shroud of fiend fire that had surrounded him throughout the battle. He stood in midair, pointing his wand at the now motionless Oak Guardian. Sectum Sempra. The tip of the ebony wand erupted with a dazzling display of cold, gleaming magical energy. Arcs of silvery light, as sharp and deadly as the finest honed blades, lashed out in every direction. Without the guiding will of its controller to direct its actions, the once mighty Oak Guardian now stood as helpless as a lamb before the slaughter. In an instant, the colossal wooden structure was reduced to nothing more than a shower of wooden splinters by the relentless assault of Brian's spell. Clyodna's limp, powerless body began to plummet towards the scarred and pitted ground far below. With a sigh, Brian flicked his wand, halting Clyodna's descent and slowly drawing her towards him. Just as everything seemed about to settle, a new and terrifying phenomenon manifested in the misty air above the ruined Quidditch field. A darkness deeper and more absolute than the void between stars began to seep into existence. Like drops of concentrated ink falling into clear water, this malicious darkness spread with alarming speed. Those who gazed upon it felt their very souls recoil, as it radiated an aura of pure evil and violence that defied description. A shrill, exasperated voice cut through the eerie silence, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. "I remember telling you that it would be unwise to act during the World Cup. 0440 him." As the towering wooden figures, as tall as a mountain, was sliced to pieces by Brian, and the mysterious and powerful witch fell to the ground, the wizards hiding far away in the forest, including Sirius and Harry, all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Indeed, they had all placed their unwavering trust in Brian's abilities, but the witch had given them an overwhelming sense of oppression that was difficult to shake. Even Sirius, who had borne witness to the full extent of Brian's power on previous journey, had been on edge throughout this entire ordeal. "It's over." Sirius exhaled deeply, his voice hoarse from the previous confrontation. He reached up with a trembling hand to wipe away the gleam of cold sweat that had formed on his furrowed brow. As the sun that had dominated the sky during the battle gradually dissipated, the scorching air that had enveloped the forest began to cool rapidly. A gentle breeze wafted through the trees. The sudden drop in temperature caused Sirius to shiver involuntarily, and it was only then that he became aware of his physical state. His clothes clung to his skin, thoroughly soaked through with sweat. Glancing around, Sirius noted that he was not alone in this state. Arthur stood nearby, his usually neat robes awry and his thinning red hair was plastered to his forehead. The younger kids Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the other Weasley children looked equally disheveled and drenched in sweat. What was originally supposed to be a feast for the Wizarding World, the Quidditch World Cup final, had devolved into a nightmarish battle for survival. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? As the dust from the battle began to settle, both literally and figuratively, an eerie silence fell upon the group. The adrenaline that had been coursing through their veins began to recede, leaving behind a deep sense of disorientation. The duel they had just witnessed of such earth-shattering magnitude had not only shaken their understanding of magic but had also shattered the very foundations of their worldview. Harry's lips, dry from dehydration, quivered a few times as he prepared to say something. However, what came out of his throat was a piercing scream. "Ah!" Without warning, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees on the forest floor. His hands flew to his forehead, his fingers clutching desperately at the lightning bolt scar. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It felt as though a red-hot wire was being pressed against his skin. The agony was so intense that for a brief, terrifying moment, Harry found himself wishing for the sweet release of death. This sudden change caught Sirius and the others completely off guard. Their minds were still whirling around the shocking duel they had just witnessed. For several seconds, they stood frozen, unable to react as Harry writhed in pain before them. It was Alpheus Doge who first managed to shake off the stupor that had gripped the group. His face wrinkled as he stepped forward asking in concern. "Oh, this boy is Harry Potter, isn't he?" Alpheus's voice shook with worry. "What's wrong with him?" The sound of Alpheus's voice seemed to break the spell that had fallen over them. Sirius was startled and then immediately rushed to Harry's side, dropping to his knees and lifting him into his arms. "What's wrong, Harry?" Sirius's voice was thick with panic as he held Harry's trembling body. In an instant, Hermione, Ron, and the other Weasleys surged forward, forming a tight circle around Harry and Sirius, but they all looked helpless as they watched him writhing in agony. "Scar." Harry managed to squeeze out a word from his throat, almost on the verge of fainting from the pain. Ron's brow furrowed in confusion and worry as he processed what Harry had said. "Your scar is hurting again, Harry." Ron's voice cracked slightly as he spoke. He tightened his grip on Harry's wrist, his helpless gaze shifting to Hermione, silently pleading for her to provide some sort of explanation or solution. But what kind of answer could Hermione possibly provide in a situation like this? As the seconds ticked by and Harry's condition showed no signs of improving, the tension in the group continued to increase. It was Mr. Weasley who finally broke silence. "Quick, go find Brian, Sirius," Mr. Weasley urged, noticing that Sirius had been momentarily overwhelmed by worry and distress. "Maybe he can help Harry." The mention of Brian's name seemed to jolt Sirius back to his senses. Without uttering a word, he scooped Harry into his arms. Sirius turned and prepared to rush back towards the ruins of the Quidditch Stadium. However, just as he was about to take his first step, a chilling transformation began to unfold in the sky above the arena. The once clear night sky suddenly turned an inky, oppressive black, as if all the light had been sucked out of the world. The sudden change was so unnatural that it made Sirius hesitate. As they all stared up at the sky in horror, a voice cut through the eerie silence. "I remember telling you that it would be unwise to act during the World Cup." The words spoken came from within the irregular black ink stain that was now infecting the void above them. As the last syllable faded away, the black waves began to roll back upon themselves, sweeping towards the figure of Cleodna, who had been floating steadily towards Brian. Brian's expression darkened perceptibly as he observed this new development, but his eyes showed no surprise. Or rather, this scene was somewhat expected, when he sensed the priestess's magic appear in the Quidditch arena earlier that night. In that moment, as he stood facing the encroaching darkness, Brian's mind raced through the information he had gathered over the past months. He had already deduced that the druid priestess, Cleodna, had joined forces with the most notorious dark wizard in the history of the British wizarding world. The attempt to kidnap Harry during such a high-profile event was undoubtedly Voldemort's doing. Brian had even suspected that this operation was planned by Voldemort himself, and that Lucius Malfoy's covert hiring of underground wizards was part of a larger scheme to cooperate with this audacious plan. But Voldemort's words just now made Brian realize that his initial guess had been off the mark. Although Cleodna had taken an enormous risk by targeting Harry at the World Cup final, this action didn't seem to be on Voldemort's direct orders. Instead, it appeared to be her own decision. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Brian let out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh. Ever since he had first entered the wizarding world, Brian had anticipated that one day he would face this Dark Lord. This was the villain who had caused such extensive damage to the British magical community, who had brought grief and suffering to countless families, and whose very name still struck fear into the hearts of witches and wizards across the country. But despite this long-held expectation, Brian hadn't anticipated that their confrontation would occur under such rushed and chaotic circumstances. A strange light flickered in Brian's brown pupils as he considered the situation. Although they had finally come face to face, or as close to face as one could get with a ghostly faceless Dark Lord, Brian found that he didn't want to pay much attention to Voldemort at this particular moment. The timing and circumstances of their meeting held little meaning in the grand scheme of things. What mattered now was capturing her and protecting Harry and the others, while putting an end to this night of terror. With this thought in his mind, Brian's wand began to tremble. As its tip carved a path through the misty air, a powerful attractive force suddenly erupted from its core. Cleodna, who was a few moments away from being engulfed by the ominous black waves, accelerated abruptly. She shot forward with startling speed, narrowly escaping just as the waves closed in behind her. The rolling black waves sounded like violent, inhuman roars. Within the inky darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in and out of view. In the next breath, a sickly green light, brimming with the surging aura of death itself, burst through the waves. It streaked across the sky with terrifying speed, heading straight for Brian's face. Avada Kedavra. The curse light, imbued with an unimaginably deep hatred and powerful dark magic, gained incredible momentum as it crossed the space between Voldemort and Brian. As the green light tore through the air, it left a trail of ionized particles in its wake, creating a series of colorful halos that would have been beautiful if not for their deadly origin. In that fleeting instant before impact, Brian's heightened senses seemed to perceive not just the spell, but the very essence of death itself. It was as if a tide of stark white bones was surging towards him, ready to drag him into the abyss. Humph! A cold snort, as imposing and resonant as a clap of thunder, echoed through the night sky. With a swift, precise movement, Brian pointed his wand towards a few nearby metal boulder and transfigured it into a large shield. The heavy metal shimmered in the moonlight as it hovered protectively before him. Boom! The killing curse struck the shield with immense force, and though the transfigured metal shield absorbed much of the impact, it trembled violently under the raw, dark magic. A deep, resonating shockwave rippled outward from the point of contact, sending a wave of unsettling dark energy through the forest. The shield held firm but buckled under the pressure, cracks forming along its surface as the curse's energy dispersed. The wizards and witches observing from the forest felt an unsettling pressure upon their body. Some of the older and more sensitive wizards, already on edge from the intense magical duel, felt this sudden strain more intensely. Their faces turned ashen, and a few, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the magical disturbance, staggered or needed to sit down to regain their composure. While the effect wasn't as visible as a physical injury might have been, the psychological and magical impact of witnessing such a powerful and destructive force was undeniable. In a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar, both the shield and the curse light dissolved into nothingness. The resulting shockwave swept across the landscape with overwhelming force. Its power was so great that it even managed to disperse some of the roaring black waves that had been encroaching upon them. Brian was not entirely unaffected by the blast. He was forced to take a single step backward, as he absorbed the impact. But that was the extent of his retreat. After steadying himself, he suddenly extended his left hand towards Cleodna. Whoosh! The air itself seemed to part as the staff of the druids passed down through countless generations, flew out of Cleodna's grasp. It moved so swiftly that it left only the faintest of afterimages. Cleodna, who had lost the ability to resist but was still conscious, followed closely behind it. As she watched Brian Watson's stern face rapidly enlarging in her field of vision, it was hard to say whether her expression was one of despair or relief. Brian Watson! The voice that rang out was filled with fury. A voice, brimming with fury, reverberated through the air. If this foolish woman were truly captured here, all my carefully laid plans would shatter like soap bubbles. Who knows how many years it would take to find such a perfect opportunity again? And worse, she knows too many of my important secrets. At this crucial moment, with everything hanging in the balance, Voldemort finally staked everything. The black waves that had served as his avatar began to dissipate, revealing to Brian's widening eyes a creature about the size of a house elf, but any similarity to those harmless creatures ended there. Its face was a nightmare in flesh, ugly and distorted, covered in nauseating blisters that oozed a substance too foul to be called just pus. The freakish Voldemort glared at the expressionless Brian with intense hatred. Then, he swooped rapidly towards Brian. His movements were erratic, almost desperate, as if he were ready to perish together with his enemy rather than face defeat. This resolute, kamikaze-like attitude made even Brian frown inwardly. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Brian knew he had to act fast. He retracted his wand in a fluid motion, then suddenly raised it high above his head. In the blink of an eye, with the wand serving as the hilt, a sword of pure golden flame materialized. It was a magnificent sight, as the blade extended to about 100 feet into the air. The next second, without hesitation, Brian brought the giant sword slashing down. Boom! The resulting explosion was the loudest and most violent of the entire night. The blast wave from the detonated dark magic rushed into the sky with such force that it dispersed the thick clouds that had been gathering above. For a moment, the night sky was clear. Whoosh! Even as the echoes of the explosion were still reverberating through the forest, Brian's heightened senses detected something amiss. Acting on pure instinct, he dispelled the smaller metal shield he had summoned again and swiftly swung down his wand. The smoke and dust that had obscured the battlefield instantly cleared, revealing a scene that made Brian's heart sink. Cleodna's faint visible figure was rapidly disappearing into a distorted vortex. Voldemort's deformed body had already dissolved, leaving behind only a formless shadow. This eerie leftover was more ethereal than even the ghosts that haunted Hogwarts, and was hovering near the almost dissipating vortex like a guardian. Brian Watson, I've remembered your name. We'll meet again. The words came like a low moan from the depths of hell itself. As the vortex smoothed out, preparing to close, the shadow that was Voldemort gazed deeply at Brian. Those burning red eyes seemed to promise future retribution. With a final twist of dark magic, the shadow disappeared into the boundless night, moving at a speed that surpassed everything else. For a long moment, Brian stood motionless, his wand still raised, eyes locked on the empty space where his enemies had vanished. Slowly, almost reluctantly, he lowered his arm. His gaze drifted to the oddly shaped staff in his left hand, and after a pause, he exhaled deeply. Indeed. Gazing at the night sky that had finally quietened, Brian murmured softly. We'll meet again soon, Mr. Riddle. 0441 Thoughts. It was over. Harry's breathing gradually steadied as he slowly stood up with Sirius's support. His trembling fingertips brushed over the scar's location. The excruciating pain had disappeared along with the black wave in the sky, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. In the quiet, dark forest, a buzzing sound like bees in flight gradually arose. Wizards and witches from various corners of the globe, who had eagerly traveled to witness the grandeur of the Quidditch World Cup, now stood frozen in place, their wide eyes fixed upon the once majestic Quidditch pitch. The once grand stadium was now in ruins as barely a third of its original size remained intact. Each face in the crowd bore a unique cocktail of emotions, shock at the sudden turn of events, fear of what might come next, and an insatiable curiosity about the cause of such destruction. Ron, his freckled face drained of all color, struggled to clear the thoughts racing through his mind. That last one was, I mean, your scar, Harry, he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper as he attempted to voice the suspicions in his heart. However, a sharp, warning glance from Sirius made him close his mouth. Crack! The tense silence was abruptly shattered by a resounding crack that echoed through the forest. With a crisp popping sound, Brian operated steadily in front of Sirius. Brian's gaze swept over the assembled group, taking in every detail with lightning speed. His eyes flickered from Sirius to Mr. Weasley, then to the younger members of their party, Harry, whose complexion remained unnaturally pale, Hermione, her bushy hair was even more disheveled than usual, Ron, who was trembling, then Ginny, Fred, and George. When he saw Bill and Charlie, Brian raised an eyebrow, giving a slight smile to the two who seemed unsure of how to react to his presence. Finally, his attention settled on the unfamiliar figure standing awkwardly beside Hermione, Victor Krum. And who might you be? Brian asked curiously. The calm tone of inquiry frightened Krum, his tanned face turning snow-white. He trembled violently, almost falling due to weak knees. Victor Krum, sir, he managed to stutter out, his thick accent more distinct than ever as he struggled to form clear sentences in English. I am seeker for Bulgaria. I study at Dumstrang. Sirius, sensing the young man's distress, quickly interjected, earlier in the top box, we were cornered by 3 black-robed dark wizards. This lad here, he gestured towards Krum, brought Arthur to our aid. His quick thinking may well have saved our lives. Brian's gaze remained fixed on Krum as he processed this information. You're one of Karkaroff's students, then? Yes, that is correct, sir. Krum's response was immediate, his body as tense as if he were facing down a particularly ferocious Hungarian horntail. Seemingly satisfied with Krum's answers, Brian gave a slight nod before shifting his attention back to the group. Apart from Sirius, who seemed somewhat injured, and Harry, whose complexion was unnaturally pale, everyone else appeared to be in decent condition. What became of the dark witch I managed to trap? Brian inquired, his tone showing nothing of his inner thoughts. Fudge took her away. He had only just escaped from the top box with us when you arrived, and he left almost immediately with the captured witch, muttering something about finding Rufus Scrimgeour, I think. I believe his intention is to interrogate her personally. Brian nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing slightly as he considered the situation. The witch he had captured was clearly from the underground world. It was common practice among such individuals to use various methods to safeguard sensitive information before embarking on high-risk missions. These precautions were specifically designed to prevent the exposure of crucial details about their assignments in case of capture. Given these circumstances, Brian had doubts about the outcome of any interrogation the Ministry might conduct. He knew it was unlikely to get any meaningful results, regardless of the methods employed. After pondering for a few seconds, Brian came back to his senses. He noticed that everyone looked at him with awe, to the extent that they didn't know how to talk with him. Meanwhile, the crowd of onlookers that had been keeping a certain distance began to stir, gradually becoming aware of Brian's presence in their midst. Slowly people began to approach, their curiosity overcoming their fear, but only to a point as they stopped at what they believed a safe distance. A young boy, barely into his teens, raised a camera towards him with trembling hands. However, before he could press the shutter, his father, face ashen with terror, snatched the camera away. The man dragged his protesting son back into the crowd, not daring to look back. Every witch and wizard who made eye contact with Brian immediately lowered their head, not daring to meet his gaze directly. Seeing this situation, Brian's expression remained unchanged, but he sighed in his heart. No wonder Dumbledore spent most of his time at Hogwarts, rarely leaving his headmaster's office unless necessary. People respected Albus Dumbledore, but to some extent, it could also be said that Albus Dumbledore was imprisoned in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry by people's fear of his power. After tonight, many things would be different. But encouragingly, some people's gazes remained unchanged. It was Sirius who finally broke the tense silence and urgently said, "What in Merlin's name is going on, Brian? How did you manage to appear here so suddenly? And that woman and that ominous black shadow we saw earlier?" At the mention of the powerful witch and the black shadow, Harry immediately wanted to say something, but Brian raised his palm to stop him. Scanning the surroundings, Brian calmly said, "This isn't a suitable place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." Sirius nodded in agreement, his expression solemn. "We can use our tent," he suggested. It's just beyond the edge of the woods. I need to find the ministry officials, Sirius. Although he was extremely curious about the imminent conversation, Mr. Weasley hesitated for a moment but still proposed to leave. For the Ministry of Magic, tonight's disaster was just beginning. Rescue, investigation, compensation, mitigating the impact, a series of tasks that would likely keep the ministry busy working at full capacity until the Christmas holidays. Let's go, Brian said decisively, already starting to move. I guess it won't be long before the ministry comes looking for me. As Brian began to walk, the crowd parted before him like the Red Sea before Moses. People hastily retreated to the sides, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear, but not a single soul dared to approach or speak to him directly. Before following the group, Hermione turned to Krum, her brown eyes warm with gratitude. Thank you for your help earlier, Victor, she said sincerely, giving him a small smile before jogging to catch up with her friends. Krum was left standing alone, his dark eyes fixed pensively on their retreating backs for a long time. The scene they saw as they emerged from the forest was one of utter chaos. The spectators' campsite was a scene of apocalyptic chaos. Although the commotion at the stadium had subsided, it didn't mean it was safe. Panicked crowds surged in every direction, their faces contorted with fear as they hastily packed their belongings, desperate to flee the site of such terrifying events. Tents were being dismantled with frantic speed, belongings tossed haphazardly into trunks and bags. The air was filled with noise of shouted spells, crying children, and the occasional crack of desperate apparition attempts. Scattered ministry employees, easily identifiable by their official robes, were doing their best to maintain some semblance of order, but their efforts seemed inadequate in the face of such widespread panic. Their voices were barely audible above the chaotic noise as they tried to direct the flow of people and prevent further accidents. As if to highlight the danger of hasty magic in such chaotic conditions, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. A wizard was attempting to apparate away from the campsite. Whether due to his panicked state or his inexperience, the spell went horribly wrong. With a sickening sound, the unfortunate man was splinched. His body was separated mid-apparition. One of his legs materialized several dozen feet away from the rest of his body, both parts twitching uselessly on the ground as the wizard's agonized wails filled the air until a haggard-looking ministry employee hurriedly came to help him. The group witnessing this gruesome scene felt their hearts grow heavy. If this was happening in plain sight, how many more such accidents were occurring out of view? How many witches and wizards had been injured in the night's turmoil? And how many lives had been lost? With grim determination, Sirius led the group through the chaos to their tent. Only after Brian sat down did the others take their seats. The atmosphere was heavy. Although they had just witnessed a duel that could go down in history, no one was jubilant about it. Thud. With a soft thud that seemed unnaturally loud in the tense silence, Brian placed the grapevine wand on the table before him. This uniquely shaped wand immediately drew reverent gazes from everyone present. Although the mysterious witch who had wielded it had ultimately been defeated by Brian, the memory of the incredible power she had demonstrated was still fresh in their minds. Brian tiredly rubbed his brow. Suppressing Cleodna in a head-on confrontation had required him to exert his full strength as well. "Where's Remus?" he asked, his eyes scanning the group. "I had expected him to be with you." The mention of Remus caused a flicker of concern to pass over Sirius's face. "Just before coming to our aid," he explained, his voice heavy, "Arthur saw Remus take down a cloaked wizard. He was badly injured in the fight, so Arthur had a colleague take him directly to St. Mungo's." Thinking of Remus, who had just been discharged from St. Mungo's, now back in the hospital, a trace of gloom flashed across Sirius's eyes. Brian nodded solemnly, absorbing this information. He removed his hand from his brow and noticed Harry looking at him eagerly. He nodded and smiled at him. "Do you have something you wish to tell me, Harry?" As Brian began to speak, the frozen air finally started to flow. Harry stood up with a clang, bumping into his chair. He pressed both hands on the table and said impatiently. "Professor Watson," he began, his voice urgent, "that witch who tried to abduct me, who is she exactly? Do you know her?" Needless to say, this was currently the most intriguing question. From the conversation between Professor Watson and the witch during the earlier confrontation, it was clear that they knew each other, there was no doubt it. "That's a rather complicated question," Brian smiled self-deprecatingly. "Knowing that witch's true identity is of little significance to you. What I can tell you is this, she and I have a long-standing grudge, and I've been tracking her whereabouts for some time now. But, I didn't expect her to appear here today." Harry's next words came out in a rush, as if he couldn't hold them back any longer. "I've seen her in my dreams, Professor," he blurted out. Harry's voice trembled slightly as he continued, "That witch, she was with Voldemort." Harry's words immediately caused a chorus of sharp intakes of breath in the garden. Apart from Sirius, Hermione, and Ron, the Weasley children were all incredibly surprised to hear Harry speak the Dark Lord's name. "Dreams?" Brian's brow furrowed deeply, his piercing gaze focused on Harry. "Remember the letter Harry wrote to me earlier, Brian, when we had just got out of that place then?" Sirius's expression was solemn as he explained the situation to Brian as concisely as possible. Then, he focused his gaze on Harry's eyes. "You're absolutely certain you didn't mistake her identity, Harry?" "I swear," Harry said urgently, that witch and Voldemort appeared in an old house. They were discussing some sort of plot, or rather, they wanted to capture me. Only now, in the relative calm following the chaos of the night, did Harry find himself recalling additional details from his dream. Hermione covered her mouth, her gaze full of concern, while Ron and his siblings all wore bewildered expressions. Professor Watson's calm demeanor somewhat eased the anxiety in Harry's heart. After swallowing hard, he continued breathlessly. "There was an old man in the house too, he seemed to be a muggle. I think Voldemort killed him. Oh, and Bertha Hawkins, Voldemort seems to have killed her too." 0442 Sleepless Night. Bertha Hawkins. Sirius, Hermione, and Ron exclaimed in unison. Earlier that morning, while climbing the Stoatshed Hill, Mr. Weasley had mentioned her in passing that she used to work for Barty Crouch and was now under Ludo Bagman. A month ago, she had gone on vacation to Albania and hadn't been heard from since. Harry's confident expression also dispelled any doubts Sirius might have had. He turned to Brian, hoping for an explanation, but quickly realized that Brian couldn't possibly know everything. How would he know how Bertha Hawkins had encountered Voldemort and been killed by him? But, in fact, Brian did know about this. "You saw Voldemort and Cleodna's conversation in your dream," Brian said, lowering his head and gently rubbing his brow. After a moment of thought, he confirmed that vague unspoken guess which both he and Dumbledore had some time ago. Harry was an unintentional Horcrux created by Voldemort, with a fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within him. Moreover, Harry might be the only living Horcrux among all of Voldemort's creations, and this mysterious magical connection could probably allow Harry to glimpse into Voldemort's thoughts. Reaching this conclusion, Brian paused. He discreetly glanced at Harry's eyes, and only after confirming that the light in Harry's emerald gaze remained pure did he look away. Since Brian was unwilling to reveal how he knew the mysterious witch or what history they shared, no one could force him to speak. After a moment's hesitation, Sirius asked another question on everyone's behalf. "Brian, that last black shadow we saw." Sirius's tone was heavy. "Was it Voldemort?" Most people hadn't seen Voldemort's true form tonight, all they'd witnessed was a dark shadow and a blurry hideous creature. Only those privy to certain information, like Sirius and Harry, would make such a connection. "Why do you think that?" Brian raised an eyebrow, smiling at Sirius. "Isn't it obvious?" Sirius replied calmly. "Harry dreamed that this witch was working with Voldemort. Tonight, she appeared here to kidnap Harry. If it weren't Voldemort's order, I can't imagine why Harry would provoke such a powerful witch." Sirius's voice was filled with worry as he continued, "That devil has always been skilled at manipulating people. More than a decade ago, he gathered a large following through these means. Now, he's found himself another powerful ally." Brian smiled noncommittally. "Even if it is Voldemort, we have Dumbledore on our side, don't we? He will undoubtedly have a solution." "Yes, Dumbledore is indeed the wizard Voldemort fears most, but you're equally important, Brian," Sirius said earnestly, causing the young wizards to nod fervently in agreement. "Without you, I fear even Dumbledore would be hard-pressed to handle two powerful dark wizards simultaneously." "Haha, thank you for your trust, Sirius." Brian smiled gently. "But dealing with a Dark Lord like Voldemort isn't something one or two people can accomplish. It requires a large group of people working together." "A wise perspective, Brian." An elderly voice suddenly resounded in the box. Brian looked up to see a silver phoenix patroness with azure eyes passing through the illusory sky, suddenly hovering above the table in front of everyone. "Professor Dumbledore!" Harry called out in disbelief and delight. "Good evening, Harry." The silver phoenix nodded at Harry. "I'm truly glad to see that everyone here is safe and sound." "So, you already know what happened here, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Brian asked, gazing at Dumbledore's image within the patroness as its azure eyes focused on him. "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was extremely solemn. "I was enjoying some new sweets from Honeydukes in my office when Cornelius sent someone to Hogwarts to find me, requesting my immediate presence at the Ministry. In his office, Cornelius explained everything to me, and of course, I've received information from other sources as well. If you don't mind, Brian, I hope you can come to the Ministry immediately." "Oh, this is also Cornelius's invitation. From my perspective, after you fully demonstrated your abilities in resolving tonight's terrible crisis, he probably doesn't dare to meet you alone." Brian nodded, standing up from his chair. After putting away Cleodna's staff, he turned to Sirius. "It's getting late. You all should stay here at the campsite to rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, Sirius, you can take the children back to the village of Ottery St. Catchpole." Sirius nodded slightly. As he watched Brian stride out to deal with tonight's troubles, for some reasons his eyes showed a bit of disappointment and envy. "Wait, Brian!" Sirius called out suddenly, his voice carrying a note of urgency that caused Brian to pause mid-stride and turn back. "When you're done dealing with the trouble, if you have time, I'd like to talk to you privately." Brian raised his eyebrow, and Harry also gave his godfather a puzzled look. "I understand," Brian responded after a moment's consideration, giving a nod before turning once more to leave. "Good night, everyone." The Silver Phoenix winked at Harry and the others. Although it was just a bird, Harry felt as if he could see Professor Dumbledore smiling kindly at them. "I look forward to seeing you all when the new term begins." With these words, Dumbledore's Phoenix Patroness dispersed with a puff, transforming into a sky full of dreamlike stars, enveloping the group of pensive onlookers. As Brian stepped out of the tent and into the cool night air, he was immediately struck by the realization that the chaos outside had not only failed to subside but had, in fact, intensified to a fever pitch. Everywhere he looked, wizards and witches from various countries were running back from the woods, their faces etched with a mixture of fear, anger, and confusion. Many were hastily returning to their campsites, frantically packing up their belongings, determined to leave under the cover of darkness rather than risk another moment in what they now perceived as a danger zone. Groups of agitated witches and wizards were angrily approaching any ministry employee they saw, demanding explanations for the evening's events. In the distance, the faint sounds of Muggle fire trucks and police cars could be heard. The earlier commotion of Brian's confrontation with Cleodna and Voldemort had been too grand to completely hide from Muggles, and these government officials were responding to alarm reports to investigate the situation. However, the Muggles' good intentions would undoubtedly increase the ministry's workload exponentially. The sheer scale of the memory modifications and cover-ups required to maintain the International Statute of Wizarding secrecy would be staggering. Mr. Weasley probably wouldn't be able to go home to sleep for the entire month. As Brian observed all this, he saw Rita Skeeter suddenly materializing a few distance away, clutching her trademark crocodile skin handbag as if it were a lifeline. She moved through the chaos like a shark scenting blood in the water, her jeweled spectacles were glinting in the firelight as she approached everyone in her path. Tourist or ministry employee, it made no difference to her, each person was a potential source of the sensational story she could feel brewing in the air. Though primarily known for her scathing political exposes and exciting celebrity gossip, it was clear that Rita recognized the potential for a career-defining scoop within the wreckage of the Quidditch World Cup. The chaotic world before him made Brian sigh slightly. He couldn't help with the aftermath, it was up to the ministry to properly handle people's anger. Gathering his thoughts, Brian took a step forward, his body instantly slipping into the cracks of space. After a moment of disorientation, he appeared in the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Magic. The usually bustling Grand Hall of the Ministry of Magic was now eerily silent and deserted, even though on ordinary days it would be crowded with wizards attending to various matters. But now, in the dead of night and amidst such an incident, not a single soul was in sight. Even the guards and those on alert duty had been urgently dispatched to the Quidditch field to calm the panicked crowd. In this uncharacteristic stillness, Dumbledore stood by the fountain of magical brethren, counting with interest the glittering silver sickles and bronze nuts at the bottom of the pool. Before Brian's true form had fully materialized, he had already sensed it and turned his head first towards the slightly rippling air. "That was quick, Brian. I thought you might have taken a moment to change your clothes before coming. The night's events have been quite dusty, shall we say?" Dumbledore said with a smile as Brian emerged from thin air. "Thanks for the reminder, Headmaster. I indeed didn't notice that," Brian replied, glancing down at his attire, and they indeed were covered in a fine layer of debris and dirt. With a casual snap of his fingers, the grime and wear vanished, leaving behind robes that looked as if they had just been tailored. As Brian strode towards Dumbledore, his gaze swept across the empty hall. The vast space, normally alive with activity, now seemed hollow and almost oppressive in its silence. He furrowed his brows and asked, "With such a major incident, all the ministry staff are at the Quidditch field doing their utmost to calm the public. But Fudge..." He paused, his frown deepening. How could Fudge, being the Minister of Magic, choose to run back to his own office at a time like this? What in Merlin's name is going through that man's mind? Sometimes, Cornelius's actions and views do indeed cause some controversy and confusion. Dumbledore's bright blue eyes were focused on Brian, who had come to his side. His tone was calm, seemingly unsurprised by Fudge's foolish behavior. "For instance, just before I left his office, he asked me if there was any way to keep you confined to Hogwarts indefinitely." "Ha!" Brian laughed as he tidied his disheveled hair by the pool, hearing Dumbledore's words. "Is that so? Is our dear minister so concerned that I might seize this golden opportunity to demand his immediate resignation? At least he didn't ask me if there was a way to lock you up in Azkaban." Dumbledore's silver-white beard quivered, but there wasn't much humor in his eyes. "The abilities you demonstrated to the wizarding world tonight, Brian, they've far exceeded what Cornelius considers to be within acceptable limits. If you were to express even the slightest intention of pursuing the position of Minister of Magic, I believe you would find no shortage of supporters, and Cornelius would be powerless to stop it. Especially since people will surely blame tonight's disaster on the ministry. So, it's not hard to understand why Cornelius would make such a humorous request." But, Brian, I'm sure you realize that from now on, Cornelius probably won't be as cordial to you as before. Meeting those penetrating blue eyes, Brian pursed his lips. Well, headmaster, perhaps you can tell our esteemed minister that if he can persuade the school governors to double my salary, I might be willing to stay at Hogwarts for life. Oh, if that's truly the case, I'm sure Cornelius will find a way to fulfill your wish. Brian, hearing Brian's words, Dumbledore's smile became much more genuine. It wasn't just Cornelius Fudge who had concerns about Brian's ambition growing unchecked, Dumbledore before him was also one of them who shared those worries. In fact, he was even more concerned than Cornelius Fudge, and Brian was also well aware of this. By the fountain, both Dumbledore and Brian fell into a brief silence. They gazed at the clear spring, observing the pure gold statues of the wizard and witch above the fountain, and the centaur, goblin, and house elf surrounding them, looking up at the human figures with boundless adoration. After a long while, Brian spoke softly. Is there anything you need me to explain, headmaster? Without touching on some of my secrets, I'm willing to do my best to satisfy your curiosity. Hearing Brian's words, Dumbledore's aged face relaxed slightly, the light in his eyes flickered and his voice became very gentle. I must express my deepest gratitude, Brian. If you hadn't appeared in time, it's unimaginable how many lives would have been lost tonight. Brian shook his head slightly. Dumbledore was as astute as ever. 0443 Fudge's attitude. Brian shook his head slightly. Dumbledore was as astute as ever. The witch I dueled tonight intended to take Harry away. Their gazes met again as Brian calmly continued. Perhaps you've already heard about Harry's dream during the summer holiday that caused his scar to react. The woman who appeared in Harry's dream was her. Tom has indeed found himself a capable ally, Dumbledore said calmly. When I heard there was a witch whose age and magical power were not far from yours, you can't imagine how surprised I was, Brian. So, are you saying this young lady wanted to take Harry away at the World Cup, following Tom's orders? Probably not, actually, Brian replied, shaking his head. Voldemort was furious about Clyodna's appearance at the Quidditch field tonight. While it's true that he is indeed plotting to get his hands on Harry, his plan certainly wouldn't involve such a brazen and public attempt at kidnapping, especially not in front of 100,000 witnesses. He probably has another scheme. And interestingly enough, I suspect it's a plan that hasn't received his new companion's full approval. This irrational move tonight was likely Clyodna acting on her own initiative, outside of Voldemort's direct orders. Clyodna, Dumbledore repeated, the name rolling off his tongue with a hint of recognition. Brian's mention of Voldemort wanting to get Harry didn't surprise Dumbledore at all. In fact, both of them had anticipated this to some extent. It was the witch's name that Brian uttered that greatly intrigued Dumbledore. If I'm not mistaken, this rather unique name should come from. You're not wrong, headmaster, Brian confirmed, cutting off Dumbledore's speculation. The name indeed comes from the Druid mythology. It's a name passed down through generations as a surname by the leaders of that sect. Clyodna is the current high priestess of the Druid order. Well, this is truly a surprising turn of events, Dumbledore blinked. Although I've never had the opportunity to deal with them directly, I am somewhat familiar with the reputation of the Druid order. I was under the impression that they were, in general, peace-loving individuals, more concerned with maintaining the balance of nature than involving themselves in the conflicts of the wizarding world. Well, it seems I'll have to look at Tom in a new light. How on earth did he manage to persuade them to work for him? That's something I'm curious about as well. Brian's eyes flickered. There were still many aspects of this situation that he was actively investigating, and much of the information he already possessed was too sensitive or speculative to be fully disclosed. Looking at the appropriately puzzled expression on Brian's face, Dumbledore's beard twitched slightly, but in the end, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The two took the elevator to the first underground level, where Fudge's office was located. After the Greyback incident, Brian had frequented the ministry for a period of time, so he was quite familiar with the place. Pushing open the door, they found that Fudge wasn't alone in the spacious, luxurious office. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, was there too, reporting something to Fudge. When he saw Brian enter the office first, Rufus immediately closed his mouth, his usually lion-like sharp gaze now avoiding Brian's scrutiny. Rufus didn't like Brian. He always believed that Brian wasn't an upright wizard, and at the press conference on the elimination of Greyback, Brian's act of giving Fiendfire a new name was undoubtedly an attempt to deceive the public, to sugarcoat a dangerous and destructive force of dark magic. Ah, Brian, you're here already. Earlier in the VIP box, Fudge had also suffered some injury, his arm had been hurt by the falling ceiling. Now, his right arm was in a bandage. Before Brian and Dumbledore entered, he had been sitting in his chair listening to Rufus's report, which seemed to be causing him some difficulty, judging by the reluctance on his puffy face. Upon seeing Brian, Fudge instinctively started to stand up to greet him, but halfway through raising his bottom, he sat back down for some inexplicable reason. After fidgeting uncomfortably for a few moments, he gave Brian a somewhat awkward smile. Brian noticed Fudge's small gestures, but maintained a smile and a respectful tone. Headmaster Dumbledore informed me that you wanted to see me, and I indeed should provide an explanation to the magical community about tonight's events, that's why I came here without delay. But it seems you're dealing with other important matters. Should I perhaps come back later? Oh, no, that won't be necessary at all. Fudge hurriedly waved his hand. You should definitely stay, Brian. This matter actually requires your help too. Ahem, I mean. Rufus, don't you have your own business to attend to? Rufus, being very tactful, quietly and decisively left the minister's office. Now, only Fudge, Brian, and Dumbledore remained in the office. The trio made their way to a circular conference table, its polished surface reflecting the flickering flames of nearby candles. As they settled into their seats, Brian's voice broke the silence. What's going on, Minister Fudge? He inquired, his piercing gaze focused on the minister's face. Is Scrimgeour facing some difficulties? That dark witch, Brian, the one you captured. Fudge pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat, his expression somewhat unnatural. The group of wizards in black robes who launched an attack caused trouble tonight. Rufus just came to tell me that she was the only one captured alive. Apart from a few who died at the hands of the Aurors, the rest escaped. Rufus is interrogating her downstairs, hoping to extract their motives, but, oh. Fudge glanced cautiously at Brian and Dumbledore on either side of him. Rufus wants my authorization to examine the Dark Witch's memories or use methods like Verita Serum. Is there a problem with that? Brian asked, feigning confusion. If I remember correctly, the Ministry can use some extraordinary measures for criminals who have committed serious offenses. Fudge nodded vigorously, relief flooding over his features at Brian's apparent support. Of course, that's why I approved Rufus's request, but the issue is. He paused, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. The cage you conjured to trap the Dark Witch also protects her in a sense. Rufus and his team have tried many methods but can't open it. The Aura Office, led by Rufus Scrimgeour, was widely regarded as the Ministry's most elite force. These were wizards and witches of exceptional skill and power. Yet, they couldn't break open a cage casually conjured by Brian Watson. Not only was this embarrassing, but it also made Fudge fully aware that Brian Watson's magical prowess had completely surpassed the Ministry's control. Brian's response was maddeningly noncommittal. Oh, I see, he said simply, nodding once before falling silent. His closed mouth and neutral expression showed neither acceptance nor rejection of the implicit request in Fudge's words. This ambiguous attitude left Fudge squirming in his seat, completely at a loss. Beads of sweat formed anew on his brow as he wrestled with the predicament. Unable to find a graceful way forward, he turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, silently pleading for assistance. Dealing with Dumbledore was something that Fudge found terribly agonizing. On one hand, he needed to maintain a wary distance, mindful of Dumbledore's far-reaching influence and unparalleled prestige in the wizarding world. His power, both magical and political, was a constant source of anxiety for Fudge, who often felt overshadowed by his reputation. On the other hand, when faced with serious difficulties, it was often Dumbledore who provided the most constructive and insightful suggestions. At least compared to the young Brian Watson, Dumbledore seemed more reliable. This wasn't Fudge's personal bias, but rather the result of Dumbledore's low-key and modest demeanor over the past half-century, which made him appear less dangerous. Dumbledore, for his part, seemed content to let the moment stretch. He sat with his long, slender fingers interlaced against the chair back, his posture relaxed. He clearly understood what Cornelius's gaze meant, but he didn't acknowledge it. Instead, he met Fudge's eyes, his bright blue eyes shimmering with solemn light. What I'd rather know, Cornelius, is whether the Ministry has obtained specific casualty figures from tonight. How many wizards were victimized in this turmoil, and how many unfortunate souls perished? The shift in focus was subtle but significant. Dumbledore's question was to remind Fudge of his responsibilities as minister, steering the conversation away from the immediate problem of the caged witch and towards the broader impacts of the night's events. Fudge's demeanor changed noticeably as he understood Dumbledore's hint. The forced formality he had maintained with Brian melted away, replaced by a more casual, albeit agitated, manner. He waved his hand dismissively, his frustration evident in every movement. It's impossible to know so quickly, Dumbledore, he said, his voice tinged with exasperation. Keep in mind, over 100,000 wizards were there tonight. Some of them fled back to their countries as soon as the black-robed wizards appeared, but most stayed until the end. I've tasked Amelia with this, she's at the scene with her team taking a tally. 10 minutes before you walked in, Amelia sent me a note. Fudge's expression darkened as he told the preliminary findings. Many people were injured, but the vast majority were from the stampede during the escape. Some were caught in the crossfire when our people were trying to capture the dark wizards. He paused, his voice dropping to a soft whisper. And yes, there were fatalities. The seriousness of the situation settled over the room like a heavy blanket. Brian's face remained expressionless, showing no surprise at this outcome. His mind, however, was racing. Although he didn't know the exact reason for Lucius Malfoy's change of plans, he understood that the underground bounty wizards recruited were meant to cause chaos at the World Cup, not to massacre wizards from various countries. It seemed that if people truly died tonight, it was likely due to the disorderly evacuation rather than deliberate attacks. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, his bright blue eyes dimming slightly behind his half-moon spectacles. "So, Cornelius," he said softly, his gaze steady on the minister, "what do you plan to do next?" The question was simple, yet it was the final straw for the already overwhelmed Fudge. As if a dam had finally burst under unbearable pressure, Fudge's fragile composure shattered. "What am I supposed to do?" he cried out, his voice rising to a near-hysterical pitch. He flung his handkerchief onto the table with a frustrated swipe, then pushed back his chair with a harsh scrape. Clasping his hands tightly behind his back, his knuckles white with strain, he began to pace frantically around the conference table, his expression on the brink of collapse. "Everyone in the department asks me what to do when they see me," Fudge continued, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "And now, you're also asking me what to do, Dumbledore. Oh, I'd like to ask someone else what the Ministry should do. Needless to say, we've become a complete laughingstock, haven't we?" Fudge's voice dripped with bitter sarcasm. "This can't be kept secret. By tomorrow morning, the whole world will know what kind of Quidditch World Cup we hosted. The Daily Prophet, oh yes, they'll certainly sing your praises, Brian, but what about the Ministry? How am I supposed to explain to wizards worldwide that so many unidentified dark wizards suddenly invaded our supposedly foolproof Quidditch World Cup and caused a duel of the century?" Fudge's fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white as he breathed heavily. Brian lowered his gaze. Fudge's current outburst was more or less what he had expected. Dumbledore, already accustomed to such scenes, sighed softly, "You're the Minister of Magic, Cornelius. People naturally expect you to come up with solutions." Fudge let out a dry, humorless laugh. His gaze, filled with a mixture of hatred and resentment, fell upon his seat behind the ministerial desk. At least at this moment, he sincerely wished he wasn't the Minister of Magic for Britain. The office fell into an uncomfortable silence. Brian, sensing that it wasn't yet his time to speak, remained quiet, as his eyes continued to follow Fudge's agitated movements. Dumbledore, with his years of experience in dealing with such situations, also kept his thoughts to himself. He knew all too well that offering unsought suggestions at this juncture would only serve to aggravate Fudge's already fragile nerves. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft ticking of a clock on the mantelpiece and Fudge's increasingly labored breathing. Finally, Fudge's political instincts began to reassert themselves. He had, after all, been in the position of Minister of Magic for nearly half a decade. While his abilities might be somewhat lacking in certain areas, he was certainly qualified as a politician. Having vented his frustrations, Fudge felt slightly better, though his expression remained troubled. He turned to face Dumbledore, his eyes narrowed in thought. "I think the Dementors of Azkaban need to be mobilized, Dumbledore," he said, his voice carrying a note of decisiveness. Brian's face remained emotionless, but internally, he couldn't help but chuckle. Dumbledore's bright blue eyes, peering over his half-moon spectacles, flashed with obvious resignation. It was clear that the method Fudge proposed hadn't escaped either of their predictions. "The experience of capturing Sirius Black has taught us, Cornelius," Dumbledore said carefully, "that those life-draining creatures from Azkaban will only cause more trouble for you, rather than being of any help." Fudge's expression soured at Dumbledore's gentle rebuke. He wasn't new to dealing with Dumbledore and was well aware of some of the tricks he liked to use. "All right, don't hold back, Dumbledore, if you have any good suggestions, just say them." Dumbledore nodded, seemingly not offended by Fudge's rough manner. "The aftermath is currently the most important issue, the Ministry must bear the losses. All treatment costs for wizards injured in the turmoil should be covered by the Ministry. For those who unfortunately perished, the Ministry needs to send personnel to discuss compensation with their families. My suggestion is that the Ministry makes a public statement, using all the profits from this World Cup for consolation and compensation." The flesh on Fudge's cheeks trembled violently, his complexion paling noticeably. "All the profits," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Compensation was necessary, Fudge knew this without Dumbledore telling him. But all the profits from hosting the World Cup. This wasn't a decision he could make alone, involving as it did the allocation of significant Ministry resources. Yet, he had to admit that such a gesture would indeed gain the understanding and goodwill of many people. "Very well," Fudge said finally, his voice stressed. "I'll consider your suggestion carefully, Dumbledore. But the key issue is that we must provide an explanation for tonight's attack." Before Fudge could finish his thought, Brian's voice cut through the tension, startling both the Minister and Dumbledore. "The group of wizards who attacked the arena, the witch who appeared later, and the ugly wizard who finally appeared in the sky above the stadium, they're all part of the same group." This is something the Ministry needs to emphasize to the public. Brian's sudden interjection left Fudge looking startled and Dumbledore falling into silence. 0444 Explanation. The group of dark wizards who had launched such a brazen attack on the Quidditch World Cup were certainly not the same as the powerful witch who had later dueled with Brian Watson. Nor were they connected to the ugly, grotesque figure that had materialized in the sky at last. This truth was known not only to Fudge but to many others who had been present in the top box of the stadium that night. They all saw that the shockingly powerful witch was after Harry Potter. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that her goal had been to kidnap him. As for the earlier group, those black-robed wizards, their motive seemed less clear-cut. Based on the limited information they had managed to gather in the chaos, these individuals didn't appear to have been intent on causing widespread harm or casualties. Instead, their actions seemed calculated to inspire fear, or to create panic and confusion among the gathered crowds. Fudge's mind whirled with these thoughts, his political instincts warring with his personal fears and suspicions. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. His gaze, filled with a mixture of confusion and desperation, turned towards the quiet Dumbledore. A nagging question kept pushing its way towards Fudge's mind. Why would that witch want to kidnap Harry Potter? Fudge had always kept a watchful eye on the boy, of course. It was part of his job, after all, to be aware of potential threats and points of interest within the wizarding community. And Harry Potter, by virtue of his history and his fame, was certainly a point of interest. Fudge's surveillance had showed that the boy was far from a model student at Hogwarts when it came to following rules. In fact, many of the incidents that had occurred at the school over the past 2 years had involved the child in some ways. Yet, despite all of this, Harry had always been under the watchful eyes of both Dumbledore and the Ministry. And there was no information, no intelligence, no hint of anything that could explain how or why Harry Potter could have provoked such a powerful and resolute dark witch. What could a teenage boy, barely into his 4th year at Hogwarts, have done to draw the attention of such a formidable enemy? Fudge's mind, desperate for answers, began to explore darker possibilities. Aside from the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, he couldn't imagine who would be so desperate to harm Harry Potter. Unless... A chilling thought began to take form in Fudge's mind. There might be one, but that person was it was impossible. That person was finished, gone, but then, that grotesque figure who had appeared at the end of the night's chaos, so ugly and disgusting, but with a face that looked. Fudge's lips trembled a few times as he forcibly stopped himself from continuing that line of thought. Into this tense silence, Brian's voice cut like a knife, startling both Fudge and Dumbledore from their private contemplations. That witch is the leader of this group of cloaked wizards. They're a band of deranged criminals who have been wreaking havoc in Albania for some time now. I've been on their trail for the past 2 years, tracking their movements and gathering intelligence. These fanatics have never actually met the Dark Lord, but they worship him with blind devotion. Tonight's attack at the World Cup was their twisted way of paying homage to him. They disguised themselves as Death Eaters and unleashed this terrible assault, showing their devotion to the Dark Lord. Lies. Utter nonsense. The words echoed in Fudge's mind, a habitual reaction to the audacious claims being made. Even Cornelius Fudge, a man well versed in the subtle art of political doublespeaking, found his eyes widening in disbelief at Brian's words. He instinctively wanted to refute them, but before the words of protest could leave his mouth, he suddenly remembered a secret report he had read a few days ago. The report had detailed a disturbing incident in Albania, one that had sent shockwaves through both the magical and muggle worlds. Most of the dark wizards active in that region had been wiped out in a single brutal attack. The incident had caused severe repercussions in the muggle world, with inexplicable disappearances making headlines across Eastern Europe. Despite extensive investigations, the perpetrators of this massacre had yet to be identified or brought to justice. Fudge stared at Brian with a slightly horrified look. The report stated that those lawless dark wizards had died very miserably. They were dead. All of them. But as this chilling thought settled in Fudge's mind, a new thought began to take shape. His eyes lit up with a spark of political wit. This meant there was no one left to testify. Those incinerated dark wizards couldn't stand up and defend themselves against Brian's claims. Moreover, if this explanation were to be accepted and propagated, it would serve multiple purposes. It would explain to the public why Brian Watson had seemed to know the witch called Cleodna during their duel. It also provided a neat, if somewhat convenient, explanation for the night's events. And perhaps most importantly from Fudge's perspective, it allowed Brian to position himself as a hero who had been secretly working to protect the wizarding world, while simultaneously distancing himself from any direct involvement in the night's catastrophic events. The pieces of this narrative began to take their place in Fudge's mind. Brian had been to Albania and was tracking those dark wizards preparing for confrontation, and he had also eliminated a group of dark wizards nesting there. Dumbledore's gaze flickered for a moment, a brief flash of something crossing his weathered features. But he said nothing in front of Fudge. In his earlier moment of agitation, Fudge had aggravated the wound on his arm. Now, as he gradually calmed down, the pain made his face slightly pale. He glanced at the small bloodstain on the bandage, muttered a few words, and returned to the conference table. Brian, having delivered his explosive narrative, fell silent once more. The office sank back into a tense, contemplative quiet, broken only by the soft ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece. The truth. It was the least important thing. Everyone needed an explanation. The ministry needed one, a story to present to the public that would maintain their image of control and competence. The folks of magical Britain needed one, something to ease their fears and restore their sense of security. Brian Watson needed one, a tale that would elevate his status as a hero rather than raise uncomfortable questions about his involvement. The wizards from various countries who had come to watch the match needed one, an assurance that their safety had not been cruelly disregarded by their British hosts. And perhaps most pressingly, the families of the injured and the deceased needed one, a reason for their suffering, a target for their grief and anger. But Fudge knew, with the weary pessimism of a career politician, that an explanation and compensation alone would not be enough. For such a heinous incident, one that had shattered the illusion of peace and security that magical Britain had enjoyed for over a decade, the ministry had to be seen taking decisive action. They had to arrest the culprits as soon as possible. Otherwise, the reputation of the British Ministry of Magic would once again face a serious challenge, one far worse than the embarrassment caused by Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban and the subsequent revelation of his innocence. However, both as soon as possible and arresting the culprits were daunting tasks for the ministry, challenges that seemed almost insurmountable given their current situation and the mysterious nature of their enemies. The attackers had vanished like smoke, leaving behind only chaos and questions. How could they hope to track down and arrest such elusive foes? The ministry now had one arrested terrorist in its custody. Under normal circumstances, they would interrogate her relentlessly, using every tool at their disposal to force her to reveal the purpose behind their attack and the identities of her accomplices. But using Brian's explanation, well, Fudge had to admit, grudgingly and with a mixture of admiration and resentment, that Brian Watson had once again come up with a brilliant idea. This explanation neatly clarified why these wizards were dressed as Death Eaters and why they had launched their attack. Most ingeniously, it completely disconnected the supposedly vanquished Dark Lord from this incident, portraying it as the independent plot of a group of deranged fanatics. It was a narrative that allowed the ministry to maintain the illusion of control while simultaneously distancing themselves from any deeper, more troubling implications. In this new light, the ministry didn't need to expend much effort on interrogating their captive, the witch named Melanove. People wouldn't care how many small fry the ministry had caught in their net. What the public most wanted to see, what they would demand with increasing enthusiasm in the coming days, was the ministry sending Cleodna, the apparent leader of these lunatics who had planned this shameful attack, to Azkaban. If Barty, known for his hardline stance against dark wizards, proposed executing that witch this time, Fudge knew he would agree without hesitation. It would be a decisive action, a clear message to the public that the ministry was in control and that justice would be swift and merciless. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Fudge found himself already thinking along the lines of Brian Watson's suggestion. But a nagging question remained, one that endangered the neat narrative they were constructing. Could the ministry actually capture that mysteriously powerful witch? Without anyone telling him, Fudge knew the answer was an unambiguous no. It was absolutely impossible. They knew nothing about her, her true identity, her whereabouts, absolutely nothing. Brian seemed to have finished speaking, his suggestion laid out for their consideration. Fudge looked at him a few times, seeking some sign of what the young wizard was thinking. But Brian skillfully pretended not to notice. Left with no other option, Fudge had no choice but to turn his pleading gaze once more towards Dumbledore. Lies and deception. Dumbledore sighed deeply in his heart. But reality, Dumbledore knew all too well, isn't a fairy tale. You can't always stick to the rules and at the same time hope to mitigate the impact of a crisis as quickly as possible. There are not so many good things in this world that can have the best of both worlds. Sometimes, hard choices must be made, compromises struck for the greater good. Brian Dumbledore began, his voice soft but carrying easily in the tense silence of the office. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Dumbledore had always pursued ideals, striving for a better, more just world. But that didn't mean he was an idealist, blind to the harsh realities of the world they lived in. And in this matter, as distasteful as it might be, he recognized that lies were necessary. We must catch the culprit to give a justification to the people who were harmed tonight. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. It was as close as Dumbledore would come to endorsing the deception, but it was enough. Brian looked up at Dumbledore's words, their gaze meeting in mid-air. They just stared at each other for a while. A moment later, Brian shifted his gaze to the uneasy Fudge, raising his eyebrows slightly, as a strange smile flashed across his lips. I don't understand. His smile faded, and Brian spoke in a low voice. Haven't I already cooperated with the ministry to catch the culprit? He continued, his tone one of innocent bewilderment. Minister, your subordinate Rufus is interrogating her right now. In my opinion, there's nothing left to interrogate, is there? We've already uncovered the motive behind this heinous attack. What remains now is to convene the Wiesengamot for a formal trial, following all the proper legal procedures, of course. Brian's eyes glinted with hardness. And finally, we must ensure that Clyodna is imprisoned in Azkaban for the remainder of her days. For such a dangerous and depraved criminal, I believe we should prepare a separate, specially secured chamber. The suggestion was audacious, bordering on the absurd. Yet, it was delivered with such conviction that it momentarily stunned both Fudge and Dumbledore into silence. Quietly, almost comically, Fudge's mouth fell open. Under Fudge's bewildered gaze, Brian took out the staff he had confiscated from Clyodna. This staff had been passed down for generations among the Druid priests. It was the source of power. Without it, that woman Clyodna couldn't have duelled with him. Fudge immediately sat up straight. He stared fixedly at the staff Brian had produced, his breathing becoming lighter. Even a fool would know that this uniquely shaped staff, inconsistent with wizard traditions, was extraordinary. Even Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the grapevine wand. This was a powerful alchemical artifact from another system. A wizard like Dumbledore couldn't help but be interested. He could sense the extraordinary magic stored in the wand in a peculiar way. But Brian bringing out his trophy. "You're planning to?" Fudge began, unable to contain his excitement. A flush of unnatural excitement appeared on his pale cheeks, bringing some color back to his face for the first time since the night's chaotic events had begun. He stared eagerly at Brian, his expression full of anticipation, like a child on Christmas morning waiting to unwrap a particularly enticing gift. Brian's response was surprising. With a fluid motion, he took out his own wand and tapped it gently on the staff. In an instant, an identical staff appeared on the table, a perfect replica down to the last intricate carving. Without missing a beat, Brian put away the real staff, stashing it back into the folds of his robes. Then, with a casual flick of his wand, he levitated the fake staff onto the table in front of Fudge. The intention behind this little performance was clear. As much as he had been excited before, Fudge was now equally disappointed. Mumbling a few incoherent words under his breath, Fudge slumped back into his chair. He had understood Brian's meaning. "In a moment, I'll go and remove the fire cage trapping Clyodna. By the way, does the Ministry have wizards skilled in human transfiguration?" "Of course, we do." Fudge, feeling insulted, jumped up again indignantly. "When I was studying at Hogwarts, I got an O in my owl's transfiguration exam." "It was an E," Cornelius Dumbledore said with a smile. 0445 honors? Brian's idea was already quite clear. He wanted to pin this attack on those fanatic group of dark wizards who initiated it out of twisted sense of worship for the long-vanquished Dark Lord. These people pretended to be Death Eaters and attacked the stadium. And this was the cleverest part, because telling the British wizarding community that the real Death Eaters were becoming active again would have immeasurable far-reaching consequences. As for Fudge, he needed to find the culprit to let the Ministry of Magic have an explanation on the whole affair, so Brian gave it to him. After all, according to the law, the underground bounty which captured by Brian would need to spend a lifetime in Azkaban anyway. Now she would just do so under a different name. However, there was an obvious flaw in Brian's plan. Fudge, who had now calmed down and mentally reviewed the entire plan, immediately noticed it. This flaw could potentially turn the Ministry of Magic into a complete laughingstock. Fudge's broad forehead, already glistening with a sheen of nervous sweat, furrowed deeply as he voiced his concern. Having the Wiesengamot try the witch who duelled with you, then sending her to Azkaban and ordering the Dementors to keep her in solitary confinement, that's all within our capabilities, Brian, he began, his voice tinged with anxiety. But there's a rather significant problem we need to address. Fudge paused, dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief before continuing. What if, after we've gone through all this trouble, after we've put on this show for the public, someone identical appears out there again? What then? Brian's response was immediate and blunt. If another one really does show up, Minister, he said, his voice laced with a hint of firmness, it would merely be a poor imitator. If people become confused at that time, I'll provide an explanation. My word, as the one who defeated her, will be unquestionable. Fudge's face lit up like a child on Christmas morning. He happily slapped the table with his uninjured hand, wincing slightly at the impact but too elated to care. Oh, that's it. A perfect plan. He exclaimed, his voice filled with relief and admiration. Yes, no one could be more authoritative than you in confirming that witch's identity, Brian. After all, you defeated her, and you still have her staff in your hands. As their in-depth discussion concluded, Fudge felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The pressure that had been crushing him mere moments ago now seemed to dissipate like morning mist. He knew that making this lie acceptable would require keeping quite a few people's mouths shut, but it was ultimately a clear path forward. It would require effort, certainly, but it was far preferable to the alternative of admitting the truth and facing the ensuing panic. Fudge's mind wandered, reflecting on recent events. This was the second time Brian Watson had used his intellect to rescue the Ministry of Magic from the brink of collapse. Moreover, tonight he had directly saved the lives of tens of thousands of wizards. Well, that wasn't quite accurate to say, Fudge realized. He had been in the VIP box too, witnessing the whole affair unfold before his very eyes. If Brian hadn't suddenly appeared, that mysterious witch would have probably left after kidnapping Harry Potter, and the subsequent duel wouldn't have happened at all. This was very awkward. On one hand, the Ministry of Magic owed Brian Watson an enormous debt of gratitude. His quick thinking and magical prowess had undoubtedly prevented a potential catastrophe. On the other hand, the sheer power that Brian Watson possessed was now a source of extreme vigilance and discomfort for the Ministry. This young and formidable wizard didn't seem to be cut from the same cloth as Dumbledore. He was aggressive and, unlike Dumbledore, didn't strictly adhere to principles. Dealing with such a unique and potentially volatile individual required careful handling. They couldn't afford to offend him, yet they must remain on guard at all times. With an uncertain solution to the most troublesome issue at hand, Fudge finally turned his full attention to Brian. The young wizard stood before him, his posture relaxed yet somehow still emanating an aura of barely contained power. Fudge opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Once again, he looked to Dumbledore for help, his eyes pleading silently. This time, however, Dumbledore pretended not to notice, his twinkling blue eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the office walls. Ahem! Fudge cleared his throat awkwardly. He immediately realized that Dumbledore had no intention of intervening this time. Everything was up to him now. Fudge clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white with the effort, and cleared his throat twice more. He then put on what he hoped was a warm, grateful for Brian, though it came across as more of a nervous grimace. "You've helped the Ministry of Magic again, Brian," Fudge began, his voice wavering slightly before steadying. "You've guided the British wizarding world through yet another major crisis. I don't know how to thank you properly." Brian returned the minister's awkward smile with a polite one of his own, his piercing gaze never wavering. "You're too kind, Minister," he replied smoothly, his voice carrying just a hint of amusement. "This is simply what I should do. I'd be immensely grateful if you could just ensure that Headmaster Dumbledore doesn't confine me to Hogwarts and forbid me from going out." Fudge's face immediately turned a deep shade of purple at Brian's words. He stuttered, unable to form a coherent response, while even Dumbledore gave a wry smile upon hearing Brian speak so boldly. "Ahem, you surely know this is just a joke, Brian," Fudge finally managed to say, struggling to suppress his embarrassment. His mind raced, frantically searching for a way to continue the conversation without losing face. No one could imprison a hero who saved the entire wizarding world. He paused, racking his brains for something, anything, to say next. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I bet, Brian, that your photo will be on the front page of the Daily Prophet for the next month, at least. Topics about you won't fade until Christmas, I'm sure. People will discuss every single thing that happens to you with bated breath." Fudge's voice grew more confident as he continued, "Of course, the Ministry will also honor you officially a first-class Order of Merlin. I'm absolutely certain I can get that approved for you without any trouble at all." Brian's smile widened slightly, a glimmer of something unreadable passing through his eyes. "Oh, I already have that honor, Minister," he replied smoothly, looking at Fudge with an intrigued expression that made him squirm uncomfortably. "It was awarded to me when I took down Fenrir Greyback, if you recall." "Oh, is that so?" "Ahem, I mean." Fudge's throat suddenly felt as if it were filled with the stench of 1,000 dung bombs, making him cough continuously. He tugged at his collar, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his neck. "Of course, I remember that. How could I forget?" As Fudge struggled to regain his composure, his mind raced. Although if Brian hadn't appeared tonight, the later duel that could have affected everyone wouldn't have happened at all, he knew that ordinary people wouldn't think of that. They would only believe that if it weren't for Brian Watson, the international audience at the Quidditch World Cup final would have suffered heavy casualties. It would be inexcusable for the Ministry of Magic, let alone the International Confederation of Wizards, not to honor Brian Watson in some significant way. But what could the Ministry of Magic offer to truly thank Brian Watson, a wizard who seemed to have everything already? Honor? Brian already had a first-class Order of Merlin, the highest honor the wizarding world could bestow. Wealth? When Brian took down Greyback, many famous companies had approached him, willing to offer astronomical sums just to have him endorse their products. But Brian had refused them all without exception, seemingly uninterested in material gain. Besides, merely offering money to appease Brian Watson would not only potentially anger him but also be unacceptable to the wizarding public. They would see it as an insult to their hero. Power? Brian was already essentially the second in command at Hogwarts after Dumbledore, wielding considerable influence over the next generation of witches and wizards. He was also a senior advisor to the Ministry of Magic. If they wanted to give more real power to a wizard with such distinguished merits as Brian, it would have to be at least a department head or deputy minister position. But this was precisely what Fudge was most reluctant to do, fearing the concentration of too much influence in the hands of this powerful young wizard. The deeper Fudge delved into this issue, the more desperate he felt. He couldn't force Dumbledore to step down and make Brian Watson the headmaster of Hogwarts. Although, come to think of it, Dumbledore had indeed reached retirement age. And having these two simultaneously at Hogwarts wasn't a good choice either. If they decided to scheme something together. With Dumbledore's wisdom and unparalleled prestige combined with the power Brian had demonstrated, plus the intelligence of both men, the Ministry would be utterly powerless to resist. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded from outside the office, cutting through the tension. Under normal circumstances, such a confidential meeting would never allow interruptions. The wards and charms placed on the minister's office should have prevented anyone from even approaching the door uninvited. But at this moment, the heavy knocking sounded like heavenly music to Fudge's ears, making him overjoyed at the prospect of a distraction from his current predicament. Although separated by the thick door, both Brian and Dumbledore had already sensed who the visitor was. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, the twinkle in his blue eyes dimming for a moment. Brian, listening to the persistent, impolite knocking, lowered his gaze, a fleeting coldness passing through his eyes like a shadow across the sun. Who is it? Fudge stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over his chair in his haste. His expression and tone were much lighter now, almost jovial. Come in directly. Whoosh. The door was pushed open at once, the heavy wood swinging inward with surprising force. The newcomer's pale, pointed face was painted with carefully prepared anger, his grey eyes flashing with indignation. However, when he discovered that the office contained not only Cornelius Fudge but also Albus Dumbledore and tonight's sensation, Brian Watson, the anger on the visitor's face suddenly froze. His foot, half stepped out, also froze in mid-air, neither advancing nor retreating. The man's usual composure and aristocratic air seemed to have abandoned him completely, leaving him looking comically off balance. Oh, Lucius! Fudge exclaimed, blinking in surprise. He struggled to keep the relief out of his voice as he addressed the unexpected visitor. How did you find your way here? Come to think of it, your wife and son weren't harmed in tonight's chaos, were they? I inquired and learned that you had returned to the Ministry first, Minister Fudge, Lucius said slowly. But I wasn't aware you were entertaining guests. Bearing the gazes of the three most powerful wizards in British magical society simultaneously, Lucius behaved much more properly than he had initially intended. He slowly lowered his foot, the expensive dragon-hide boot making contact with the plush carpet without a sound. He greeted Fudge with a slight bow, then nodded almost imperceptibly to Dumbledore, his lips tightening as he did so. Finally, Lucius's gaze fell on Brian Watson. The veins on his forehead twitched violently, and for a moment, he felt an urge to turn tail and run, propriety be damned. Oh, we were just about done, Fudge said hurriedly, eager to diffuse the weird air that had suddenly filled the room. Even when Lucius was pulling handfuls of gold galleons from his pocket to donate to various ministry causes, Fudge had never found Lucius Malfoy so pleasing to the eye as he did at this moment. He eagerly waved at Lucius, gesturing for him to enter fully. Don't be shy, Lucius, come in. We've just about wrapped up our important business. Fudge paused, a thought suddenly occurring to him. So, you've come to see me about, if it's about that Cauldron Workshop legislation from last time, we can discuss it later. Much later, preferably, he added under his breath. We're just about done. Hearing these words, a flash of panic passed through Lucius's grey eyes. Just moments ago, he had been unsure whether to leave, his usual confidence shaken by the unexpected presence of Dumbledore and Watson. But now, he immediately made his decision. Lucius took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling beneath his expensive, tailored robes. With practiced ease, he slipped back into his persona of the outraged citizen. After closing the door with a soft click, he spoke in a stiff tone. It's not about the workshop, Minister Fudge, Lucius said, his voice cold enough to frost the windows. What I want to discuss is precisely my wife and son. Fudge's bushy eyebrows shot up in surprise. What about them? He asked, a note of genuine concern creeping into his voice. Despite his many faults, Fudge did care about the well-being of prominent wizarding families, especially those with deep pockets and political influence. They were injured in the chaos. Lucius said coldly. 0446 Crumbling World. They were injured in the chaos. Lucius Malfoy exclaimed, his voice rising to a near shout. His pale, pointed face was contorted with rage, eyes flashing dangerously as he glared at Fudge. A flicker of light passed through Brian's eyes before they quickly settled back into their usual inscrutable calm. Dumbledore could not possibly like Lucius Malfoy, who constantly schemed to bring him down and had even acted on it, causing severe consequences. However, upon hearing that Malfoy's wife and son were injured in tonight's attack, Dumbledore immediately showed concern. What happened, Lucius? Dumbledore asked, his voice soft yet urgent. He spoke even before Fudge could answer, leaning forward slightly in his chair. What harm has young Mr. Malfoy suffered? The Malfoy family, particularly Lucius, had been a significant financial backer of the Ministry of Magic under Fudge's leadership. Their generous donations had paved the way for many of Fudge's initiatives. Hearing that Lucius Malfoy's wife and son were injured, Fudge couldn't dismiss it as a trivial matter. Since Dumbledore had already asked, Fudge remained silent, looking at Lucius Malfoy with equal concern. "We were victims of a terrorist attack," Lucius said in a rare impolite tone. While evacuating, he continued, his voice trembling slightly with anger, "Narcissa and I engaged in a duel with the dark wizards who launched the attack. We were protecting a young Swiss girl, separated from her parents in the chaos. We managed to drive the attackers away, but Narcissa was hit with a powerful stunning spell while protecting the girl. She's still unconscious. And Draco, my son's arm, was injured in the commotion." "Oh, how unfortunate," Fudge said, his voice tinged with a mixture of shame and political calculation. He tugged at his collar, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air of the office. "This incident occurred so suddenly, the ministry's preparations were indeed inadequate. I should visit your wife and child, Lucius, but it'll have to wait." Fudge's eyes darted nervously around the room, as if seeking an escape from this uncomfortable situation. "As you know, the ministry is facing unprecedented challenges, and I can't leave my post at the moment. The wizarding community needs leadership in these times." The idea that the Malfoy family would step up to protect a stranger's child and duel with dark wizards was something that even Dumbledore, with all his capacity for seeing the best in people, found difficult to swallow. It went against everything he knew about Lucius Malfoy and his selfing nature. A strange light flashed in Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, hidden momentarily behind his half-moon spectacles. He realized that Lucius Malfoy's purpose in rushing to the ministry to find Fudge at this critical juncture couldn't possibly be just to lodge a complaint about his family's injuries, no matter how serious they were. Dumbledore's gaze shifted towards Brian, seeking some hint on this unexpected turn of events. But Brian's face was expressionless, showing none of his inner thoughts. When met with Dumbledore's questioning look, Brian's lips twitched slightly, revealing a brief, mocking smile that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. As Dumbledore's sharp gaze returned to Lucius Malfoy, his eyes grew deep and pensive. Fudge, oblivious to the subtle exchange between Dumbledore and Brian, continued to face the complaining Lucius Malfoy with a mixture of embarrassment and guilt etched across his round face, until... "Of course, I understand the difficulties you and the ministry are facing right now, Minister Fudge." The usually smooth and confident Lucius Malfoy had never shown such a stern face to the Minister of Magic before. Tonight, however, he stood with straight back before Fudge, his pale grey eyes flickering with an inner fire that seemed almost foreign on his aristocratic features. "But I must seek justice for Narcissa and Draco, mustn't I, Minister?" Lucius continued, his voice rising with each word. "I must find out what these evil dark wizards are really up to, why they launched this attack." Lucius paused, his chest heaving as he struggled to control his breathing. His eyes, wild with a hint of fear and determination, darted quickly between Brian and Dumbledore before settling back on Fudge. When he spoke again, his voice was harsh, almost grating. "I want the truth, Minister," he demanded, leaning forward slightly. "So, I asked around with friends in the ministry. Someone told me the department has captured a live one." The atmosphere in the room changed instantly, as if a Dementor had suddenly glided in. "What are you trying to do, Lucius?" Fudge exclaimed, his voice rising an octave in alarm. The minister, who had been mild-mannered and apologetic just moments ago, suddenly became guarded. His eyes, usually warm and inviting when dealing with influential purebloods like Malfoy, were now filled with wariness, without any trace of their usual kindness. Fudge had already made his decision to follow Brian's advice, and Melanove, the dark witch captured by Brian, was now the linchpin in Fudge's hastily constructed plan. He needed to use this equally heinous villainess to provide an explanation that would satisfy both the British magical community and the wider wizarding world. The greatest difficulty in managing this delicate situation was maintaining absolute secrecy. The fact that Lucius Malfoy dared to waltz into his office, brazenly inquiring about Melanove, sent alarm bells ringing in Fudge's mind. His political instincts, honed by years of navigating the treacherous waters of magical politics, were screaming at him that something was very, very wrong. "Who told you the ministry had captured a live one, Lucius?" Fudge demanded, his voice stern and unyielding. The change in his demeanor was so abrupt that even Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What are you trying to find out?" Lucius Malfoy's carefully constructed facade of righteous indignation crumbled in the face of the angry Minister of Magic. The tough exterior he had been projecting since bursting into the office melted away like snow in summer. Confronted with Fudge's direct questioning, Lucius, still unclear about the full scope of the situation, found his expression turning bewildered, his tone immediately softening. A friend in the ministry, Minister Fudge," Lucius stammered, his pale lips pursing as he struggled to maintain his composure. Gone was the fire in his eyes, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty. "I just hoped to know quickly why these dark wizards committed their crimes, who's commanding them? Narcissa and Draco, my wife and son, were both injured, Minister. I have the right to know these things, don't I? So, when I heard the ministry was conducting an interrogation, I came immediately to see. Just because of that. Fudge's eyes narrowed suspiciously, boring into Lucius as if trying to peer into the very depths of his soul. The tension in the room heightened up by another notch. Absolutely true, Minister Fudge. Lucius Malfoy insisted, his voice taking on an earnest quality that seemed almost distant coming from his lips. This explanation, on the surface, sounded reasonable enough. A concerned husband and father, seeking answers about an attack that had harmed his family, it was a story that would tug at the heartstrings of any decent wizard. But Lucius Malfoy's reputation for cunning and manipulation was well known, even among the pure-blood wizarding families who counted him as an ally. Fudge, having regained his political wariness, chose not to take Malfoy's words at face value. Or rather, regardless of Lucius Malfoy's true reasons for coming to probe for information, Fudge had already decided that he would never allow him to see Melanove. The risks were simply too great. The ministry is investigating, Lucius, Fudge said cautiously. We'll issue a notice later, once we have all the facts. What you should do now is go back and take good care of your wife and son. They need you more than we do right now. Lucius Malfoy's unexpected visit and his claimed reasons had given Fudge a keen sense of crisis. The night wasn't over, yet news of their captive had already begun to spread. Merlin only knew how much crucial information would leak in the coming hours if he didn't act quickly to contain the situation. A cold realization washed over Fudge. Rufus was currently interrogating Melanove, and Fudge suddenly understood that he needed to put a stop to it immediately. If they mistreated the Dark Witch too severely, he wouldn't be able to have Melanove face the Wizengamot's trial wearing Cleodna's face, and subsequently be imprisoned in Azkaban under the watchful eyes of Daily Prophet reporters. The entire plan would crumble before it even began. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Lucius, Fudge said, his tone brooking no argument. The ministry will provide an explanation about the truth behind the attack as quickly as possible. Also, he added, a hint of harshness entering his voice, you can help spread the word that the ministry will surely capture the leaders of these dark wizards, with Brian's help. At these words, Lucius's heart seemed to stop beating for several agonizing seconds. The blood drained from his already pale face, leaving him looking like a ghost in expensive robes. Moreover, the coldness in Brian's smile made Lucius Malfoy feel as if he were standing naked in the heart of a raging blizzard, as every inch of his skin became numb with a bone-deep chill. Having dealt with ministry politicians for years, Lucius Malfoy knew their nature all too well. Under normal circumstances, they were more than willing to bend some laws for a handful of shiny galleons, their principles were as flexible as a well-oiled Quidditch player. But when their own positions were at stake, they would immediately turn their backs on even the closest of friends, discarding allies like used tissues. And the conspiracy he had planned this time, it fell directly into the category of absolutely unforgivable. At the horrifying thought that the Malfoy family might be ruined because of his actions, Lucius Malfoy's face turned ashen. His fists clenched involuntarily inside his sleeves, trembling with a mixture of fear and impotent rage. Fudge's mind was entirely focused on Melanove, the captured Dark Witch who was being interrogated. In his preoccupation, he failed to notice Lucius Malfoy's unusual expression. Lucius! Fudge called out impatiently, jolting Lucius from his spiral of dread. Oh, I'm here, Minister. Lucius responded hurriedly, his breath catching in his throat. He looked towards Fudge, only to find the Minister of Magic's eyes conveying an obvious hint for him to get lost. Fudge, Dumbledore, and Brian left the Minister's office together, with Lucius Malfoy following behind in a daze. His usual graceful stride was gone, replaced by the uncertain steps of a man walking to the gallows. Ding! The elevator arrived with a cheerful chime that seemed wildly out of place given the weird atmosphere. A cold voice announced the floor, and Fudge and Dumbledore were the first to enter the elevator, but Brian suddenly stopped. Minister and Headmaster Dumbledore, you go ahead, Brian said, his voice smooth and pleasant. I'd like a word with Mr. Malfoy about Draco's performance in my class. Fudge blinked in surprise, his bushy eyebrows rising towards his receding hairline. Oh, at a time like this? He asked, bewilderment clear in his tone. After a moment's hesitation, he added reluctantly, well, all right, Brian. You're truly a responsible professor. Make it quick. Brian nodded with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. As the elevator car disappeared from view, descending into the depths of the ministry, Brian slowly turned to face Lucius Malfoy. The corridor suddenly seemed much darker, the shadows deeper and more menacing. Although his mind was in chaos from fear, Lucius wasn't foolish enough to believe that Brian Watson actually wanted to discuss Draco's classroom performance. Mr. Watson, Lucius began, his voice barely above a whisper. Truthfully, he would rather be thrown directly into Azkaban by the ministry than face Brian Watson alone. The memory of their last encounter at the Leaky Cauldron rose in his mind, the fear this young and powerful wizard had instilled in him was something he had only experienced in the presence of the Dark Lord himself. And tonight, Brian Watson had finally showed his true dominance to the entire wizarding world. Bang! The sudden noise made Lucius flinch violently. Brian's face before him was a mask of cold indifference, but the light in his pale purple eyes was so chilly it seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Under the invisible influence of surging magical power, the corridor lights began to flicker erratically. The magical pressure in the air built to a crescendo, and suddenly... pop! 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 One by one, the light bulbs burst in a torrent of shattering glass and dying light. The sound of breaking bulbs felt like a series of heavy hammer blows striking Lucius Malfoy's heart. The darkness that engulfed them was broken only by the eerie glow emanating from Brian's eyes. Feeling weak, his legs were no longer able to support him, Lucius collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. "This is the second time I've shown you mercy, Lucius Malfoy. There won't be a next time." Without another word, Brian turned and entered the elevator. The doors closed with a soft hiss, and he disappeared from the floor, leaving behind a pale and bloodless Lucius Malfoy, staring blankly at the pitch-black elevator shaft. 0447 Regrets. Brian's footsteps echoed softly against the polished floors as he descended to the second basement level in the Ministry of Magic's elevator. The golden grille slid open with a gentle clang, revealing the domain of Amelia Bones's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This floor housed the most powerful armed organization in the Ministry, the Aura Office. But the entire Ministry was eerily empty, and this floor was no exception. As Brian stepped out of the elevator, his keen eyes scanning the dimly lit corridor, Dumbledore's familiar voice rang out from the right, cutting through the oppressive silence. "This way, Brian." The architecture of the Ministry's second basement level seemed deliberately designed to emphasize the significance of magical law. Stark and cold, the corridors were a somber palette of blacks and greys. Apart from the portraits of past heads of the department hanging on the corridor walls, there were no decorations. Brian turned a few corners in the maze-like corridors and found Dumbledore standing at the entrance to a staircase leading further down. The flaming torches on either side of the entrance casted a golden glow on Dumbledore's silver-white beard. Cornelius was in quite a hurry to give some last-minute instructions to the head of the Aura Office. Dumbledore explained with a smile, "I was concerned you might lose your way in this maze, so I thought it prudent to wait for you here." Brian nodded slightly. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Amelia's office is on the other side, and I've never ventured this deep into the Ministry before. It's quite the labyrinth down here." The staircase before them plunged underground, bearing a striking resemblance to the one leading to the Wisengamot courtrooms. It was shrouded in darkness, the air growing noticeably colder with each step downward. The atmosphere was heavy as this was where Aurors likely conducted temporary detentions and intense interrogations of the dangerous magical criminals. As both Dumbledore and Brian were powerful wizards, they could easily find their footing on each step even in the darkness. As they descended, Dumbledore's cheerful voice cut through the gloomy surroundings. "I couldn't help but notice, Brian," he began, a hint of amusement in his tone, "that you might have missed an opportunity to demand a rather hefty fee from Cornelius earlier. Not that I'm suggesting you should have, of course." Brian chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I won't let Fudge off that easily," he replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Though, of course, I wasn't planning to ask for an exorbitant amount. I do have some restraint." He paused for a moment, then added with a smirk, "By the way, Mr. Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, I'm curious, does the ICW have any official stance on my brave and fearless performance tonight?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he responded, "Objectively speaking, Brian, the International Confederation of Wizards is a rather impoverished organization. Most of the funds required to keep it operational come from various ministries of magic. If you're hoping I'll present you with a large sum of galleons, I'm afraid that's quite out of the question." He stroked his beard thoughtfully before continuing, "However, if it's prestige you're after, well, that's an entirely different matter. I'd wager that by tomorrow morning, my office will be flooded with at least 20 owls delivering letters of recommendation, all clamoring to invite you to become a vice-chairman." "Vice-chairman?" Brian scoffed playfully. "If it were for the position of chairman, I might consider it." Brian's jest elicited another chuckle from Dumbledore. After this playful conversation, they finally reached the bottom of the stairs. The area that greeted them was a stark contrast to the polished upper levels of the Ministry. Brian's gaze lingered on these chambers, his imagination running wild. He could almost hear faint, ghostly wails emanating from behind each heavy door. The air seeping through the cracks seemed saturated with the metallic scent of blood. The two stopped before a particularly ominous door. Unlike the others, this one had golden firelight spilling through its cracks. Dumbledore turned to face Brian, his expression suddenly serious, the twinkle in his eyes replaced by a penetrating gaze. "So, Brian," Dumbledore began, his voice low and leisurely, "did you inquire about Malfoy's true purpose in orchestrating this attack?" Brian wasn't surprised by Dumbledore's abrupt question. Slowly, he shook his head, his expression thoughtful. I didn't ask him anything directly, Brian admitted. I just gave him some warnings. As for his purpose. He paused, considering his words carefully. Well, I guess the unusual activity of the Dark Mark over the past few months has made him increasingly uneasy. Especially considering he practically handed Voldemort's Horcrux to us on a silver platter. My guess is he's terrified of facing Voldemort's wrath when he inevitably returns. This attack, it's likely a desperate attempt to prove he's still capable of evil. Dumbledore nodded slowly, processing Brian's words. He could follow the logic of Brian's deductions regarding Lucius Malfoy's motives. However, a slight furrow appeared between his silver-white eyebrows, and a flicker of confusion passed through his piercing blue eyes. It wasn't Malfoy's reasons for this mischief that perplexed him, but rather Brian's surprisingly lenient attitude towards the Death Eater. Brian was not one to tolerate any form of deception or manipulation. If he were truly enraged about this incident, the Malfoy family would undoubtedly have faced severe consequences. Yet, Brian had merely issued a warning to Lucius, an action that seemed oddly out of character. Unless, Dumbledore pondered, Brian wasn't genuinely concerned about this matter and had his own plans for Lucius Malfoy. Respect had always been the cornerstone of their relationship, the prerequisite for their friendly coexistence. Whatever Brian's thoughts about Lucius Malfoy might be, Dumbledore decided it was best not to interfere or pry further. After giving Brian, whose expression remained expressionless, a long, searching look, Dumbledore turned away. He raised his hand and knocked firmly on the imposing door before them. Scene break. Well, it seems our little adventure for tonight ends here. There are plenty of rooms upstairs, you can choose whichever you like. If you want something to eat, just call for Creaker. Brian had already left, and Dumbledore's patroness had also vanished on the spot. After chatting for a few more minutes, Sirius, who had been through a fierce battle and whose robes were stained red with blood, finally couldn't hold on any longer. He needed to go back to his room to tend to his wounds. After giving instructions, Sirius waved goodbye to everyone and dragged his weary body upstairs. Bill and Charlie Weasley, equally battered and exhausted from the night's events, weren't far behind. They gave weak smiles and brief waves to Harry before hurriedly making their way upstairs, no doubt eager to collapse into their beds. Fred and George, uncharacteristically quiet, followed closely on their older brother's heels. As the older Weasleys disappeared up the stairs, Ron's attention turned to his younger sister, Ginny, who remained rooted to her spot in the room. His brow furrowed in a mixture of concern and irritation. Why aren't you going up yet? Ron said, his tone gruffer than he perhaps intended. Ginny's eyes flashed dangerously as she turned to face her brother. What's it to you where I am, Weasley? She spat back, her voice dripping with defiance. However, as her gaze flickered towards Harry and she noticed his hesitant expression, a shadow of gloom passed over her face, dulling the fire in her eyes. Hermione had noticed the exchange and Ginny's sudden change in demeanor. Ginny has the right to stay wherever she wants, Ron, she said, her voice tinged with irritation at Ron's overbearing behavior. Despite Hermione's defense, Ginny didn't linger. With a contemptuous snort directed at Ron, she lifted her chin defiantly and strode towards the stairs. I'm her brother. Ron's voice, filled with indignation at Ginny's attitude, could be heard throughout the first floor of the mansion. Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically at Ron's outburst. Oh, give it a rest, Weasley, and shut your mouth, she said, exasperation clear in her tone. Without waiting for a response, she made her way back into the garden, leaving Ron sputtering in her wake. Sirius's tent was indeed luxurious. Like the ceiling of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, it could reflect the scene outside. Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to their seats at the table in the garden, basking in the starlight and enjoying the tranquility after the fierce battle. Both Harry and Hermione had participated in tonight's fight, with Harry having faced the most dangerous situation. The red swelling on his arm was a souvenir from that dark witch Melanove's vicious whip. If it hadn't been for the timely intervention of another powerful dark witch, Harry knew he might well be lying in a bed at St. Mungo's Hospital right now, rather than sitting here under the stars. Hermione, too, bore the marks of battle. Her clothes, bought during a pleasant summer shopping trip with her parents at a Muggle mall, were now little more than tattered rags. She gazed dejectedly at the multiple tears in her once favorite jacket, her mood visibly dampened by its destruction. With a resigned sigh, she shrugged off the dusty, ruined jacket and draped it over the armrest of her chair. As Hermione looked up, her eyes fell on Harry and Ron. Both boys were staring at the table, lost in their own thoughts. Harry's concerns were obvious. The appearance of the powerful dark witch and the shadowy figure that was almost certainly Voldemort were enough to give him a headache. Ron's pensive expression, however, piqued Hermione's curiosity. It was unusual to see him so deep in thought, especially after such an eventful night. What are you thinking about, Mr. Weasley? Hermione asked, breaking the silence. Ron's head snapped up at her words. Oh, can't you call me something else, Miss Granger? He grumbled, rolling his eyes. But the moment of lightheartedness was short-lived, and his expression quickly became somber once more. I was thinking, he began, then hesitated, as if unsure whether to continue. Finally, he pressed on, I was wondering whether my decision to quit Professor Watson's class was too hasty. Hermione's eyebrows shot up in surprise, and beside her, Harry raised his head to look at Ron with a mixture of shock and curiosity. Noticing their expressions, Ron's ears turned pink, and he grumbled, "All right, I know you both probably think I'm being stupid." Hermione pursed her lips, considering her words carefully, and asked in a neutral tone. "What made you change your mind, Ron? Is there even any need to ask this?" Harry complained in his heart. At Hogwarts, no one doubted that Professor Watson was a wizard with extraordinary magical prowess. Even in the European magical community, the head of Hogwarts Student Safety Office, who had single-handedly wiped out Greyback's notorious werewolf gang, was highly respected. But no one had anticipated that Professor Watson could be this powerful. No, to be precise, no one could have imagined that a wizard's power could actually burn mountains to ashes and conjure forests that reached the sky. Harry could bet his firebolt that if Professor Watson were to open enrollment to the entire wizarding world now, even if he really did teach Muggle sports at Hogwarts, there would be more aspiring students than the Quidditch pitch could possibly hold. It was perfectly understandable for Ron to feel a twinge of regret at having dropped the class. However, it was only tonight that Harry truly realized the practical value of Professor Watson's unorthodox training methods. If it weren't for the enhanced reflexes and physical conditioning he had developed in those grueling physical education classes, that dark witch called Melanove might well have ended his life tonight. Harry thought since Professor Watson had made it explicitly clear that he would not accept any young wizards who had abandoned the physical education class back into the course. A wizard of Professor Watson's caliber would never go back on his word, so even if Ron was experiencing regret now, there was little he could do to change the situation. Hermione's raised eyebrows slowly lowered as she processed Ron's words. Not wanting to upset him further or rub salt in the wound, she turned her gaze to Harry, trying to change the subject. "What about you?" she asked softly. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" Author's note. Hi everyone. I wanted to let you know that I have to go somewhere today and will be away until the day after tomorrow. I will post today's chapter, but tomorrow I may not be able to post. The updates will be regular from the day I return. Thank you for your understanding and support. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0448 Concerns. Facing Hermione's inquisitive gaze, Harry opened his mouth, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. What was he thinking about? The events of the night had left him with a whirlwind of thoughts and concerns swirling in his mind. The Ministry and Professor Dumbledore had summoned Professor Watson at this critical juncture, no doubt to discuss how to properly handle the shocking attack at the Quidditch World Cup Stadium. What would be the final outcome of this volatile situation? Harry couldn't help but wonder. Voldemort's powerful minions had appeared at the Quidditch World Cup Stadium tonight, with the purpose of kidnapping him. How had Voldemort managed to recruit a witch capable of engaging in such a grandiose duel with Professor Watson? And what exactly was the history between Professor Watson and that dark witch? The group of dark wizards who had initiated the commotion, Remus had said they were Death Eaters. But based on the information revealed by the words of the witch caught by Professor Watson among the three who had barged into the top box, their clear objective had not been Harry. Their target had been Sirius, with Melanove even mentioning that Sirius' head was worth 10,000 galleons. I was thinking, Harry began, his voice hesitant at first. He paused, then ultimately set aside the matters related to Professor Watson, focusing instead on the more immediate concerns. The three who broke into our box, their target should have been Sirius, not me, Harry said, his emerald eyes bright with realization. Of course, Harry. Ron immediately affirmed, nodding vigorously. The way they acted after getting in made it obvious, they were clearly out to kill Sirius. Reassured by Ron's confirmation, Harry became instantly energized, shifting in his seat to sit up straighter. I told you all that when Lucius Malfoy came into the box tonight, he threatened Sirius. And they left the stadium before the commotion even started, isn't that strange? That was the World Cup final, who wouldn't want to see the outcome? Sirius probably thinks the same way, I bet he won't let Lucius Malfoy off the hook. That means... Ron's expression shifted to one of dreamy anticipation, his eyes alight with a mischievous glint. Maybe by the time school starts, we might see Malfoy lugging his bags and getting kicked out of Hogwarts, because his father plotted that terrible terrorist attack. Don't be ridiculous, Ron. Hermione interjected, her arms crossed over her chest as she spoke bluntly. Even if Lucius Malfoy was involved in this, it doesn't have anything to do with Draco. The Ministry and Hogwarts won't expel him just for that. Oh, Hermione, you're ruining my mood, Ron said sulkily, puckering his lips in a childish pout, but Hermione simply ignored his reaction. She then turned her attention to Harry, her gaze shifting slightly as she spoke with less certainty. Harry, the wizard who appeared at the end and rescued that woman named Cleodna, How confident are you that he was, the you-know-who? How confident? Harry's brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Hermione, not fully understanding why she would ask such a question. Wasn't it obvious? He had recalled certain details from his previous dream, where Voldemort and Cleodna had been plotting in an old house, and the core of their plot had been to capture him. Cleodna had explicitly stated that she wanted to take him, clearly to bring him to Voldemort to torture and kill him. And the searing pain in his scar tonight had definitively confirmed that the grotesque-looking wizard who had appeared at the end was indeed Voldemort. Hermione seemed to get the answer she wanted from the confusion etched on Harry's face, but this did not make her relax her expression. Instead, her brow furrowed deeply, a clear sign of her growing unease. I don't quite understand, Hermione murmured, her gaze shifting skyward, as if seeking answers in the vast expanse of the starry heavens above. It sounds reasonable, and Sirius seems to think so too, but just now, Professor Watson's demeanor. She trailed off, her words laced with uncertainty. Harry and Ron exchanged a perplexed glance, neither fully grasping the implications behind Hermione's cryptic statement. What about Professor Watson? Is there something off about him? Harry asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of concern and urgency, given the undeniable involvement of Voldemort in the night's events. Nothing, Hermione sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. I think Professor Watson probably won't explain your and Sirius suspicions to the Ministry, Harry. Most likely, he'll want you to keep this discovery to yourselves. Why? Harry's brow furrowed, his mind struggling to comprehend Hermione's reasoning. Are you saying Professor Watson is afraid of Voldemort? If it were anyone else, knowing they were facing the most evil and cruel dark wizard of all time, and having soundly defeated him when he was in a weakened state, they might feel uneasy and fear retaliation in the future. But Professor Watson and Professor Dumbledore, Harry believed, were not the type of wizards to be swayed by such concerns. Of course not, Harry. Hermione spoke calmly, her gaze sharp as she looked directly at him. I think the reason Professor Watson will keep this a secret is not because he's afraid of Voldemort and retaliation, but because of you, Harry. Do you really think the Ministry would be thrilled to hear that tonight's events are connected to you-know-who has disappeared for us and died for them for over a decade? If Professor Watson tells the Ministry about your findings, he'd have to provide evidence proving it was you-know-who. What evidence do you think he has? Harry immediately opened his mouth, wanting to share what he had seen in his dream. But the words were caught in his throat. The most reliable evidence wasn't his scar, but the contents of his dream. However, would the Minister of Magic readily believe the visions of a young wizard? To be honest, even Harry himself hadn't been fully convinced at first, and besides. I see, Harry. Hermione's confident tone had disappeared as she explained, replaced by a worried one. Are you planning to tell the Ministry about your ability to see you-know-who in your dreams? That would mean many people might know about this incredible thing, even you-know-who himself. How do you think he would react upon learning of this? Harry didn't really care how Voldemort would react. After all, Voldemort wouldn't spare him even if this hadn't happened. But Hermione was right. If his ability to dream about Voldemort became known throughout the wizarding world, Harry could imagine having to endure many strange looks and unwanted attention at Hogwarts once again. I thought it was a really cool thing. Ron blurted out, his voice laced with shock, having finally grasped the full implications of Hermione's reasoning. Hermione's right, mate, I think you better keep this quiet. Oh, tomorrow I'm going to say hi to Fred and George. I'll make sure they don't tell Lee Jordan, you know, he's their good friend and can share almost any secret, but he's definitely not the one to help you keep one. Harry gratefully nodded at Ron, but then became pensive once more. During his second year at Hogwarts, on the night the Chamber of Secrets troubles were finally resolved, Dumbledore had mentioned that after Harry had thwarted Voldemort's attempt to obtain the Philosopher's Stone in his first year, the Dark Lord had been in hiding in the forests of Albania. But now, Voldemort had returned to Britain and recruited a witch nearly as powerful as Professor Watson as an accomplice, and they were currently plotting to kill him. Although Professor Watson had made them retreat empty-handed tonight, Harry wasn't naive enough to think Voldemort would glumly retreat back to the deep forests and not come out again. He could imagine a whole new set of troubles finding him next school year. Seeing Harry fall silent, Hermione gave Ron a pointed look, and the redhead quickly understood her intention. Oh, don't be gloomy, Harry, no matter what, you-know-who and that Cleodna woman can't just barge into Hogwarts to get you, they'll only be walking into a trap. Ron said excitedly, his eyes alight with a determined spark. Think of something positive, Harry, we won a huge amount of money tonight. Oh, it feels like a dream. It took Harry a moment to realize what Ron was talking about. Indeed, the two of them had correctly predicted the outcome of the Quidditch World Cup final at Ludo Bagman's, winning a full 1,000 galleons. With the fairly substantial inheritance left to him by his parents, this sudden wealth was more than enough to sustain him comfortably through his time at Hogwarts, so his personal attachment to galleons was far less intense than Ron's. But still, 500 galleons was no small sum, and this was certainly an exhilarating and unexpected event. I'm going to buy myself a new broom. Ron exclaimed joyfully as he reached into his pocket, feeling around for his hidden purse. Of course, I definitely won't get a firebolt, but a nimbus would be perfect. Oh, and I'm going to clear out the shelves at Honeyduke's and Zonko's. I've always dreamed of this day coming. What are you waiting for, Harry? Get your purse out, it's time to divvy up the money. Finally finding his purse, Ron grinned widely as he started to dig it out, his excitement palpable. Coming right up. Harry also immediately began searching himself, eager to claim his share of the winnings. Watching the two boys suddenly become so elated and preoccupied with the prospect of their newfound wealth, Hermione rolled her eyes with an exasperated expression. My purse can't hold that much money, I borrowed it from Charlie. Ron proudly displayed a purse embroidered with a moving dragon pattern, then reached his hand inside, preparing to scoop out the mesmerizing, gleaming galleons. But... oh, are you trying to get me to leave, Weasley? Seeing Ron's expression crumble as he maintained his digging posture, Hermione rolled her eyes once more. The next moment, Ron suddenly jumped up from his seat, turning the purse upside down and shaking it frantically, his pale face flushed with eye redness. What's going on? Hermione frowned as she realized something was clearly amiss. It's gone, the money is gone. Ron wailed, his voice laced with despair. The galleons Bagman gave me, not a single one left. On the other side, Harry also abruptly stood up, his expression one of bewilderment as he held his own purse. What's wrong, Harry? Hermione quickly asked, her concern palpable. Your money is gone too. It's my wand. Harry cried out in a panic. My wand is missing. You lost your wand, Harry. Hermione's brow furrowed deeply, her ember eyes wide with concern. Her bushy brown hair seemed to bristle with worry as she leaned forward, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. What exactly happened? Where did you drop it? In the forest. For a wizard, the importance of a wand was as self-evident. In the 3 years since entering the wizarding world, Harry had never once let his wand leave his side. It had been his constant companion, a bridge between his old life and his new identity as a wizard. Suddenly realizing he had lost it, a sickening feeling of weakness and helplessness welled up inside him, momentarily overwhelming his senses. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw tightening as he carefully scrutinized through the chaotic memories of their hasty escape from the Quidditch pitch, desperately trying to pinpoint the moment when his wand might have slipped from his grasp. My galleons! Ron's anguished cry cut through Harry's concentration. Ron seemed to be on the verge of a complete breakdown, his freckled face contorting with a mix of panic and fury. He turned his purse, a gift from his older brother Charlie, inside out with trembling hands, but couldn't find so much as a single bronze nut. His face flushed a deep crimson as he shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. Our galleons are gone too, Hermione. A whole 1,000 galleons, the entire winnings from Ludo Bagman, vanished into thin air. Who in Merlin's name could have stolen our money? In all the time Harry and Hermione had known Ron, they had never seen him this angry. Ron's lips quivered uncontrollably as he waved the empty money bag around like a flag of distress, his expression suggesting he was ready to devour the thief who had taken his galleons alive. Ron's state of near hysteria didn't particularly surprise Harry and Hermione. Ron had always been very sensitive about his family's tight financial situation. The 1,000 galleons won from Ludo Bagman represented more than just money to Ron. It was a life-changing opportunity, a chance to lift himself out of poverty and finally experience the comforts he had always dreamed of. Now that someone had cruelly snatched away his newfound wealth, any level of anger from Ron wouldn't have been unexpected. Hermione bit her lower lip lightly, looking worriedly at the frantic Ron. Even she didn't know how to calm his fury. A portion of the missing money belonged to Harry as well. Under normal circumstances, he would have been furious too. However, the gnawing worry over his lost wand left him with no emotional energy to fret about anything else. 3 years ago, on his 11th birthday, Harry had bought this wand from Ollivander, the best wand maker in Diagon Alley, under Hagrid's guidance. The memory of that day was etched permanently in his mind. This wand was more than just a magical instrument, it was his proof of formally entering the mysterious and marvelous wizarding world, a link to his parents and his heritage. For 3 years, his wand had been like a brother helping him through many difficult challenges, from facing down a troll in the girls' bathroom to conjuring his first patroness to drive away the soul-sucking Dementors. Even though this wand had a somewhat unclear and troubling connection to Voldemort, as Mr. Ollivander had hinted, Harry was still deeply attached to it. Author's note: I just got back, updates will be regular from today and there is a large chapter in next few chapters. 0449 outside. In the garden outside the tent, on either side of the rough wooden dining table, Ron paced back and forth like a caged animal. His long legs carried him in rapid, restless strides as he gnashed his teeth and cursed the nameless, faceless thief who had taken his money in increasingly colorful terms that would have made even Fred and George blush. Harry stood frozen as if hit by a particularly powerful petrification charm, as he desperately scoured through his memories, trying to reconstruct the chaotic events of the evening and pinpoint where he might have dropped his precious wand. Hermione looked anxiously at both boys, unsure of whom to comfort first. I remember now. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. He twirled to face Hermione, his voice rising with excitement as he exclaimed. I still had my wand in the top box. I used it to fight that wizard in the black cloak, remember? But then, I got hit by that eerie whip. Harry rolled up the sleeve of his jumper, revealing his right arm. The skin was now smooth and uninjured, thanks to Cleodna's powerful healing magic, but Harry could still feel the pain of the lash. That whip, it hurt so much, like being branded with white-hot iron. I couldn't hold onto my wand at all. It just flew out of my hand and then it fell into a pile of rubble. Didn't you pick it up before we escaped, Harry? Hermione stared at Harry, her expression a blend of disbelief and exasperation, clearly incredulous at his carelessness. I meant to. Harry's frustration boiled over, and he pounded his fist on the table, making the dishes rattle. His voice rose to a shout, tinged with indignation and frustration. But then that first dark witch nearly killed Sirius. And then that other witch, the one called Cleodna, appeared out of nowhere like some avenging angel. Before I knew it, Professor Watson was dueling her, spells flying everywhere. Finally, Sirius and Mr. Weasley were rushing us to escape from the box, pushing us ahead of them. Hermione, be honest, you would have forgotten too. There was so much happening, so fast. That was true enough, and Hermione's expression softened as she considered Harry's words. The events of tonight had been one shocking, terrifying incident after another, with rapid attacks and narrow escapes. Under those chaotic circumstances, Harry forgetting to pick up his wand wasn't entirely incomprehensible, even if it was still a serious oversight. I need to go find my wand, or how am I supposed to attend classes next term? After a few seconds of regret and self-pity, Harry suddenly straightened up, a look of determination settling over his features. He turned to Hermione, his voice filled with resolve. Now. Hermione's brow furrowed once more, deep lines etching themselves across her forehead. Her tone was full of disapproval, tinged with fear for her friend's safety. She didn't bother to hide her thoughts, her words tumbling out in a rush of concern. Running out there now isn't a wise decision, Harry. You saw it yourself when we came back, there were panicked wizards everywhere outside, running around like headless chickens. The Ministry is searching all over the place, they think there might be injured culprits who couldn't get away still hiding here, waiting for a chance to escape or cause more havoc. I bet if people hadn't seen Professor Watson enter this tent, the Ministry would definitely come barging in to search. You understand what I mean, don't you, Harry? It could be incredibly dangerous. We should go. The frantic Ron, who had been pacing and muttering to himself, suddenly quieted down. He turned to face his friends, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying in their intensity. A vein pulsed visibly at his temple as he spoke, his voice low and determined. I want to check the forest. That despicable thief must have taken advantage of us while we were distracted by Professor Watson's duel. They're probably still out there, counting our gold and laughing at us. Hermione pressed her lips together tightly, looking at Ron with disappointment shining in her ember eyes. She could see the recklessness born of desperation in both of her friends, and it worried her deeply. With both Harry and Ron insistent on going, Hermione knew she couldn't stop the two boys. Their stubborn Gryffindor courage or foolhardiness, as she sometimes thought of it, was in full force. Still, she grabbed onto Harry and Ron's sleeves, her fingers clutching the fabric tightly as she made one last attempt at reason. At least tell Sirius, Harry. If he finds we're not in the tent, he'll surely be worried sick. Or, notify your dad, Ron. The path to the Quidditch pitch is bound to be full of Ministry officials, we could get into serious trouble. Sirius was injured tonight, Hermione. He needs rest now, I don't want to disturb him. Harry considered Hermione's suggestion for a second before rejecting it. Ron, however, was beyond listening to reason. He shook off Hermione's hand impatiently and rushed towards the tent flap, calling over his shoulder. We have Harry's invisibility cloak, don't we? The Ministry won't be able to find us. Come on, every second we waste is another second that thief gets further away. Although she didn't approve of Harry and Ron venturing out at a time like this, her logical mind was screaming at her that this was a terrible idea, but Hermione still followed them. She couldn't let her best friends face potential danger alone, no matter how foolish she thought they were being. Over the summer holiday, all three had grown considerably taller. They had become slenderer and more mature, losing some of the roundness of childhood. The invisibility cloak that could easily cover all three of them in their first year, allowing them to roam the corridors of Hogwarts undetected, now barely managed to conceal them. Fortunately, Sirius's tent was set up close enough to the edge of the forest, otherwise, traversing such a large wooded area while trying to remain hidden would have been quite an ordeal. And as expected, the world outside was still in utter chaos. Many of those who had come to watch the Quidditch World Cup match had already dispersed, fleeing into the night with their families. But quite a few, whether out of bravery, curiosity, or simply having nowhere else to go, had chosen to spend the night here. The campground was a patchwork of abandoned tents and huddled groups, interspersed by the harsh lights of magical flares and the shouts of ministry officials trying to maintain order. But, not all of those who chose to stay did so out of safety concerns. Some foreign wizards with ill intentions had set their sights on the tents left behind by those who had fled in panic. These opportunistic looters sneaked from shadow to shadow, entering the abandoned dwellings without permission. They ransacked the valuables inside, stuffing their pockets with jewelry and magical artifacts before sneaking away furtively into the night. "Oh, these things are all mine, I tell you. What do you think you're doing, manhandling me like this?" Not far along the path, Harry and his friends encountered just such an incident. Several ministry employees, their robes disheveled and faces grim, had cornered a sneaky-looking fellow. The wizard, his face flushed with either guilt or indignation, clutched a pile of exquisite ornaments to his chest. The ministry workers demanded he provide proof that the valuable items truly belonged to him, as their wands were held at the ready. The two parties, unable to reach an agreement, quickly came to blows. Spells began to fly, multicolored jets of light illuminating the night as they fought noisily in front of a particularly luxurious tent. "Oh, daring to cause trouble for the ministry at a time like this, just you wait and see. The Dementors of Azkaban will give you a warm welcome." Amos Diggory, Cedric Diggory's father whom they had met this very morning at Stoteshed Hill, rushed past Harry with several other officials to join the fray. Before long, the foreign wizard trying to fish in troubled waters was struck by a well-aimed stunning spell. He crumpled to the ground, the stolen treasures spilling from his limp arms. As Mr. Diggory and another wizard passed by Harry again, levitating the unconscious thief between them, Mr. Diggory's face was flushed with exertion and anger. He muttered furiously to his companion. "This is the fifth one tonight. You'd think people would have more decency, especially after what happened at the match. But no, they see chaos and think only of lining their own pockets. Come on, let's not waste time, Harry. Let's go find your wand." Hermione poked Harry sharply in the ribs, her whispered words urgent and impatient. The brief delay had clearly set her nerves on edge, making her even more anxious to complete their foolish mission and return to safety. Harry pressed his lips together tightly, not voicing the deep disappointment that welled up inside him after witnessing this scene. The wizarding world was no fairy tale. It was not all wondrous spells and magical creatures, it had its share of greed, selfishness, and darkness. Harry had begun to understand this harsh truth last summer when Professor Watson had led him into that eerie, ghostly underground cave. Now, seeing wizards take advantage of a crisis to steal from their fellows, the lesson was driven home with painful clarity. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trio discovered that the security measures were even more intense than in the open campground. There was at least one grim-faced ministry official patrolling every area about the size of 2 Hogwarts classrooms. After the shocking events of tonight, these hit wizards didn't dare to be the least bit careless. They scanned the dark forest with hawk-like sharp gazes, their wands held at the ready, prepared to strike at the slightest sign of threat. Ron, his mind still consumed by thoughts of his stolen galleons, accidentally stepped on a twig. Though it was just a faint sound, barely audible above the distant shouts and spellfire, the keen-eared aura responsible for this area noticed the disturbance. He immediately rushed over, his wand tip glowing with a Lumos charm as he circled the area several times. The trio froze in place, hardly daring to breathe as the aura's searching gaze passed over them again and again. Finding nothing out of the ordinary thanks to the invisibility cloak's powerful magic, he finally walked away slowly towards other areas, but not before casting several detection spells that made Harry's skin tingle unpleasantly. Phew! Even Ron, whose mind had been fully occupied with thoughts of his lost galleons, was frightened enough by this close call to momentarily forget his anger. He unconsciously let out a long, shaky breath, only to have his ribs sharply jabbed by Hermione's elbow. After this nerve-wracking incident, the three moved forward with even more caution than before. Their progress was painfully slow, each step carefully considered to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. The invisibility cloak, while effective at concealing them from sight, did nothing to muffle sounds. They had to rely on their own stealth and the ambient noises of the forest to mask their movements. They had spent about 20 agonizing minutes creeping through the underbrush but had moved no more than 200 feet when, on a small hill bathed in eerie moonlight filtering through the canopy, Harry saw several wizards wearing dark green robes. The cross of bone and wand embroidered on their backs gleamed silver in the dim light. These distinctively dressed wizards were gathered around a figure lying flat on the mossy ground, barely clinging to life. Some were waving their wands in intricate patterns, showering the area with a soft, pulsating light. Others were carefully administering potions to the injured wizard, muttering incantations under their breath as they worked. All in all, 3 or 4 people were bustling about busily. "Those are?" Harry began to ask in a whisper, his curiosity momentarily overriding his caution. "Healers from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Ron's voice was urgent, tinged with a mix of awe and uneasiness. Growing up in a wizarding family, he was all too familiar with the sight of these magical medical professionals. Ugh! At that moment, the healer with his back to them suddenly stood up, revealing the full extent of the injured person's condition to the three hidden observers. After just one horrified glance, Harry felt his whole body break out in goosebumps. Beside him, Hermione was not so lucky in controlling her physical reaction. She crouched down, one hand pressed against her mouth in a futile attempt to hold back the tide of nausea. Unable to contain herself, she vomited on the spot. Harry and Ron also felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. They inhaled sharply, shuddering, and hurriedly averted their gaze. But the brief glimpse they had caught was now etched indelibly in their minds. The following section contains graphic descriptions of violence and injury that some readers may find disturbing. The wizard lying prone on the ground was a nightmarish sight. His body was charred to an unrecognizable black, his skin cracked and peeling like the bark of a tree consumed by fire. Blood seeped from horrifying fissures that crisscrossed his body, creating a gruesome network of crimson rivers that stained the earth beneath him. The ground was now a canvas of death, painted in shades of red and black. But the most terrifying aspect, the detail that made even the battle-hardened healers from St. Mungo's flinch, was the wizard's face. His nose had melted like a candle exposed to intense heat, leaving behind only a soft, fleshy mass that barely resembled a human face. Despite the obvious futility of their efforts, the healers from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries worked with frantic determination. Their wands moved in intricate patterns, casting spells of healing and restoration. Potions were poured down the wizard's throat, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the ashen hue of his skin. But even Harry, with his limited medical knowledge, could see the grim truth etched in the lines of worry on the healers' faces. Their efforts, valiant as they were destined to be in vain. As if to confirm Harry's unspoken observation, after only 2 minutes of intense magical intervention, the healers surrounding the grievously injured wizard began to stand up one by one. Their shoulders sagged with the weight of their failure, deep sighs escaping their lips as they removed their lime-green healers' hats. In a gesture of respect and mourning for the deceased, they bowed their heads, creating a somber circle around the lifeless body. "Poor fellow," sighed one of the healers who had previously had his back to the trio. His voice was heavy with regret and a tinge of professional frustration. If his leg hadn't been broken by the falling scaffolding, he might have had a fighting chance. But he was simply too close to Mr. Watson's magic, his body was practically cooked from the inside out. The healer's clinical description sent a shiver down Harry's spine. He had witnessed the awesome power of Professor Watson's magic during the chaotic events at the Quidditch World Cup, but to see its devastating effects on a human body was something else entirely. "What will his family say?" Another healer asked worriedly. "Strictly speaking, he died at Mr. Watson's hands." "Let's hope his family doesn't do anything foolish," said the healer who had been administering potions to the deceased. His voice was calm, almost detached, as if he had seen too much death to be truly shaken by this latest tragedy. "If they want a large compensation, the ministry will certainly oblige. But if they try to cause trouble for Mr. Watson, well, the ministry won't stand for it. Without Mr. Watson's intervention tonight, the death toll could have been hundreds, if not thousands of times higher. If they dare go to Hogwarts to confront Mr. Watson, I'll personally kick their heads off with my boot." The healer's words, though harsh, carried a ring of truth that almost no one could deny. The night's events had been catastrophic, and without Professor Watson's powerful magic, the outcome could have been far more devastating. 0450 Her wit. Hermione, mustering every ounce of her Gryffindor courage, took a deep breath and forced herself to stand. Her legs felt weak, but she steeled herself against the wave of nausea that tried to overwhelm her. With determination etched on her face, she turned her gaze back to the body, which was still faintly emitting wisps of white smoke, like a grotesque parody of a snuffed-out candle. Her pretty face was etched with sorrow that seemed to age her beyond her years. The ethical dilemma posed by the situation weighed heavily on Hermione's mind. Professor Watson certainly hadn't intended to kill this wizard, his actions had been in defense of countless innocent lives. Yet, the cold, hard fact remained that this unfortunate man had indeed died by Professor Watson's hand, albeit indirectly. In this complex situation, should Professor Watson bear responsibility for this unintended consequence of his heroic actions? Even Hermione, with her sharp intellect and encyclopedic knowledge of magical law and ethics, couldn't work out a clear answer. The situation was a moral maze with no easy exit. However, she knew with certainty that the last healer's words, though crudely expressed, were correct. If the deceased's family sought to hold Professor Watson accountable, they would find little support from the Ministry of Magic. Neither would they find sympathy among the residents of Magical Britain or the visiting members of the international wizarding community who had come to watch the Quidditch match. The weight of these somber thoughts hung heavily in the air as Hermione, Harry, and Ron silently agreed that they didn't want to discuss the unfortunate wizard's death any further. With heavy hearts and troubled minds, they walked on in silence, each lost in their own reflections. As they moved away from the tragic scene, the once brilliant lights of the Quidditch pitch had dimmed considerably, as if in mourning for the night's events. Above them, the starry sky stretched out in a breathtaking display, a dreamlike canopy of twinkling lights that seemed mockingly beautiful in contrast to the horrors they had witnessed on the ground. However, even this celestial spectacle wasn't enough to fully illuminate the dense forest that surrounded them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione wandered for what felt like hours, though it was likely only minutes. The forest seemed to have transformed into a labyrinth, its trees looming ominously in the semi-darkness, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Finally, after aimless wandering, they spotted a familiar landmark, the small hill where they had stopped to watch the unfolding chaos after fleeing the Quidditch Stadium. In the aftermath of the night's events, this spot had become the busiest location in the entire forest. As they approached, they could see several distinct groups gathered on the hilltop. The majority were easily identifiable as wizards from the British Ministry of Magic. Among them, Harry recognized a few faces from his previous encounters at the Ministry, though he couldn't put names to most of them. The rest of the crowd was an extensive mix. Staff members from both the Bulgarian and Irish Quidditch teams were huddled in small groups, their national colours still visible despite the dim light. But what truly caught the eye were the mascots the two teams had brought for the night's match. What's going on? Harry frowned as he listened to the leprechauns and the vila, now in their true forms, arguing heatedly in English with vastly different accents. After a moment, he realized they were still disputing the less-than sporting tactics employed by the Bulgarian team in the latter half of the match. Are they still arguing about the match results? What an absolute waste of time! Ron exclaimed through gritted teeth, his face flushed with frustration. His eyes darted around the hilltop, desperately searching for any sign of his missing money. He was all too aware that with the crowd of people trampling all over the area, any clues the thief might have left behind would have long since been obliterated, if there had been any evidence to begin with. Ron's gaze swept angrily over the arguing crowd on the hillside, his disappointment palpable. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting within them. He turned to Hermione, his words tumbling out in a rush of excitement. Hold on a minute, Hermione. Do you remember? Besides us, there was someone else on this slope earlier. Let me think. Crumb was here, of course, but he wouldn't have any reason to steal my money. But there was also an older fellow. Do you remember his name? Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line as she reluctantly supplied the answer, carefully avoiding Ron's hopeful gaze. Elphias Doge, she said, her tone flat. But you need to give it up, Ron. He didn't take your galleons. Why not? Ron protested, his voice rising with indignation. It could have been anyone. We don't know these people. Hermione's patience, already stretched thin by the night's events, finally snapped. She fixed Ron with a sarcastic glare and her voice was sharp as she retorted, Didn't you listen at all when Sirius introduced that wizard to us? Elphias Doge is a good friend of Professor Dumbledore. Do you honestly think someone like Dumbledore would be friends with a common thief? Ron opened his mouth to argue further, but found himself at a loss for words. Hermione's logic, as usual, was impeccable, leaving him with no room for rebuttal. Sensing the rising tension between his friends, Harry intervened quietly. Come on, he said, his voice laden with worry. Let's go check by the stadium. My wand was left in the box, and after seeing what happened to that poor wizard, well, I'm worried it might have met the same fate. The reminder of the tragedy they had witnessed earlier casted a shadow of gloom over the group. They began to move towards the boxes, Ron trailing behind with a dejected slump to his shoulders. Wait! Hermione's sudden exclamation brought them to an abrupt halt. Ron, lost in his gloomy thoughts, failed to stop in time and bumped his nose into the back of Hermione's head. What now? Ron snapped, his temper frayed by the loss of such a substantial sum of money. He rubbed his stinging nose, his tone harsher than he intended. But Hermione, focused intently on something in the distance, didn't seem to register Ron's irritation. Her eyes were fixed on the group of vila and leprechauns, still surrounded by the various wizards attempting to mediate their dispute. The money pouch Charlie gave you, she began slowly, her mind clearly racing with possibilities, it didn't have any holes in it, right? Ron's patience, already worn thin to the limit, finally snapped. Do you really think 1,000 gold galleons could have fallen out of the pouch onto the ground without any of us noticing? Come on, Hermione, that's not up to your usual standard. It's not possible, Hermione said slowly, her eyes flashing with the intensity of her thoughts. The pouch Charlie lent you isn't an ordinary one, Ron. Its interior has been magically expanded, similar to what Professor Watson did to the classroom where we practice dodging spells. This kind of pouch typically has anti-theft charms woven into its fabric. Apart from its rightful owner, even if someone found it, they wouldn't be able to open it. But the pouch you showed us was intact, while the 1,000 gold galleons inside had vanished without a trace. Have you gone utterly mad, Hermione? Ron exploded, his face flushing red with anger and frustration. Are you suggesting that I didn't want to share the money with Harry, so I secretly hid the 1,000 galleons myself? Is that what you think of me? For heaven's sake, Weasley, can you use your brain for just one moment? Hermione's face turned blue with suppressed anger, her voice trembled with the effort of maintaining her composure. Pointing at the Irish leprechauns still embroiled in their heated argument, she said through gritted teeth, "What I'm trying to say is, the pouch shows no signs of damage, yet the gold inside is gone. It's possible, just possible, that the gold galleons Ludo Bagman gave you was conjured by the Irish leprechauns." Galleons conjured by the Irish leprechauns. Ron and Harry's gazes followed the line of Hermione's outstretched finger, focusing on the shouting leprechauns in the distance. A few seconds of confused silence passed before their eyes returned to Hermione, filled with bewilderment. Ron furrowed his brow, his mind struggling to make the connection. "So what?" he asked, still not grasping the implications. "Does the gold galleons scattered by the Irish leprechauns disappear or something?" "Oh, thank goodness, your brain is finally working, Weasley!" Hermione exclaimed, rolling her eyes dramatically as she placed her hands on her hips. Despite her exasperation, there was a hint of relief in her voice as she continued, "You've actually guessed correctly. The gold conjured by the Irish leprechauns is just an illusion, Ron. It does indeed disappear." Ron stood motionless, his freckled face frozen in an expression of utter disbelief for a full 30 seconds before coming to his senses. He stared at Hermione, who was standing close by, and whispered in a voice barely audible. The gold conjured by those Irish leprechauns disappears? But weren't those leprechauns the mascots brought by the Irish team for the match? I thought. Blimey, Harry, quick as you can, check how many galleons you've got left in that money pouch of yours." "What?" Harry's voice was laced with confusion, his emerald green eyes blinking rapidly behind his round spectacles as he tried to process Ron's sudden outburst. Despite his bewilderment, he instinctively followed his best friend's urgent advice. Harry hadn't yet made his usual trip to Gringotts Wizarding Bank to withdraw his living expenses for the upcoming term at Hogwarts. Moreover, he had spent a considerable amount of gold on various magical trinkets and souvenirs from small vendors in the campsite before the match. As a result, when he carefully opened the drawstring of his pouch, he found it contained mostly bronze nuts with only a sparse scattering of gold galleons glinting among them. Harry's fingers fumbled through the coins, eventually picking out the few galleons he could find and held them out towards Ron in confusion. "This is all I've got left, Ron. What's the matter? Is something wrong?" The color drained from Ron's face so rapidly it was as if someone had cast a disillusionment charm on him. Still refusing to believe what his eyes were telling him, Ron snatched the pouch from Harry's outstretched hand and searched frantically for any stray galleons that Harry might have overlooked. After a moment, he finally confirmed that Harry hadn't miscounted. "They're gone, Harry," Ron said, crestfallen. "Don't you remember? Before the match kicked off, I handed you a fistful of gold galleons, the ones that Irish leprechauns had showered down on us all. I recall watching you stuff all that glittering gold into your pouch. And now it's all gone, like it never existed in the first place." Harry furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before vaguely recalling something of the sort. Ron had indeed given him that gold to repay him for the omnioculars. "Your memory has suddenly become frighteningly sharp, Ronald." Hermione's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Her lips were pursed tightly, a clear sign of her disapproval of the entire situation. The wrinkles on Harry's forehead hadn't smoothed out. He hesitantly said. "So, what you're saying is, Ludo Bagman paid us and Fred and George too with fake gold? Gold that was conjured by those leprechauns and would disappear?" Harry paused, struggling to wrap his mind around the concept. But surely it must have been a mistake? I mean, Bagman is the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, surely he wouldn't, it couldn't possibly have been intentional, could it? Hermione bit her lip but didn't say anything. "I've got to go back and check." Ron's words came out in a rush, his breathing heavy and slightly panicked. "I need to find out if Fred and George's gold is still there, or if it's vanished too. Ron, we didn't come all the way out here just to chase after some leprechaun gold." Hermione's voice was stern, tinged with irritation. Her brown eyes flashed dangerously as she glared at Ron. "We're supposed to be helping Harry find his wand. Have you forgotten that already?" "Wand?" Ron repeated the word as if it were in a foreign language, his face a picture of utter befuddlement. For a moment, it seemed as though he had completely forgotten about the original purpose of their risky excursion. Then, like a bolt of lightning, realization struck him. "Oh, right. Harry's wand. He left it in the box during all that chaos. Blimey, how could I forget? Right then, let's get a move on." With a renewed sense of purpose, Ron took the lead, setting off towards the Quidditch pitch with long, determined strides. Harry followed close behind, his own worry about his missing wand now competing with concern over the potentially fraudulent gold. Hermione followed up at last, her eyes fixed on the back of Ron's head with a complex look before she let out an inward sigh and quickened her pace to keep up with the boys. The trek to the Quidditch pitch was a tense affair. Harry's mind was consumed with worry about his wand. Ron, on the other hand, was laser-focused on finding Fred and George, desperate to confirm whether their gold had also mysteriously disappeared. This shared sense of urgency meant that the three of them paid little attention to their surroundings, instead choosing to move as stealthily and quickly as possible towards their destination. 20 minutes later, they were once again standing outside the entrance to the stadium. The contrast between what they saw now and what they had witnessed earlier this evening was shocking, to say the least. Few hours ago, the Quidditch World Cup final stadium had been, without a doubt, the largest and most impressive structure Harry had ever laid eyes on in the wizarding world. Mr. Weasley had emphasized repeatedly that the construction of a sports arena capable of comfortably seating 100,000 spectators was no small feat. The British Ministry of Magic had deployed hundreds of witches and wizards who had been working on this project since the beginning of the year, finally completing this magnificent structure just a couple of weeks before the match began. But now, in the span of half a day, this marvel of magical architecture had been reduced to little more than a pile of ruins. Perhaps fearing that the remaining structure might collapse again, the Ministry of Magic had thoroughly evacuated the area after removing the injured and the dead. However, this also conveniently facilitated the movement of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They nervously traversed the now unrecognizable passageway, trying their best to avoid touching anything. They weren't sure if knocking something over might trigger a chain reaction, causing the fragmented passage to completely collapse. Upon entering the Quidditch pitch and confirming that there wasn't a sound in any direction, Harry lifted the invisibility cloak in a patch of shadow. When they had fled the stadium earlier, it was just before Professor Watson and the witch named Clyodna had begun their duel. At the time, they had been blissfully unaware of the destruction their battle would wreak upon the stadium. Now, finally able to survey the aftermath, they were struck speechless by the sheer scale of devastation caused by the clash between two of the most powerful magic users in the wizarding world. The once lush, meticulously manicured grassy field that had filled the stadium had vanished completely, as if it had never existed. In its place was an enormous crater. As moonlight spilled over the scene, the trio noticed something peculiar. The edges and interior of the pit seemed to glitter with an odd, bright luster. His curiosity piqued, Ron cautiously approached the edge of the crater. With a quick glance back at his friends, he reached down and broke off a small piece of the reflective material from the crater's lip. Bringing it close to his face, he examined it carefully in his palm, turning it this way and that to catch the moonlight. Blimey, is this some sort of gemstone? After a few seconds of intense scrutiny, Ron turned around, looking at Hermione with a slightly bewildered expression. Hermione stepped closer, her own curiosity evident in her furrowed brow. She leaned in, her eyes narrowing as she carefully examined the shard in Ron's palm. After a moment, she straightened up. No, it's not a gemstone, Ron. It's glass, Hermione stated with her usual air of confidence. Her tone took on a slightly lecturing tone as she continued, it's a result of Professor Watson's magic. The intense heat generated by that massive fireball he conjured must have been hot enough to melt the sand in the soil. When it cooled rapidly, it formed this glass. Ron's face scrunched up in confusion as he looked from Hermione to Harry, clearly lost. What kind of explanation is that? Since when does fire turn dirt into glass? Harry, caught between his two friends, could only offer a helpless shrug. It's probably some kind of muggle science thing, he suggested, not entirely sure himself but trusting in Hermione's knowledge. Disappointment clear on his face now that he knew the shard wasn't some valuable gemstone, Ron tossed the piece of glass aside carelessly. His attention quickly shifted back to the ruined pitch stretching out before them. From their vantage point, the once oval-shaped Quidditch pitch was now completely unrecognizable. Nearly a third of the entire structure had crumbled into nothing more than a chaotic heap of rubble and twisted metal. The remaining spectator stands were in complete disarray, large sections torn asunder and others barely clinging to what remained of the main structure. Enormous, gnarled vines snaked through the wreckage, wrapped tightly around beams and through gaps in the rubble as if trying to drag the entire stadium back to the earth. The fact that the entire magnificent Quidditch stadium hadn't been reduced to a pile of rubble was partly due to the Ministry of Magic's thorough and meticulous efforts in its construction. However, it was also due to an unexpected side effect of the battle. The steel beam connections in the main structure had been completely welded together by the intense heat of the fiend fire conjured by Brian during the duel. As the three young wizards stood there, taking in the full extent of the destruction, an indescribable pressure seemed to settle on their hearts. They dared not imagine what might have become of them if Professor Watson hadn't had the foresight to give them time to escape before engaging in battle with Clyodna. Their fate, they realized with a collective shudder, would likely have been no better and possibly far worse than that of the unfortunate wizard who had just perished outside the stadium. The weight of this realization hung heavy in the air between them for several long moments before Hermione finally broke the silence. "Come on, Harry," she said, gently pushing at his shoulder to spur him into action. "We need to find your wand quickly." Her eyes darted nervously around the ruined stadium as she continued in a suppressed voice, "Someone from the ministry could show up at any moment to inspect the damage. We can't afford to linger here for too long." Harry let out a long, weary sigh. To be honest, I've already started to prepare myself mentally for the possibility of having to buy a new wand from Ollivanders. Indeed, as Harry surveyed the sorry state of the once magnificent Quidditch pitch, he couldn't help but feel that the chances of his wand remaining intact amidst such devastation were minuscule at best. Despite his pessimistic attitude, Harry knew they couldn't simply turn back now. They had taken an enormous risk in coming here, so they couldn't just look around and leave. With renewed determination, the three friends began to look around, trying to identify their seat location within the ruined stadium. The once familiar layout had been so thoroughly destroyed that it took them several long, frustrating minutes of debate and careful observation before they could finally determine the approximate location of their box from the evening's match. Their efforts were rewarded with a mixture of good and bad news. On the positive side, they discovered that the section of the stadium containing the top-level box where they had watched the Quidditch final hadn't been completely reduced to rubble. Its main structure, while damaged, was still largely intact, a small miracle given the destruction surrounding it. However, the bad news was that the stairway leading up to the top-level box had become extremely unstable. Chunks of masonry and twisted metal were scattered haphazardly across the steps, creating a treacherous obstacle course. The entire staircase seemed to be hanging in a precarious balance, as if the slightest additional weight might cause it to give way entirely. Harry stood at the foot of this broken staircase, his green eyes roaming up its length as he assessed the danger. After a moment of tense silence, Harry walked to the lowest point of the staircase, hesitated for a moment, then turned to Ron and asked, "Ron, could I borrow your wand for a moment?" Ron frowned. "Hold on, you're not planning to go up there alone, are you?" Harry nodded solemnly. This staircase might barely support the weight of one person, but it would be far too dangerous for all three of us to attempt the climb. There's no need for you both to risk your lives alongside me. I don't like the sound of that one bit, mate, Ron clicked his tongue and said, shaking his head. Should I start counting how many times we've risked our lives together over the past few years, Harry? Because I reckon we'd be here until sunrise if I did. However, Harry's concern wasn't without reason. The structure before them was indeed in a precarious state, and it would be foolish for all three of them to recklessly attempt to climb it. Hermione had been quiet during this exchange, her mind clearly working overtime to find a solution. Her eyes were fixed on the box high above them, a frustrated frown creasing her forehead. Finally, she spoke, her voice tinged with a mix of annoyance and disappointment. "If only we could fly up there," she said, her gaze still locked on the distant box. "But flying isn't simple magic. It's far too advanced for us." Ron's eyes lit up at the mention of flying, his expertise in all things related to Quidditch coming to the front. "Actually, flying itself isn't that hard," he said, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "If we had a broomstick, even an old shooting star would do the trick." As Ron spoke, his eyes began to scan the area, searching for any safer alternative route to approach the box. Meanwhile, Harry, like Hermione, continued to gaze up at their destination and sighed. The trio stood in contemplative silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts as they tried to devise a plan. Then, without any warning, the silence was shattered. A voice, harsh and grating, suddenly cut through the still night air. This off-key voice was filled with a painful hoarseness, as if its owner had been screaming for hours. But what it uttered wasn't a cry for help or a shout of surprise at finding intruders in the ruins. No, what they heard was unmistakably an incantation, a spell. Mors Mordra. The next second, something enormous and blindingly glittering green appeared in the top-level box and swiftly soared into the sky. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0451 Explanation. The previously tranquil Quidditch Stadium, nestled under a starry night sky, suddenly erupted with a blood-curdling scream that shattered the eerie silence. In an instant, a brilliantly glowing green symbol materialized out of thin air, hovering ominously above the top box seats. In the dim, ghostly illumination, Harry vaguely saw a blurry hazy shadow that seemed to crumple and collapse inside the box. This unexpected and terrifying turn of events left Harry, Ron, and Hermione utterly stunned. Their bodies tensed, frozen in place as if petrified by some unseen force rendering them momentarily unable to react. After only about 10 seconds, Ron's voice finally broke through the oppressive silence. His words came out in a high-pitched squeak, so unlike his usual tone that it was barely recognizable. "What's going on?" he stammered, his face bleached with fear, his wide eyes were fixed on the sinister symbol floating above them. "What the bloody hell is that thing?" Harry's mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of the surreal scene unfolding before them. For a fleeting moment, he had the notion that the mysterious symbol might be another creation of the leprechauns they had seen earlier in the evening. However, that comforting thought was quickly dispelled as he recalled that those leprechauns were currently in a heated dispute with the Bulgarian villa in the nearby woods. Besides, Harry realized with a sinking feeling, even the rowdiest leprechauns would never conjure such a horrifying and malevolent image. Squinting against the darkness, Harry focused his attention on the floating phantom. As the details came into sharper focus, he felt his breath catch in his throat. The symbol was a grotesque skull, etched in what appeared to be a constellation of glittering emerald stars. More disturbing still was the serpent that protruded from the skull's gaping jaws, writhing and undulating like a grotesque parody of a tongue. As the trio watched, rooted to the spot in horror, the nightmarish image began to ascend higher into the inky black sky. It left a trail of sickly greenish smoke in its wake, embedding itself against the backdrop of twinkling stars like some twisted new constellation born of pure malevolence. What is that thing? Harry echoed Ron's earlier question, his voice barely above a whisper as the fog of shock began to lift from his mind. The commotion around them grew steadily, with distant shouts and the sound of running feet adding to the cacophony of fear and confusion. Instinctively, Harry turned to Hermione, the one most likely to have an answer to this terrifying mystery. To his surprise and rising dread, he saw her usually composed face drained of all color, her eyes were wide with a terror he had never seen before in her face. Hermione? Harry asked, his voice laced with concern as he reached out to grip her arm, partly to offer comfort and partly to steady himself. What's wrong? Do you know what that thing is? Hermione's voice came out as a strangled groan. It's the dark mark, Harry. She managed to choke out, her words sending a fresh wave of ice through Harry's veins. It's the sign of you-know-who's followers, the Death Eaters. They must be the ones who attacked the campsite tonight. Her voice rose in pitch as panic took hold. We need to get out of here, Harry. Now. It wasn't Hermione's panicked cry that finally spurred Harry into action, but rather his body's deeply ingrained instinct for self-protection. In that crucial moment, Harry and Hermione moved with an almost supernatural synchronicity, both lunging towards Ron, who remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed by shock and fear. The trio had barely hit the ground when the air around them was suddenly filled with a series of sharp, crackling sounds, the unmistakable noise of wizards operating. Stupefy. The night air was filled by the unified cry of approximately 20 wizards as they materialized around the prone figures of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Jets of red light erupted from their wands, hurtling towards them. A barrage of magical energy illuminated the Quidditch pitch in a dazzling, terrifying light show. The ground beneath them exploded as spells struck the earth, pelting Harry's face with chunks of dirt and grass. He felt the searing heat of a red beam of light as it grazed the top of his head, the sheer magical force of it caused him to squint against the sudden gust of wind it generated. Stop! A familiar voice cut through the chaos, that all three of them recognized. Stop! That's my son, and Harry Potter. As suddenly as it had begun, the onslaught of spells ceased. The imminent sense of danger that had enveloped them began to dissipate, replaced by a tense silence. Harry cautiously loosened his protective grip on Hermione and Ron, daring to raise his head and survey their surroundings. His eyes fell upon the nearest wizard, who was now lowering his wand, peering intently at Harry's face with a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. From behind the semicircle of Ministry wizards, Harry could make out the figure of Mr. Weasley striding towards them. His face was a mixture of terror and concern. Ron, Harry! Mr. Weasley's voice trembled with barely contained emotion as he approached. Hermione, are you all right? Are any of you hurt? Before any of them could respond, a cold, curt voice cut through the air like a knife. Out of the way, Arthur! Harry's eyes darted to the source of the voice, immediately recognizing the speaker by the familiar face of the person trailing behind him. It was Percy, following in the steps of his boss like an eager shadow. Percy's eyes widened as they fell upon Harry and his younger brother Ron, still sprawled on the ground. His expression was one of utter disbelief, tinged with something that looked unsettlingly like suspicion. What in Merlin's name are you doing here? Percy exclaimed, his eyes flashing with anger rather than the concern so evident in his father's face. Silence! Barty Crouch snapped, his voice carrying the same icy authority that had dismissed Mr. Weasley moments before. The tension in the air rose up by another notch as Crouch focused his penetrating gaze on Harry. Who did this? Crouch demanded, his sharp gaze darting between the three young wizards. His next words came out as a growl, laden with accusation. Which one of you conjured the dark mark? Harry felt a surge of indignation rise within him, momentarily overriding his fear. We didn't do it! He protested vehemently, gesturing towards the skull that still hovered menacingly above them. We didn't do anything. Yeah, we didn't do anything. Ron chimed in, his voice thick with a mixture of fear and resentment. He rubbed his elbow, wincing at the pain from their sudden dive to the ground, and shot a hurt glare at his father. Why did you attack us? We're supposed to be on the same side. Crouch's eyes bulged slightly, giving him a somewhat manic appearance that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Do not lie, gentlemen! He snarled, his wand now pointed directly at Ron's chest. You were discovered at the scene of the crime. The evidence speaks for itself. Mr. Weasley stepped forward, placing himself between Crouch's wand and the trio. They're just children, Barty, I brought them here myself to watch the match. They couldn't possibly be connected to the Death Eaters who attacked tonight. It's absurd to even consider such a thing. Harry felt annoyed to see that Percy was eyeing them suspiciously, as if actually considering the possibility that they might have conjured the dark mark. Barty, a witch dressed in a long woolen dressing gown, interjected quietly, I don't think it could have been them. Surely you can see. Her words trailed off as many of the ministry officials surrounding them began to mutter amongst themselves. It was clear that they had recognized the green-eyed boy as Harry Potter, a fact that spoke volumes in itself. If the dark mark had appeared while Harry Potter was present, there was only one logical conclusion to be drawn: whoever had conjured the mark was calling for reinforcements, to finish off the boy who lived. Despite the growing murmurs of doubt, Barty Crouch remained unmoved. Mr. Weasley, visibly wilting under Crouch's intense scrutiny, turned anxiously to the trio, his eyes pleading for information that might defuse the situation. You three, he began, his voice strained with worry, where exactly did this mark come from? What did you see? Please, tell us everything. Hermione, her voice still shaky, raised a trembling hand to point towards the top of the stadium. Over there, she managed to say, her words barely above a whisper. The top box. We saw the mark fly up from inside the box. Crouch's head snapped around at Hermione's words, his penetrating gaze now focused solely on her. Oh? From the box, you say? He asked, his voice dripping with skepticism as he lowered his head, maintaining his intimidating stare. And you just happened to see it? Mere coincidence, I suppose. Barty. Mr. Weasley's protest was tinged with exasperation at Crouch's leading questions. He met Barty Crouch's glare with one of his own, speaking rapidly in an attempt to inject some reason into the proceedings. Surely you've realized by now that one of these three is Harry Potter? Do you honestly think Harry Potter, of all people, would conjure the dark mark? They're Hogwarts students, for Merlin's sake. I'm absolutely certain that neither Albus Dumbledore nor Brian Watson has taught them anything about the dark mark or its creation. Mr. Weasley's mention of Dumbledore and Watson seemed to strike a chord. Even Crouch's cheek twitched at the mention of these two names. Percy, however, seemed unmoved by his father's emotional defense. His brow furrowed as he turned his attention to Ron, his voice laced with disapproval. Why are you even here? Dad said you went back to the tent with Sirius and Professor Watson. What possible reason could you have for sneaking out? Ron's face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment as he glared at his older brother. What do you mean, why are we here? He shot back indignantly. I've already said, we have nothing to do with that mark. We just happened to see it before you lot did. Why is that so hard to believe? Answer the question, sir. Crouch's voice cut through the brotherly squabble, his gaze boring into Ron over Mr. Weasley's protective shoulder. Surely you're not here to relieve the match. What could possibly have compelled you to return to this place at such an hour? Ron opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He noticed his father was also looking at him expectantly, waiting for an explanation. The truth that they had risked coming here to search for the gold galleons he had won from Ludo Bagman, which had mysteriously vanished suddenly, seemed painfully foolish. If he admitted to that, Ron knew his father would likely skin him alive before his mother even got the chance. Sensing Ron's hesitation, Harry decided to step in, drawing Crouch's attention to himself. We came to find my wand, he said, the half-truth coming easier than he expected. We did go back to the tent with Sirius and Professor Watson, but before going to sleep, I realized my wand was missing. Then I remembered I'd left it in the box. Harry paused, glancing at his friends before continuing. Ron and Hermione came with me because they were worried about me encountering danger on the way. We didn't actually go up to the box because the staircase looked like it was about to collapse. We were trying to figure out what to do when all this happened. Coming to find a lost wand. This explanation indeed caught the ministry group by surprise. However, hearing Harry's explanation, Mr. Weasley's face tightened. You didn't ask Sirius to come with you. Harry hesitated for a moment, weighing his options, but ultimately decided that honesty was the best policy in this situation. He shook his head slowly, watching as Mr. Weasley's expression darkened further. It was clear that if the circumstances weren't so dire, they would certainly have been on the receiving end of a stern lecture. Mr. Diggory, who had earlier been tasked with escorting the thieving foreign wizard, seemed particularly disturbed by Harry's explanation. He clicked his tongue disapprovingly, his voice thick with incredulity as he asked, How on earth did you manage to get here undetected? The woods are crawling with our people, but not a single alarm was raised. Surely you didn't just stroll over here in plain sight. Put on the spot by this direct questioning, Harry realized he had no choice but to reveal more truth. With a resigned sigh, he carefully unfolded the invisibility cloak he had been clutching tightly throughout the exchange. Oh, an invisibility cloak! Mr. Diggory exclaimed, his eyebrows rising in slight surprise as he examined the shimmering fabric. Those aren't exactly common items, certainly not cheap, either. But I suppose that explains how you managed to slip past our defenses. Amos Diggory turned to look at Mr. Crouch, who was now squinting intently at the cloak in Harry's hands. Well then, Mr. Diggory said, breaking the tense silence that had fallen over the group. Shall we go up and have a look at this box? Perhaps we'll find some answers there. 0452 End of this night. Amos Diggory, Cedric Diggory's father, suggested going up to the box to take a look. Strangely, Mr. Crouch, who had been practically vibrating with fierce indignation moments earlier, now seemed oddly disinterested in Amos's proposal. The witch in the dressing gown shook her head, her graying hair catching the eerie green light cast by the dark mark overhead. Her words seemed to solve the puzzle of Harry's confusion, at least momentarily. Don't bother, Amos, whoever conjured that thing, she gestured towards the sky with a slight shudder, has surely dissipated by now. We're chasing shadows. Amos Diggory, however, was not so easily dissuaded. His eyes, glinting with determination, remained focused on the box high above them. I don't think so, he countered firmly. If they wanted to leave, the prankster, if that's what we're dealing with, would have gone already. He paused, his brow furrowing in thought. I suspect they're either severely injured and unable to move, or they've just regained consciousness. Either way, we can't leave any stone unturned. Mr. Diggory flexed his wrist, his wand at the ready. It was clear from his stance that he had made his decision. Seemingly believing the twisted and precarious stairway to the box unsafe, he disapparated directly up there. Harry squinted, noticing Mr. Diggory appear on the outer side of the box. Amos gripped the twisted, deformed railing with one hand, and with his other hand, he pointed his illuminated wand into the pitch-black interior of the box. The assembled group below held their collective breath, waiting for any sign of danger or discovery. Seconds ticked by, feeling like hours in the tense silence. No spells were fired at Mr. Diggory from inside the box, which could either be a good sign or a trap waiting to be sprung. After a brief but thorough observation, Amos seemed satisfied that no immediate threat lurked inside. He put his wand between his teeth, freeing both hands to carefully move over the railing. The metal groaned ominously under his weight, a stark reminder of how precarious the situation truly was. Suddenly, the eerie quiet was shattered by a startled cry from Mr. Diggory. Ouch! His voice echoed through the quiet Quidditch pitch, causing everyone below to tense up immediately. The ministry officials, their nerves already frayed by the night's events, all snapped to attention, pointing their wands upwards at the box in a synchronized motion. Mr. Weasley, his balding head shining slightly in the ghostly green light of the dark mark, called out loudly, "What's happening, Amos? Do you need backup?" His hand tightened on his wand, ready to apparate to Amos's aid at a moment's notice. It's nothing, Mr. Diggory's voice floated down from inside the box, sounding slightly flustered and out of breath. I stepped into a hole and almost fell to the next level, nasty surprise, that. There was a pause, filled only by the sound of shifting debris. Don't come up, Arthur. This structure can't handle any more weight. It's like a game of exploding snap up here, one wrong move and the whole thing might come down. As Mr. Diggory continued his search, the box emitted a continuous symphony of creaks and groans, each sound making those below wince in anticipation of a catastrophic collapse. The ministry officials relaxed their stances slightly but remained highly alert, their eyes never leaving the box above. Harry, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation, wanted to call out to Mr. Diggory, to ask him to keep an eye out for his wand. But given the gravity of the current situation, he bit his tongue, knowing that his lost wand was the least of their worries right now. Suddenly, Amos's voice rang out again, this time with a note of discovery. Ah, got something here. There's unconscious. Ouch, my goodness. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged quick, worried glances, their young faces pale in the eerie light. Mr. Crouch, who had been unnaturally still and quiet, suddenly called out in a tone of utter disbelief, his usual composure cracking. You've caught someone? Who is it, Amos? Who's up there? Before Mr. Crouch's shout had even finished echoing around the decimated Quidditch pitch, the air in front of them exploded unexpectedly with a resounding bang. Mr. Diggory materialized amidst an expanding cloud of dust and debris, holding a small, limp body in his arms. As the dust began to settle, Harry's eyes widened in shock as he immediately recognized the figure by its distinctive bat-like ears. His breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his ears. Beside him, Hermione let out a small gasp, covering her mouth with her hand and taking an involuntary step backward. Barty Crouch stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the house elf as Amos gently placed it at his feet. For several long, agonizing seconds, Crouch remained motionless, as if he had been hit with a Petrificus totalis curse. His already pale face seemed to drain of what little color it had left, his fiery eyes were locked onto the unconscious figure of Winky, his house elf, lying motionless on the ground before him. The other ministry officials all turned to look at Barty Crouch, their expressions a mix of shock, disbelief, and growing suspicion. When Mr. Diggory had first found Winky, she must have been lying face down, which had mercifully protected her front from further harm. But her back. Harry felt his stomach lurch as he took in the full extent of her injuries. It was a sight no less horrifying than that of the unfortunate wizard they had seen in the forest earlier. The house elf's back was a mess of raw, blistered flesh, unmistakably the result of Professor Watson's powerful magic. The wounds were covered in bloody scabs, some fresh and others already beginning to heal. Given the normal timeline of injury and recovery, the wounds shouldn't have progressed to this stage of healing. It was clear that the little creature must have regained consciousness at some point after the initial injury and taken desperate measures to prevent her own demise. This is impossible. Barty Crouch finally broke his silence, his words coming out in a stutter, so unlike his usual crisp, authoritative tone. Impossible. Before anyone could react, before a single word of caution could be uttered, Crouch's face contorted with a mixture of disbelief and something that looked unsettlingly like fear. With another resounding bang, he disapparated, reappearing a split second later in the precariously balanced box above. "It's no use, Mr. Crouch," Amos Diggory called up, his voice tinged with exasperation and a hint of concern. "I've checked thoroughly, there's no one else up there." But Diggory's shout fell on deaf ears. The creaking sounds emanating from the box intensified, a clear indication that Mr. Crouch was conducting his own frantic search, unable or unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. Amos Diggory's face hardened as he looked down at Winky's unconscious form, his expression a mixture of stern disapproval and barely concealed embarrassment. "This is rather uncomfortable," he said, choosing his words carefully but unable to keep the edge out of his voice. "Barty Crouch is house elf, of all creatures. It's a delicate situation, I mean." Mr. Weasley spoke up quietly, his kind face creased with worry. Now, Amos," he said, his tone pacifying. "Surely you don't really think the elf did it? The dark mark is a wizard's sign. It requires a wand and complex magic far beyond the capabilities of a house elf." "Yes, well, about that," Amos replied, his eyebrows raised significantly as he reached into his pocket. With a curl, he produced a wand, holding it up for all to see. "She was holding this when I found her." Harry's eyes widened in shock and relief as he recognized the familiar wand. "That's my wand!" he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. He stepped forward, gratefully taking it back from Mr. Diggory and examined it closely. "I thought it was surely ruined in all this chaos." Amos merely shrugged at Mr. Weasley, his expression grim. "You see, Arthur," he said, his tone taking on a more official air, "the elf had a wand. This is a clear violation of Clause 3 of the Code of Wand Use. No non-human creature is permitted to carry or use a wand. The law is quite clear on this matter." Just then, with another pop, Barty Crouch apparat next to Mr. Weasley. It was immediately apparent that his search of the box had yielded nothing. His hands were visibly shaking, and even his meticulously groomed toothbrush mustache seemed to be twitching. The situation now seemed painfully clear to all present. As one, the ministry officials turned their collective gaze to the unconscious Winky on the ground, their expressions a mix of confusion, suspicion, and in some cases, barely concealed disdain. Some, however, couldn't help but cast covert glances at Barty Crouch, clearly wondering how this would affect the career of the famously strict and by-the-book head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Mr. Diggory, seemingly considering himself the hero of the hour for uncovering this potential conspiracy, showed a small, smug smile. His chest puffed out slightly as he addressed the group, focusing particularly on Barty Crouch. "If you have no objections, Mr. Crouch," he said, his tone formal but with an undercurrent of excitement, "I think we should wake her up and hear what she has to say for herself." Crouch showed no visible reaction to this suggestion, his face was unreadable. But Hermione looked at Amos in surprise and growing indignation. "But sir," she interjected, her voice trembling slightly but gaining strength as she spoke, "the house elf is severely injured. Surely the humane thing would be to treat her first? I mean, she can't possibly answer questions coherently in this state." Amos raised an eyebrow at Hermione's outburst, regarding her as if she'd just suggested they all take a break for a picnic. But perhaps considering Barty Crouch's position and delicate feelings, he adopted a more amiable tone. "That would indeed be the normal procedure, young miss, but you must understand, tonight we've suffered a major loss. The appearance of the dark mark is no small matter. We must quickly determine if this house elf is an accomplice or something more." With that ominous statement hanging in the air, Amos pointed his own wand at Winky's prone form. "Renervate." The effect was immediate. Winky stirred feebly, her small form twitching as consciousness returned. She seemed to want to turn over, perhaps to position herself, but this slight movement aggravated her extensive back wounds. Winky let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain, her cries of anguish quavering through the night air. Mr. Diggory didn't wait for Winky to fully regain her senses or for her pain to subside. Instead, he helped her again, directly waving his wand to flip her over and levitate her slightly off the ground. As Winky's large, tennis ball-sized eyes fluttered open and she realized who was surrounding her, her cries were suddenly cut off as if someone had cast a silencing charm. She stared with blank, wide eyes, her expression frozen in a grimace of fear and shock, as if an invisible hand had grabbed her by the throat. Harry, watching this scene unfold with growing unease, suddenly felt someone grasp his arm. Turning his head, he saw it was Hermione. Her face was a picture of distress, her slight frame swaying in the night breeze as if the weight of what she was witnessing was too much to bear. Harry pursed his lips, feeling a mixture of helplessness and anger. He watched Winky being interrogated, desperately wanting to offer help but not knowing how, or if he even could in this situation. Scene break. Later, outside Sirius's tent, after Mr. Weasley had given them a stern warning about staying out of trouble and hurriedly left with his ministry colleagues to deal with the aftermath of the night's events, Hermione could no longer contain her outrage. "I can't believe Barty Crouch would do that!" she roared, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Her bushy hair seemed to crackle with indignation as she paced back and forth in front of Harry and Ron. "There's no substantial evidence proving Winky cast that spell. None. But Barty Crouch just dismissed her like that, without a second thought. He didn't even want to treat the injuries of someone who had been loyally serving him for years. What does he think house elves are, disposable slaves?" Ron, leaning against the tent pole with his arms crossed, seemed surprisingly nonchalant about the house elf's fate. He calmly said, "You've hit the nail on the head there, Hermione, whether you meant to or not." Seeing Hermione's confused look, he elaborated, his voice matter of fact. "House elves are slaves to their masters. It's been that way for centuries. To be honest, Crouch dismissing her might actually be a good thing for her in the long run." Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but Ron held up a hand, his expression unusually serious. "Hear me out, Hermione. If she were really taken back to the ministry for questioning, well..." He paused, his freckled face scrunching up as if he was trying to find the right words. "My dad told me about some of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures methods. They're not exactly known for their gentle touch, especially when it comes to non-human magical beings suspected of dark magic use." Ron's voice dropped to a near whisper, his blue eyes darting around as if afraid someone might overhear. "The way Dad describes it, if Winky had been taken in for official questioning, she probably wouldn't have left there alive. At least not with her mind intact." Hermione's eyes widened in shock, her face paling visibly even in the dim light outside the tent. She stared at Ron, apparently at a loss for words. It was clear that she hadn't expected the Ministry's treatment of non-human magical creatures to be quite so brutal. "I hope Dobby doesn't end up like that," Harry, who had been silent up until now, sighed deeply, looking up at the deep night sky. 0453 The following days. The golden rays of the morning sun had barely begun to filter through the windows of the burrow when Sirius, his face etched with concern and a hint of anger, learned of the previous night's escapade. Harry, along with Ron and Hermione, had ventured out to the Quidditch pitch in search for his missing wand. This piece of news was delivered by an exhausted Mr. Weasley, who had rushed home for a hasty breakfast before returning to his duties at the ministry. This marked the first time Sirius had ever lost his temper with Harry. To punish Harry's reckless behavior, not only did he forbid Harry from accompanying him on the planned visit to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to see Remus, but he also confined him to the burrow for the remainder of the summer holidays, prohibiting any excursions beyond Ottery St. Catchpole, effectively grounding Harry in a way he had never experienced before. The harshness of this decision sparked an immediate and fierce resistance from Harry. The argument that ensued between Godfather and Godson was explosive, causing the old house to practically tremor with the intensity of their disagreement. The shouting match reached such a fever pitch that it seemed as though the very roof might lift off its timbers and float away on the waves of their anger. In the end, it was Sirius who stormed out, his face ashen with anger. Harry, for his part, found himself with little choice but to comply with the punishment. After all, where else could he go? The Dursleys' house on Privet Drive was certainly not an option, and wandering off on his own would only serve to prove Sirius right about his recklessness. As the days turned into weeks, the wizarding world was caught in a whirlwind of excitement and speculation. News of the dramatic events that had unfolded during the Quidditch World Cup final spread like fiend fire through magical communities across the globe. The Daily Prophet, never one to miss an opportunity for sensationalism, had transformed overnight into what amounted to a personal portrait gallery for Brian Watson, who had become an instant legend. For a fortnight straight, the front page of the Daily Prophet featured a rotating selection of captivating photographs depicting Brian's duel with the Dark Witch Cleodna on the Quidditch pitch. These images, magical in nature, played out the battle in miniature, allowing readers to relive the intense moments again and again. From the second page to the very last, the Prophet was crammed with snapshots of Brian's rare public appearances before that night. Candid shots of him stepping out of the ministry, formal portraits taken at hastily arranged press conferences, and even the odd picture of him simply going about his day became the subject of intense scrutiny and admiration. The entire wizarding world seemed to have nothing but one topic of conversation, the spectacular showdown between Brian Watson and the infamous Dark Witch. To put the magnitude of this event into perspective, one had to look back half a century to find a comparable moment in wizarding history. The The last time the magical community had been so universally captivated was during the legendary duel between Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald in Paris. That battle, often referred to as the duel of the century, had pitted the two greatest wizards of the age against each other in a clash that had reshaped the course of magical history. However, the passage of time had dimmed the collective memory of that momentous event. Most of the witches and wizards who had been fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to witness that earth-shattering duel firsthand had long since passed on to the next great adventure. For the majority of the current magical population, tales of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's confrontation were just that, tales, passed down through generations, growing more mythical with each retelling. Few concrete records existed, and fewer still had ever seen any tangible evidence of the duel's true nature. In stark contrast, the battle between Brian Watson and Cleodna had taken place before an audience of over 100,000 witches and wizards. The sheer scale of witnesses was unprecedented in magical history. These spectators, hailing from every corner of the globe and representing diverse magical communities, had inadvertently given Brian a worldwide stage to demonstrate his extraordinary magical prowess. The aftermath of this display of power sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of magical governments. The International Confederation of Wizards, a body not known for its swift decision-making, passed a resolution at a speed that left many seasoned politicians slack-jawed in amazement. Without so much as a debate, they appointed Brian Watson as the vice-chairman of the council. The fact that Brian himself was not present for the vote, nor had he expressed any interest in the position, did nothing to dissuade the Confederation. They considered the resolution valid, seemingly operating under the assumption that no sane wizard would refuse such an honor. But the Confederation was far from alone in its eagerness to align itself with the new star of the wizarding world. Major wizarding organizations from various magical societies, sensing an opportunity to bask in reflected glory, extended symbolic olive branches to Brian. These invitations came in the form of offers to take up prestigious though notably powerless positions within their ranks. The list of organizations vying for Brian's attention was so extensive that it could have filled an entire page of the Daily Prophet, were the newspaper not already dedicated to singing his praises. Interestingly, and perhaps tellingly, Brian hadn't responded positively to any of these offers, maintaining a silence that only seemed to fuel further speculation and admiration. Yet, as with any event of such magnitude, the wave of praise was not without its undercurrent of criticism and controversy. In the days following the incident, as the dust settled and the more somber task of accounting for casualties began, a disturbing picture emerged. Post-incident statistics, compiled by a joint task force of ministry officials and St. Mungo's healers, revealed a grim truth. Over 100 wizards, caught in the crossfire of Brian and Cleodna's duel, had failed to escape the Quidditch Stadium in time. While the swift and tireless efforts of the staff at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries managed to save many lives, pulling witches and wizards back from the very brink of death, not all were so fortunate. A significant number of those caught in the magical crossfire lost their lives on the pitch, their final moments spent amidst a spectacle of power that they had not come to witness as entertainment. The families of the deceased, their grief raw and their anger palpable, were understandably unwilling to let the matter rest. United in their sorrow and their demand for justice, they organized themselves into a group. With determination born of loss, they stormed the British Ministry of Magic and demanded severe punishment for Brian Watson, the man they saw as responsible for their loved ones' deaths. The ministry, caught between the rock of public adoration for Brian and the hard place of grieving families seeking justice, pulled out all the stops in an attempt to deflect and pacify. For those families willing to accept monetary compensation, though many saw this as an insult to the memory of their lost ones, the ministry offered substantial additional payments, hoping that galleons might soothe where words could not. For those adamant about seeing Brian Watson punished, the ministry employed a different tactic. They worked tirelessly to shift the blame onto Cleodna, constructing a narrative that painted their loved ones as victims of the Dark Witch's malice. According to this version of events, promulgated by ministry spokeswizards at every opportunity, Brian Watson had done everything in his considerable power to save as many lives as possible. The implication was made clear: without his intervention, the death toll would have been far higher. This explanation, carefully crafted though it was, failed to convince everyone. Many of the grieving families saw through what they perceived as a transparent attempt to protect a new national hero at the expense of truth and justice. Frustrated by the ministry's stonewalling, they turned their attention to another powerful institution in the wizarding world, the press. The families rushed en masse to the offices of the Daily Prophet. Their hope was simple: to make their voices heard through the pages of the newspaper, to share their stories of loss and their demand for accountability with the wider wizarding world. The Daily Prophet's response to this emotional plea was, to put it mildly, underwhelming. In what many saw as heartless dismissal of genuine grief and valid concerns, the newspaper mentioned the matter only briefly. This fleeting acknowledgement was buried in a small column on the last page, a spot usually reserved for word puzzles and advertisements for second-hand cauldrons. After that single, paltry mention, the issue sank like a stone in the Black Lake, disappearing from the public discourse as if it had never existed. The Daily Prophet returned to its regularly scheduled praise of Brian Watson, and the voices of the bereaved were effectively silenced. As the days passed and the initial shock of the attack began to wane, another question began to dominate among the general public. Witches and wizards across the country, and indeed across the world, were pondering the same perplexing issue: who was the mastermind behind that night's attack, and what were their motives? On this question, the British Ministry of Magic, perhaps eager to regain some of the public trust it had lost in its handling of the victims' families, provided what many considered a somewhat satisfactory answer. However, the conciseness and vagueness of their explanation left ample room for speculation and conspiracy theories to flourish. The day after the attack, as the wizarding world was demanding for answers, the ministry issued a statement. It was brief, almost frustratingly so, but it offered a grain of information for the public to latch onto. According to the official line, the attackers were identified as a group of Voldemort devotees. However, the ministry was quick to clarify that these were not true followers of the Dark Lord, not Death Eaters in the traditional sense. Instead, they were characterized as misguided individuals who had committed these atrocious crimes merely to pay homage to Voldemort's legacy of terror. This explanation, while providing a framework for understanding the attack, raised as many questions as it answered. Who were these devotees? How had they organized such a large-scale attack without detection? And perhaps most pressingly, was this an isolated incident, or the beginning of a new wave of dark wizard activity? In the days that followed, the ministry seemed determined to demonstrate its efficiency and control over the situation. The wizarding world received daily reports, each one detailing the number of dark wizards involved in the incident who had been apprehended. These reports, delivered with mechanical regularity, painted a picture of a ministry working tirelessly to bring the perpetrators to justice. The Wizengamot, the High Court of Magical Britain, displayed an efficiency that many found reminiscent of the Death Eater trials that had followed Voldemort's downfall. Every day, several unfamiliar faces, witches and wizards who had never before graced the pages of the Daily Prophet, were escorted out of the Wizengamot courtroom by stern-faced orators. Their destinations were always the same: directly to Azkaban, the dreaded wizarding prison. These processions of the condemned became a daily spectacle, all conducted under the watchful eyes of reporters who dutifully recorded each grim-faced wizard and each witch as they were led away to face magical justice. The message they wanted to send was clear: the ministry was in control, and those who sought to disrupt the peace of magical Britain would face swift and severe consequences. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corners of various European magical communities, a different kind of upheaval was taking place. Panic spread like coronavirus among those wizards who had been dwelling in the underground world. Rumors circulated, growing more elaborate and terrifying with each retelling, about a powerful madman who was hunting them down. On the 13th day after the attack, just as the wizarding public was beginning to grow weary of the incessant reports about Brian Watson's heroics and the ongoing roundup of dark wizards, another bombshell was dropped. This new development would reignite public interest and set tongues wagging from Hogsmeade to Horizont Alley. The usually bustling atrium of the Ministry of Magic, a place known more for its bureaucratic monotony than for drama, suddenly transformed into the stage of a momentous event. Reporters, who had been camping out in hopes of glimpsing Brian Watson or securing an elusive interview, and amidst them, witches and wizards who had come to the ministry on routine business, all paused, their attention drawn by something extraordinary. From the grand fireplaces that lined the atrium, green flames flared with an unusual intensity, heralding the arrival of a procession that caused every eye in the vast hall to widen in disbelief. At the center of this group, looking bewildered and undeniably worse for wear, was none other than Cleodna herself, the dark witch who had duelled Brian Watson, who had brought terror to the Quidditch World Cup, and who had been the subject of countless nightmares and heated discussions over the past 2 weeks. Flanking her on one side was Brian Watson, on her other side strode Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Aura Office. Behind them came a team of elite Aurors forming a protective and restraining circle around the captured dark witch. The Daily Prophet, never one to let such a good story slip through its fingers, sprang into action with a speed that would have impressed even the nimblest seeker. Within hours, a special edition was rushed to print, owl posts were working overtime, and newsstands across magical Britain were swamped with eager readers, all desperate to learn the details of this shocking turn of events. That evening, as families gathered for dinner in homes across magical Britain, the special edition of the Daily Prophet was the center of attention. Harry, who was bored and confined to the burrow, got hold of the special edition of the Daily Prophet. Across the dinner table sat Mr. Weasley, who was home for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. The toll of his work at the ministry was evident in his gaunt appearance and the dark circles that had taken up permanent residence under his eyes. He picked at his food listlessly, his mind clearly elsewhere. Harry, unable to contain his thoughts any longer, broke the unusually tense silence that had settled over the usually boisterous Weasley dinner table. The paper's been claiming that the ministry learned from interrogations that this dark witch was the mastermind behind that night's attack and the leader of those masked wizards, Harry said, shaking the newspaper. It says the dark witch has confessed to the charges, but that's clearly problematic, Mr. Weasley. Many people in the box that night saw that the masked wizards and the dark witch didn't even know each other. They were. Let's just let this matter rest, Harry, Mr. Weasley said in an almost pleading tone, dark circles prominent under his eyes. The abrupt end to the conversation left an uncomfortable silence hanging in the air. Harry opened his mouth as if to protest further, but something in Mr. Weasley's exhausted expression made him think better of it. He closed his mouth, his teeth clicking audibly, and slumped back in his chair, frustration evident in every line of his body. Just as the silence was becoming increasingly unbearable, George's voice cut through the silence. "Dad," he said, an unusual note of seriousness in his tone that immediately drew everyone's attention. "Have you seen Mr. Bagman recently?" The question seemed to come out of nowhere, and for a moment, Mr. Weasley looked confused. Beside Harry, Ron, who had been listlessly pushing food around his plate, suddenly perked up. His posture straightened, and he pricked up his ears, his eyes fixed intently on his father. Mr. Weasley sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "No, Ludo's gone to Paris recently," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "He's there to, prepare for another event." A pause, then, almost as if he couldn't help himself, he added, "Honestly, he's quite crafty, dodging all the trouble. I rather envy him." He broke off suddenly, as if realizing he'd said more than he intended. Quickly, he attempted to redirect the conversation. "Why, did you need him for something?" The question was accompanied by a wide yawn that seemed to crack Mr. Weasley's jaw. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, showing his exhaustion. George opened his mouth to respond, a determined look on his face, but before he could get a word out, Mrs. Weasley bustled in from the kitchen. Her eyes immediately zeroed in on her husband's exhausted state, and her face softened with sympathy. "Go get some sleep, Arthur," she said gently, laying a comforting hand on his shoulder. "The ministry might send word again in the middle of the night." "That's a certainty," Mr. Weasley muttered between yawns. No longer concerned about why George was asking about Ludo, he stood up unsteadily and wobbled towards the stairs. "You all need to turn in early tonight too," Mrs. Weasley said to the others. "Hogwarts has sent the list of items you'll need for next term. We need to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy your school supplies." "Can I go too?" Harry asked, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, of course, dear." Mrs. Weasley looked at Harry affectionately. "But serious. My word is final in this house, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. "I think you've learned your lesson, and besides, we need to buy a couple of special items of clothing. You simply must come along." "What special clothing?" Ron, who had been watching his father climb the stairs until he disappeared from view, immediately turned his head back upon hearing his mother's words. "Oh," Mrs. Weasley's eyes twinkled. "You'll find out tomorrow, Ron. Now, off you go, shower and get to bed." Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley siblings gradually stood up and headed upstairs. The prospect of going to Diagon Alley greatly improved Harry's mood, making him less eager to discuss with Ron and Hermione about Professor Watson bringing the Dark Witch to justice. "I wonder if Professor Dumbledore has found a new defense against the dark arts teacher," Harry thought aloud. "He'll figure something out," Hermione said. "And if no one else is willing to take the job, I'm sure Professor Watson would step in. If Professor Watson were to teach them again, that would be the best possible outcome." Harry didn't voice this thought, but it was on his mind. After witnessing that duel on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, no one would pass up the chance to learn a thing or two from Professor Watson. Harry had made up his mind that no matter how challenging it might be, he would stick with Professor Watson's physical education class. Reaching the third floor, Harry opened the door and was about to enter. Hermione, not ready to sleep yet, followed Harry into the room, intending to discuss the recent news from the Ministry of Magic. However, Ron stopped at the doorway. Faced with Harry and Hermione's puzzled looks, Ron hesitated before saying, "I need to talk to Fred and George about something." With that, Ron headed up to the fourth floor. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a sigh. 0454 Return. The tranquil summer days in the picturesque village of St. Catchpole were drawing to a close, with the second-to-last day of vacation marked by a dramatic shift in weather. As night fell, a gentle rain began to patter against window panes and thatched roofs. By the time Harry and his friends ventured outside, the light drizzle had transformed into a relentless downpour. The once distinct silhouette of Stoteshed Hill had been reduced to nothing more than a hazy, indistinct outline, barely visible through the thick curtain of gloomy rain that enveloped the landscape. The Weasley household was in a state of unusual silence. Mr. Weasley had departed early for another long day at the office. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley had taken it upon herself to escort the remaining children to Diagon Alley to buy the supplies necessary for the upcoming school year. The absence of the family's usual hustle and bustle left the burrow feeling eerily empty, with only the rhythmic pitter-patter of rainwater infiltrating a corner of the kitchen to break the silence. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a resounding whoosh. The fireplace, its embers still glowing faintly from the morning's fire, erupted into life. A swirling vortex of vibrant emerald flames burst forth from the blackened hearth, and from the dazzling fire emerged Sirius and Remus. Remus, who had stayed at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for over a fortnight, appeared even more pale and gaunt than usual. His movements were sluggish and unsteady, giving the impression that even the slightest breeze might topple him. This frail state wasn't a result of any lingering injuries from the chaotic night of the Quidditch World Cup final, but rather the aftermath of his most recent transformation. Despite now having the financial means to buy the expensive Wolfsbane potion, which helped him retain his human mind during his monthly transformations into a werewolf, it couldn't completely eliminate the weakness following his transformation. And Sirius hadn't returned to the burrow during this time because he was taking care of Remus during his recovery. As Sirius walked into the Weasleys' cozy living room, his demeanor was uncharacteristically cautious and wary. His grey eyes darted about the room, taking in every detail as if expecting some hidden danger. He craned his neck, straining his ears to detect any sign of movement from the floors above. "They're not home," Remus observed with a pale smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement at Sirius's odd behavior. "How can you be so sure?" Sirius inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. In response, Remus simply raised a scarred hand, pointing towards an unusual clock mounted on the living room wall. This was no ordinary timepiece, but the Weasley family's enchanted clock, which showed the whereabouts of each family member instead of the time. Oh, Sirius exhaled, his tense posture immediately relaxing. He casually walked to the table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water from the still warm teapot. After drinking it in one gulp, he let out a long sigh, his expression turning indignant. "Disobedient, reckless," Sirius grumbled, running a hand through his shaggy black hair. "I explicitly forbade him from going out." "Well, the new school term begins the day after tomorrow, I guess Molly probably took the children to Diagon Alley to buy supplies," Remus reasoned, lowering himself delicately into a chair opposite Sirius. He reached for the teapot, testing its temperature with a gentle touch. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face at the lukewarm temperature. With a flick of his wand, he muttered a warming charm. Almost instantly, a plume of steam began to rise from the spout, filling the air with the comforting aroma of tea. Through the rising mist, Remus caught sight of the gloom that had settled over Sirius's features. A helpless smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he pondered the situation. "You still haven't forgiven Harry, have you? Look at what he did that night, Remus." Sirius exploded, his words bursting forth like a long-constrained firework finally finding release. The question had indeed been the spark to ignite Sirius's smoldering frustration. After a month, the dark tan he'd developed from wind and sun at sea had faded considerably, but Sirius's face still darkened thoroughly when Remus mentioned Harry. "The most dangerous riot in over a decade was still raging around us," Sirius continued, his voice rising with each word. "The fiercest wizard's duel in half a century had barely concluded. I explicitly warned them not to leave the safety of the tent on their own. But what did they do? They brazenly disregarded my words. They used James's invisibility cloak to sneak back to the devastated pitch to search for that wand, and in doing so, they stumbled right into the path of the dark mark." Sirius paused, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. Remus opened his mouth to interject, but Sirius, caught in the tide of his own indignation, pressed on. "Oh, sure, they caught Barty Crouch's house elf in the end. But we both know someone like Crouch would never in a million years teach his house elf how to conjure the dark mark. I'd bet my last galleon that the real culprit was lurking in that VIP box that night, Remus. If Arthur and the other ministry officials hadn't reacted so swiftly, if those three hadn't luckily run below the box when Arthur's group did. Merlin's beard, the three of them could have lost their lives right then and there." Remus leaned forward, his brow furrowed in concern, clearly wanting to offer some words of reason. But Sirius, having caught his second wind, barreled on, his frustration flowing continuously. "But here's the kicker, Remus, he still adamantly refuses to admit he was in the wrong. Can you believe the cheek of that boy? He even had the audacity to tell me I had no right to lecture him because I supposedly did far more outrageous things during our time at Hogwarts. As if our schoolboy antics could compare to the danger he willingly walked into." Remus pressed his lips together, fighting to suppress the smile that tried to break across his face. He took a moment, supposedly to sip his tea, before responding. "Well, objectively speaking, Harry's not entirely wrong in his assessment," Remus said carefully, his tone measured. "Have you noticed, Sirius, that when you're lecturing Harry, you bear a striking resemblance to Molly when she's scolding Fred and George?" Sirius's tirade came to an abrupt halt, his mouth hanging open in shock. For a moment, he sat in silence, processing Remus's words. Then, almost imperceptibly, his shoulders slumped, and he hung his head in a gesture of dejection. But he should have at least informed me, shouldn't he?" Sirius mumbled, his voice now barely above a whisper. Remus's expression softened, empathy shining in his eyes. "I'm certain they must have discussed it before leaving the tent," he reasoned. "At the very least, Hermione would have raised the issue that girl has a level head on her shoulders. But I imagine Harry managed to persuade her otherwise. If I were to make a guess, I'd say Harry's reasoning was that he didn't want to disturb your rest. After all, you had just emerged from an incredibly taxing duel that night. In his own way, perhaps he was caring about you. Sirius fell into a contemplative silence, but Remus could see that his words had had an effect as Sirius's expression had softened considerably. Avoidance won't resolve this issue, Sirius, Remus said gently, I think you should seek out an opportunity to. Bang! A sudden, sharp noise cut through the persistent, dull patter of falling rain, causing both men to jump. Remus's words died in his throat as he whipped his head towards the door, eyes wide with surprise. Sirius, too, lifted his head, his body instantly tensing as if preparing for a fight. Have they returned already? Sirius asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Impossible, Remus replied, rising slowly from his chair. He began to move towards the back door, his steps cautious and measured. Molly couldn't possibly apparate with so many children in tow, and Arthur must surely be working overtime given recent events. Draw your wand, Sirius. These are not peaceful times we live in. Remus's assessment of the situation was spot on. Sirius sprang to his feet, his wand appearing in his hand as if conjured. With the fluid movements of two men accustomed to watching each other's backs, they positioned themselves on either side of the door. Their eyes remained focused on the wooden panel, muscles coiled and ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Just as Remus was about to call out a challenge to whoever stood on the other side, a familiar voice, tinged with both amusement and mild exasperation, drifted through the door. You two paranoid fools with your wands at the ready behind the door, would you mind helping me open it? The rain outside is heavy, and my robes are almost soaked through. Remus and Sirius behind the door suddenly widened their eyes in delight. Why are you the only ones here? Brian inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. Where have the others gone off to? With Brian's arrival, the dim living room gained some liveliness. After magically drying the water from his robes, Brian, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes, held a teacup and scanned the room. He easily noticed that the Weasley family, including their guests Harry and Hermione, were not there. They probably went with Molly to buy things in Diagon Alley, Remus said. He looked Brian up and down, then suddenly asked. The Daily Prophet said you assisted the Ministry in arresting that dark witch. How did you manage it? Brian's eyebrow arched slightly at the question, but he remained silent, allowing Remus to explain. What I mean is, Remus continued, his curiosity getting the better of him, we didn't hear any reports of another earth-shattering duel breaking out somewhere. Given you guys' recent reputation, one would have expected, well, something more dramatic. Oh, after inwardly praising Remus's sharpness, Brian smiled. You all know I confiscated her staff on the night of the Quidditch final. That was the source of her power. Without that staff, her abilities were greatly diminished. That's bloody impressive, Sirius said enthusiastically, looking at Brian, who had such a calm demeanor, after his recent doings. When I was at St. Mungo's, I heard from an injured hit wizard that many people are already nominating you to be the next Minister for Magic or Headmaster of Hogwarts. Various strange organizations have also sent you invitations. But so far, you haven't responded to any of them. Actually, Brian took a sip of tea and smiled. I've accepted an invitation from the International Confederation of Wizards to serve as Vice President. The International Confederation of Wizards, Remus blinked. Why did you choose to accept their invitation? I mean, in most cases, that organization doesn't have much effect. Perhaps, but I believe I might need that title in the future, Brian said vaguely. Then, he turned to Sirius. With the school year approaching and the Triwizard Tournament coming up next year, I plan to return to Hogwarts today to make some preparations. But before leaving, I remembered your matter. Someone told me you were at St. Mungo's taking care of Remus, but when I went there, I found you had already left. I guessed you might have returned to the burrow. My matter. Sirius opened his mouth, confused. Do you need me to help with something, Brian? Brian's pressed lips twitched, and he rolled his eyes slightly. On the night of the Quidditch final, before I went to the Ministry, you said you wanted to talk to me privately. Now you've forgotten about it. Bang. The late summer thunder rumbled across the sky, its deep, resonant tones softened compared to the sharp cracks of midsummer storms. Yet with each low growl from the heavens, the rain intensified, falling in heavy sheets that blurred the world beyond the windows into a grey, misty haze. The pitter-patter of raindrops against the roof and windows created a constant, soothing background rhythm, mixed by the occasional gurgle of overwhelmed gutters. Oh, I forgot! Sirius exclaimed suddenly, the sharp sound of his palm meeting his forehead cutting through the ambient noise of the storm. His eyes were filled with frustration and a hint of worry. Harry's got me so worked up, I completely forgot about this. As he spoke, a small whirlpool of rainwater began to form just outside the door, as the dim and archaic gutter system was inadequate for the overflow. The water bubbled and bubbled as it spilled over the edges of the drain, creating a miniature flood on the doorstep. What's the matter? Brian asked with interest, leaning back in his chair with a teacup in hand. The coming days would be filled with many things to consider, These 2 days before the students returned to Hogwarts were perhaps the last opportunity to maintain any semblance of a leisurely state of mind. Sirius exchanged a meaningful glance with Remus. After this wordless exchange, Sirius fell into a contemplative silence, his brow furrowed in thought. Remus, sensing the need to fill the growing silence, cleared his throat softly before speaking. "It's about the night of the Quidditch World Cup final," he explained, his amber eyes flickering between Sirius and Brian. "Harry, Ron, and Hermione had a rather alarming encounter with the Dark Mark. The 3 of them snuck out to search for Harry's missing wand without informing anyone of their intentions. Sirius only learned of this incident from Arthur the next day. You probably already know he gave Harry quite a scolding for it." After stepping into the role of a father, many thoughts change imperceptibly, especially for someone like Sirius who had been through so much. Brian nodded. "Yes, Fudge mentioned the first part of that incident to me. What are your thoughts on the matter?" Remus asked, his expression growing even more solemn. 0455 Future Plans. Brian understood immediately what Remus was truly asking. The Ministry of Magic had issued an official statement claiming that the masked wizards who had launched the attack during the Quidditch World Cup were merely poor imitators. However, those privy to special channels of the Ministry knew that this explanation was far from the whole truth. The appearance of the Dark Mark that night cast a long shadow of doubt over the Ministry's narrative. This wasn't just any spell, it was a powerful and specific magical mark, one that Voldemort himself had taught exclusively to his inner circle of Death Eaters. The very presence of the Dark Mark raised uncomfortable questions. If these were truly just a band of imitators, how had they learned to cast this particular spell? The inconsistency was conspicuous, and it made the Ministry's explanation ring hollow to those who knew better. Politicians, Brian thought silently, were always quick with their lies and half-truths. Fudge had moved swiftly to suppress any further discussion of the incident within the Ministry. He had gone so far as to prevent the Daily Prophet from reporting on the true nature of the events that had transpired that night. Barty handled it decisively, Brian said casually, his tone deliberately light as he brushed off the topic. Knowing more often meant keeping more secrets, and it had become second nature to him to play his cards close to his chest. However, even as he deflected the question, his mind was working actively, processing the inferences of what had occurred. The house elf who served Barty Crouch Sr. was an unlikely suspect in the casting of the Dark Mark. This left an unsettling question: who had conjured it? Brian's thoughts turned to hidden Death Eaters who may have been present in the top box that night, like Lucius Malfoy. Could one of them have cast the mark, perhaps in an attempt to prove their loyalty before Voldemort's return? Pushing these dark thoughts aside for the moment, Brian turned his attention back to the matter at hand. "Tell me about your situation, Sirius," he said, his voice calm and unhurried as he refilled his teacup. "What did you want to discuss?" Sirius, who had been lost in his own troubled thoughts, seemed to snap back to the present at Brian's words. "Oh, there's no need to leave, Remus," he said quickly, noticing his friend's subtle shift as if preparing to excuse himself. "I got this idea partly because of you, actually." Sirius took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling noticeably as he gathered his thoughts. He looked directly at Brian, his gaze firm. "The thing is..." Sirius began and recounted the whole story, first telling Brian about Fred and George's conflict with their mother, Mrs. Weasley, over their development of prank products. He then explained Remus's intention to invest in Fred and George's joke shop in Hogsmeade and the real thoughts behind Remus's actions. Finally, he spoke about his own aimless state since leaving Hogwarts. Ever since Sirius and Remus learned about Harry's dreams, they had a strong premonition that Voldemort, lurking in the shadows, was becoming increasingly active. And on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, after Brian defeated Clyodna, the monster that came to her rescue and caused Harry's scar to hurt again while the Ministry had its official explanation for the public, those who knew better found it far from convincing. Sirius and Remus were among those who recognized Clyodna as a likely accomplice of Voldemort, a realization that only added to their growing sense of urgency. The war between them and Voldemort had never truly ended. 13 years ago, James and Lily had used their lives to temporarily halt the war, buying a brief period of peace for the wizarding world. But, now, the flames of war were about to reignite. The pain of the past was etched clearly on both Sirius and Remus's faces. The war 13 years ago had left them both with deep, unhealed wounds and regrets that haunted them still. The loss of James and Lily, the years of mistrust between them, and the long, lonely years that followed, all of it weighed heavily on their souls. This time, they were determined to be prepared, to do everything in their power to prevent history from repeating itself. "I know you and Dumbledore probably have plans in place, Brian," Sirius continued, his voice thick with emotion. He sniffled slightly, his eyes shining with a mix of determination and barely contained tears. Across the table, Remus sat silently, staring blankly at his hands resting on his knees, seemingly lost in memories as well. "But I hope," Sirius paused, gathering himself before continuing, his voice stronger now, filled with resolve, "I hope I can play a role in protecting Harry from harm. I couldn't be there for him before, but I'm here now, and I want to do everything I can to keep him safe. The scars left by war never truly heal. If anything, the passage of time only seemed to deepen the pain they brought, etching the memories ever more firmly into the psyche of those who had lived through the horror and loss. Brian leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting upward to the old, weathered ceiling of the Weasley family's living room. The silence that fell was heavy with contemplation, each man lost in his own thoughts about the challenges that lay ahead. Since he had accepted Dumbledore's invitation to return to Hogwarts as the head of the Student Safety Office in the latter half of last year, he had already made the decision to stand in opposition to Voldemort in the future. Neither Dumbledore nor Brian harbored any illusions about the nature of the conflict they were facing. Despite their alliance and combined strengths, they knew better than to underestimate Voldemort. What lay before them was not a simple duel, but a full-scale war. The outcome of such a war, Brian knew, would not be determined by the victory or defeat of one or two individuals in isolated confrontations. It would involve a complex interplay of factors, strategy, resources, alliances, and the ability to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. However, even as they faced this looming threat together, Brian was well aware that his approach to the coming conflict differed significantly from Dumbledore's. While their ultimate goal of defeating Voldemort's schemes aligned, their specific methods and priorities diverged in important ways. Dumbledore was primarily concerned with Voldemort himself. His hope was to win this battle with minimal casualties and as little damage to the Wizarding Society as possible. Brian, on the other hand, saw the coming conflict as an opportunity to address some of the deep-seated problems that had long plagued the wizarding world. He hoped to use the intensity of the struggle against Voldemort as a catalyst for change, a chance to root out. Moreover, Brian's perspective on the situation was further complicated by knowledge and suspicions that he had not shared even with Dumbledore. Cleodna's allegiance to Voldemort was certainly not as simple as it seemed. It involved the schemes of the four Hogwarts founders, as well as the seemingly unrelated mythical figures of Herpo and Merlin. The alliance between the Druid Priestess and the Dark Lord was like the final piece of a complex puzzle, allowing Brian to see the intricate connections that had long remained hidden. Yet even as some mysteries began to unravel, new questions arose, each more perplexing than the last. Brian's recent trip to Azkaban had shed light on the origins of the Dementors, those dreadful creatures that seemed to embody despair and hopelessness. Yet this new knowledge only deepened the mystery surrounding the actions of Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor. Why had these two great founders been so determined to eliminate the unique existence of Dementors? Adding to his unease was the strange transformation of his own patroness when confronted with Dementors. This unexpected phenomenon hinted at connections and powers that Brian did not yet fully understand, leaving him with a sense of vulnerability that was both unfamiliar and deeply troubling. The imminent return of Voldemort, Brian knew, would bring certain plots against him out into the open. But for now, the full truth remained shrouded in mist. Brian. Sirius's voice, soft and tinged with confusion, broke through Brian's reverie. The prolonged silence had clearly unsettled both Sirius and Remus, who were watching him with a mixture of concern and anticipation. "I'm considering some things," Brian said calmly, his voice showing none of the complex calculations and considerations running through his mind. After this brief statement, he fell silent once more, his fingers tapping a slow, rhythmic pattern on the table. As he pondered the situation, Brian's gaze shifted between Sirius and Remus. Both men, he knew, were eager to play a more active role in the fight against Voldemort and in protecting Harry. Dumbledore's plans, as far as Brian understood them, revolved primarily around Harry himself. The boy who had survived Voldemort's killing curse as an infant was central to his strategy, though the exact nature of Harry's importance remained a closely guarded secret even to him. However, it seemed that Dumbledore had not included Sirius and Remus in his core strategic planning, perhaps out of a desire to protect them or simply due to the secretive nature of his approach. For Brian, however, these two represented a valuable resource, trustworthy allies with unique skills and experiences that could provide significant assistance in the impending chaos. Their appearance before him now, seeking guidance, seemed almost like a gift from fate itself. What a wonderful coincidence! Brian focused his gaze on Sirius, seeing the eager anticipation for reasonable advice in his eyes. As he contemplated the best course of action, Brian's mind raced through the structure of the Ministry of Magic. He mentally listed the major administrative departments and important institutions, each with its own sphere of influence and potential. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Department of International Magical Cooperation. Department of Magical Games and Sports. Department of Mysteries. Wizengamot. After a long deliberation, Brian finally spoke. Looking at Sirius, he asked in a slow and calm tone. "I wonder if you'd be interested in taking a position in the Auror office, Sirius." When Brian calmly stated his intention, the Weasley living room fell into a prolonged silence. Sirius's mouth hung slightly open, his brow furrowed. Judging by his bewildered expression, he seemed to think Brian was joking. Remus, however, knew that Brian would never joke on such a serious matter. His eyes glimmered with contemplation as he tried his utmost to understand why Brian would make such an absurd proposal. To work at the Auror office, to become an Auror. Sirius leaned back, his mouth still half open. You mean, to become Fudge's subordinate? The very idea seemed to fill Sirius with distaste. His face contorted as if he had just bitten into something particularly sour. The thought of working under the man who had been content to see him rot in Azkaban was clearly an unpalatable one. Brian's response was accompanied by a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Perhaps you and Cornelius Fudge don't particularly admire each other, he said, his tone light and almost teasing, but there's no real animosity, is there? That's not the issue, Brian. Sirius's frustration was palpable as he vigorously rubbed his face with his open palms, as if trying to physically wipe away his confusion. When he lowered his hands, his expression was one of utter bafflement. You want me to become an Auror, to make a criminal who was imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade into someone who captures criminals? Brian, what on earth are you thinking? Brian's gaze on Sirius's face intensified, his eyes seeming to bore into the Sirius's soul. His voice was calm, measured, each word carefully chosen. First of all, you've been proven innocent, Sirius. Your imprisonment in Azkaban was a mistake by the Ministry and the Wizengamot. He continued, a hint of something like enthusiasm creeping into his voice. Secondly, I believe this job suits your personality perfectly, doesn't it? Exciting, full of danger, fighting against evil. I'm sure you'd enjoy it. That's not the point. Brian Remus, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally decided to voice his opinion. The Auror office is the elite force of the Ministry of Magic. I've learned from an acquaintance in the DMLE that every Auror must undergo lengthy and rigorous training and assessments before officially taking the position. Of course, Sirius's skills would be up to the task, but to bypass those selection mechanisms and directly make Sirius an official Auror, I'm afraid even Albus couldn't manage that. Brian nodded, acknowledging Remus's words. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be difficult, he began, his expression unchanged. But fortunately, I've just done the Ministry a big favor. From Cornelius Fudge to the various department heads, they're all eager to repay this debt. A sly smile appeared at the corners of Brian's mouth as he continued, I believe if Sirius comes with my letter of recommendation, the Ministry will seriously consider it. At least, it's more likely than if I were to propose entering the Ministry myself to serve as an official in some department. Silence fell again. Sirius and Remus, one pondering if being an Auror truly suited him, the other contemplating the possibility of Brian pulling this off. Hey! After a long while, Sirius and Remus both let out a sigh. They had to admit, Brian's seemingly absurd suggestion, upon careful consideration, did have some merit. However, this didn't mean they were ready to fully accept the proposal. Remus's gaze, when it finally settled back on Brian, was penetrating. He looked at the young face across from him, shrouded in wisps of tea mist yet exuding an unusual authority that seemed at odds with his age. When Remus spoke, his voice was direct, cutting straight to the heart of his greatest concern. What are you planning, Brian? Do you want to send Sirius to the Auror office as some sort of spy? Or do you want to become the Minister for Magic? Remus, who had lived his entire life in a world full of discrimination and prejudice due to his lycanthropy, he naturally harbored aversion and disgust towards politicians and their machinations. So, upon keenly perceiving the possible intentions behind Brian's proposal, he immediately became wary. Politics isn't something to be trifled with, Remus. Fudge represents the interests of a group of people. Kicking him out of office isn't something that can be accomplished just by planting a spy, Brian chuckled. Besides, I don't want to be the Minister for Magic because I don't want to spend the rest of my life considering and balancing interests among all parties. It's boring. The look that Brian cast over made Remus nod unconsciously. Indeed, this explanation seemed more in line with what they knew of Brian's character. Sirius, who had been quiet for some time, finally spoke up. His voice was thoughtful, tinged with a hint of excitement that he couldn't quite suppress. I must admit, being an Auror does seem quite interesting, he began, his expression pensive. But what does this have to do with my goals? I mean, I want to look after Harry and contribute positively to the fight against Voldemort, but being an Auror doesn't seem related to that, does it? This is where my judgments and ideas come in. Brian put down his teacup, interlocking his fingers on the table. His deep gaze revealed no thoughts. Remus's expression flickered momentarily, and he unconsciously straightened his posture. On the night of the World Cup final, after Clyodna escaped from me and the chaos gradually subsided, Fudge didn't stay at the scene to direct the rescue or comfort the public. He returned to the Ministry immediately and urgently summoned Headmaster Dumbledore to meet him. Brian spoke in an impassive tone. What do you think Fudge was thinking at that time? What? Sirius asked reflexively. Brian's lips curved into a slight smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. Fudge asked Dumbledore if there was any way to keep me at Hogwarts forever. To put it in simpler terms, he wanted Headmaster Dumbledore to imprison me at Hogwarts. He dared to make such a request. Sirius's eyes widened, angrily slapping the armrest. Remus likewise tensed his face, his lips curled in an almost imperceptible sneer. Brian observed their reactions with a calm demeanor, as if he had expected this. It's not surprising. The power I displayed that night had completely exceeded the Ministry's control. Fudge knew well that he had no means to restrain someone like me. Moreover, he anticipated that if I wanted to seize power, taking advantage of this incident, even if I couldn't become Minister for Magic, it wouldn't be difficult to make him step down. So, even though the Ministry's credibility was on the brink of collapse at that time, his first consideration was still to guard against me. He's wary of Dumbledore certainly, but in comparison, he seems to think I'm more dangerous than Dumbledore. Seeing that Sirius and Remus were listening with rapt attention, Brian pressed on, his voice taking on a more somber note. If in the future, the wizarding world falls into war because of Voldemort's return, I believe that under the leadership of a narrow-minded minister like Cornelius Fudge, the Ministry of Magic will do nothing but hinder Dumbledore. He paused, his gaze flicking between the two men before him. Headmaster Dumbledore knows this too, but because of his own noble character, he doesn't want to interfere excessively with the Ministry. I, on the other hand, hope that by that time, the Ministry will be able to listen to some rational advice appropriately. Sirius, his mind grasping the essence of Brian's plan, blurted out, "You want me to become an Auror and have some influence in the Auror office, is that right, Brian?" Brian's smile was both confirmation and approval. "That's correct," he said, his tone lighter now. "The Auror office is a crucial department. It's the front line in the fight against dark wizards. Having someone we trust in a position of influence there could make all the difference when the time comes. Scrimgeour won't easily give up his position, Brian, and if Sirius just becomes an Auror, it won't have much effect. He'd be just another voice, easily ignored or overruled." Remus, with his calm nature, directly grasped the core of the problem. Brian nodded, acknowledging the validity of Remus's concern. He knew very well that Rufus Scrimgeour, the current head of the Auror office, was not a man to be easily swayed, especially by him. "There will always be a way," Brian said cryptically, unwilling to reveal too much of his long-term strategy. Political struggles, he knew, were the same in any world, complex, unpredictable, and often won or lost based on information and timing. To show all his cards now would be premature and potentially dangerous. After some further explanation, Sirius began to understand the full scope of Brian's calculations, but he was still hesitant. To be honest, he had never seriously considered becoming a ministry official like Arthur. And now, Brian seemed to hope he could become not just an Auror, but potentially the head of the Auror office. This was a major decision, one that would alter the course of his life dramatically. Even the normally resolute Sirius couldn't make up his mind immediately. Brian, sensing Sirius's hesitation, did not press for an immediate decision. Instead, he turned his penetrating gaze to Remus, while Sirius was deep in thought. "Regarding you, Remus," Brian began, his tone softening slightly but losing none of its intensity, "you hope to stay in Hogsmeade so you can quickly come to Harry's aid if any danger arises. But frankly, there's no need for that. If Harry encounters a danger that neither I nor Headmaster Dumbledore have foreseen, then you probably won't be able to help either." 0456 for Remus. "Yes, I understand," Remus said calmly, his voice steady and composed. He showed no sign of surprise or offense at Brian's blunt words. Years of facing discrimination and hardship had given Remus a thick skin and a pragmatic outlook on life. Remus had indeed spent many sleepless nights considering these very issues. With Albus and Brian at Hogwarts, it would be difficult for any sinister plots to reach Harry. The castle's formidable magical protections, combined with the watchful eyes of two such powerful wizards, formed a near-impenetrable shield around Harry. However, this realization didn't mean Remus was content to stand idly by, twiddling his thumbs while others took on the burden of protecting Harry. His mind drifted back to happier times, to the close-knit group of friends who had made his years at Hogwarts bearable, even joyful, despite his condition. Of those marauders who had once roamed the halls of the castle with their pranks and laughter, only he and Sirius remained alive and free. And Harry, James, and Lily's child, was the only descendant they had left, the last living legacy of the Potters. Remus desperately wanted to do something for him, to protect this last link to his departed friends. The Ministry of Magic has issued a statement claiming that the group who attacked the World Cup was just a bunch of foreign dark wizards. A convenient explanation, neatly packaged to avoid panic and maintain their illusion of control. You and Albus have remained silent on this matter. Remus paused, his gaze intensifying as he looked between Brian and Sirius. But Sirius and I both know, Brian, that Harry's dream has already revealed far more than the Ministry's sanitized version of events. Meeting Brian's gaze, Remus continued calmly, he's planning to harm Harry, Brian, and he has already taken action. Although you thwarted this attempt, we can't assume the danger has passed for forever. The next attempt could come as soon as tomorrow. In any case, he'll try every possible way to kill Harry and continue his cruel reign. This isn't just about power or control for Voldemort. Harry's existence is a living reminder of his greatest defeat. Remus's voice took on a note of determination. I can't just do nothing knowing all this. By staying in Hogsmeade, I can at least keep an eye on some things. Brian listened intently. He could see that Remus had his own ideas and was fully capable of acting on his own will. His loyalty and determination were admirable. However, Brian hoped that Remus's actions could be channeled in a way that would make them more valuable and impactful. Your plan to set up shop in Hogsmeade using those joke products developed by those two mischievous lads, I believe, is not without merit, Brian began, his tone thoughtful. Keeping an eye on the goings-on around Hogwarts while being ready to support yourself and maintain a living is a practical approach. That's perfectly fine, Remus. In fact, I can put in a word with some people at the Ministry to help your shop get up and running quickly, smoothing over any bureaucratic hurdles that might arise due to your condition. Brian's eyes flickered briefly to the window, where the Scottish rain continued to fall in a steady drizzle, before returning to Remus. But this passive waiting can only achieve so much. It leaves you always one step behind, always responding to threats rather than preventing them. He paused, his gaze intensifying. I have some ideas that need someone to execute, and after careful consideration, I believe you're a suitable candidate. Perhaps the only suitable candidate. Brian continued calmly. Of course, you can refuse, Remus. Apart from Filch, I have no right to give orders to anyone at Hogwarts or beyond its walls. This is a request, not a command. Remus was silent for a long moment, his mind racing. He could sense that what Brian was about to say could be extremely important, potentially playing a crucial role in the future. People like Brian or Albus possessed wisdom and power beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. If you're hoping I could join some department in the Ministry, I don't think that's very likely, Remus said softly after a moment's hesitation, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Of course, it's not that, Brian said, pursing his lips slightly. His expression was thoughtful, as if he was carefully considering how much to reveal. This matter is rather complex and needs to be executed in multiple stages. For now, we're looking at just the first step. I hope you can spend some time helping me conduct market research. Market research? Remus immediately raised his eyebrows, surprise evident in his voice. The term seemed so mundane, so far removed from the grave matter of the impending war they had been discussing. On the other side of the room, Sirius, who had been pondering whether to join the Ministry as an Auror, also looked up sharply, his grey eyes wide as he stared at Brian in disbelief. You heard correctly, it's market research, Brian nodded, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes at their reactions. He didn't beat around the bush any longer, sensing their confusion. I hope you can spend some time conducting a rather thorough market research on some daily necessities that all magical residents can't do without. Brian's voice took on a more serious tone as he continued, after this initial step is completed, you'll need to dig deeper. I want you to find out exactly which companies and workshops are producing these items, as well as the actual controlling parties behind these companies and workshops. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances, both clearly unsure of what Brian was planning. But what does this have to do with fighting Voldemort? While Remus was still pondering the deeper meaning behind Brian's proposal, trying to connect the dots between market research and the coming war, the impulsive Sirius blurted out the question that was on both their minds. However, this time Brian's response was frustratingly vague. He didn't give a clear answer, only saying mildly, you've been through the war years, Sirius. I'm sure you understand that war and dueling are completely different beasts. A duel is just a contest between two individuals. But war is an all-out confrontation. It exists in many forms, and armed conflict is just one of them. Not only was Sirius visibly confused by this cryptic response, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to decipher Brian's meaning, but even the usually perceptive Remus couldn't fully grasp what Brian was trying to express. The Wizarding World's social system was relatively primitive compared to the Muggle world, still operating in many ways like a medieval society with magic. He didn't expect Remus and Sirius, who had grown up in the Wizarding World and paid little attention to Muggle society and its complex economic systems, to immediately understand his intentions. But this step was necessary, a crucial foundation for the plans he was weaving. If Remus wasn't willing to do it, he would have to do it himself. Investigating the actual controlling parties behind the companies and workshops that produce daily necessities for the magical population shouldn't be too dangerous, Brian said, his tone reassuring. But it requires being well-informed and flexible in approach. Remus, I believe you have this ability. Remus opened his mouth but didn't speak immediately. Indeed, as a werewolf fighting for survival in a world that often viewed him with fear and disgust, he had been struggling in the Wizarding World for over a decade, encountering all sorts of people from every walk of life. In many ways, he was indeed more suitable for this task than Sirius, who had spent 10 long years in the isolation of Azkaban, cut off from the everyday workings of wizarding society. However, you think this is important, Brian? Remus asked, his brow furrowed in concentration. Brian's response was measured, his words carefully chosen. In dealing with Voldemort, Dumbledore has his own set of plans, and I, too, have my ideas. What I just told you, this market research, is a very important part of my plan. As he had mentioned earlier, his plan needed to be executed in many stages, each building upon the last. What he currently wanted Remus to execute was only the most basic part, the gathering of crucial information. The subsequent tasks would be even more complex, potentially even shaking the very stability and foundations of the wizarding world. This was also part of the reason why Brian had chosen to forgive Lucius Malfoy, even though he knew from Keku's folly that the masked wizards who caused chaos on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final were brought in by Lucius Malfoy. Brian's long-term plan would require the assistance, willing or unwitting, of influential families like the Malfoys at some point. As Brian finished speaking, the room fell into a contemplative silence. The dull sound of raindrops hitting the window panes created a soothing pitter-patter noise. A chill gradually seeped up from the rain-soaked ground, causing Remus, who was deep in thought and physically weak after his recent painful transformation, to feel some discomfort. Interrupting his contemplation, Remus wrapped his worn robe tighter around himself. He reached for the teapot on the table, its contents still steaming slightly, and poured himself a cup of hot water, cradling it in his hands to absorb its warmth. Snap! The sudden sound made both Remus and Sirius twitch slightly. Brian had stood up and snapped his fingers. The previously extinguished fireplace suddenly burst into vigorous flames, crackling merrily as if it had been burning for hours. The magical fire quickly began to dry the damp air, immediately infusing the room with a cozy warmth that seemed to chase away not just the physical chill, but some of the heaviness that had settled over their conversation. You two can think it over carefully. You don't need to give me an answer right away. Brian didn't sit down again. Instead, he walked straight to the fireplace. He reached for a bag sitting on the shelf above the fireplace, open and ready for use. From it, he grabbed a handful of glittering fluid powder, examining it thoughtfully in his palm. In the wizarding world, only a small portion of wizards could apparate. For most wizarding families traveling together, especially those with young children, the options were limited. Using fluid powder was undoubtedly an important mode of transportation for wizards. With a practiced motion, Brian threw the fluid powder into the fireplace. The flames instantly turned a brilliant emerald green. As the fire crackled and swirled, ready to transport him to his destination, Brian turned to face Remus and Sirius one last time. I won't be staying for lunch, he said, his voice raised slightly to be heard over the roar of the magical flames. I need to get to London and then take a carriage back to Hogwarts. There's a pile of things waiting for me to deal with there as well. If you've made a decision, just send me an L, and I'll arrange the next steps. With those parting words, Brian stepped into the fireplace. The emerald flames swirled around him, obscuring his form for a moment before he disappeared in a whirl of rapidly spinning fire. As the flames returned to their normal orange hue, Sirius let out a long breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. This feels just like working for the Order of the Phoenix again, he muttered, his eyes still fixed on the fireplace where Brian had vanished moments before. That's probably what Brian is planning, Remus said slowly, running a hand through his graying hair. He's likely planning to form a new organization. 0457 Return. Creak. The ancient, weathered hinges of Hogwarts' massive wrought iron gates emitted a piercing creak that reverberated through the misty Scottish Highlands and across the dark, rippling waters of the Black Lake. Perched majestically atop a rugged cliff, the castle of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stood against the gloomy, overcast sky. Its imposing stone towers and walls, adorned with countless flickering windows, were shrouded in a fine, persistent drizzle that spoke of summer's gradual surrender to the encroaching autumn. Brian made his way along the slick, moss-covered cobblestone path that looped through the campus grounds. His keen eyes, sharp despite the dampness that clung to his travel-worn robes, roamed over the familiar sights he hadn't laid eyes upon in 2 long months. As Brian's gaze lingered on the towering golden hoops of the Quidditch pitch, a booming voice cut through the pitter-patter of raindrops. Oi! Professor Watson, you're back. From the edge of the Forbidden Forest, now deep greens and shadowy browns in the gloomy weather, an enormous figure emerged from a stone hut. Hagrid lumbered across the soaked lawn with surprising agility for a man of his stature. His wild, tangled beard and hair were dotted with raindrops, and his moleskin overcoat flapped wildly in the gusts sweeping in from the lake. Brian turned at the familiar voice, a warm smile spreading across his face. Hagrid! How wonderful to see you! How did your summer treat you? Blimey, it was brilliant, Professor. Right fulfillin', if I do say so meself. Hagrid exclaimed, his beetle-black eyes twinkling with barely contained excitement. He closed the distance between them in a few giant strides, his massive form creating a makeshift windbreak that shielded Brian from the wind and rain blowing in from the Black Lake. Spent the whole summer creatine and inte restin' little creature. Hagrid continued, lowering his voice despite the lack of other listeners. Can wait for the little one's term eat em. Say, Professor Watson, would ya like a sneak peek? Even Dumbledore couldn't stop praising those adorable little blighters. Hagrid's craggy face was lit with childlike anticipation, his eyes shining like polished onyx. Brian's lips twitched at the thought of Hagrid's latest interesting creature. "I'd be delighted to meet your new friend, Hagrid," Brian replied diplomatically, subtly quickening his pace towards the castle. "But perhaps not at this precise moment. I've had quite the journey today, and I'm afraid my stomach is currently making more persuasive arguments than my curiosity. Some of Hogwarts' famous dishes would hit the spot right about now." "Ah, I was just about to head to the Great Hall for dinner myself," Hagrid said, sounding a bit disappointed, but his mood quickly lifted again. "I saw about the Quidditch final in the Daily Prophet, Professor Watson. It was incredible. When I went to Hogsmeade, all the villagers were talking about it. Everyone was saying that if you hadn't saved so many people from that dark witch, the Ministry would have surely fallen this time." In Hagrid's eyes, Brian quelling a riot seemed far less important than the hybrid creature he had concocted. "I merely chased those dark wizards away from the stadium, Hagrid. It was the Ministry who tracked down these audacious fellows and sent them back to Azkaban." As they conversed, Brian swiftly navigated the slippery marble steps leading into the cavernous entrance hall of Hogwarts. Without the young witches and wizards, the Great Hall wasn't as grand as usual. The enchanted ceiling reflecting the night sky outside hadn't been activated, and 1,000 brightly lit candles weren't floating in mid-air. However, the floor and the long tables against the walls had been polished spotless, apparently in preparation for the new school year. Brian's footsteps echoed in the vast space as he carefully made his way across the polished floor. His eyes were drawn to an unexpected sight, a 16-seat dining table placed in the center of the hall, around which most of the Hogwarts faculty and staff were already gathered. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he approached, calling out with a hint of feigned indignation. "I say, why wasn't I informed of this sumptuous feast? I would have hurried back with far more swiftness had I known such a welcome awaited me." The table was a veritable who's who of Hogwarts' finest. At the head sat Dumbledore, in robes of midnight blue glittering with twinkling stars. To his right was the ever-stern Professor McGonagall. Professor Phileas Flitwick, the charms master, was perched on top of a stack of cushions, while the caring Professor Sprout's hat was decorated with what appeared to be a miniature venomous tentacula. Professor Snape, Brian's former head of house, sat with his characteristic scowl, dark eyes glittering in the candlelight. Aurora Sinistra of astronomy, Sybil Trelawney of divination, looking as usual like an oversized, glittering insect, as well as Professors Vector, Burbage and Babbling all were present. Even the support staff had been included in this gathering. Madame Pants from the library sat rigidly, as if afraid to relax for fear that a book somewhere be mishandled, while Madame Pomfrey from the hospital wing chatted animatedly with her neighbor. Most surprisingly, even Filch had managed to secure a seat, looking almost respectable in a suit that had seen better days. "Perhaps someone did inform you," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling with humor as he scooped out a strand of his long silver beard from a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. "But in the excitement of your recent heroics, it may have slipped your mind. Come, join us. There's always room for one more at Hogwarts." Most people showed kind smiles, which was exactly what Brian had hoped to see. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, a certain potions professor with greasy hair and a hooked nose glanced sideways, his lips curled in sneer. "Perhaps, headmaster, you forgot to mention the price of admission. Dining with the most celebrated wizard of our time doesn't come cheaply, after all. I'm sure Professor Watson's autograph would fetch a tidy sum these days." "Oh, do be quiet, Professor," Brian retorted good-naturedly, "a man who's failed to secure the defense against the dark arts position after applying for 14 consecutive years is in no position to criticize me." A ripple of laughter swept around the table, noticeably warmer than the polite chuckles that had greeted Snape's jab. Even Dumbledore's beard twitched suspiciously. With a wave of wands and a general shuffling of chairs, space was made for both Brian and Hagrid, the latter requiring an entire side of the table to himself. Brian set down his travel case with a relieved sigh, hung his rain-spattered cloak on the back of his chair, and settled himself between Snape and Dumbledore. The table itself was a sight to behold, groaning under the weight of Hogwarts' finest cuisine. Golden platters held mountains of roast beef, Yorkshire puddings, and crisp roast potatoes. Tureens of rich gravies and savory sauces steamed invitingly, while platters of colorful vegetables added splashes of vibrant color to the spread. At the center of it all stood an enormous, elegant candelabra, its flickering flames casting a warm, intimate glow over the assembled company. At Dumbledore's gracious invitation, Brian reached for a crystal flask of golden honey mead. As he poured himself a modest measure, the rich aroma of the wine mingled with the savory scents of the feast, instantly made his mouth water. He took an appreciative sip, feeling the smooth liquor warm him from within, seeming to wash away 2 months' worth of accumulated tension in a single swallow. With a contented sigh, Brian set down his goblet and asked lightly, "So, what exciting topics of conversation have I interrupted? Surely you haven't spent the entire evening singing my praises." "As a matter of fact, Brian," squeaked Professor Flitwick, practically bouncing in his seat with excitement, we were just discussing that remarkable fiend fire curse you used at the Quidditch World Cup final. Simply extraordinary spell work. You've mispronounced the name of the spell, Phileas, Snape interjected silkily, his dark eyes glittering. It's the Spirit Fire charm. Using actual fiend fire would land even our esteemed colleague in Azkaban. More clever individuals have long since identified this particular loophole. What? Has the Ministry cordoned off the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow and prevented people from entering? Brian glared at Snape in exasperation. I must say, Brian, this iteration of the spell was quite different from the one you used in the Forbidden Forest years ago. Perhaps because the 2-month summer holiday had finally given her some time to recuperate, Professor McGonagall looked in fairly good spirits, even her gaunt cheeks seemed fuller. She said with her Scottish accent appearing more distinct in her enthusiasm. While I regrettably couldn't attend the match myself, Professor McGonagall continued, the Daily Prophet published many photographs of your spell. The academic community has been abuzz, analyzing every detail in those photos. The editorial board of today's Transfiguration and I have been discussing extensively on the subject through letters. We've reached a consensus that there are certain elements of advanced transfiguration in this spell. Only the most meticulous magical control could possibly constrain fiend fire. Oh, pardon me, Brian, Spirit Fire, such a notoriously volatile and powerful fire spell, into such a stable form and display a marvelous dual nature, causing high temperature damage to enemies while showing a gentle side to oneself. The assembled Hogwarts staff, all outstanding figures in their respective magical fields, leaned in with rapt attention. Even those less versed in combat magic couldn't help but be drawn into the discussion of such an impressive feat of spellcraft. Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling with undisguised interest, stroked his long beard thoughtfully before adding his own observations. A truly brilliant piece of magic, Brian, Dumbledore said with great interest. I've encountered numerous wizards over the years who have sought to maximize the raw destructive potential of fiend fire, but you've charted an entirely different course in your reimagining of this spell. You prioritized stability and precise control over sheer power, a choice that requires incredibly bold innovation in the theoretical configuration of this spell. Most crucially, it demands a level of mental fortitude and concentration that few wizards could hope to maintain in the heat of battle. The table had transformed into an impromptu seminar on advanced magical theory. Except for Filch, who looked utterly lost but seemed to be enjoying his roast beef nonetheless, everyone clamored to offer their perspective on Brian's spell. Even Hagrid, between enormous mouthfuls of mashed potatoes, managed to contribute a muffled, looked a fair sight more powerful than any dragon's flame I've ever seen. As the discussion of his spell work continued persistently, Brian found himself experiencing a curious mix of pride and mild discomfort at being the center of such intense scrutiny. Seeking to change the main subject of conversation, he raised his voice slightly to be heard over the excited chatter. While I'm deeply flattered by your interest in my little parlor trick, perhaps we might turn our attention to the rather more significant challenge looming on our horizon. The Triwizard Tournament is no small responsibility, after all. Oh, Brian! Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her cheeks flushed from several glasses of wine. She hiccuped softly before continuing, her words slightly slurred. For 2 consecutive school years, you've sent dozens of young witches and wizards to my hospital wing en masse. I implore you please, for the love of Merlin, don't let it happen again this year. I don't want to lose face in front of the foreigners. 0458 Busyness begins. The pre-term faculty dinner at Hogwarts proceeded in a very harmonious and warm atmosphere. Brian, despite his best efforts to maintain his usual composure, found himself caught up in the pleasant mood. Even the normally scowl-faced Snape seemed to have relaxed slightly. Everyone, including Brian, had indulged in a fair amount of drink. My dears, Professor Trelawney slurred, the inner eye sees, it sees, oh my, is the room spinning, or is it just me? With that, the eccentric professor toppled sideways off her chair, becoming the first person of the new academic year to require Madame Pomfrey's professional attention. And Madame Pomfrey, who had wisely refrained from overindulging, quickly sprang into action. Really, Sybil, she tutted in exasperation as she helped the drunk Trelawney to her feet. One might think you'd have foreseen this particular future. Madame Pants hurried over to assist, her usual severe expression softened by concern for her colleague. Together, the 2 witches supported Trelawney between them, guiding her unsteady steps towards the grand doors of the Great Hall. Come along now, Sybil, Madame Pants's voice echoed in the hall. A good sobering solution and a lie-down is what you need. You'll be right as rain in time for the students' arrival. As the trio made their slightly awkward exit, the remaining staff members exchanged amused glances. Professor Flitwick's tiny form shook with suppressed giggles, while Hagrid's booming laugh echoed off the unenchanted ceiling. In the midst of this good-natured chaos, Brian's gaze was drawn to Professor Snape. Their eyes met for a while and it was clear that Snape wished to speak with Brian privately. Brian nodded almost imperceptibly. However, before he could make a move to leave from the gathering, he felt a firm hand grasp his elbow. Turning, he found himself face to face with Professor McGonagall, her square spectacles glinting in the candlelight. Professor McGonagall had undergone a remarkable transformation. The warmth and friendliness that had softened her features throughout the evening had vanished, replaced by the stern, no-nonsense demeanor. It was clear that, despite the late hour and the wine consumed, Professor McGonagall had shifted firmly into work mode. "A word, if you please, Professor Watson," she said, her Scottish accent more pronounced than usual. Without waiting for a response, she began steering Brian towards the exit, her grip on his arm brooking no argument. From his seat at the head of the table, Dumbledore watched this interaction with twinkling eyes, a knowing smile hidden behind his impressive silver beard. He raised his goblet in a silent toast as Brian threw a helpless glance over his shoulder, clearly realizing that whatever Professor McGonagall had in mind was not to be avoided. As they climbed the grand staircase, Professor McGonagall maintained her resolute silence. Portraits lining the walls whispered and pointed as the two professors passed, clearly intrigued by this late-night procession. Sir Cadogan, the Manic Knight, attempted to challenge Brian to a duel from his frame, but a stern look from Professor McGonagall sent him scurrying behind his pony. Finally, as they reached the corridor leading to Professor McGonagall's office, she broke her silence with an exasperated exclamation. "Only you, Brian. Only you could manage this." Recognizing the signs of an impending lecture, Brian adopted his most apologetic expression. Brian obediently perched himself on a three-legged stool facing Professor McGonagall's imposing desk, his posture unconsciously mimicking that of a first-year student called in for a scolding. The comparison wasn't entirely inaccurate, given the look she was giving him. The cool night air wafting through the newly opened window did little to dispel the flush of wine from their cheeks. Professor McGonagall busied herself with preparing tea, her wand flicking with practiced ease as she simultaneously stoked the fire in the hearth. "Professor Vector," Professor McGonagall began, her voice stiff with barely contained frustration, "returned to Hogwarts a full 10 days ago and even Professor Dumbledore hasn't left the castle for the past 3 days. And yet you, Brian, you, with the mountain of work awaiting your attention, have only just returned now." "I had many things to handle," Brian mumbled, pursing his lips, but was immediately silenced by Professor McGonagall's stern look. The desk before them was a testament to the workload facing the Hogwarts staff in preparation for the new term. Stacks of parchment wobbled precariously, each pile representing a different aspect of the school's administration. Schedules, student records, curriculum plans, and correspondence from the Ministry of Magic vied for space amidst a clutter of quills, ink pots, and half-empty cups of tea. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall summoned 2 steaming cups of tea from the sideboard. She handed one to Brian before settling into her high-backed chair. For a moment, she simply sipped her tea, allowing the tension in the room to build. Finally, she set down her cup with a decisive clink and reached for a particularly imposing stack of documents. With a grunt of effort, she hefted the pile easily several feet thick and deposited it in front of Brian with a resounding thud. "This," she said, her tone brooking no argument, "is about the Triwizard Tournament." Brian's eyebrows rose involuntarily at the sheer volume of paperwork before him. The specific events of the tournament are, of course, classified at the highest level. Only a select few within the ministry are privy to those details at present. However, she tapped the stack of parchments meaningfully, "they've forwarded us a comprehensive list of materials required for constructing the event venues. We're to have everything prepared well in advance of the first task." Brian's brow furrowed as he skimmed through the topmost pages. "Surely this falls under Hagrid," he said unhappily, smacking his lips. "Ground preparation, venue construction, it seems more suited to his expertise." McGonagall's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Under normal circumstances, you'd be correct. However, we find ourselves in a rather delicate financial situation." She leaned forward, her voice dropping lower. "Hogwarts' annual budget is allocated directly by the Board of Governors. Any unexpected expenses such as those incurred by hosting an international magical tournament require a separate application process. The report and itemized list are here," she gestured to the intimidating stack, "and I've already attached my signature. Now we need you and Dumbledore to sign. Please, do me a favor and finish this tonight." Professor McGonagall's face was tense, her lips pressed tightly together. As he looked at the mountain of paperwork before him, Brian suddenly felt a toothache coming on. However, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and without much complaint, he acquiesced, his tone more agreeable than McGonagall had anticipated. "Very well, I promise to complete this as soon as possible. I'll find Headmaster Dumbledore for his signature as soon as we're finished here." Professor McGonagall's rigid posture relaxed slightly at Brian's cooperative response. She took another sip of tea before broaching the next topic, her tone noticeably gentler. "Now, there's the matter of your physical education class, Brian. It's not just my opinion, but a general consensus among the faculty that your current schedule requires some adjustment." Brian's brow furrowed. "What seems to be the issue?" "I don't object to you having the children spend some time on the field every day, Brian. It's good for them. But regarding the classes after dinner every other day, many professors have voiced concerns to me. They believe the timing is unreasonable because that's when young witches and wizards mainly handle their homework and prepare for upcoming lessons. To make up for this lost time, the students either have to stay up late or rush through their assignments. Brian nodded slowly, considering her words. I've considered whether to add this course as an elective for third years and above, but the curriculum is still in its experimental stages. I'm hesitant to expand it too broadly until we've refined the teaching methods. His frown deepened as he thought aloud. If evenings are out of the question, perhaps weekends. Absolutely not, Professor McGonagall interjected firmly. Weekend time belongs to the students. It's their opportunity to rest, socialize, and pursue personal interests. We make it a policy not to encroach on that time with formal classes. Then what do you suggest? Brian threw the troublesome question back to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly. It was clear she had given this matter considerable thought. My suggestion is still to schedule it on school days. Professor McGonagall seemed to have considered this issue before and spoke directly. Since you don't intend to incorporate the course into Hogwarts curriculum for now, it means the participating students are fixed. I've noticed they're mostly fourth years. You can choose a time slot that suits the majority of fourth and fifth year students. As for the older students who've passed their O.W.L.S., their schedules are relatively flexible. And if absolutely necessary, we could retain one evening session. Brian nodded slowly, though his expression remained troubled. Coordinating such a schedule would be daunting. He'd need to review every participating student's timetable, identify potential conflicts, and then negotiate with their heads of houses and individual professors to resolve any clashes. There's one more matter we need to discuss, Brian. Looking at Brian, who was having a headache about arranging the class time, Professor McGonagall's solemn expression suddenly became a little unnatural. It's about the safety plan you submitted to the International Confederation of Wizards. Specifically, the proposed class arrangements for our guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang during their stay at Hogwarts. What about it? Brian's attention snapped back to the present, his eyebrow arching quizzically at Professor McGonagall's suddenly evasive manner. Is there a problem with the plan? Oh, it's not exactly a problem. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, her tone slightly reproachful. It's just, well, it's a rare opportunity, isn't it? I mean, for our students to interact with their peers from other magical traditions. But your current arrangement has the Durmstrang students attending classes with Slytherin, and the Beauxbatons students with Ravenclaw. She paused, her lips pressing into a thin line before she continued, as head of Gryffindor House, Brian, I feel obligated to advocate for my students. They deserve an equal chance to benefit from this valuable cultural exchange. Brian barely suppressed a groan as he registered the implicit accusation in Professor McGonagall's words. He hadn't assigned the visiting students to Slytherin and Ravenclaw out of any sense of favoritism, but he could see how it might be perceived that way. I assure you, Professor McGonagall, he began, rubbing his forehead wearily, I had no intention of depriving Gryffindor or Hufflepuff students of this opportunity. My primary consideration in drafting the plan was the well-being of our guests. They're traveling a great distance to experience a radically different educational approach. I felt they would benefit most from shall we say, a more serene learning environment. He trailed off, trusting that McGonagall would read between the lines. It was no secret that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students tended to be more boisterous and sociable. While these were admirable qualities in many respects, they might prove distracting for students trying to adapt to an unfamiliar academic setting. There was also the not insignificant matter of how such distractions might impact the visitor's exam performance, a diplomatic incident Brian was keen to avoid. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed as she pondered Brian's explanation. After a moment of contemplation, she gave a reluctant nod. Well, I admit your consideration is reasonable, she admitted, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely satisfied with the outcome. Their discussion wandered through various other topics related to the upcoming term and the looming tournament. The candles in Professor McGonagall's office burned lower, casting elongated shadows across the room as the night deepened. Finally, after what felt like hours, Brian rose from his seat, his joints protesting the movement after so long in one position. With a casual flick of his wand, Brian vanished the towering stack of documents from Professor McGonagall's desk. I'll review these thoroughly in my office, he assured her, suppressing a yawn. You'll have them back, signed and annotated, by morning. Stepping out into the corridor, Brian found himself at a crossroads, both literally and figuratively. To his left lay the path to Dumbledore's office, to his right, the dungeons where Professor Snape's private quarters were located. He stood for a moment, weighing his options. He thought aloud, his voice echoing slightly in the empty hallway. Dumbledore's always been a night owl. I'd better check in with Professor Snape first. 0459 Ideas. Slytherin House's head of house and potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had his office in the dungeons. Perhaps it was due to the constant dampness and darkness, but there was always a faint, musty smell lingering in the air. Coupled with the various potion ingredients and plant materials stored there, it was not a place most people would find pleasant. Achoo! Standing outside the office, Brian was immediately hit by the odor seeping through the crack in the door, causing him to sneeze. He rubbed his nose and muttered a few words of discontent before bypassing the formality of knocking. Instead, he used magic to remove the protective wards guarding the office. An eerie, greenish light seeped out from behind the now open door. It emanated from a collection of jars filled with preserved plant and animal specimens, lining the wall. Snape turned his head, his face expressionless, and cast a cold glance at Brian. "I must say, I preferred your manners when you were a student at Hogwarts, Brian," Snape said in his trademark icy tone. "You were much more polite back then." "It was a necessity back then, Professor," Brian replied calmly without flinching, slipping his wand back into the folds of his robes. "I'm not particularly fond of formalities these days." Snape's lips curled into a mocking snort as he returned his attention to the task at hand, grinding lionfish spines into a fine powder over a shallow basin on his desk. It was clear from the man's brief demeanor that he was not in the most amiable of moods. Undeterred, Brian chuckled lightly and strolled past Snape, entering the smaller adjoining room where the school's rarest and most expensive potion ingredients were stored. Familiar with the space from his own student days, he began to inspect the meticulously organized shelves with open fascination. A new shipment, I see," he murmured, plucking a small glass vial from the midst of a particularly well-stocked crate. Holding it up to the eerie green light, he examined the contents closely. Ah, gillyweed and in such perfect condition. This must have come directly from its natural habitat, not one of those dreadful wizard-bred varieties grown in bathtubs. This is worth a small fortune. "Put it down, Brian," Snape said coldly, not even bothering to glance over his shoulder. "That is reserved for my 7th-year students preparing for their NEWTS. Of course, Brian acquiesced, carefully returning the vial to its place. His gaze continued to rove the shelves, taking in the dizzying collection of exotic ingredients before his attention was drawn to Snape's movements. Professor Snape had finished grinding the lionfish spines and was now standing at the sink, meticulously washing his hands. When Snape returned to his desk, he found Brian wandering back into the main office and picking up a bottle of invigoration draft. Without waiting for permission, he uncorked the stopper and took a large sip, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Snape's thin lips twitched at the casual disregard for his personal stores, but after taking a deep breath he managed to suppress the urge to throw Brian out of his office. Instead, he stared at Brian with a penetrating gaze, his voice deceptively calm as he asked a seemingly unrelated question. "What's the deal with that woman?" "Which woman are you referring to, Professor?" Brian arched an eyebrow, an amused glint in his eye. "I know quite a few ladies. The one who brought you such notoriety that you even outshone our beloved headmaster for a time," Snape replied calmly, ignoring Brian's attempt at humor. "The papers say she's a dark witch from Albania, and that you once tried to put her in prison, but she escaped. Lately, finding the truth in the Daily Prophet is harder than getting a straight answer from that fugitive's godson." It took Brian a few seconds to realize who that fugitive's godson referred to. He chuckled, but rather than answer the question directly, he countered with one of his own. "Didn't you ask Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore says he knows nothing," Snape said, his sharp eyes narrowing as he studied Brian's face. "He told me only you can answer this question. Some of what the Daily Prophet reported came from me and is true." Brian admitted, meeting Snape's probing gaze calmly. "I did try to capture her, and yes, she did manage to slip away. But that incident didn't take place in Albania, as they claimed." He paused, a faint smile appearing across his lips. "As for the nature of the grudge between us, well, that's my little secret, Professor." Snape's posture stiffened at Brian's words. There was only one reason why Professor Snape would pay attention to Clyodna, and his next words confirmed Brian's suspicions. "That woman serves the Dark Lord, doesn't she?" Snape pressed on, his voice tinged with barely concealed alarm. "Why would you think that?" Brian's lips curled slightly as he looked into Snape's eyes, trying to discern what lay hidden in the dark depths. But the emotions there were shrouded in mist, making it impossible to read. "Did Dumbledore tell you something?" Brian had initially thought Dumbledore might have mentioned how Clyodna had appeared first in Harry's box that night, making a big show of trying to take Harry away, leading Snape to suspect something. However, judging from the fact that Professor Snape subconsciously pulled his sleeves down after hearing his question, it should not be the case. "Did the mark react that night?" Brian asked quietly, his eyes briefly flicking towards Snape's covered forearm. Snape's body stiffened for a moment, instinctively wanting to avoid the topic. For reasons unknown even to himself, he was reluctant to discuss the dark mark on his arm with Brian. But eventually, he overcame this hesitation. With a barely perceptible nod, his tone turned grim. "I had just brought back to my doorstep that night when the mark flared up more violently than it had in the last 10 years. For a moment, I thought the Dark Lord was right inside my house." Recalling the unease of that moment, Snape's breathing hitched. He stared at Brian's calm face and continued, after thoroughly checking my home and finding nothing amiss, I immediately went to Hogwarts to report to Dumbledore. But Minerva told me Dumbledore had just been summoned by the Minister of Magic. It wasn't until the next day that I learned from the newspaper what had happened the night before. Snape's face turned an alarming shade of white. Dumbledore didn't want to say much, but the Daily Prophet practically laid out the duel between you, that woman, and the wizard you fought with at last. Snape's fists clenched tightly under his sleeves, his lips pressed into a thin line, his entire body tense. I know him, Brian. Given his current situation, there's no way he would risk orchestrating such a pointless attack. What is he planning? Sirius, Remus, and even Severus, all of them were elites in the British wizarding world, yet just the hint of a shift in the wind had unsettled them. It was clear how much they had suffered under Voldemort's regime, and Dumbledore's reluctance to share more with Snape and others likely stemmed from his understanding that they needed time to come to terms with the growing tension. The witch I dueled at the Quidditch World Cup is indeed a new ally of the Dark Lord, Brian said, his tone somber. I'm not sure what led them to join forces, but it's certainly not his charisma. As for the masked dark wizards who first appeared after the match, they were just brought in by a fool to cause chaos. But Cleodnashi was there to kidnap Harry. Snape's complexion paled further, this was news to him. From what I can gather, the plan to kidnap Harry during the Quidditch final wasn't the Voldemort's idea. He only risked showing himself in the crowd to save his newly recruited, hard-earned assistant from me. As Brian took his leave of the dungeons, Snape remained rooted to the spot, a haunted expression etched upon his features. He was beginning to realize that the Dark Lord was willing to stop at nothing to return to the public eye, forcing Snape to confront the ghosts of his past that he had tried so desperately to bury for years. The night had deepened, and a torrential downpour now lashed against the windows of Hogwarts, the howling wind making the ancient castle feel as if it were sinking into the abyss, with nothing visible outside. In his dimly lit office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, dressed in a flowing nightgown and engrossed in the pages of a thick book. Apart from him, the previous headmasters and their portraits on the wall and Fawkes on his golden perch were all soundly asleep. Dumbledore's calm demeanor did not seem to be disturbed by Brian's sudden arrival, though a trace of helplessness appeared on his wrinkled face when Brian unceremoniously tossed a stack of documents onto the desk. However, when Brian spoke his first sentence, Dumbledore's expression morphed from one of helplessness to one of sheer astonishment. Have you ever considered making Hogwarts independent, Headmaster Dumbledore? The warm and comfortable atmosphere in the circular office changed after Brian's seemingly unintentional words, and became somewhat tense. Even the sorting hat, which had been diligently composing a song for the next evening's sorting ceremony from its perch on the shelf behind Dumbledore's chair, paused, its brim no longer swaying, and a crack near the hat's edge, resembling a mouth, slowly opened. Dumbledore, masking his surprise behind a composed expression, closed the book he had been reading. His piercing blue eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, bore into Brian with a gaze as deep and heavy as the ocean, though his voice remained gentle. Making Hogwarts independent. That's an interesting thought, Brian. When did you first come up with this? Don't get me wrong, Headmaster. Brian remained at ease despite Dumbledore's weighty gaze. Leaning back in his chair, he smiled slightly. I'm not suggesting that Hogwarts should become a second Ministry of Magic, vying for power with Cornelius Fudge's administration, and eventually replace them. What, then, do you mean? Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver. The only way for Hogwarts to be free from the Ministry's jurisdiction is if Hogwarts is the Ministry. Failing to see that would be foolish. What I'm saying is, Brian's eyes pointed to the stack of documents on Dumbledore's desk as he spoke calmly. I do believe that having a board of governors overseeing Hogwarts is somewhat unnecessary. A sudden silence fell over the room. The oppressive intensity of Dumbledore's gaze vanished as he took off his glasses and leaned back in his chair like Brian, rubbing his brow gently. In his sleep, Fawkes emitted a melodious, unconscious warble, while Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius Black's great-great-grandfather and former headmaster of Hogwarts, slyly opened one eye, casting a look of admiration toward Brian before quickly pretending to be asleep again. As Dumbledore looked at the young face across the desk, a face far more composed than most of his age but still vibrant with youthful energy compared to his own, his lips twitched slightly. You didn't come up with this idea just to get rid of these tedious application processes, did you, Brian? To be honest, a considerable part of the reason is because of this. Brian chuckled, his voice light and cheerful. 0460 Independence. You didn't come up with this idea just to get rid of these tedious application processes, did you, Brian? To be honest, a considerable part of the reason is because of this. Brian chuckled, his voice light and cheerful. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm relieved that you don't intend to turn Hogwarts into another Ministry of Magic, Brian. But even with your current intentions, this would still be a significant upheaval. I just think that Hogwarts doesn't need a board of governors hanging over it. The moment of lightheartedness passed, and Brian's demeanor grew more serious. Suddenly, he raised a hand and beckoned with his finger. A thick book, thicker than any other on the shelves lining one wall of the circular office, wriggled slightly before floating off the shelf and landing on the desk. Hogwarts, a history. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon it, and in that instant, he understood what Brian intended to say. When the four great founders first established this school, Hogwarts didn't have a board of governors. It was only after they passed away, several centuries later, that the school faced difficulties. Hogwarts was nearly forced to close down. To ensure the school's survival, the headmaster at the time decided to accept financial support from some of the most prominent pureblood families in the wizarding world at that time. In exchange, Hogwarts established the Board of Governors, requiring their approval for major decisions regarding the school's daily operations and staff appointments. Brian tapped the hardcover of the book with his finger, raising an eyebrow. Last year, Hogwarts was shrouded in fear due to the Chamber of Secrets incident, with rumors circulating that the school might close because of it. The Board of Governors didn't offer any help. Instead, they became Lucius Malfoy's accomplices in trying to remove you from the school. In fact, this wasn't an isolated incident. In the hundreds of years since the Board of Directors existed, they have been doing more harm than good to the school. History is a valuable asset, Dumbledore said with a smile, but not many wizards are able to see it that way. I understand your point, Headmaster. Discussing this matter inevitably brought up an unavoidable topic: money. Hogwarts doesn't charge any fees from its students, and even if it did, the income wouldn't be sufficient. The salaries of the professors, the food and drink for hundreds of young wizards throughout the year, the daily supplies for various courses, the regular maintenance and repairs of the school, and financial aid for students in need, etc. Hogwarts consumes at least tens of thousands of galleons each year. Without the financial backing of the powerful Board of Governors, it can be said that the school wouldn't be able to operate for even a single day. Brian's plan to abolish the Board of Governors would first face the challenge of how to fill the financial gap left by their departure. He would need to find a way to provide Hogwarts with at least tens of thousands of galleons annually. This isn't a problem that personal wealth can solve. Either Brian would have to convince the Ministry of Magic to allocate special funds for education every year, or he would have to create a business that could continuously fund Hogwarts. And neither of these two solutions is easy to achieve. But this is something we must do. Have you considered the implications, Headmaster? The current members of the Board of Governors mostly come from the Sacred 28, many of whom are of questionable character. If we find ourselves in a war, and they withdraw their support from Hogwarts, what situation would the school be in then? Dumbledore understood Brian's desire to abolish the Board of Governors. Given the current circumstances, it was almost certain that once Dumbledore stepped down as headmaster of Hogwarts, Brian would be his successor, assuming he was willing to take the position. And Brian, naturally, would not want a Board of Governors looming over him. However, Dumbledore hadn't anticipated that Brian would consider the issue from such perspective. That's an unexpected viewpoint, Brian. Though, knowing Tom as I do, he probably wouldn't have thought of this brilliant idea. But Dumbledore's expression grew much more serious. He nodded thoughtfully. This is indeed a possibility. If Hogwarts were to find itself in such a situation and the Ministry of Magic failed to provide the necessary support, the school would face a difficult predicament. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled, indicating he was seriously contemplating the issue. Perhaps I should speak with Cornelius, see if it's possible to secure. Dumbledore thought aloud, but halfway through his words, he shook his head slightly and stopped. Seeking educational grants from the Ministry of Magic is feasible under normal circumstances. However, Headmaster, in times of war, it's not a wise idea, Brian said calmly. First of all, you can't be certain that Cornelius Fudge would stand with this school in every situation. And more importantly, the same group of people supports both Hogwarts's daily operations and the Ministry's finances, don't they? Before being driven out of the school board, the Malfoy family was the most powerful family within the board. Additionally, the Malfoy family's numerous businesses paid the most taxes to the Ministry of Magic in the British wizarding world. To make matters worse, Lucius Malfoy was also a loyal Death Eater. Several seats on the Hogwarts School Board of Directors were in a similar situation, which was precisely what troubled Brian. Once war broke out, Hogwarts would become a spiritual banner, but whether this banner could stand, depended on the opponent's wishes. Of course, Brian trusted Dumbledore's judgment. Voldemort, who had always used the restoration of pureblood family glory as his banner, probably didn't have such a broad vision. However, this was a life-or-death struggle, and these hidden dangers had to be eliminated at all costs. What's your solution, Brian? Dumbledore asked, fully aware that since Brian had come seeking his support with this issue tonight, he likely already had an idea. When it came to accumulating wealth, Dumbledore knew he was certainly no match for Brian. Brian's replied calmly. Before we can even consider dismantling the school board, Hogwarts must establish its own economic foundation. Prior to my return here, I had a conversation with Remus. I've tasked him with a crucial investigation to identify the essential goods that form the backbone of daily life for ordinary witches and wizards. Moreover, I've asked him to trace these goods back to their source, uncovering the workshops that produce them and, most importantly, the individuals who truly control these operations. Dumbledore's bushy eyebrows rose slightly as he considered the implications of this plan. I see the direction of your thinking, Brian, he said, a slight frown creasing his forehead. But you're proposing to overthrow the established markets with entirely novel products, all within an extremely compressed time frame. Even if you intend to leverage your reputation as a guarantee, I fear it would still be difficult. The warm glow of the candles seemed unable to penetrate the inscrutable expression that had settled over Brian's face. Faced with Dumbledore's probing questions, he found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to reveal the full scope of his strategy. If he failed to secure Dumbledore's backing, any exposed plans would be as good as ruined. After a moment of internal struggle, Brian made his decision. Dumbledore had demonstrated his trust by sharing sensitive information, it was only right that Brian reciprocate in kind. Mutual trust, after all, was the foundation upon which their alliance against the coming darkness must be built. It's a complex plan, Brian began, his tone carefully neutral even as a cold determination glinted in his eyes. The shift in his demeanor did not go unnoticed by Dumbledore, who felt a twinge of concern at what was to come. Our primary objective, Brian continued, is to unshackle Hogwarts from external constraints. To achieve this, we must ensure that the school has its own industries and revenue streams. The investigation I've set Remus upon is designed to uncover the production methods behind goods that are integral to the daily lives of ordinary wizards. While I can't predict with certainty who all the major players are, it's a foregone conclusion that our probe will ultimately affect some of the families represented on the school board. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. I want to make it clear that I'm not advocating for the wholesale destruction of these families and their legacies. However, there is one inviolable condition: they cannot align themselves with Voldemort's cause. Should any family breach this condition, their businesses will be driven into bankruptcy, and Hogwarts will move immediately to fill the market void they leave behind. This will serve the dual purpose of establishing Hogwarts' own financial network while simultaneously weakening Voldemort's potential support base. A financial network, Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully, the phrase hanging heavy in the air between them. How do you propose to ensure its success, Brian? I doubt our opponents will stand idly by as Hogwarts moves to claim these newly vacated markets. Brian's response was frank and direct. We'll need the full support of the Ministry of Magic, he stated plainly. We lack the authority to publicly declare a family's involvement in Voldemort's terrorist activities. Only the Ministry possesses the legal rights to make such announcements, to seize assets, and to bankrupt those found guilty of such associations. Simultaneously, they can provide the necessary protection for Hogwarts proxy as we enter these new markets. A small smile appeared at the corners of Brian's mouth as he added, by the way, I believe Remus would be an excellent choice to serve as our proxy. After enduring years of financial hardship, I think it's high time he experiences the taste of being wealthy. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive, showing no reaction to Brian's personal plans for Remus. In the grand scheme of things, a war that would determine the fate of every witch, wizard, and magical creature in Britain, such details were of little consequence. I have no doubt that Remus would be grateful for the opportunity you're proposing, Dumbledore said calmly. However, he continued, his tone growing more serious, if you're counting on Cornelius Fudge's cooperation based solely on your help during the Greyback incident and the chaos at the Quidditch World Cup, I fear you may be overestimating the minister's gratitude. He's not known for his long memory when it comes to favors. Brian's response was immediate and decisive. I understand the challenge, and I've made the necessary preparations. Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze studied Brian's composed features intently, noting the unwavering determination in the younger wizard's eyes. He understood what Brian's preparation was, and also knew that Brian had already made up his mind to do it. Sensing Dumbledore's tacit approval, or at least his decision not to interfere, Brian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He pressed on, eager to lay out the full scope of his strategy. The cooperation of the Ministry of Magic is absolutely crucial, Headmaster, Brian emphasized. As you're well aware, when Voldemort first began amassing followers, he did so under the banner of restoring pure-blood supremacy. But once he had consolidated his power, his true nature, his thirst for absolute control and his utter disregard for wizarding traditions became apparent. Brian leaned forward, this gives us another path to weaken Voldemort's support. We make it clear that anyone who dares to support him will face severe consequences. Their family businesses will be shut down, their assets frozen. We force them to choose between Voldemort's mad dream of domination and the centuries-old legacies of their families. I'm curious to see just how many of his so-called loyal Death Eaters will stand firm when faced with financial ruin. As Brian spoke, the full implications of his plan began to unfold in Dumbledore's mind. It was a strategy as brilliant as it was ruthless, a double-edged sword that could slash through the Tom's support base, but not without collateral damage, as this approach would undoubtedly affect the work and lives of ordinary people in the wizarding world. Hogwarts could take over, but not entirely. Some would inevitably lose their livelihoods. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Brian wouldn't crazily expand the scope of the crackdown. Just as Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, a smooth, cultured voice cut through the somber atmosphere of the office. What a remarkably ambitious plan, young man, the voice drawled, a note of genuine admiration evident in its tone. Both Dumbledore and Brian turned to face the source of the interruption, a portrait frame housing the image of Phineas Nigellus Black, former headmaster of Hogwarts and great-great-grandfather to Sirius Black. The painted figure stroked his pointed beard thoughtfully as he continued, however, I'm afraid there's one rather significant obstacle you seem to have overlooked. Brian rose from his seat and offered a respectful bow to the portrait, his expression one of polite interest. He was eager to hear what this long-dead headmaster was talking about. Phineas Nigellus Black's eyes glittered with a mix of amusement and cunning as he spoke. You see, according to the ancient contract signed between Hogwarts and the founding families of the school board, the school is specifically forbidden from engaging in profit-making enterprises. Any unilateral declaration by Hogwarts to dissolve the school board would be null and void unless the school can repay every last nut of financial support it has received since the contract was first signed, a sum that spans several centuries and is, quite frankly, beyond astronomical. The revelation hit Brian like a bludgeon to the chest. His brow furrowed deeply as he turned to look at Dumbledore, seeking confirmation. The old headmaster's grim nod was all the answer he needed. It was a sobering realization. Of course, the pure-blood families wouldn't have left themselves without leverage over the school. How could he have overlooked such a crucial detail? This contract meant that many of the headmaster's actions and decisions were likely constrained in ways they hadn't even considered. And the notion of repaying centuries' worth of donations and grants was, as Phineas had said, utterly impossible. A rhythmic tapping filled the office, Brian's fingers drumming against the arm of his chair as his mind raced to find a solution. He leaned back, tilting his head to stare at the intricate relief carvings that adorned the domed ceiling of Dumbledore's office. The flickering candlelight made the carved figures seem to dance, as if mocking his predicament. But then, like the first ray of sunlight breaking through storm clouds, an idea began to form in Brian's mind. His furrowed brow slowly smoothed out as the pieces fell into place. I think, Brian said slowly, a hint of his earlier confidence returning to his voice, that the pure-blood families who drafted this contract must have anticipated a scenario where they might want to sever ties with Hogwarts themselves. They should have included provisions for such a possibility. Phineas Nigellus Black's face broke into a wide, appreciative grin. Oh, very good. He exclaimed, clearly impressed by Brian's quick thinking. Indeed they did. The families retain the right to cease their financial support of the school at any time, effectively terminating their relationship with Hogwarts. Thank you, Headmaster Black, Brian replied, a pleasant smile appearing at his lips. He turned back to Dumbledore, meeting the current headmaster's piercing blue gaze with renewed determination. This, Headmaster Dumbledore, is a matter of who shoots first, much like two wizards facing off in a duel. Brian's voice took on a calculating edge as he continued, if Voldemort hasn't yet thought to use the school board to cut off Hogwarts funding as a means of forcing you to compromise, well, perhaps we should send someone to plant that idea in his mind. 0461 More foolproof plan. Send someone discreetly to remind Voldemort that he can use the Board of Governors to create pressure on Dumbledore. Then, when the moment is ripe, we can leverage that pressure to push for the separation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from the control of the Board of Governors entirely. This, however, is merely the first stage of the plan. The true objective will be to wield the official powers granted by this newfound independence and the weight of public opinion to launch a thorough investigation into the businesses and dealings of the pure-blood wizarding families who have long supported Voldemort. Such a move will undoubtedly sow discord and unrest within the ranks of the Death Eaters, undermining Voldemort's power base from within. Dumbledore's silver eyebrows arched higher and higher as he listened to Brian's plan, his piercing blue eyes reflecting both intrigue and concern. He suddenly realized that he still had room to improve in the realm of strategy and intrigue. Running into you is truly unfortunate for Tom, Brian. After swiftly contemplating Brian's intricate strategy in his mind, Dumbledore gently shook his head, his expression shifting from thoughtful to somber. After regaining his powers, Tom will undoubtedly be eager to reunite with his old followers, those who had once pledged their loyalty to him. He will also seek to rally dark creatures, gathering them under his banner to expand his influence and tighten his grip on the wizarding world. At the right moment, revealing this plan could indeed cause him considerable trouble and weaken his position. However, Brian Dumbledore's tone shifted, growing serious as he fixed Brian with a penetrating gaze. You must understand the broader implications of such a course of action. If we proceed in this manner, it will inevitably have repercussions that extend far beyond Voldemort and his followers. More innocent people, those who have no part in this conflict, will have their lives disrupted, and it will also destabilize the already fragile structure of the wizarding world. Brian's eyelids twitched slightly, a subtle indication of his surprise at Dumbledore's keen insight. The old man had seen through the broader implications of the plan, understanding that it was not just about targeting Voldemort, it was also an opportunity, a calculated risk to initiate sweeping transformations in the entrenched and decaying social order and production structure of the wizarding world. Change must happen, Brian stated simply, his voice carrying a weight of conviction that needed no further elaboration. The cold misty rain that had been steadily falling outside slapped against his face, immediately clearing the slight haze in Brian's mind. The world beyond the castle walls remained dark, shrouded in storm clouds that seemed to mirror the brewing storm within the wizarding world itself. Lightning occasionally streaked across the night sky, illuminating the landscape in brief, brilliant flashes. Yet the thunderclaps that followed were distant, their rumbling fainter than the noises made by the house elves who silently went about their tasks, cleaning the castle under the cover of night. Tonight, Brian and Dumbledore had a candid conversation, one that would weigh heavily on both their minds. Dumbledore didn't resist the idea of detaching Hogwarts from the control of the Board of Governors through a series of carefully orchestrated measures. However, it was clear that he did not want Brian to delve too deeply into the affairs of the Ministry of Magic or use the impending war as a means to fully destabilize the existing order of the wizarding world. In other words, Dumbledore didn't want Brian to launch a large-scale attack on the pure-blood wizarding families whose influence and wealth had become the foundation of their society. This reluctance was not unexpected. Dumbledore's thinking, while progressive in many ways, was still tempered by a deep understanding of the consequences of such actions. He recognized the dangers posed by the pure-blood family's monopoly over the wizarding world's resources and their insidious control over its political and economic systems. His solution to this problem was more subtle, more patient. He remained at Hogwarts, the heart of magical education, and constantly sought to bring Muggle-born wizards into the magical community, nurturing them and gradually integrating them into the wizarding society. This approach could indeed be effective, but Brian saw its limitations. After reaching a certain point, it would lose its impact, as the best and most advanced resources in the wizarding world would still be controlled by those pure-blood families. As Brian pondered this, he strongly suspected that Dumbledore was not blind to these limitations, but for various reasons, Brian could only speculate about Dumbledore had never mustered the resolve to push for more radical change. Perhaps he feared that doing so would spark another bloody war, one that the wizarding world might not survive. But that war, in Brian's view, was inevitable. It would come sooner or later, and it would be better to merge the two battlegrounds, the fight against Voldemort and the struggle against the entrenched power of the pure-blood families, into one. Solving the problem in one decisive stroke was, to Brian, the most pragmatic approach. Crack! In the distance, like a fleeting bloom in the darkness, a bright flash of lightning lit up the night sky before disappearing as quickly as it had come. This summer was bidding farewell to everyone in a tragic and solemn manner, its final days marked by a sense of foreboding. Brian gazed at the fading lightning for a long while, lost in thought, before turning back to face the castle. In the silence of the night, the light from Dumbledore's office window remained steady, like an eternal flame that would never extinguish. Time for bed, Brian muttered to himself, pursing his lips as he slipped his hands into his pockets. Displaying a rare hint of youthful impetuousness, he strolled through the rain, the heavy droplets soaking his robes as he crossed the corridor bridge, heading back to his quarters. The storm outside seemed to echo the storm within his mind, a storm that would not subside until the battle for the fate of the wizarding world was won. Meanwhile, in a quiet neighborhood not far from the castle, the brilliant thunder had faded, but the blast and shockwave that had struck the courtyard wall still managed to wake the nearby Muggle neighbors from their sleep. Even with the thunder's cover, several upstairs bedroom lights flicked on hurriedly, as concerned residents peered out into the night. The heavy rain obscured their view, preventing them from seeing exactly what was happening at the home of the crazy old man who lived at the end of the street, but the strange silver light flickering in the rain sent chills down their spines. Instinctively, the Muggles reached for their bedside tables, fumbling for their phones, and called the police. "Oh, God," one of them whispered, his voice trembling with fear as he relayed what little he could see to the dispatcher on the other end of the line. When 4 policemen finally arrived, their car skidding to a halt in front of the old man's house, they wasted no time. Running down from the vehicle in the pouring rain, they kicked open the tattered subway door and rushed into the yard, guns drawn. The sight that greeted them caused all 4 men to gasp audibly. "Did you bury explosives in your garden, sir? Answer my question!" A pot-bellied officer roared, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger as he pointed his gun at the old man with a limp, who was slumped on the floor in the entryway. The man, leaning heavily against the wall, was gasping for breath, his face twisted in pain and exhaustion. "Get out of here, you stupid Muggles!" The wild-haired, deranged old man roared, his voice hoarse from the effort. He furiously jabbed his walking stick at the air, as if the gesture alone could drive away the Muggle police who had barged into his yard. "Look at that, my God, I must be dreaming!" Another officer cried out, grabbing the arm of the one questioning the old man and forcing him to look at a corner of the yard. There, in the dim light, something truly bizarre had caught their attention. Then, as if they had all been hit by a stunning spell, the group froze, standing motionless in the torrential rain, their flashlights illuminating a scene straight out of a nightmare. "Damn it!" The old man spat, his scarred face twitching with dissatisfaction as he took in the chaotic scene around him. His yard was a mess, garbage was strewn everywhere, the lid of a trash can was blown off, spraying garbage in all directions like a machine gun. "The Ministry of Magic will have something to say about this again," the old man muttered darkly. The rain continued to pour down, blurring the boundary between night and day. In any case, it wasn't until noon the next day that the wizards who had been coming and going in the courtyard finally disappeared. The commotion had drawn unwanted attention, and it had taken considerable effort to repair the damage and set things right. After painstakingly repairing the overturned lawn and the collapsed wall, Arthur Weasley, with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, stood in front of the iron gate and waved weakly to Mad-Eye Moody, who was still lurking nearby, his ever-watchful eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of further trouble. "Thanks, Arthur," Moody bellowed in his gruff voice, his magical eye whirling wildly in its socket as he watched Arthur with a mix of concern and gratitude. "I'll keep an eye on your kids." Mr. Weasley didn't say a word, just weakly smiled at Moody before disapparating away from the old Auror's place. He was exhausted, both physically and emotionally, from the events of these nights. Moody didn't immediately close the door, his gaze lingered on the spot where Arthur had vanished. The blue magic eye in his eye socket flashed like lightning, turning wildly as if seeking out any remaining threats. Bang! With a rough motion, Moody shut the door behind him, plunging the house into darkness. Limping slightly from an old injury, he made his way back to his kitchen, standing before the extinguished fireplace. The room was cold and silent, a stark contrast to the storm raging outside. Moody pulled out his wand, his fingers gripping it tightly as he prepared to take the next step in his plan. After fiddling with the fireplace for a moment, Moody flicked his wrist, aiming the tip of his wand at the neatly stacked logs in the hearth. With a burst of heat, the logs ignited, flames crackling and roaring to life. The warm light illuminated the room, casting long shadows on the walls. Then, grabbing a handful of fluo powder from the mantel, Moody tossed it into the fire, watching as the flames turned emerald green and began to swirl. "The trouble has been dealt with," Moody growled, his voice low and rough as he leaned closer to the fire. Whoosh! From within the swirling flames, the shadowy image of a serpent's head emerged, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A high-pitched, cold voice emanated from the fireplace, sending a shiver down Moody's spine despite his tough demeanor. "Are you still doubtful of the plan, or are you perhaps feeling fear?" The voice hissed, its tone dripping with disdain. "I just want to confirm with you you're still set on using this plan, aren't you?" Moody's face was grim, his normal eye reflecting his obvious reluctance. "Even though you've seen that Brian Watson is not just some ordinary wizard, and under the watchful eyes of both Dumbledore and Watson, taking Harry Potter from Hogwarts," Moody began, but the voice from the flames cut him off, its irritation palpable. "Brian Watson indeed surprised me. I must admit, killing him is beyond what I can do without a physical body, but as I've repeatedly told you, my plan is flawless. Neither Dumbledore nor Watson will see through it." The voice grew more insistent, the flames flaring as if to emphasize its point. "After your foolish stunt at the World Cup, it was predictable that Dumbledore and Watson would heighten their vigilance, but I've adjusted the plan to make it even more foolproof. You must understand, you have to prove your worth to me if you want my assistance. Consider yourself fortunate. Lord Voldemort rarely grants second chances. If it weren't for my loyal servant being gravely injured and needing time to recover, your impulsive actions at the World Cup wouldn't have gone unpunished." 0462 New School Year. The weather on this particular day was abysmal, easily the most miserable in everyone's recent memory. Thick, dark clouds hung low in the sky, unleashing a relentless deluge that seemed determined to drench every last inch of the Scottish Highlands. The wind howled mercilessly, whipping raindrops into stinging projectiles that assaulted any exposed skin. Despite the gloomy conditions, an unexpectedly relaxed atmosphere permeated the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The ancient stone walls of the castle, usually imposing, seemed to exude a warmth and anticipation that contradicted their cold, wet exterior. Every staff member, from the stern-faced professors to the diligent house elves working tirelessly behind the scenes, bustled about with barely contained excitement. They were all engrossed in the numerous tasks necessary to prepare for the imminent arrival of the students and the official start of the new school year. There was a shared sentiment among them: the cold, ancient castle only truly becomes Hogwarts when its halls are filled with the laughter, chatter, and footsteps of young witches and wizards. That's when the magic of the school comes alive. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station with a billowing cloud of steam, Harry stepped onto the rain-soaked platform. His emerald eyes immediately sought out the familiar silhouette of Hogwarts Castle in the distance. Despite the dreary weather, the castle stood proudly against the stormy sky, its countless windows blazing with warm, welcoming light that cut through the gloomy curtain of rain. The sight of Hogwarts filled Harry with an overwhelming sense of joy and belonging, a feeling so intense it quickly dispelled the lingering melancholy caused by Sirius's absence at King's Cross and his encounter with Draco Malfoy on the train. Harry wasn't alone in experiencing this sudden uplift in mood. Ron, who had spent a good portion of the train ride sulking about the embarrassingly old-fashioned dress robes his mother had packed for him, seemed to cheer up considerably at the sight of the castle. Together with their classmates, Harry and Ron eagerly made their way to the line of horseless carriages waiting just outside the station. As they scrambled inside, seeking shelter from the downpour, the interior of the carriage came active with lively chatter and laughter. After a summer spent apart, everyone was bursting with eagerness to share their holiday experiences. Tales of family trips, magical mishaps, and summer adventures filled the air. However, one topic dominated the conversations, covering all others: the spectacular duel that had attracted the world's attention on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final. In one corner of the carriage, Neville listened to the excited recountings with a mixture of envy and disappointment etched across his round face. Gran didn't want to go, he said pitifully, his voice barely audible above the lively discussions surrounding him. She wouldn't buy tickets, saying she thought the match would be boring. But after reading about that night's events in the Daily Prophet, she was kicking herself for missing it. Hermione turned to console Neville with a sympathetic smile. "Look at it this way, Neville," she began, her tone gentle and encouraging. "Many wizards witnessed that duel, it's true. But how many of them had the incredible opportunity to receive personal instruction from Professor Watson? And not only that, but you're even Professor Watson's appointed teaching assistant. That's something truly special, something most of those World Cup attendees would probably trade their experience for in a heartbeat." As soon as the words left her mouth, however, Hermione's expression changed. A shiver ran through her body, and her eyes widened with sudden worry. "Oh no," she said, her voice tinged with anxiety, "when school starts, if Professor Watson finds that we haven't made enough progress over the summer, do you think he'll be furious with us? Oh, where's Luna? I need to find her." Harry, who had been listening to the exchange, felt a jolt of panic at Hermione's words. "Oh, speaking of that," he said, running a hand through his messy black hair, "at least you kept up with your running over the summer, Hermione. I'm afraid my physical condition will have deteriorated terribly." Ron, who had been happily munching on a chocolate frog he'd saved from the train, rolled his eyes at his friend's concerns. "Give it a rest, you two," he said, his mouth still half full of chocolate. "You were both as nimble as garden gnomes when dodging the attacks of that witch named Melanoff. I saw you myself. Professor Watson would have to be blind not to see how much you've improved." As their conversation continued, the carriage passed through the gates of Hogwarts, each pillar topped with a magnificent winged boar statue. The wide driveway stretched before them, winding its way up to the castle. The fierce wind caused the carriage to shake violently, eliciting nervous giggles from the occupants. Harry leaned against the window, his breath fogging up the glass as he watched Hogwarts draw nearer. The castle's many lit windows glowed dimly through the thick curtain of rain, like a constellation of warm, inviting stars. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the grounds for a brief, dazzling moment. Harry, who had been staring intently out the window, jumped up with a flinch. His sudden movement caused Ron to drop his half-eaten chocolate frog, which promptly hopped away under the seats. Pointing at the sky with a trembling finger, Harry shouted, "Someone just flew by." Harry's startled cry silenced the noisy carriage for a heartbeat or two. Then, as if on cue, everyone except Hermione rushed to Harry's window, pressing their faces against the glass and straining their eyes to peer into the darkness outside. Unfortunately, the lightning's glow had already faded, leaving only the oppressive gloom of the storm-darkened sky. "You mean," Hermione began, eyeing Harry with a mixture of suspicion and concern, "someone was practicing Quidditch in this weather? That seems incredibly reckless." "No, no. It's impossible in this weather," Harry insisted, his voice filled with excitement and a touch of frustration at not being believed. "It wasn't Quidditch. Even Wood wouldn't be mad enough to fly in this storm. I saw that person flying directly, without a broomstick." Hermione's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Was it Professor Watson?" she asked, her voice hushed with awe. Among all the Hogwarts professors, only Professor Watson had ever demonstrated the ability to fly without the aid of a broomstick or other magical device in front of her. Intrigued by Harry's claim, she leaned against the window, following Harry's outstretched arm with her gaze. "That direction, isn't that towards the Black Lake?" Neville, who had been listening to the exchange with growing nervousness, piped up, "What would Professor Watson be doing at the Black Lake in this weather?" Ron chimed in with his own theory. "Maybe someone fell into the Black Lake," he suggested, a mix of concern and excitement in his voice. "Oh, I hope it's not Hagrid. If Hagrid fell in, this year's first years might all have to take a cold bath." BRR, in this weather he shuddered at the thought but couldn't hide his eagerness as he pressed his nose against the window, peering into the darkness outside the carriage. As the carriages finally came to a stop at the foot of the stone steps leading up to the castle, the students braced themselves for the mad dash through the rain to the entrance hall. The short walk from the bottom of the marble staircase to the massive oak front doors was enough to soak their clothes thoroughly. Everyone jostled and pushed, eager to get into the relative warmth and dryness of the great hall, but the combination of the slippery floor and the sheer number of students trying to squeeze through the doors at once created a chaotic and somewhat dangerous situation. In the midst of this confusion, a cry of pain rang out. "Ouch!" Hermione exclaimed as someone stepped hard on her foot. The ruckus of the crowd and the pounding rain drowned out her voice, and even Harry and Ron, who were right beside her, didn't hear her over the commotion. They were each struggling to maintain their own balance on the treacherously wet floor. Unable to move freely in the press of bodies, Hermione could only hunch her shoulders like a quail and inch forward, gritting her teeth against the throbbing pain in her foot. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whoosh of displaced air cut through the sound of rain and chattering students. Accompanied by a gust of wind that momentarily parted the curtain of rain, a figure descended from the sky. Seeing the congested path and the suffering young wizards in the rain, Brian sighed. With a fluid motion, he gripped the wand that had slid from his sleeve into his waiting hand. Pointing it towards sky, he uttered an incantation that was lost in the howling wind. From the tip of his wand emerged a milky white light, shimmering and flowing like liquid starlight. This ethereal substance twisted and morphed in mid-air, rapidly expanding to form a canopy closed on both sides and the top, effectively blocking the pouring rain. But Brian wasn't finished. With another wave of his wand, he directed its tip at the shivering young wizards. A warm breeze, as gentle as a summer wind, emanated from the wand, enveloping the students in its soothing embrace. To their amazement and delight, not only had the rain stopped falling on their heads, but their rain-soaked clothes, which had been clinging uncomfortably to their skin, became dry in an instant. The sudden change from cold and wet to warm and dry elicited gasps of surprise and murmurs of appreciation from the assembled students. Attracted by the commotion, Professor McGonagall quickly made her way down from the entrance to the Great Hall. Her normally stern face was edged with concern as she surveyed the scene. Under the combined direction of the two professors, the flow of traffic soon resumed its normal pace, with students filing into the castle in a more orderly fashion. "How is it, Brian?" Professor McGonagall called out anxiously, still unable to leave her post at the Great Hall entrance due to the continuing influx of students. She stood on tiptoe, craning her neck to see over the heads of the crowd. "Has that child been found?" As if in answer to her question, a small figure became visible, held securely in Brian's grasp. It was a young boy, soaking wet and looking somewhat shell-shocked, but otherwise unharmed. At the sight of him, a voice rang out from the crowd of students. "Dennis!" The cry came from Colin Creevey, who had finally managed to emerge from the press of bodies. His eyes widened in a mixture of surprise and relief as he recognized his younger brother in the professor's arms. "What happened? How did you end up with Professor Watson?" The small boy, Dennis, seemed to come alive at the sound of his brother's voice. "I fell into the lake, Colin," he shouted in a high-pitched voice with his limbs dangling in the air as Brian held him in flight, a position that seemed to delight rather than frighten the young boy. "It was amazing. I tipped over in the storm, and I thought I was done for. Then this flying gentleman swooped down out of nowhere and pulled me right out of the water." Dennis paused, his eyes growing even wider as he twisted in Brian's grip to look up at his rescuer. "Wait a minute, you're Professor Watson." Brian chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm, and gently set him down on the now dry stone steps. He winked at Colin, who was beaming with pride. "Now, get in line properly, little one. You don't want to miss your own sorting ceremony, do you?" As Dennis scurried off to join the other first years, Brian turned to face the remaining students. He observed the admiring gazes focused on him. With a small smile, he rose effortlessly into the air, floating gracefully over the heads of the young wizards and into the Great Hall. The Great Hall, as always, was a sight to behold. It had fully regained its former grandeur after the summer break and was specially decorated for the new term's feast. Hundreds upon hundreds of candles floated serenely in mid-air above the longhouse tables, their warm light reflecting off the gleaming golden plates and goblets laid out in neat rows. The enchanted ceiling above mirrored the stormy sky outside, though without the discomfort of actual rain falling on the students below. By the time Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally squeezed their way into the hall, the 4 house tables were already filled to capacity with chattering students. The excited buzz of conversation filled the air, mixed with the occasional burst of laughter or exclamation of surprise as friends reunited after the long summer break. At the far end of the hall, elevated on a platform, stood the staff table. Most of the familiar faces of their teachers were already seated there, engaged in their own quiet conversations or surveying the sea of students before them. Harry's eyes scanned the staff table, taking in the familiar sight of Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape. His gaze then landed on an empty chair, conspicuous in its vacancy amidst the assembled faculty. "There's an empty seat," he pointed out to Hermione, gesturing towards the gap. "It's probably for the new defense against the dark arts teacher." Hermione followed his gaze, her brow furrowing in concentration as she, too, scanned the staff table. "But where is he?" she asked, craning her neck and letting her eyes dart around the Great Hall as if expecting to see the new professor materialize out of thin air. "I can't see any new faces up there." "You don't think, is it possible that Professor Dumbledore couldn't find anyone to take the position this year?" As the evening grew, Hermione's speculation seemed to gain more credibility. Even after the sorting ceremony had concluded, with its parade of nervous first years trying on the ancient sorting hat, and even after the 4 longhouse tables had been magically filled with a sumptuous feast that filled the air with mouth-watering aromas, the empty seat at the staff table remained conspicuously unoccupied. Up at the staff table, Dumbledore sat in his chair at the center. His long silver beard gleamed in the candlelight as he watched the young wizards below, all enthusiastically wolfing down their meals. Setting down his knife and fork, Dumbledore turned slightly in his seat to address Brian. Soon, we'll be announcing to the children that the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts again this year. Brian, you've made a significant contribution to this matter. I think perhaps you should be the one to share this joyous news with the children. The professors at the staff table, some were attending to their own meals, while others were engaged in quiet conversations with their neighbors. However, at Dumbledore's casual remarks, a ripple of surprise seemed to pass through the assembled faculty. The headmaster's speech at the start of term feast was a Hogwarts tradition. Since Dumbledore had taken the position of headmaster, he had never missed this occasion or failed to give a speech, regardless of how pressing other matters might be. For him to suggest that Brian deliver this particular announcement in his stead today seemed a very clear signal indeed. 0463 The transition. Among the four Hogwarts heads of house, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, both were slightly surprised. Their eyebrows were raised subtly, and they exchanged quick, meaningful glances. They were well aware that Hogwarts had succeeded over its competitors to secure the honor of hosting the legendary Triwizard Tournament, a feat made possible by the significant contributions of Brian. However, they weren't sure if Dumbledore had asked Brian to give the speech for this specific reason. In stark contrast, Professor McGonagall's usually rigid posture seemed to soften slightly, and there was an unmistakable glimmer of encouragement in her eyes behind her square spectacles. The head of Slytherin House maintained his characteristically impassive demeanor. His sallow face remained an unreadable mask, showing no emotion. However, his dark eyes darted back and forth between Brian and Dumbledore with intensity. Seemingly oblivious to the subtle undercurrents of curiosity and speculation swirling around him, Brian calmly dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a crisp linen napkin. His demeanor was one of practiced nonchalance, as though he hadn't noticed the unusual signals coming from his colleagues. "No problem, Headmaster Dumbledore," Brian replied with a slight nod. Meanwhile, the buzzing of excited chatter continued to rise from the four long house tables below. At the Gryffindor table, sat a small, mousy-haired boy named Dennis Creevey, a new addition to the house this year. For what seemed like the 100th time that evening, Dennis was tirelessly describing to his fellow Gryffindors with the tale of his dramatic entrance to Hogwarts. And then, Dennis exclaimed, his voice pitched with excitement, "Just as I thought I was done for, sinking into the freezing water of the lake, I felt something brush against my leg." He paused for dramatic effect, his audience leaning in despite having heard the story multiple times. "I thought it was the giant squid, come to eat me. But then Hagrid's boat appeared, and he sent up these brilliant red sparks from his umbrella. It was like fireworks in the rain." His fellow first-years gasped in awe, while the older students smiled kindly. Dennis, encouraged by their reactions, continued with even more gusto. But the best part was when Professor Watson came swooping down. He looked like a superhero flying with billowing robes. "One moment I was flailing in the water, and the next, whoosh. He'd scooped me right out of the lake with this amazing bit of magic. I didn't even get any wetter than I already was." Further down the table, Neville was hanging on every word of a heated discussion about the Quidditch World Cup final. His eyes were wide with fascination, and he leaned in so far, he was in danger of dipping his sleeve into his pumpkin juice. Every time someone mentioned the duel that had broken out that night, Neville's ears practically perked up like an attentive puppy's. "Did you see how Victor Crumb fainted?" one student exclaimed. "Never mind that," another interrupted, "what about those masked wizards? I heard they were throwing curses left and right." Neville nodded vigorously, drinking in every detail. The World Cup and its chaotic aftermath had been the talk of the wizarding world all summer, and Neville, who had missed the event, was determined not to be left out of the excitement. Beside Neville, Hermione, her bushy brown hair even more frazzled than usual, was engaged in an entirely different kind of distress. She had just finished a vigorous conversation with nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, and the information she had collected had left her horror-struck. In her shock, she had knocked over her goblet of orange juice. "Hogwarts has house elves," she spluttered, her voice a mix of disbelief and indignation. "And not just a few, but the most in all of Britain? How can this be? It's slavery." Her outburst drew curious glances from her housemates, but Hermione was too caught up in her newfound crusade to notice. Her mind was already whirring with plans for elf liberation and campaigns for magical creature rights. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, draped in green and silver, Draco held court among his fellow snakes. The pale, pointed-faced boy was basking in the attention of his peers, particularly that of Blaise Zabinai. With exaggerated movements, Draco rolled up the sleeve of his expensive robes, revealing a thin, pale scar on his forearm. "You see this?" he drawled, his voice dripping with haughtiness. "Got it the night of the World Cup final. A masked wizard thought he could take on the Malfoys." He paused, savoring the anticipation on his classmates' faces. Big mistake, that. Father and I showed him what happens when you cross a family as powerful as ours. Zabanai leaned in, examining the scar with a mixture of skepticism and grudging admiration. Must have been some duel, he commented, his tone carefully neutral. Draco's chest puffed up even more. Oh, it was. You should have seen it. Spells were flying everywhere, of course, we came out on top. The Slytherins around him nodded approvingly, though a few exchanged knowing glances behind Draco's back. It was often hard to separate truth from embellishment in Draco's tales, but few dared to challenge him openly. A sudden burst of girlish laughter erupted from the Ravenclaw table, drawing attention from across the hall. A group of girls had their heads bent close together, whispering and giggling. At the Gryffindor table, Harry, caught staring, quickly averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly. In that moment, as laughter, chatter, and the clinking of cutlery filled the air, not a single young witch or wizard in the Great Hall realized the magnitude of the changes that were about to unfold. They stood unknowingly at the transition to a new era, blissfully unaware of the trials, tribulations, and triumphs that awaited them in the coming year. Suddenly, a series of clear, resonant chimes cut through the din of the Great Hall. Ding, 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 the sound rang out, causing a ripple of surprise to sweep through the gathered students. As if by magic, which, of course, it was, the remnants of dessert vanished from the golden plates before them, leaving behind spotless tableware that gleamed in the candlelight. The abrupt silence that followed was intermingled only by the howling of the wind outside and the steady drumming of heavy rain against the castle's ancient windows. The storm seemed to highlight the sense of anticipation that now filled the hall. To the students' collective surprise, it was not Headmaster Dumbledore who had risen to address them, as was customary at the start of term feast. Instead, Professor Watson stood at the center of the staff table, his tall figure catching their attention. Dumbledore remained seated in his chair with a serene smile on his lips as he gazed out at the sea of young faces before him. Brian's eyes swept across the Great Hall, taking in the hundreds of curious and slightly confused expressions turned towards him. "Welcome," he began, his voice clear and strong, carrying easily to every corner of the vast room. "Welcome back to Hogwarts. Before we embark on what I'm sure will be another pleasant and eventful school year, there are a few new announcements that you all need to be aware of." At the Gryffindor table, Ron leaned towards Harry, his freckled face scrunched up in confusion. He shrank his neck, trying to speak without drawing attention to himself. "What's going on?" Ron whispered, his blue eyes darting between Harry and the staff table. "Why is it Professor Watson giving the speech? Shouldn't it be Dumbledore?" Before Harry could respond, Hermione whipped around in her seat, her earlier indignation about house elves momentarily forgotten. Her brown eyes were serious, and she made a sharp shushing gesture with her hand. "SHH. She hissed, her expression a mixture of curiosity and reproach. "Let's listen. This must be important if Professor Dumbledore has asked Professor Watson to speak." Up at the staff table, Brian continued his address, his tone measured and clear. "Before we begin our pleasant new school year, there are some things that must be brought to your attention. First, as always, I must remind you all that the Forbidden Forest on the grounds is strictly off-limits to students. The name isn't just for show, you know." He paused, allowing a small chuckle to ripple through the hall. "As for Hogsmeade Village, I'm afraid I must disappoint. Our eager first and second years visits are restricted to third-year students and above, as per long-standing school policy." The older students, particularly those who had been at Hogwarts for several years, began to show signs of restlessness. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech followed a familiar pattern each year, and despite their respect for Professor Watson, many had hoped for something new and exciting. The repetition of well-known rules and regulations was beginning to dampen the anticipation that had built up over the summer. Sensing the mood, Fred, as one half of Gryffindor's infamous troublemaking duo, couldn't resist calling out. His voice, tinged with a hint of cheekiness, rang out across the hall. "Any new tricks up your sleeve, Professor Watson?" The outburst earned Fred a stern glare from Professor McGonagall, her lips pressing into a thin line of disapproval. However, Brian seemed unfazed by the interruption. "New tricks, you say?" Brian pondered, tapping his chin thoughtfully. His tone took on a humorous pitch as he continued. "Well, let me think. Ah, yes, there is something that might pique your interest, Mr. Weasley." The hall fell silent with students leaning forward in anticipation. After a thorough review by the Student Safety Office, Brian announced, his voice taking on a mock-serious tone, "I am pleased to inform you that the number of items prohibited within the school has been reduced from a staggering 437 last year to a mere 385 this year." A murmur of surprise rippled through the hall. Brian held up a hand, forestalling any premature celebration. "Of course," he added, a hint of mischief in his voice, "some of these newly permitted items are still not quite appropriate for use inside the castle walls. However, they are now allowed on the outer grounds. For those of you who are particularly interested in the finer points of what is and isn't allowed, and I suspect I know who you are here, he cast a knowing glance at Fred and George. A detailed list can be found in Mr. Filch's office. Feel free to read it at your leisure. Fred and George exchanged glances, their eyes burning with an excitement that was equal parts mischief and genuine intrigue. Since their first year at Hogwarts, they had watched Filch's list of banned items grow at an alarming rate each year. This year was the first time the list had been shortened compared to the previous year. Did this mean the school environment might become more relaxed in the future? Their excitement was contagious. All around them, students began to speculate in hushed whispers about what items might now be permitted. Guess what interesting things Professor Watson will let into Hogwarts? Harry heard Seamus Finnegan ask in a low, eager voice. Dean Thomas, seated next to Seamus, didn't miss a beat. Definitely dung bombs, he uses them in his own classes. The buzz of excited speculation was growing, but Brian wasn't finished. He cleared his throat, regaining the attention of the hall. Now, he continued, his tone sobering slightly, I'm afraid I have some news that some of you may find disappointing. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the eager faces before him. There will be no Inter-House Quidditch Cup this year. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The expressions of the Weasley twins, who had just moments ago been brimming with excitement, froze in shock. Their mouths hung open, words failing them for perhaps the first time in their lives. But they weren't alone in their dismay. All across the hall, students who hadn't already heard the news reacted with surprise and disappointment. At the Gryffindor table, Harry felt his heart sink. Quidditch was one of the things he looked forward to most at Hogwarts. The thought of a year without soaring through the air on his firebolt, seeking the golden snitch, left him feeling oddly empty. Only a few students, like Cedric at the Hufflepuff table and Draco among the Slytherins, seemed unsurprised by the announcement. They had likely heard whispers of this news already, but even they couldn't hide a flicker of disappointment in their eyes. Brian held up his hands, calling for calm. I know, but before you all start planning a revolt, let me assure you that there's a very good reason for this decision. The hall quieted, all eyes fixed on Brian, waiting for an explanation. This is because, Brian continued, a major event will begin in October and continue throughout the school year. This event will occupy much of the professor's time and energy, but I assure you, it will be well worth it. I believe you will all derive great pleasure from what's to come. The disappointment that had settled over the hall began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of curiosity and anticipation. What could possibly be important enough to cancel Quidditch? Brian's voice took on a tone of dramatic reveal. I am very pleased to announce that this year at Hogwarts. Just as the words were about to leave his lips, nature itself seemed to conspire to heighten the suspense. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the enchanted ceiling, casting eerie shadows across the great hall. The fork of white light was immediately followed by a deafening crack of thunder that shook the castle. The ancient glass windows rattled ominously in their frames, as if threatening to shatter under the force of the storm's fury. In that same moment, as if choreographed by some unseen hand, the massive oak doors of the great hall burst open with a resounding bang that echoed through the cavernous space. The timing was so perfect it almost seemed staged, causing several students to gasp and a few to let out startled yelps. Framed in the doorway stood a figure that seemed to have stepped out of a tale designed to frighten young witches and wizards. A man, if indeed it was a man, leaned heavily on a long, gnarled staff. He was wrapped in a black traveling cloak that seemed to absorb what little light reached it, giving the impression of a mobile patch of darkness. Water dripped steadily from the hem of the cloak, forming a small puddle on the flagstone floor. The students, who mere seconds ago had been hanging on Professor Watson's every word, now turned as one to gawk at the stranger. The air in the hall seemed to thicken with tension and curiosity. As if on cue, another flash of lightning illuminated the great hall, this time silhouetting the newcomer. The burst of light revealed a mane of long, graying hair that seemed to wriggle in the wind that howled through the open doors. The stranger took a stumbling step forward, his staff making a dull thud on the stone floor with each laborious movement. Blimey, Ron whispered, his eyes wide as saucers. Who in Merlin's name is that? Hermione, usually quick with an answer, found herself speechless. She had read extensively about the wizarding world, its history and its notable figures, but nothing in her vast repository of knowledge had prepared her for the sight before them. As the stranger drew closer to the staff table, intermittent flashes of lightning continued to illuminate his features, revealing a face that caused many students to recoil in shock. The man's face was a battlefield of scars, each one a testament to the many duels and dark encounters he had survived. His features, though unmistakably human, seemed to bear the weight of decades of conflict. His mouth was a tight, grim line, pulled slightly by a scar that ran diagonally across his lips. Though battered, it was his nose that bore the most obvious mark of violence. A significant chunk was missing, leaving a jagged edge as though it had been torn away in some vicious battle. Every breath he took was labored, his face a map of hardship and survival. He looked like a man who had spent his life on the front lines of a war that never seemed to end. Merlin's beard, Seamus breathed, his Irish accent more distinct in his shock. Who is he? Isn't it obvious? He must be the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Ron said, drawing in a sharp breath. Look at that face, he's clearly an expert in dealing with dark magic. But as unsettling as the man's face was, it paled in comparison to his eyes. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine as she studied them. One eye was small, dark, and beady, sunken deep into its socket like a piece of coal pressed into dough. The other was large, round as a coin, and a vivid, electric blue. The blue eye moved ceaselessly, without blinking, rolling up, down, and from side to side, quite independently of the normal eye. As the students watched in fascinated horror, the blue eye suddenly rolled completely over, pointing backward into the man's skull, so all they could see was whiteness. Several students gasped, and Neville looked as if he might faint. As the stranger approached the staff table, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the Great Hall. Dumbledore, who had remained seated throughout Professor Watson's speech, now rose to his feet. His long silver beard gleamed in the candlelight as he spread his arms in a welcoming gesture, a warm smile crinkling the corners of his eyes behind his half-moon spectacles. Ah, Alastair! Dumbledore's voice rang out with warmth. We're pleased you could join us. Moody just gave a curt nod, his magical eye whirling around the room. He scanned the hall with both his normal and magical eyes, clearly assessing everyone, even in the presumed safety of Hogwarts. Brian also turned his attention to the stranger. Alastair Moody. Reportedly the most outstanding aura in the Ministry of Magic in recent years. After Voldemort's downfall, he had led the capture of some of the most stubborn holdouts. Brian knew who this man was, but this knowledge came from Dumbledore's prior briefing, not from personal acquaintance with this retired auror. When Brian had graduated from Hogwarts and entered society, Rufus Scrimgeour was already the head of the aura office. Alastair ran into a bit of trouble on his way here, which accounts for his late arrival. Dumbledore exchanged a few words with Moody, then turned to Brian. Perhaps, Brian, you could take this opportunity to introduce the children to their new professor for this school year. It would be my honor. Brian nodded with a slight smile, extending his hand to the legendary auror who had scanned him several times with his magical eye. 0464 response. The renowned Brian Watson. Moody's magical blue eye suddenly snapped back to focus, zeroing in on Brian with intensity. The gnarled ex-aura extended a large, calloused hand towards Brian, his grip firm and unyielding as he shook the younger wizard's hand. A hoarse chuckle escaped Moody's scarred lips as he spoke, his voice gravelly and filled with a hint of dark humor. Taking down that cunning greyback, capturing the dark witch who attacked the Quidditch match, the Daily Prophet has practically become your personal gazette these days. The students below, their curiosity piqued by this strange newcomer, craned their necks to get a better look. The whispering intensified, a low hum of excitement and apprehension filling the air. Clearly, this wasn't the moment for a long conversation between them. Brian exchanged a few more pleasantries with Moody before turning back to face the sea of eager young faces. His smile was warm and reassuring as he continued with the introduction. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor. Brian pretended not to hear Moody quietly questioning Dumbledore about why he sensed a familiar aura of criminality about him. He continued cheerfully addressing the students. Professor Moody. In any normal circumstance, the introduction of a new teacher would be met with a round of welcoming applause. However, the Great Hall remained eerily silent. Apart from Dumbledore, whose blue eyes twinkled with their usual joviality, Brian himself, and Hagrid whose enormous hands created thunderous claps, not a single professor or student made a sound. A few brave souls attempted to start a round of applause, but their isolated claps echoed awkwardly in the hushed hall. Hands were quickly lowered, and an uncomfortable silence settled over the room. Every pair of eyes remained fixed on Moody. Students and staff alike were too stunned by his bizarre appearance to do anything but stare at him unblinkingly. At the Gryffindor table, three friends huddled together, their whispered conversation barely audible above the tense silence. Moody, Harry whispered to Ron. Mad-Eye Moody? The one your dad went to help this morning. Ron, his freckled face pale beneath his red hair, nodded slowly. Must be, he replied, his voice trembling slightly with fear. Hermione, with curiosity and concern, joined the hushed conversation. What happened to him? She asked, her mind already working to understand the situation. What's wrong with his face? The cold reception in the Great Hall was clearly not what Brian had anticipated. He cleared his throat lightly, maintaining his welcoming smile despite the eeriness in the air. Before his retirement, Brian continued, his voice warm and encouraging, Professor Moody was an auror, in fact, the most experienced auror the Ministry has had in nearly 50 years. He has ample experience in combating the dark arts. I'm confident this year's defense against the dark arts classes will be the most exciting and educational yet. Slowly, whether out of respect for Professor Watson or simple curiosity, a smattering of applause broke out across the four long tables. The sound grew gradually, like the first raindrops before a storm, as more students joined in. Whispers rippled through the crowd like waves on a pond. The younger students, their faces a mix of confusion and excitement, turned to their older housemates with questions. "What's an Auror?" a tiny first-year Hufflepuff asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Meanwhile, the older students, particularly those from wizarding families, shared tales of Moody's legendary exploits. "I heard he once took down 5 Death Eaters single-handedly," a 6th-year Ravenclaw murmured, his voice filled with awe. Moody himself seemed utterly indifferent to the curious stares and whispered conversations. He stumped his way to the empty seat reserved for him at the staff table, his wooden leg making a distinct clunk with each step. Ignoring the large jug of pumpkin juice placed before him, Moody instead reached into his robes and pulled out a battered hip flask. He took a long swig from it, his magical eye swiveling wildly as he drank. As Moody raised his arm to drink, his cloak lifted a few inches off the ground, revealing his wooden leg in its entirety. Many students gasped audibly as they caught sight of the prosthetic, which ended in a wicked-looking clawed foot. Realizing that the introduction had perhaps not gone as smoothly as he'd hoped, Brian cleared his throat once more. "Well, let's return to the matter at hand." His voice, when he spoke again, carried a note of renewed enthusiasm, clearly eager to move the evening in a more positive direction. "As I was saying earlier, Hogwarts will have the great honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months. It's an event that hasn't been held for over a century. It is my great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." The tension that had filled the hall since Moody's arrival suddenly shattered like a broken spell. A loud, incredulous voice cut through the silence. "You're joking!" Fred exclaimed, his voice echoing off the ancient stone walls of the Great Hall. The tension that had filled the hall since Moody's arrival suddenly broke. Almost everyone laughed, and Brian also chuckled appreciatively, then continued. "For those who may not know what the Triwizard Tournament entails, allow me to explain, and for those who do know, I ask for your patience as I give a short explanation." Brian paused for dramatic effect, ensuring he had everyone's rapt attention before continuing. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago, in an era when magic was both revered and feared by the Muggle world. It was conceived as a friendly competition between the 3 largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, located in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France, and the Dumstrang Institute, located in the far north of Europe. The students listened with bated breath, many of them hearing about this legendary competition for the first time. A champion was selected to represent each school, Brian continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone. These chosen few were not merely the most magically gifted of their peers, but also those who exemplified the very best qualities of their respective institutions. Bravery, intelligence, cunning, and loyalty all were put to the test as the 3 champions competed in 3 magical tasks of increasing difficulty and danger. A hushed whisper swept through the hall at the mention of danger, but Brian pressed on. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament every 5 years. It was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities. Incidentally, I met a young witch earlier this year who might become Beauxbatons champion. Her skills are quite exceptional for a student. Those of you intending to represent Hogwarts must be mentally prepared for the challenge. The competition will be fierce, and the tasks will push you to your very limits. A witch skilled enough to impress Professor Watson. Not just the students from the 4 houses below, but even the professors at the staff table turned their heads, showing curiosity. Seeing the rising excitement on the faces before him, Brian knew it was time to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. He raised a hand, calling for silence, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a note of caution. "Of course, I must clarify one crucial point," he said, his eyes scanning the eager faces before him. "The Triwizard Tournament was discontinued for a very serious reason, one that we must all bear in mind as we move forward with its reinstatement." The hall grew quiet once more, sensing the gravity in Brian's words. Even the most excited students leaned forward, hanging on his every word. The tournament was halted because there were too many casualties among the young wizards participating in this competition, Brian explained, his voice solemn. The tasks, designed to test the very limits of magical ability, often proved too dangerous. In the worst instance, even the headmasters serving as judges were severely injured. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. "It is for this reason," Brian continued, "that when our Ministry's Department of International Magical Cooperation and Department of Magical Games and Sports submitted the proposal to reinstate the Triwizard Tournament to the International Confederation of Wizards, all parties involved agreed to impose strict safety measures. Chief among these is an age restriction on this year's competitors. Only students who are of age, that is, 17 or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for selection." The reaction was immediate and intense. A wave of disappointed sighs and vehement protests filled the hall. Many of the younger students, who had been daydreaming about glory and adventure, now found their hopes dashed. At the Gryffindor table, Ron, still holding a half-eaten chicken leg, shrugged with forced indifference. "What a shame," he said, his mouth full of food, voice muffled but his disappointment clear. "Looks like we'll just be spectators, mate." Harry nodded, his green eyes flickering towards Hermione. A thought suddenly struck him: how would the bows batons which praised by Professor Watson compare to Hermione? Once chosen as the representative of one of the 3 schools, you will be competing for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of your school, and a personal prize of 1,000 galleons. The mention of such a substantial sum of money caused an immediate uproar again. Ron, who had been sulking moments before, suddenly choked on his chicken. His face turned as red as his hair as he managed to swallow the crumb, sputtering indignantly. "That's not fair!" Ron exclaimed, his voice hoarse from his near-choking experience but still managing to convey his outrage. The idea of such riches, more money than his family had ever possessed, being dangled just out of reach due to an arbitrary age limit was almost too much for him to bear. Brian didn't hear Ron's protest because at that moment, too many people were voicing their objections. Even the younger Slytherin students, who usually supported Professor Watson, weren't entirely on board with this decision. Over at the Hufflepuff table, Harry even saw some students standing on their benches, loudly protesting. Amidst the uproar, Hermione, her brown eyes flashing with a mixture of annoyance and concern, glared at the students making a fuss. "Oh, have these people even understood the situation?" Hermione frowned, her voice sharp with frustration. She turned to Harry and Ron, her expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. "Professor Watson has already emphasized how dangerous this tournament is. Just think about it logically for a moment. If wizards like Professor Dumbledore could get injured trying to control certain out-of-control elements in the competition, how do they think they could handle these tasks? It's completely irresponsible. I believe that besides the age restriction, the Ministry should at least require participants to have passed their O.W.L.S. That way, we'd ensure that only students with a solid magical foundation would be putting themselves at risk." "Oh, shut up, Miss Granger." George immediately turned and snapped at Hermione. He and Fred had suffered quite a bit over the summer because of their OWL results, so, hearing Hermione mention it was like salt in a fresh wound, instantly setting George on edge. But Hermione was not one to back down easily, especially when she believed she was right. She tilted her chin up defiantly, and stared at George with a fierce gaze. Fred, sensing the growing tension, decided to defuse the situation in typical Weasley fashion by plotting mischief. "We've got to find a way to get around that restriction, right?" Fred winked, his voice low but filled with enthusiasm. "I mean, if we could figure out a way, who'd be willing to try and win some glory for Hogwarts? Just imagine it, eternal fame, 1,000 galleons, and the chance to show everyone what we're really capable of." Fred's call to action, spoken with all the charisma of a born troublemaker, received quite a bit of support from those around him. Several students nodded eagerly, their eyes blazing with the possibility of adventure and glory. Even Ron, who moments ago had been sulking about the unfairness of it all, seemed to perk up at his brother's words. What was most surprising, however, was the reaction from Neville. The usually timid boy nodded hesitantly, a mix of fear and determination in his round face. This unexpected show of bravery earned him a surprised and angry glare from Hermione, who couldn't believe that even Neville was being swayed by this reckless idea. Neville, feeling the weight of Hermione's disapproving stare, hung his head in shame. But there was a resolve in his voice as he tried to explain himself, pleading for Hermione's understanding. "My gran would definitely want me to enter," Neville said softly, his words barely audible above the continuing commotion in the hall. "She's always going on about how I should uphold the family honor. How I should be more like my parents. 0465 the letters. The first day of school always brings with it a whirlwind of unexpected situations. The ancient stone corridors, usually silent and still during the summer months, suddenly burst into life with the excited chatter and hurried footsteps of returning students. After indulging in the comfortable life during summer vacation, the young wizards eager to reconnect with their classmates and share tales of their summer adventures found themselves struggling to readjust to the early mornings and structured schedules that seemed so far away just yesterday. The second morning of term was notorious for its high rate of lateness. Bleary-eyed students, still caught in the hazy dream of summer, stumbled out of bed far too late, resulting in a mad dash through the castle's winding corridors. Their panicked faces, flushed with exertion and anxiety, became a common sight as they burst into classrooms, muttering breathless apologies to stern-faced professors. For the wide-eyed first-year wizards, newly arrived at Hogwarts, the challenges were even more daunting. The enormous castle became a labyrinth of confusion and wonder. Lost and bewildered, these young students wandered the halls, their small faces a mixture of awe and dismay as they struggled to find their classrooms amidst the chaos. The castle itself seemed to delight in confounding the newcomers. Staircases shifted without warning, sending unsuspecting first-years stumbling as they tried to maintain their footing. Portraits called out misleading directions, their painted inhabitants chuckled mischievously as the confused students headed off in entirely wrong direction. Even the seemingly solid stone floors were treacherous, with vanishing steps appearing out of nowhere to trap unwary feet. The hospital wing quickly became filled with a parade of minor injuries and magical mishaps. Throughout the morning, the heads of houses were in a constant state of motion. Professor McGonagall, her usually stern face softened by a hint of sympathy, guided lost Gryffindors back to their tower. Professor Flitwick, barely visible above the sea of students, squeaked out directions to wayward Ravenclaws. Professor Sprout, her robe still smudged with mud from the greenhouses, patiently redirected Hufflepuffs who've wandered too close to the kitchens. Even Professor Snape, his black robes billowing behind him like storm clouds, could be seen escorting confused Slytherins from the dungeons, his scowl slightly more noticeable than usual. Filch too scurried through the halls with even more vigor than usual. His weathered face contorted into a scowl as he mopped up puddles left by rain-soaked students, muttering darkly about mud tracked across freshly cleaned floors, and chasing after Peeves the poltergeist, who seemed to have made it his personal mission to add to the day's chaos. At one point, even Dumbledore, with a cheerful smile, escorted two young wizards who had lost their way to his office back to their proper classrooms. But while the rest of the castle buzzed with the energetic chaos of a new school year, none of this frantic activity seemed to touch Brian. For Brian, the summer had been a whirlwind of activity. He had traversed between magical France and Britain, attending meetings, conducting research, and laying the groundwork for Triwizard Tournament. The non-stop pace had left him longing for a moment of peace that now was ironically fulfilled after returning to school. As the sun rose on this second day of term, Brian slept until he woke up naturally. The soft morning light filtered through the enchanted windows of his quarters, gradually waking him from his slumber. There was no mad rush to dress, no frantic dash to make it to breakfast on time. Instead, he stretched languidly, savoring the rare moment of relaxation. When he finally did emerge from his room, the great hall was nearly empty, the last dawdlers to breakfast were hurrying off to their first classes. Brian helped himself to a leisurely meal, piling his plate high with still warm toast, perfectly scrambled eggs, and crisp bacon. The house elves, ever attentive, ensured his tea was always hot and his juice glass never empty. With breakfast taken care of, Brian's next stop was the library. The vast room, usually bustling with students, was eerily quiet at this hour. Madame Pants, the librarian, eyed him suspiciously as he made his way towards the restricted section. In the dimly lit aisles of the restricted section, Brian's fingers danced over ancient spines, selecting tomes with titles that would make most students' heads spin. Dark Detection in the Modern Age, Advanced Theories of Magical Monitoring and Scrying and Surveillance, a comprehensive guide were all into his arms. With these books Brian returned to his office. Settling into his favorite armchair, he spread the books out before him. The morning passed in a blur of reading and note-taking, punctuated only by the occasional sip of tea or bite of a pastry snuck from breakfast. It was not until the clock on his mantelpiece chimed 9:30 that Brian reluctantly set aside his books and turned his attention to the more mundane aspects of his role at Hogwarts. First on his agenda was a note to Hagrid. Brian's quill scratched across the parchment as he outlined his requests, a large order of omnioculars and a diverse collection of alchemy materials. These items, seemingly random to an outside observer, were crucial components in Brian's preparations for the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. In his safety proposal previously submitted to the International Confederation of Wizards Competition Review Committee, he mentioned that Hogwarts would adopt a novel method to ensure the participants' safety, as well as present the competition progress to spectators in a more intuitive and spectacular way. All of this will rely on his monitoring mirrors created with these omnioculars. However, the existing batch of mirrors had been installed and dismantled repeatedly over the past 2 years. Between repeated installations and removals, and the unfortunate incident involving Ginny Weasley when she was possessed by Tom Riddle's soul fragment, nearly half of the original set has been rendered unusable. This new order was essential to ensure Brian had enough functional omnioculars to implement his plans for the tournament. As he sealed the note to Hagrid with a dab of wax, Brian reflected on Dumbledore's wisdom in assigning most of Hogwarts' purchasing responsibilities to Hagrid. Hagrid's unwavering loyalty and simple honesty made him far more reliable in financial matters than someone like Filch, whose bitter character might have led to creative accounting. With the supply request taken care of, Brian turned his attention to the towering stack of mail that had accumulated on his desk. Since his rise to fame earlier in the year for eliminating the notorious werewolf pack led by Fenrir Greyback, the volume of letters he receives has increased exponentially. In recent days, the influx has multiplied again. Sorting through the pile, Brian categorized the letters. The majority of these were from his admirers. These ranged from students confessing their undying love to middle-aged witches offering to knit him sweaters. While flattering, these were set aside. More intriguing were the letters from renowned wizards in various academic fields. These intellectual letters discussed complex magical theories, posed challenging questions, and invited Brian to contribute to ongoing research. Despite the temptation to dive into these intellectual discussions, Brian knew he must prioritize. The final category of letters, those from official organizations, needed his immediate attention. Among these was a regular dispatch from Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. The pretense of this letters was to seek Brian's opinion as he was the senior advisor to Mom, on recent ministry decisions supposedly asking for his opinion on their reasonableness, but both sender and recipient know they were nothing more than a courtesy notification. Brian couldn't manage to reply to every letter like Lockhart did, but there were some important ones he must respond to. One letter, in particular, caught Brian's eye. The parchment, thick and slightly yellowed with age, bared the seal of Gringotts Bank. More intriguingly, it was from the Paris headquarters rather than the more familiar London branch. Breaking the seal, Brian unfurled the letter to find an inquiry from an interesting old goblin. The goblin's proposal was straightforward. It was a request to allow Gringotts to advertise at the Triwizard Tournament venue. They offered Hogwarts a generous compensation and subtly expressed to Brian that his support would not be forgotten. Brian was indeed seeking funds for Hogwarts, so Barna's proposal did tempt him somewhat. However, after some consideration, he still declined the request in his reply. It wasn't that he couldn't persuade Dumbledore or find a way to justify this fund to the Board of Governors. Rather, for the first Triwizard Tournament in over a century, Brian didn't want too many commercial elements involved. While some level of sponsorship might be unavoidable, anything as blatant as what Gringotts proposed felt inappropriate for the occasion. With a sigh, Brian penned a polite but firm refusal to the Gringotts representative. As the afternoon wore on, Brian had planned to use the time to refine his teaching plan for the next stage of his physical education class. However, just as he was settling into work on his lesson plans, an unexpected letter arrived via a school owl. The bird swooped into his office through an open window, dropping the letter on his desk before perching expectantly on the back of a nearby chair. Brian recognized the handwriting immediately, Sirius Black. The contents of Sirius's letter seemed urgent, which prompted Brian to abandon his carefully laid plans for a day of office work. With a resigned sigh, he penned a quick reply, agreeing to meet Sirius in Hogsmeade. Donning a travel cloak, Brian made his way out of the castle and down the path to Hogsmeade. The Three Broomsticks, Hogsmeade's popular pub and inn, was relatively quiet when Brian arrived. The lunch rush had passed, and the dinner crowd had yet to arrive, leaving the warm, wood-paneled room comfortably uncrowded. Madame Rosmerta, the attractive proprietor, greeted Brian with a wide smile and a knowing wink. "The usual, Mr. Watson?" she asked, already reaching for a clean glass. Brian nodded, settling into a cozy booth in the corner. "Green tea, please, Madame Rosmerta. And perhaps some of those excellent ginger newts, if you have any." Rosmerta beamed at the compliment to her baking. "Coming right up, A&D. I don't suppose I could trouble you for an autograph? My niece is a huge fan, you see." With a good-natured chuckle, Brian agreed, scrawling his signature across a piece of parchment Rosmerta produced from her apron pocket. Her face lit up with delight as she tucked the autograph away, promising to return shortly with his order. It was not long before the pub's door swung open again, with Sirius and, somewhat to Brian's surprise, Remus entering. The two made their way to Brian's booth. Sirius's face was a mix of anxiety and eagerness, while Remus maintained his usual calm demeanor. As Rosmerta returned with Brian's tea and biscuits, Sirius ordered a fire whiskey, while Remus opted for a more modest butterbeer. Once the drinks were served and Rosmerta had moved out of earshot, Sirius leaned in, his voice low and urgent. "How's Harry? Is he still angry?" Brian couldn't help but roll his eyes at the question. "Why would I know that?" he responded, unable to keep a note of irritation from his voice. "I'm not the little guy's nanny." Remus intervened before Sirius could retort. Sirius had planned to go to King's Cross yesterday to see Harry off to Hogwarts, he explained, a hint of amusement in his voice. But he wasn't sure if Harry was still angry with him. He ended up missing it due to his hesitation. "By the time I got there, the Hogwarts Express was long gone," Sirius exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. The action causes several nearby patrons to glance over curiously, prompting Remus to place a calming hand on his friend's arm. Brian sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in a gesture of mild exasperation. "I'm busy," he said flatly without blushing. "I didn't come here to listen to how you plan to resolve your father-son conflict." "Brian is right, Sirius," Remus said, his smile fading as he sat up straight. "It's the first day of school at Hogwarts, and every professor has a mountain of things to do. We shouldn't take up too much of his time." Remus paused, his amber eyes flickering between Sirius and Brian before he continued, "Let me start, Brian. After you told me what you hoped I'd do, I wrote a letter to Dumbledore." At the mention of Dumbledore, Brian's expression remained neutral, showing none of his thoughts. Remus, interpreting this lack of reaction as tacit approval, breathed a slight sigh of relief before pressing on. "Albus gave me some advice," Remus explained, his voice low and measured. "He believes I shouldn't constrain myself because of Harry. If I think what you're asking me to do can demonstrate my proper self, then he thinks I should go ahead and do it." Brian nodded slightly. He expected that Remus would consult Dumbledore on this matter. It's precisely why Brian had taken the time to speak at length with Dumbledore just 2 nights prior, laying the groundwork for this very conversation. Sirius, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during this exchange, suddenly straightened up, his grey eyes sharpening with interest. It was clear from his expression that he, too, had made a similar choice to Remus, though perhaps with less hesitation. Sensing the shift in mood, Brian reached into the pocket of his robes. "These are 2 letters of recommendation," Brian explained, sliding the envelopes across the table towards Sirius. "Without letting others find out, show Amelia Bones hers first, then take the other one to Fudge." Sirius reached out, his fingers closing around the envelopes. "Is this enough?" Sirius asked hesitantly. "I mean, are you sure you don't need to speak to the Minister of Magic personally?" "Don't worry, it's fine," Brian said calmly, "Cornelius Fudge will understand my meaning. If I were to make the request in person, it would put him in an awkward position. But Madame Bones is known for her fairness in the wizarding world. Will she be willing to let Sirius enter the Aura office through your connection? And what about Rufus Scrimgeour?" Remus also raised his concerns. "Fairness is situational," Brian patiently explained to Remus. "Although Amelia is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, her control over the Ministry's most elite magical armed forces is limited. I'm writing to her simply to inform her that Sirius is being introduced by me, and she will understand and support it. As for Rufus Scrimgeour, this matter only requires Fudge's approval, and it's not yet time for him to interfere." Brian looked at Sirius, who was listening intently, and paused before continuing, "You don't need to think too much about conspiracies and schemes. Once you enter the Aura office, just focus on demonstrating your abilities. If any situation arises, feel free to write to me anytime." With these words of reassurance, Brian glanced towards the window, noting the position of the sun in the sky. The afternoon has worn on, and dinner time at Hogwarts was likely approaching. Recognizing the need to return to the castle, Brian rose from his seat, bidding a quick farewell to Sirius and Remus before hurrying out of the 3 broomsticks. Left alone in the booth, Sirius and Remus were looking at each other with complex emotions. "When I was teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts in the first half of the year, I even discussed with some young Gryffindor wizards about what newt scores were needed to become an Auror." Sirius looked at the letter of recommendation in his hand, shaking his head with emotion. "That's because the Ministry clearly recognizes that they don't have many means to constrain a powerful wizard like Brian. A powerful wizard in his early 20s. Remus's expression was equally complex. "We should be grateful that Brian is on our side. Otherwise, even with Dumbledore. The Ministry is much more at ease with Dumbledore." Sirius laughed scornfully, seemingly thinking of something. "They probably think Dumbledore only has his reputation left to scare people, but in reality, he's too old to even wave his wand." 0466 The news. The dreary clouds had finally parted, but Harry's first day back at Hogwarts was far from joyous he had hoped for. The morning's herbology class, shared with the friendly Hufflepuffs, had been relatively bearable. Professor Sprout had tasked them with the rather disgusting but straightforward job of squeezing pus from bubotubers, plant-like creatures that bore creepy resemblance to thick, black slugs. The viscous, yellowish-green liquid that oozed from the swollen lumps was, according to Professor Sprout, extremely valuable. Undiluted bubotuber pus is an excellent remedy for the more stubborn forms of acne. However, the morning took a sharp turn for the worse during their Care of Magical Creatures class. Hagrid had a penchant for dangerous creatures that he affectionately referred to as Inte Restin. True to this, Hagrid had prepared what he clearly thought was a delightful surprise for his students. With barely contained excitement, he unveiled his latest creation, blast-ended screwits. These bizarre creatures defied easy description. Pale and shell-less, they resembled deformed, headless lobsters. Ranging from 6 to 8 inches long, they emitted a powerful odor similar to rotting fish. Sparks flew from their rear ends at irregular intervals, propelling them forward with small explosions. The male screwits possessed stingers, while the females had sucker-like appendages on their bellies, probably for sucking blood. As if their appearance wasn't alarming enough, the screwits quickly proved to be as dangerous as they were ugly. Their unpredictable nature meant that no student left Hagrid's class unscathed. Some had red burns from the screwits, others nursed puncture wounds from the male stingers, and some ones were on the receiving end of surprisingly strong bites from what appeared to be the creature's feeding end. Even Hagrid, with his thick skin and enormous body, didn't escape unscathed, sporting a nasty burn on his hand by the end of the lesson. The afternoon brought little breather. Professor Trelawney's divination class was held in the muggy, perfume-laden North Tower. By the time the class mercifully ended, Harry had gained nothing but a throbbing headache and a mountain of homework that will consume his entire weekend. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of classes, Harry and Ron, both in low spirits, shuffled towards the Great Hall and queued in line for the evening feast. The entrance hall was buzzing with the chatter of hungry students, all eager for the evening feast. "I was just about to look for you, Harry." The familiar voice cut through the ruckus, and Harry turned to see Hermione descending the grand staircase. Her bushy brown hair was even more baggy than usual, likely from the day's humid air, and she was overloaded with an intimidating stack of thick, leather-bound tomes. Her brown eyes, sharp and inquisitive, quickly took in the dejected postures of her two friends. "What's going on? Are you planning to eat first?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. She shifted the weight of the books in her arms, revealing the title of one, Advanced Arithmancy and its Applications in Modern Spell Crafting. It was clearly not a text intended for fourth-year students. Don't we usually do Professor Watson's running exercises before dinner? Harry couldn't help but marvel at Hermione's seemingly boundless energy and dedication to her studies. Since the start of term, it seemed she had taken on even more extracurricular reading than usual. Not only was she carrying a towering stack of books, but her bag, enchanted to be lighter and more spacious than it appeared, was visibly straining at the seams with additional weight. A quick glance at the spines showed titles far beyond their current curriculum: Temporal Magic, Theory and Ethics, Comparative Magical Law, From Merlin to Modern Day, and The Alchemist's Apprentice, Nicholas Flamel's lesser-known discoveries. Before Harry could voice a response to Hermione's question, Ron interjected, his freckled face a picture of exaggerated weariness. Harry needs rest, Hermione, to recover from the fatigue of this grueling day and to mourn our weekend that's over before it even began. That's right, Harry nodded sincerely, grateful for Ron's intervention. The thought of running laps around the Quidditch pitch after the day they'd had was almost too much to bear. Hermione's eyebrow arched skeptically, clearly unimpressed by Ron's theatrics. However, a flicker of understanding crossed her face. She was well aware that not everyone shared her enthusiasm for constant self-improvement, and that normal young wizards often needed time to adjust to the rigorous demands of higher-level magical education. With a small sigh, she decided not to press the issue and instead joined the queue alongside her friends. Just as Hermione, the PE class assistant, was about to remind Harry that he wouldn't be allowed to make excuses to avoid daily training after dinner, a grating all too familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Weasley. Hey, Weasley. The trio turned simultaneously, their faces immediately hardening at the sight of Draco swaggering into the entrance hall, flanked by his ever-present cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy was panting, with strands of hair stuck to his forehead, evidently having just returned from the Quidditch pitch. What struck Harry as odd, however, was that Malfoy's eyes weren't fixed on him, as they usually were. Instead, his gaze was locked firmly on Ron. Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick, worried glance before noticing the folded newspaper clutched in Malfoy's hand. A sense of foreboding settled over them. Whatever was printed on those pages, it couldn't be good news for Ron. What? Ron asked warily, his body tensing as if preparing for a physical exchange. Malfoy's thin lips curved into a smug smile. He cleared his throat with exaggerated importance, pitching his voice to carry across the now hushed entrance hall. There's something interesting. Malfoy said, unfolding the newspaper with a curl. The bold headline of the Daily Prophet was briefly visible before he began to read aloud. New chaos at the Ministry of Magic. Our special correspondent Rita Skeeter writes that due to the bizarre behavior of Arthur Weasley from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, the Ministry has once again found itself in an awkward position following the Quidditch World Cup attack and the unexplained disappearance of a female employee. Harry's mind raced, processing the information. The mention of Mr. Weasley barely registered before his thoughts latched onto the phrase female employee disappearance. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the conversations between Mr. Weasley and Professor Watson. Hadn't they informed the Ministry about Bertha Horkin's fate at the hands of Voldemort? Why was it still being referred to as an unexplained disappearance? Among the Hogwarts population, quite a few students and staff members subscribed to the Daily Prophet. Hermione was also one such subscriber. The moment Malfoy began his recitation, she instinctively reached out to grab Ron's sleeve, her fingers curling into the fabric of his robes. Let's go, Ron, she whispered urgently, her brown eyes darting between her friend's reddening face and the growing crowd of onlookers. Ignore Malfoy, he's just a boring clown. But Ron stood his ground, his jaw clenched and freckles standing out starkly against his rapidly paling skin. He was determined to hear every word of the article, no matter how painful. Hermione, realizing the futility of trying to move Ron, turned to Harry with a pleading look. To her dismay, she found that Harry, too, was listening intently to Malfoy's words. The next 30 seconds felt like an eternity as Malfoy continued to read, his voice dripping with mock concern and barely concealed glee. When he finally finished, he folded the newspaper with exaggerated care, his pale, pointed face had a triumphant grin. With a theatrical flourish, he held up the front page, displaying a large photograph to the half-silent, half-murmuring crowd of young wizards in the entrance hall who were pointing at Ron. Look at this, Malfoy squealed. A picture of your parents standing in front of your house, if you can call that a house. Malfoy's eyes glittered maliciously as he delivered what he clearly thought was the coup de grace, death blow. And your mother, she could do with losing some weight, don't you think? She might look a bit more respectable then. Ron's entire body began to shake with suppressed rage, his hands clenching into white-knuckled fists at his sides. The gathered students alternated between staring at Ron and shooting furtive glances at Malfoy. Get lost, Malfoy, Harry, snapping out of his focused state, finally registered the silent message Hermione had been trying to convey with her increasingly frantic looks. It's not worth getting angry, Ron. Hey, Potter, Malfoy sneered, his smirk growing wider. Your oversized head at the Quidditch World Cup was much more interesting than usual. Pity the Daily Prophet didn't add your picture to the front page too. Harry's emerald eyes flashed dangerously behind his glasses. Is that so? He replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What about your parents, Malfoy? Shouldn't they also make an appearance for their mischievous little activities at the World Cup final? He leaned in, his voice cold. If they were to make the paper, what background would fit? Your house certainly wouldn't be appropriate. No, I think Azkaban would be quite fitting. The noisy entrance hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to Harry, taking several seconds to react to what Potter had just said. Shut up, Harry, Hermione hissed, her eyes wide with alarm as she took in the bewildered and curious looks from their fellow students. She tugged insistently on his sleeve, her voice tight with worry. This isn't the place to discuss this. There's no evidence, and... But Malfoy's outraged howl drowned out her words. How dare you insult my parents, Potter? Draco's normally pale face had turned an even starker shade of white, a vein pulsing angrily at his temple. He clearly understood what Harry was implying, but his eyes showed disbelief, as if he genuinely didn't know about it. Harry, caught up in the heat of the moment, couldn't resist twisting the knife further. What's wrong? He taunted with his green eyes blazing. Didn't they fill you in on their clever little schemes? People's attention quickly shifted from Arthur Weasley to what Harry was referring to. Even Ron noticed the unusual atmosphere in the entrance hall and realized what it was about. Hermione, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, moved swiftly. She walked behind the two boys who were standing there dumbly, grabbed an arm each, and without a word, tried to drag them away. Wait, explain yourself clearly, Potter. Malfoy howled. Hermione, her patience finally snapping, whirled around to face Malfoy. Shut your mouth, Malfoy! She yelled, her cheeks flushed with anger and exertion as she continued to pull her friends away. Bang! The sudden, explosive sound shattered the tense atmosphere. Several students screamed in surprise and fear. Harry felt something white-hot graze his cheek, leaving a trail of searing heat in its trail. His hand instinctively flew to his robe pocket, fingers scrabbling for his wand, but before he could draw it, a gravelly roar echoed through the entrance hall. Oh no you don't, boy! Harry, Hermione, and Ron spun around to see Professor Moody limping down the marble staircase. He had his wand out and both his normal and magical eyes were fixed on the entrance, looking somewhat surprised. Nice dodge, boy, Moody growled, his normal eye fixed on Harry while his magical eye continued its frenzied rotation. But let's see where you're going to hide. Harry immediately turned his gaze to the entrance and saw that the marble tile where Malfoy had been standing with Smoking Crab and Goyle stood frozen in shock, their bulky frames quivering like oversized jellies. But Malfoy himself was nowhere to be seen. A flash of movement caught Harry's eye, and he spotted white blonde hair disappearing through the main doors. Malfoy was fleeing. Did he get you? Moody's gruff voice cut through Harry's stunned silence. The professor had reached the bottom of the stairs and was now standing beside the trio, his magical eye fixed on the running Malfoy. No, Harry replied blankly. Missed me. Without another word, Moody moved past Harry, pushing aside the terrified Crabbe and Goyle. With a grim face, he raised his wand high, and as he stepped out the door, he brought it down again. Snap! The sound was like a thunderclap in the confined space of the entrance hall. A visible wave of magical energy surged from Moody's wand, rushing towards the open doors like an invisible tidal wave. The force of the spell was so great that it created a powerful gust of wind, whipping through the hall and causing tapestries to flap wildly and loose parchments to take flight. Harry, caught off guard, struggled to keep his eyes open against the rushing air. His glasses were nearly blown off his face, and he had to reach up quickly to secure them. The crowd of students queuing for dinner behind them let out a collective gasp of surprise. What's going on? Hermione immediately questioned when she regained her composure. As the dust settled and vision cleared, all eyes turned expectantly towards the entrance. Professor Moody stood motionless at the threshold, his wand still pointed towards the marble steps outside. The tension in the air was palpable as students craned their necks, trying to see past the imposing figure of their defense against the dark arts teacher. What are you doing? Came a voice from the bottom of the steps. Brian glanced at the visibly shaken Draco hiding behind him, raised an eyebrow, and calmly looked towards the entrance, lowering his wand. Professor Moody. 0467 actions. Stand aside, Watson. Moody growled in a low voice, his magical eye fixed intently on Brian. I need to teach this despicable little brat a lesson. Like ripples on a lake disturbed by a gentle breeze, Brian narrowed his eyes slightly. His reaction wasn't to Moody's rude words, but to that magical eye. As an accomplished alchemist, Brian could see that this special eye had intricate magical runes etched inside, constantly pulsing with magic to detect the surroundings and relay information back to its user. While ordinary wizards might find this eye quite frightening, for Brian, who possessed an incredibly powerful innate ability to sense magic, whose perception of magic can even be comparable to sight, it felt like someone was examining him with a magnifying glass pressed against his face, trying to peel away his clothes. One can imagine how uncomfortable this sensation was. "Help, Professor Watson!" Draco peeked out from behind Brian. It was clear that he had been truly frightened by Moody's fierce and unreasonable behavior. His face was pale, and tears were welling up in his eyes. "This madman wants to kill me!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a thumb-thick rope shot out from the tip of Moody's wand. After leaving the wand, this agile rope coiled itself, gathering strength, then lunged forward, aiming to loop around Draco's neck and drag him out from behind Brian. Brian, who had been turning his head to look at Draco, didn't even glance back. He casually waved his wand behind him. Before the young wizards pouring out of the entrance hall could see what had happened, Professor Moody's conjured rope had already dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, scattered by the wind. "I'm sure you understand," Brian said, turning back to face Moody, "that this has gone beyond the scope of a joke, Professor Moody." "Oh, are you going to shield this despicable little wretch, Watson?" Brian's warning didn't deter Moody, if anything, it seemed to enrage him further. Moody stepped over the threshold, onto the top of the marble staircase, pointing his wand at Brian and Draco as he snarled, "I'd like to see how you plan to stop." Brian's face finally darkened. He stood still, his wrist twirling deftly. Then, a red orb of light the size of a bludger, crackling with crimson electricity, erupted from his wand tip. It swiftly flew to hover above the middle of the marble staircase. "Oh, that spell!" Angelina from the Gryffindor Quidditch team gasped, covering her mouth, from among the spectators inside the doorway. Moody's magical eye quivered violently. Suddenly, the surface of the floating red orb rippled, and then, recognizing the imminent threat, Moody reacted with the speed and precision that had kept him alive through countless dark wizard encounters. He swung his wand in a horizontal arc, conjuring a shield of countless red sparks that glittered like shattered stars in the air before him. But this was only a prelude to the true attack. The orb unleashed its fury. Beam after beam of intense scarlet light erupted from its surface, each one powerful enough to rival the most potent stunning spells. They slammed into Moody's hastily erected defenses with relentless force. Though he managed to block these searing lances of magical energy, it didn't mean he could easily absorb the impact of the spells. Bang, bang, bang. The young wizards hiding in the entrance hall watched as Moody continuously waved his wand to block the successive beams of red light. However, the powerful force still pushed him back step by step, forcibly driving him back into the entrance hall. "What are you doing?" A surprised voice suddenly came from the staircase on one side of the entrance hall. It was Professor McGonagall, carrying a few books, looking astonished at the unfolding scene. Whoosh! At the sound of Professor McGonagall's voice, Brian's concentration broke. The floating orb vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint afterimage in the eyes of those who had been watching it too closely. Moody, no longer under assault, sagged against the grand door frame. His breathing was labored, chest heaving beneath his travel-worn cloak. The scars on his face seemed even more noticeable as his face twitched repeatedly, whether from exertion or barely contained rage, it was hard to tell. Professor McGonagall recovered quickly from her initial shock and hurried down the stairs. In her haste, she nearly lost her footing. It was only the unexpected presence of Colin Creevey and his ever-present camera that saved her from a nasty fall. Using his neck to steady herself, Professor McGonagall regained her balance. After hastily apologizing to Colin, McGonagall roughly pushed through the crowd to Moody's side. She first examined Moody's entire body, ensuring he hadn't lost any more body parts, then took a deep breath. When she spoke, her voice quavered with barely contained anger, a tone that her students knew all too well as a prelude to serious consequences. "Brian, and Alastair, please tell me what exactly you two are doing." "He tried to kill me." Before either of the combatants could respond, Draco, quick-witted as ever, immediately darted out from behind Brian. His pale face was in manufactured innocence as he jabbed an accusing finger at Moody. "It's this madman. Professor Watson was only defending me." "You're talking nonsense, Malfoy!" Ron yelled, straining his voice. "You attacked Harry first." The entrance hall began to fall into chaos once more as students from different houses began to take sides, their voices rising in accusations and defenses. "Silence, all of you!" Professor McGonagall's face was ashen. She glanced at Brian and Alastair, who were still staring at each other, breathed heavily a few times, then fixed her gaze on Hermione. "All right, Miss Granger, you saw everything, didn't you? Explain what happened." Ron quickly and discreetly jabbed Hermione's arm, earning himself an angry glare from Professor McGonagall. With so many witnesses to the events, Hermione couldn't possibly cover for anyone. She recounted the incident from start to finish in full detail. "The first day of school hasn't even ended, and this happens." Professor McGonagall fumed. "Slytherin loses 20 points. Mr. Malfoy, 2 days of detention. I'll inform Severus to handle your punishment. Harry barely had time to feel relieved and happy before he noticed Professor McGonagall turning her gaze on him. His heart sank immediately. The same goes for you, Mr. Potter. After announcing his punishment, she looked at the growing crowd of students in the entrance hall and sternly added, "Everyone, go eat. Don't stand around here." No one dared to defy Professor McGonagall when she was this angry. The young wizards scattered in a flurry, including Harry and his friends, as well as Draco, who slunk dejectedly into the Great Hall after a nod from Brian. Professor Moody. With the entrance hall finally cleared, Professor McGonagall stared at the now recovered Moody, her lips pressed tightly together. "Regarding your use of magic to attack a student. It was just transfiguration. I thought a good scare would teach that despicable, dirty little brat a lesson," Moody said dismissively. "Transfiguration or not," Professor McGonagall said wearily, "if we believe a student's behavior needs punishment, we can deduct points or assign detention, or report to the head of their house. I'm sure Dumbledore must have told you this." Perhaps Moody pulled out his flask from his waist, took several large gulps, and grunted. Then he looked warily at Brian, who was coming up the marble staircase, as if still expecting Brian to raise his wand and hit him with something nasty. Professor McGonagall, sensing the lingering hostility, turned her attention to Brian. And Brian, Professor McGonagall frowned, seemingly pondering how to reprimand him. But after some thought, she apparently couldn't find much to criticize him for. "Next time, you should at least try to understand the situation first, and then be a bit gentler, Brian. Professor Moody is your colleague, not a dark wizard you need to deal with." "Regarding the latter point, I reserve my judgment," Brian said coolly. He didn't care much about how that Draco had started trouble with Harry and his friends again, they always found reasons to create conflicts with each other. But there were some things he had to point out. "You might still retain some habits from your professional days, Professor Moody, but I must point out that not everyone enjoys being scrutinized by a magical eye. Furthermore, as the head of Hogwarts Student Safety Office, I'm not entirely satisfied with your explanation for actively attacking Draco Malfoy. I believe it's necessary for me to observe your daily classes. If the content doesn't meet my satisfaction, I don't rule out the possibility of requesting your departure from Hogwarts." "Are you three?" Moody's face contorted with anger. He instinctively wanted to retaliate, but for some reason, facing Brian Watson's expressionless face, he stopped mid-sentence. Finally, he grudgingly muttered the word welcome before turning and leaving abruptly. "Alastair was invited by Albus, Brian. We should at least try to be friendly." While McGonagall clearly sided more with Brian on the matter at hand, she still felt compelled to say this. "I've already taken that into consideration, Professor McGonagall." Brian spread his hands, feigning innocence. Scene break. The duel between Professor Watson and Professor Moody took place in the entrance hall before dinner. Many young wizards witnessed the battle, while those who missed the spectacle learned about it during dinner discussions. Students were no longer concerned about what caused the conflict between the two professors, but rather became fascinated by the duel itself. Undoubtedly, Professor Watson emerged victorious, which surprised no one. Given his numerous impressive performances over the past 2 years, it would have been astonishing if he had lost in a confrontation with someone else. Professor Moody was absent from the staff table, leading some to believe he was too embarrassed to show his face after losing to Professor Watson. However, Neville, who had just returned from a breathless run around the Quidditch pitch, informed everyone that Moody was patrolling the school grounds. "No wonder Dad speaks so highly of Professor Moody," Ron exclaimed to those around him. "You know what I mean, right?" "Everyone knows what you mean, Ickle Ronnie Ekins," George said kindly. Harry sat with his head down, staring intently at the patterns on his silver goblet, lost in thought. "What's on your mind, Harry?" Hermione, noticing Harry's somber mood, asked quietly. "Are you still thinking about Professor Watson helping Malfoy?" "I don't understand," Harry began, as if a floodgate had opened. "Did you hear what that Skeeter woman from the Daily Prophet said? The Ministry still believes Bertha Hawkins is just missing, but how can that be? They've already caught that woman Clyodna with Professor Watson's help, haven't they? If they'd interrogated her properly, they should know that Voldemort killed her." Hermione's eyes widened at the mention of the Voldemort's name, but she didn't interrupt. "And they're still claiming that Clyodna and those masked wizards are working together," Harry continued, his voice rising slightly with each word. "But it's obvious they don't even know each other. Even if the Ministry's got it all wrong, Professor Watson knows everything. He has to. So why isn't he?" "Oh, shut up, Harry." Hermione, who had been listening patiently, suddenly interrupted, looking nervously towards the front of the Great Hall. "Professor Watson is coming this way. Alastair has fought evil his entire life, and as you can see, he has suffered much persecution in this long struggle," Brian Dumbledore was saying. Though no one had reported to him about the earlier incident in the entrance hall, he seemed to know everything upon arriving at the Great Hall from his office. He patiently consoled Brian. He has a low tolerance for certain behaviors. Of course, his use of magic to discipline young wizards was indeed inappropriate, but that doesn't mean he lacks control over his emotions or is unstable, as you might think. Our beloved headmaster has always been very accommodating of those with special talents. Snape, who had overheard these comments, sneered from the side. Brian didn't speak, but looked at Professor Snape with slight surprise. But be careful, Brian. That madman considers everyone a dark wizard except Dumbledore. Your good reputation means nothing to him. He might even demand to search your office and luggage next. What? Has Professor Moody made such a request of you? Brian asked, somewhat astonished. Snape's sallow face darkened further, his lips pressing into a thin line that practically disappeared. Dumbledore, who apparently already knew about this, didn't seem particularly surprised. He only looked at Professor Snape with a hint of apology. I've already emphasized to Alastor that you are trustworthy, Severus. Oh, how honored I am to have earned your trust, Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape said coldly. Neither Brian nor Professor Snape would change their personal opinions of Mad-Eye Moody based on Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore knew this well and, after sighing helplessly, said no more. The atmosphere at the staff table was a bit stiff. Brian, disliking such an environment, wiped his mouth with a napkin and left his seat. Instead of returning to his office, he walked down to the Gryffindor table. As he passed, the discussions at the table fell silent, as if hit by a silencing charm. The young wizards all turned curious gazes towards him. May I have a word, Harry? Brian said, standing behind Harry. Oh, of course, Professor Watson. Harry scrambled to his feet, nearly knocking over his goblet in his haste. And you too, Hermione. I have something to discuss with you as well. Come to my office, Brian said, then looking at Hermione, who had her head down, pouring gravy over her baked potato, trying, and failing, to look as though she hadn't been eavesdropping. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly gathered her wits and stood up. Yes, Professor. Both Hermione and Harry hurriedly got up and followed Professor Watson towards the entrance hall. Across the table, Ron, realizing he hadn't been invited, disappointedly put down his cutlery and watched the three leave, his cheeks puffing out. Although it was only September, in Hogwarts, nestled among dark mountains and waters, the wind that wandered through the ancient castle after nightfall already carried the chill of late autumn. Harry and Hermione both got goosebumps as the wind hit them, while the climate change had little effect on powerful wizards like Brian. As they walked along the second-floor corridor, Brian paused briefly, his gaze directed towards the spacious grounds. He narrowed his eyes for a few seconds before moving on. Professor Moody, Harry whispered to Hermione, pointing towards a limping figure barely visible in the dim light spilling from Hagrid's hut. He's still patrolling. They were already familiar with Professor Watson's office. Upon reaching the office, Harry and Hermione made their way to the familiar sofa without being told. Professor Watson, rather than taking his usual seat behind the desk, joined them on the sofa. It's like this, Brian looked at Harry. This afternoon, I met with Sirius in Hogsmeade. Harry's eyes immediately widened with anticipation. Brian sank into the soft sofa and smiled. He came for two main reasons. First, he wanted me to convey his apologies regarding the argument you two had during the summer holidays. Why couldn't he tell me himself? Harry said indignantly. Haha, I didn't ask. Brian chuckled meaningfully at Harry, whose expression showed the unique rebelliousness of adolescence. But I suppose it's for the same reason you're unwilling to apologize to him directly. Harry's face turned bright red, pretending not to notice Hermione covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. He quickly changed the subject. What's the second thing, Professor Watson? The second matter actually doesn't concern you, but considering Sirius is your godfather, I think you have the right to know. Brian's smile faded as he spoke calmly. Sirius has decided to join the ministry and become an Auror. You know what Aurors are, don't you, Harry? Professor Moody was one before he retired. Harry nodded instinctively, but when he truly realized what he had heard, his mouth fell open in shock, gasping for air. Sirius, an Auror? But, how? Why would he want to do that? It's not that surprising. Sirius is a capable adult wizard with exceptional magical skills. Now that he's cleared his name, it's only natural for him to seek out a way to put his skills to use and find his place in the wizarding world once more. Think about Headmaster Dumbledore, he's still working at over 110 years old. But Harry closed his open mouth, his emerald eyes glimmering with worry in the yellow lamplight. Aurors were tasked with combating dark wizards, and Harry had a first-hand understanding of how dangerous this job could be from Professor Moody's condition. Sirius wasn't like Professor Watson or Professor Dumbledore, who could handle any situation. On the night of the Quidditch final, when those three masked wizards appeared in their box, Sirius had struggled to deal with them. In fact, if Clyodna hadn't helped him, he might have met with misfortune that night. Harry suddenly felt an urgent need to return to his dormitory and write to Sirius, advising him to reconsider carefully. But even as this thought formed, another part of him argued that if this was truly what Sirius wanted, Harry should offer his full support. These two thoughts battled in Harry's mind, leaving him unable to decide for the moment. Sensing Harry's inner turmoil, Brian didn't press the issue further. Instead, he turned his attention to Hermione, who had been listening to the exchange with rapt attention. Hermione, I wanted to ask you about the progress of everyone's training. 0468 explanations. Training progress. Hermione was also wondering why Sirius had suddenly joined the Ministry of Magic, especially since their previous conversations had made it clear that Sirius didn't particularly appreciate Cornelius Fudge as the minister. She reflexively echoed the question back, then quickly caught herself. Oh, right, training progress. As she faced Professor Watson, whose piercing gaze seemed to look right through her, Hermione felt a familiar tension creep into her shoulders. In the span of a heartbeat, she mentally catalogued everyone's performance during their recent training sessions. The recollection, however, did little to ease her nerves. If anything, it intensified the slight shame that colored her cheeks a faint pink. No one has managed to reach the finish line while under attack from the dung bombs, Professor Hermione began, her voice trailing off as she braced herself for the harsh criticism she was sure would follow. To her surprise, Professor Watson's response was not the sharp rebuke she had anticipated. Instead, he merely nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable as he continued to look at her with those intense eyes. Encouraged by the lack of immediate disappointment, Hermione took a deep, steadying breath. The scent of old parchment and magical herbs that permeated the office helped to calm her racing heart. With renewed composure, she launched into a detailed report of her classmates' progress. The best performer was no longer Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, in fact, he only ranked third. Luna had come closest to the finish line without being hit by dung bombs, while Neville ranked second. Of course, she and Harry's performances were also among the top. Brian wasn't particularly surprised by this result, just slightly disappointed as he clicked his tongue. I had originally planned to end your training by midterm, but now it seems we might need to extend the time. Noticing Hermione's crestfallen expression as she lowered her head, her gaze fixing on the intricately carved coffee table before her, Brian's tone softened. Hermione's hands, now clenched into tight fists resting on her lap, dispelled the guilt she felt at what she perceived as their collective failure. There's no need to feel guilty, Hermione, Brian reassured her, his voice gentle yet firm. I'm not blaming you or anyone else. This was never going to be an easy task, which is precisely why I selected who I considered to be the most talented young wizards to join. Moving forward, this class will have new content to challenge and push you all even further. At these words, both Harry and Hermione perked up visibly. The mention of Professor Watson's class brought back vivid memories of how it had already benefited them. Without this specialized training, who knows what terrible situation might have befallen them on that night of the Quidditch final. Neither of them took Professor Watson's class lightly. When they heard there would be new content, Harry immediately stopped his train of thought and looked at Professor Watson expectantly. I'll divulge the details on Wednesday evening, Brian said with his enigmatic smile, clearly enjoying the suspense he was creating. For now, you can return to your other pursuits. Recognizing the dismissal for what it was, Harry rose to his feet. Hermione followed suit, smoothing out her robes as she stood. They made their way towards the heavy oak door, but as Harry's fingers closed around the cool doorknob, a nagging thought tugged at his mind. This was a rare opportunity, a chance to get answers from the one person who seemed to know everything that was going on. If he didn't ask now, who knew when he'd get another chance to clear up the confusion that had been plaguing him. Professor Watson. Harry turned, his voice soft. His eyes found Professor Watson by the fireplace, where he was carefully pouring a stream of green tea into a delicate porcelain cup. May I ask you some questions? Brian looked up, the firelight dancing in his eyes as a smile appeared across his lips. Helping students resolve their confusion is a professor's duty. I don't see why not. He gently blew on the floating leaves in his teacup, creating tiny ripples across the surface of the steaming liquid. Hermione immediately realized that Harry's questions wouldn't be about magical theory or spell work. She knew he wanted to ask about what he had mentioned earlier in the Great Hall. While part of her wanted to urge caution, her own curiosity won out, and she remained silent, equally eager to hear the answers. Harry took a deep breath, gathering his courage. The words tumbled out in a rush, as if he feared losing his nerve if he hesitated. Bertha Horkins, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. You know she's already dead, don't you? Killed by Voldemort and that witch who's with him, the one you captured and imprisoned in Azkaban. She knows about this too, but the newspapers say the Ministry still believes Bertha Horkins is missing. Brian remained quiet for several long moments, his fingers tracing the rim of his teacup thoughtfully. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and leisurely. Surely that's not the only thing you're confused about, he said, a knowing glint in his eye. Why don't you share all that's on your mind? Encouraged by this invitation, Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick glance before returning to the sofa. As they settled back into their seats, the leather creaking softly beneath them, Harry began to pour out all the questions that had been swirling in his mind. His words came in a torrent, each question tumbling after the other in rapid succession. When Harry finally fell silent, slightly out of breath from his rapid-fire questions, Brian didn't immediately respond. Instead, he lowered his gaze, his fingertips caressing the hot rim of his teacup. His deep, light purple eyes seemed to be searching for answers in the swirling leaves floating in the golden-green liquid. After a long while, Brian spoke, his voice quiet but clear in the hushed office. "What do you think is the purpose of an organization like the Ministry of Magic?" The purpose of the Ministry of Magic? The question caught both Harry and Hermione off guard. Harry blinked in confusion, his green eyes widening behind his round glasses. He glanced at Hermione, hoping she might have some understanding into the seemingly unrelated inquiry. Hermione, for her part, furrowed her brow in deep thought. Her mind raced through everything she had read about magical governance and bureaucracy. After a moment of contemplation, her expression cleared, and she relaxed her furrowed brow. "The Ministry of Magic is an organization responsible for managing wizards, Professor," she began, her voice taking on the familiar tone she often used when answering questions in class. "I think the purpose of its existence is to maintain order within the magical community." Brian's face lit up with approval. "If this were a class, I would definitely award Gryffindor 5 points, Hermione," he said, his admiration for the bright young witch evident in his voice. "Yes, that's exactly right. The primary purpose of the Ministry of Magic is to maintain order in wizarding society, or perhaps more accurately, to maintain stability." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "And all of your questions, varied as they may seem, point to one central issue, Voldemort." At the mention of the name, Hermione instinctively tensed, her shoulders contracting slightly. Harry, however, still struggled to see the connection. "But what does that matter?" he pressed, his frustration evident in his voice. "He's still alive, and many people know that fact." "Knowing doesn't always equate to willingness to face the truth, Harry," Brian said calmly. "The majority of the Ministry officials believe that although Voldemort isn't dead, you thoroughly defeated him. They picture him hiding in some dark corner abroad, never daring to return to this country." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locked with Harry's. "But if they were to learn that Voldemort isn't as weakened as they imagine, that there's a real possibility he might regain his powers and once again become active in Britain, well, the public would panic. And it's crucial to understand that the Ministry is also made up of ordinary wizards, many of whom are equally unprepared to accept this reality." Brian's gaze softened as he observed the young wizards before him. "I think you must know how deeply afraid most wizards are of that man, with only a limited few exceptions." Harry fell into a contemplative silence. How could he not know? The memory of that summer night on his 11th birthday came flooding back. He could almost feel the salty sea air and hear the howling wind as Hagrid found him in that desolate shack on the rock. That night, when Hagrid was forced to mention the name Voldemort, his fearful reaction was unforgettable. You might think that lying to the public is shameful, but consider the consequences of telling the factual truth. The resulting panic could lead to a complete collapse of social order, which would be far more catastrophic. Brian understood that young wizards at this age often held idealistic views, coupled with a strong sense of moral purity. It was a natural and even admirable trait, but one that sometimes needed tempering with the harsh realities of the world. "Lies are not always shameful," he explained patiently, his eyes moving between Harry and Hermione. But his next statement left both of them puzzled, not until it's absolutely necessary to accept it all. As they left Professor Watson's office, Harry's mind was buzzing with all the new information and questions that had arisen from their conversation. He was eager to return to the Gryffindor common room and discuss the answers to tonight's questions with Ron. However, Hermione had other plans. With characteristic determination, she insisted on dragging Harry to the Quidditch pitch to complete their daily training run. By the time they finished their grueling workout and returned to the castle, sweaty and breathless, the Great Hall was deserted. As they entered the entrance hall, their footsteps echoing in the empty space, a gruff voice called out to them from the shadows. "If I were you, I wouldn't wander around the field in pitch darkness." Harry and Hermione turned to see Moody emerging from a darkened corridor, his magical eye swiveling wildly in its socket. Despite his earlier defeat at the hands of Professor Watson in front of the students, Moody didn't seem angry or embarrassed. In fact, his mood appeared more stable than usual, though the constant movement of his mismatched eyes was as unsettling as ever. "Someone might be watching you in the dark, ready to steal your livers," Moody continued, his voice a mix of warning and dark humor. Harry looked a bit awkward, unsure if Professor Moody was joking with them. "This is something we have to do every day, Professor Moody," Hermione explained timidly, her voice smaller than usual in the presence of the intimidating Dada teacher. Mad-Eye Moody's intense demeanor was a bit too much for her, especially after the long day they'd had. "We were planning to do it earlier, but Professor Watson called us to his office." Hermione's voice trailed off abruptly as she realized her mistake. Mentioning Professor Watson to Moody, given their recent exchange, suddenly seemed like a terrible idea. She glanced nervously at Harry, silently pleading for help. "Ah, Watson." Moody's interest was piqued, his magical eye fixing disturbingly on Harry while his normal eye remained focused on Hermione. "What did he talk to you about, Ed?" Even without Hermione's subtle reminder, Harry wouldn't reveal the contents of his conversation with Professor Watson. He braced himself for Moody's displeasure, but to his surprise, Moody nodded with what appeared to be satisfaction. "That's right, Potter," Moody growled approvingly. "Secrets should be kept in your heart. Never know who might be listening, do you?" With that cryptic remark, Moody turned to leave, his wooden leg clunking heavily on the stone floor as he made his way towards the grand staircase. Just as he was about to ascend the first step, he suddenly whirled around, causing both Harry and Hermione to jump. "Constant vigilance!" Moody roared, his voice echoing through the empty entrance hall. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone, leaving Harry and Hermione alone in the flickering torchlight. "It's no wonder he's called Mad-Eye Moody, is it?" Harry said, his heart still racing from Moody's sudden outburst. "He does seem a bit crazy." Hermione, however, wasn't paying attention to Harry's comment. Her brow was furrowed in concentration as she stared at the spot where Moody had been standing moments before. "Professor Moody just came from the Forbidden Forest," she said thoughtfully, her head tilted slightly as she pieced together the clues. "How could you possibly know that?" Harry asked, surprised by Hermione's assertion. "Didn't you see, Harry? There were leaves stuck to the solace of his shoes," Hermione said in its obvious tone. "Those particular leaves are only found in the Forbidden Forest." 0469 Teaching. After the sorting ceremony, it had long been a tradition at Hogwarts for each of the 4 houses to welcome their newest members in their own distinct and characteristic manner, reflecting the values and traits that defined their respective founders. The Slytherin first years would engage in duels to determine who among them would have the most influence. Upon arrival, the first-year Ravenclaws would participate in a special riddle night. This event could take place in the Ravenclaw Tower, where older students organize a gathering full of challenging riddles, puzzles, and intellectual games. The Badgers, true to their reputation for inclusivity and hard work, had organized a grand potluck feast. Each returning student had contributed a dish, creating a spread that represented the diverse backgrounds and talents of their house. But it was perhaps in Gryffindor Tower where the welcoming celebration reached its zenith of energy and noise. The Lions had opted for the simplest and most straightforward approach: they threw a party. Perhaps because Percy, the strict head boy, was no longer around, when Harry and Hermione returned to the common room, they found that Fred and George had once again procured a heap of food from the kitchens. Their common room had been transformed into a riot of color and sound. Streamers in every hue imaginable hung from the chandeliers, swaying gently in the breeze created by the constant movement of excited students. These decorations, remnants of the night's celebration, had not been taken down, giving the impression that Gryffindor Tower existed in a state of perpetual festivity. As Harry's eyes swept across the crowded room, searching for familiar faces amidst the sea of roisterers, he spotted Ron. However, Ron's demeanor stood in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere around him. Instead of joining in the festivities, he was huddled with his twin brothers around a small circular coffee table in a quieter corner of the common room. Their faces were serious, their heads bent close together in what appeared to be an intense discussion. The sight of Ron, so uncharacteristically detached from the celebration, caused a ripple of concern to pass through Harry. He felt Hermione shift beside him, and when he glanced at her, he saw that she too had noticed Ron's unusual behavior. "Should we go over, Harry?" Hermione asked softly, her voice barely audible over the noise of the party. Harry hesitated, his gaze flicking between Ron and the spiral staircase that led to the boys' dormitory. After a moment of internal debate, he shook his head, his decision made. "I need to go back to the dormitory to write a letter to Sirius." Without waiting for a response, Harry began to make his way towards the staircase, weaving through the horde of celebratory Gryffindors. Hermione watched Harry's figure disappear around the staircase corner before looking away. She pursed her lips and sighed softly. She could tell that Harry wasn't in high spirits, but this wasn't because Sirius had joined the Ministry without telling him. It was more because Professor Watson had once again revealed some truths about the world to them this evening. This had clearly impacted Harry's mood. In fact, it wasn't just Harry. Hermione's own worldview had been shaken by Professor Watson's assertion that stability is more important than truth. Hermione found herself in the unusual position of disagreeing with Professor Watson. She didn't entirely agree with his views, feeling that it challenged her fundamental beliefs about the importance of truth and transparency. And yet, she couldn't dismiss his words completely. Setting aside the debate of right and wrong, Hermione had to acknowledge that Professor Watson was unique among their teachers. He was the only one who seemed willing to discuss complexities of real life and the wizarding world with the students, beyond just teaching magical skills. It was this aspect of his teaching that Hermione found particularly valuable, even if it sometimes left her feeling unsettled and questioning her long-held beliefs. Lost in her considerations, Hermione almost didn't notice Ginny approaching her. "Oh, you're back," Ginny said, her eyes darting around Hermione as if searching for someone. "Harry went to write a letter to Sirius." "He's already gone back to the dormitory," Hermione answered, addressing Ginny's unasked question as she shook out her bushy curls. It was then that Hermione noticed Neville standing slightly behind Ginny. His round face had an expression of curiosity tinged with his ever-present nervousness. Seeing Neville reminded Hermione of the other matter weighing on her mind, and her expression grew more serious as she addressed him. "Professor Watson thinks our training progress is a bit slow, Neville." The effect of this single sentence on Neville was dramatic and instantaneous. His already pale face seemed to drain of what little color it had, his eyes widening in unmistakable fear. He began to stammer, his words tumbling out in a rush of anxiety. Did Professor Watson say that? What's he going to do? Will we be expelled, Hermione? Is he not letting us attend class anymore? Hermione, seeing the panic rising in Neville's eyes, quickly moved to reassure him. "No, nothing like that," Hermione said, crossing her arms and speaking in a serious tone. "But he thinks we can't waste all our time on this training. He told me he'll be teaching us something new in this class." Ginny, who had been listening to the conversation with growing interest, couldn't contain her curiosity. What could it be? Neville, however, didn't share Ginny's enthusiasm. His expression shifted from fear to disappointment, his shoulders slumping slightly as he said, "Oh. I always thought this training was quite fun." The next 2 days at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, homework, and the usual magical mishaps that were routine for the course in a school of witchcraft and wizardry. For most students, these days were unremarkable, filled with the routine of learning and the small dramas of teenage life. But for Neville these days were marked by yet another potions disaster. It happened during Wednesday's potions class. Neville, his hands trembling slightly as they always did under Snape's severe gaze, had once again managed to melt his cauldron. The swirling purple potion, which was supposed to be a confusing concoction, had bubbled violently over the edge of the ruined cauldron, eating into the stone floor with an ominous hiss. This was no ordinary mishap, even by Neville's unfortunate standards. It marked the 6th cauldron he had obliterated during his time at Hogwarts, a record unmatched even by the notoriously reckless Weasley twins, whose explosive experiments paled in comparison. Snape, his black eyes gleaming with a blend of exasperation and what almost seemed like perverse pleasure, descended upon Neville like a vengeful bat swooping down on its helpless prey. "Longbottom," Snape drawled, his voice thick with venomous sarcasm, "it appears you're determined to single-handedly sustain the cauldron-making industry. Perhaps you'd like to devote some extra time mastering the subtle art of not being a complete dunderhead." The Slytherins, led by Draco, barely stifled their sniggers as Snape coolly sentenced Neville to detention that very evening. Neville, his face burning with shame, nodded mutely, too terrified to even mention that the detention might clash with Professor Watson's evening class. And so, when the final bell rang signaling the end of afternoon classes, Neville hadn't joined his classmates in their rush to dinner. Instead, he had trudged back down to the dungeons, his stomach churning with dread at what awaited him. Hours later, as the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall displayed a tapestry of twinkling stars, Neville was finally released from his detention. He sprinted through the castle corridors, his robes flapping behind him, desperate not to miss too much of Professor Watson's class. By the time he burst through the classroom door, panting and disheveled, all the other students participating in the PE class were already assembled, looking at him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What happened, Neville?" Harry asked in surprise, seeing Neville looking dejected and on the verge of collapse. "What did that old bat Snape make you do?" Neville, still struggling to catch his breath, held out his hands in response. The sight made several of his classmates gasp audibly. Neville's hands, usually red and slightly pudgy, were now pale and wrinkled, as if they had been soaking in water for hours. But it wasn't just the texture of his skin that was disturbing. His fingernails were filled with a brown, foul-smelling substance that made even the bravest Gryffindors recoil. "A huge barrel of horned toads," Neville began, his voice trembling as much as his hands. The memory of his suffering seemed to overwhelm him, and he had to take a deep breath before continuing. "He made me sort the toad's innards, and he wouldn't let me use magic." As Neville spoke, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a mixture of exhaustion, frustration, and lingering disgust evident in his expression. His body shook involuntarily, and every few seconds, he seemed to be fighting the urge to vomit. The reaction from his classmates was immediate. Despite the fact that they had all been exposed to the pungent odor of dung bombs as part of their training, and theoretically shouldn't be affected by bad smells, everyone instinctively covered their noses and took a step back from Neville. "Didn't you tell him you had Professor Watson's class tonight?" Ginny asked angrily. Neville's response was a mixture of a sob and a hysterical laugh. "I didn't dare," he said, shooting a grateful look at Hermione, who had overcome her initial nausea and was now using a cleaning spell to help remove the stubborn remnants of toad innards from his fingernails. "I was afraid if I said that, he'd make me disembowel myself, and still not allow me to use magic." From the moment Neville had entered the room, Draco had been watching the scene unfold with undisguised glee. His face was twisted into a smirk, his grey eyes dancing with malicious amusement at Neville's plight. Upon hearing Neville's last statement, Draco could no longer contain himself. He burst into laughter, the sound echoing off walls of the classroom. Harry, who had been listening to Neville's story with growing anger, whipped around at the sound of Malfoy's laughter. His green eyes flashed dangerously as he glared at Draco, his hand twitching towards his wand pocket. The tension in the room suddenly spiked, with several students looking nervously between Harry and Draco, wondering if they were about to duel. Just as it seemed the situation might escalate, the classroom door clicked open, the sound cutting through the tension like a knife. Brian, clad in elegant wizard's robes of deep blue that seemed to shimmer slightly in the candlelight, strode into the room. "Good evening, gentlemen and ladies." Brian's calm voice filled the room as he made his way to the front of the classroom. The students, responding to an unspoken command, quickly formed 4 neat lines before him. Brian's gaze swept over the assembled faces, taking in every detail of his students. As he looked at them, Brian couldn't help but notice the changes that had occurred over the summer holiday. Many of their faces had lost some of the roundness of childhood, replaced by the sharper angles of emerging adulthood. Their eyes, too, seemed different. There was an aura of growing maturity surrounding them, a sense that they were standing on the threshold between childhood and the adult world they would soon enter. Seeing these students looking up at him with a mixture of admiration, curiosity and perhaps a touch of nervousness, Brian felt a surge of emotion. "I'm glad to see that you all still have the courage to show up for this class," Brian said, his tone cheerful but with an underlying note of seriousness. "Before we begin the formal lesson, I have 2 announcements to make." The students straightened up, their attention focused entirely on their professor. Even Neville, still looking worse for wear after his torment with Snape, managed to push aside his discomfort to listen intently. "Considering that the physical training has been taking up too much of your time for after-class assignments and rest," Brian continued, "from now on, the physical education classes will be reduced to twice a week. The first session will still be on Wednesday evening, and the second will be scheduled for Friday morning during the 4th period." A murmur of surprise rippled through the gathered students. Harry, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Friday morning? But the 3rd and 4th periods on Friday morning are potions class." "Correct, Mr. Potter," Brian said with a pleased expression. "But after my persuasive efforts, Professor Snape has agreed to give me the 4th period." Before the students could begin to celebrate this unexpected amnesty from Snape's class, Brian held up a hand, his expression growing more serious. "Don't rush to cheer, Mr. Potter. If you can't keep up with the potions curriculum despite the reduced class time, you'll have to accept one-on-one tutoring from Professor Snape during your free time." The threat of extra time with Snape was enough to temper any excitement about the reduced potions classes. Neville, in particular, looked traumatized at the prospect. "I'm done for," he muttered, his face a picture of despair. His words, though quiet, were enough to elicit sympathetic chuckles from his classmates, breaking some of the tension in the room. "Let me tell you about the second thing," Brian continued, waiting for the laughter to die down before addressing the group once more. "Last term, due to certain circumstances, I wasn't able to participate in the later training sessions of this class. However, I've gotten a general grasp of each of your levels from Miss Granger." At the mention of her name, Hermione stood a little straighter, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "To be honest," Brian continued, his tone growing more serious, "I'm not particularly satisfied." Despite Brian's still gentle demeanor, his words sent a ripple of tension through the group. Students exchanged nervous glances, wondering what this dissatisfaction might mean for their future in the class. Even the usually confident Draco looked slightly unsettled. "We've already completed some basic training, and I wonder if everyone here has begun to understand the significance of these exercises. Is that right?" The question hung in the air for a moment. Then, almost in unison, Harry and Hermione nodded vigorously, their faces set with determination. To their surprise, they weren't alone in their enthusiasm. More affirmative responses came from the group than anyone had expected. Hopkins from Hufflepuff, known more for his cheerful nature than his magical prowess, suddenly spoke up, his voice brimming with excitement. "During the summer holiday, I played a dueling game with my dad. We've played before, but I used to barely last a few minutes. This time, my dad was exhausted, and he couldn't hit me with a single spell." A ripple of impressed murmurs swept through the group at Hopkins' story. Brian's face lit up with approval as he looked at Hopkins. "This is precisely the purpose of this training, to hone your physical abilities and reaction speed." Then, addressing the entire group once more, he continued, "You've made some progress, but the results I'm aiming for in my course are far beyond this. I hope to teach you how to win duels, not just how to dodge quickly. So, we're about to enter a new phase. Of course, you must continue with the previous training. I'll leave some time in each class for you to train, and this classroom will be open for your use. You can also choose to come here and practice when you're bored." His gaze hardened slightly as he added, "My requirement is that by the end of this school year, everyone must pass the basic stage of reaction training. What are you planning to teach us?" Terry Boot raised his hand and asked. For Ravenclaws, learning more knowledge was always of interest. Professor Watson's response was to beckon everyone closer, inviting them to gather around him in a semicircle. Looking at the eyes sparkling with curiosity, Brian smiled slightly. "What I'm about to teach next is the real deal dueling magic. 0470 Duel Magic. I'm going to teach you the magic I used to defeat the Dark Witch at the World Quidditch Cup final." As Brian said this with a faint smile, the already quiet classroom fell even more silent. The young wizards held their breath frozen in shock, their eyes widening as they stared at Brian, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. Brian was now widely acclaimed as the strongest wizard of the modern era. While debates often raged about the distinction between strongest and greatest, with Dumbledore well past his 100th birthday and the once terrifying powers of Voldemort having been shattered by Harry Potter, there was little doubt that Brian Watson stood as the most powerful magical figure in the contemporary wizarding world. The prospect of Professor Watson personally teaching them dueling magic was a dream-come-true moment for many students. Although numerous young witches and wizards had harbored secret hopes and expectations that this day might eventually arrive during their physical education classes, when the moment really arrived, the young wizards could barely contain their excitement. As the initial wave of shock began to subside, allowing the students to regain some semblance of their senses, Cedric from Hufflepuff House found himself unable to contain his burning curiosity. With a voice that quavered slightly from the intensity of the moment, he blurted out, "Why not be more practical in your approach, Professor Watson?" Cedric, like many others present, had witnessed the extraordinary events that had unfolded at this year's Quidditch World Cup final. The vivid recollections of that night came flooding back, the panic-stricken crowds fleeing the stadium, the acrid smell of smoke and fear permeating the air, and then, at the forest's edge, the breathtaking spectacle that would come to be known as the Duel of the Century, or what many later called the Skyfire Duel. The sheer magnitude of the magical prowess displayed that night had left an ineradicable mark on all who had been fortunate or perhaps unfortunate enough to witness it. "Why not indeed, Mr. Diggory?" Brian responded with a warm chuckle, his eyes twinkling with amusement at Cedric's eagerness. With a swift fluid motion, he withdrew his wand from the folds of his robes and waved it. In response to his silent command, the very air seemed to shimmer and combine. Before the astonished eyes of the students, numerous desks and chairs materialized out of thin air, arranging themselves in neat rows across the expansive classroom floor. "Please, take your seats, everyone," Brian instructed, his voice carrying a note of gentle authority. "Before we delve into the practical aspects of our magical lessons, it's crucial that we establish some foundation in theory." The young wizards and witches surged forward en masse, their earlier shock giving way to unrestrained enthusiasm. A good-natured but intense competition ensued as students jostled for position, each hoping to secure a coveted front row seat. Amidst the cheerful chaos, Hermione was uncharacteristically outmaneuvered. Unable to claim one of the front row positions, she let out a frustrated huff and smacked her leg in a rare display of annoyance. Her vexation only intensified as she realized, with growing dismay, that in her haste and excitement, she had neglected to bring either a notebook or a pen. Whoosh! With a sudden whoosh that caused several students to jump in surprise, the heavy curtains along the walls smoothly glided shut of their own accord. The thick fabric effectively blocked out the encroaching darkness of the evening outside, creating a cocoon-like atmosphere within the room. Simultaneously, a series of metallic clanks and creaks echoed through the space as the suits of armor that lined the walls sprang into action. Each suit reached out to grasp a torch from its bracket. The assembled students watched in fascination as these enchanted guardians marched in perfect unison, surrounding the desks, illuminating the space as bright as day. First and foremost, Brian began drawing all eyes to the front of the room. "I must make a slight correction to my earlier statement." He stood before a blackboard, which was being dutifully held in place by two of the suits of armor. "There is, strictly speaking, no such thing as dueling magic in and of itself. Magic, in its purest form, is a wondrous and multi-layered force that can be applied in a myriad of situations. The term dueling magic is, at best, an imprecise catch-all phrase that we use for convenience." He paused for a moment, allowing this fundamental concept to sink in. The students remained silent, their minds working to absorb and process this new perspective on magic. In the context of duels and magical battles, Brian elaborated, "We can broadly categorize magic into three primary types: offensive magic, defensive magic, and functional magic. Each of these categories plays a crucial role in magical combat, and mastery of all three is essential for any wizard or witch hoping to excel in dueling." At Hogwarts, there had never been a course specifically dedicated to the art of magical dueling. This ancient practice had long relied more on self-discovery, intuition, and refinement through countless battles with others. The opportunity to receive organized instruction in this field, particularly from a wizard of Professor Watson's caliber, was unprecedented. As such, not a single young witch or wizard dared to let their attention wander. "Let's begin with offensive magic," Brian said, his tone shifting slightly to indicate the start of a more in-depth explanation. This category is perhaps the easiest to understand conceptually. Offensive spells are those used in duels with the direct purpose of striking your opponent and rendering them unable to continue resisting. However, the simplicity of this concept contradicts the vast complexity and variety of spells that fall under this category. Allow me to demonstrate some examples. With a subtle gesture from him, one of the suits of armor that had been standing guard clanked forward. It positioned itself precisely 30 feet away from where Brian stood. The students held their collective breath, sensing that they were about to witness something extraordinary. "Observe," Brian said simply, raising his wand. Boom! The silence was shattered by an explosive force that seemed to materialize out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, the suit of armor that had stood there few moments ago was reduced to scattered metallic fragments. "Explosion," Brian explained with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the destructive display. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the awestruck expressions of the young wizards and witches before him. With another subtle motion, he summoned another suit of armor to take the place of its fallen comrade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of silver flashes erupted from the tip of Brian's wand in rapid succession. Each burst of light was accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound. Before the students could fully process what they were seeing, the newly summoned armor collapsed, its components neatly severed as if by an invisible blade. "Cutting," Brian stated concisely, his tone matter-of-fact despite the impressive display of magical prowess. What followed was truly eye-opening for the assembled young wizards and witches. They watched, spellbound, as Brian went to demonstrate a veritable arsenal of destructive methods. The hapless suits of armor served as willing targets for this master class in offensive magic: burning, piercing, corrosion, warping, petrification, disarming, binding. Brian even used a spell to create immense gravity on one sturdy suit of armor, flattening it into an iron pancake. As the relentless barrage of magical attacks finally ceased, Harry realized he had been holding his breath for an unknown amount of time. He exhaled slowly, his mind reeling from the sheer variety and power of the spells he had just witnessed. A quick glance around confirmed that his classmates were in a similar state of awe. For a moment, the classroom was filled with the sound of collective exhalation as everyone seemed to remember the need to breathe. Brian stood amidst the carnage of his demonstration sea of scrap metal, molten puddles, and twisted remnants of what had once been suits of armor. Despite the intense magical exertion, his breathing remained perfectly steady, his composure unruffled. He surveyed the wreckage as if mentally cataloguing the effectiveness of each spell. "The varieties of offensive magic are truly endless," he said, turning back to face the class. "It would be impossible for me to provide a comprehensive list of every offensive spell in existence. However, the ultimate goal of any offensive magic is fundamentally simple: to render your opponent incapable of further resistance." A moment of stunned silence followed as the students attempted to process the sheer scope of what they had just witnessed. It was Katie Bell, a fifth-year student and one of Harry's teammates on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who finally found her voice. Her cheeks were flushed, whether from excitement or the residual heat of the magical displays was unclear, and she seemed to be struggling to catch her breath as she spoke. "Professor Watson, do you expect us to learn all of these spells?" She paused, seeming to gather her courage before adding, "Forgive me for saying so, but that seems like an impossible task." Her question seemed to break the spell of silence that had fallen over the class. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room, with several students nodding vigorously in support of Katie's assessment. "It's absolutely, positively impossible." Fred's emphatic statement also rang out, which was met with a chorus of agreeing voices, as more students found the courage to express their doubts. "That's not the point of this demonstration," Brian said calmly, blowing on his slightly smoking wand. "What I want you to understand is this: in a duel, any spell that can effectively incapacitate your opponent is a good spell. The key is not to master every offensive spell in existence; that would indeed be an impossible task. Rather, you should strive to develop a repertoire of offensive spells that you excel at, that feel natural to you. The specific spells don't matter as much as your proficiency with them and your ability to deploy them effectively in the heat of battle." As Professor Watson's words sank in, Harry found his mind drifting to the disarming charm. He recalled vividly the day he had first seen it in a duel, when Snape had used it during Lockhart's dueling club in his second year. For reasons Harry couldn't fully explain, he had felt an immediate affinity for this particular spell. He had mastered it with surprising ease after just a few attempts, and since then, it had rarely failed him when he needed it most. In that moment, Harry began to understand what Professor Watson meant about finding spells that felt natural and developing proficiency with them. "Now," Brian continued, his gaze calming the excited group of young wizards to quiet down once more, "let's move on to discuss defensive magic. By now, through the classes, you've all mastered certain evasion techniques, and under my guidance in the coming lessons, you'll each develop offensive spells that suit your individual strengths and magical affinities. However, it's crucial that you understand a fundamental truth about magical combat: evasion alone is not sufficient to dodge all attacks. Your physical stamina has its limits, you simply cannot outpace your opponent's attacks indefinitely. Moreover, experienced wizards can often predict the direction of your evasion, rendering such tactics increasingly ineffective as the duel progresses. Perhaps you've heard the saying, the best defense is a good offense. There's certainly some truth to that proverb, even in magical dueling. However, in an evenly matched duel, you cannot maintain an offensive stance indefinitely. He began to pace again, the student's eyes followed him, hanging on his every word and gesture. There are two primary reasons for this, Brian explained, holding up two fingers for emphasis. Firstly, your magical power is not infinite. Maintaining a constant barrage of offensive spells will rapidly deplete your magical reserves, leaving you vulnerable. Several students nodded in understanding, recalling moments when they had felt the drain after casting spells repetitively. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, Brian continued, everyone's attacks have a rhythm, a pattern that emerges over time. A skilled opponent will study your offensive rhythm, searching for that crucial moment, that split second between spells where you are most vulnerable. The classroom was utterly silent now. Once your opponent grasps that rhythm and finds an opening to counterattack, your offense will be forced to halt. In that moment, you'll have no choice but to switch to a defensive stance. And that is when you'll need defensive magic. Brian paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle over the classroom. Unlike offensive magic, I won't be providing a demonstration of defensive spells today, he said, causing a few disappointed murmurs to ripple through the class. Defensive magic is often subtle, its effects are not always immediately apparent. But, rest assured, we will cover this crucial aspect of dueling in great detail in our future lessons. No professor had ever managed to keep so many students simultaneously focused, but Professor Watson's lesson had achieved just that. Over 30 young wizards from various houses, ranging from third-year students to sixth-year Cedric Diggory, listened intently. Not a single one was distracted. They were now receiving systematic dueling experience from perhaps the most powerful wizard of the modern era, an opportunity no amount of galleons could buy. Now, we come to the third and perhaps most challenging category of magic used in dueling, Brian said, his tone shifting to indicate the importance of this new topic. Functional magic, also sometimes referred to as auxiliary spells. This category of magic is the true test for a duelist. Brian explained, his gaze sweeping across the eager faces before him. It challenges not just your magical prowess, but your battle awareness and the breadth of your magical knowledge. Functional magic is difficult to categorize comprehensively, as its applications are limited only by your creativity and quick thinking. Perhaps an example would best illustrate the nature and importance of functional magic, Brian thought aloud, his eyes scanning the classroom. Miss Granger. Hermione, who had been hanging on every word, was startled by the sudden address. In her haste to respond, she attempted to stand up, only to have her knees collide painfully with the underside of her desk. She winced visibly, a soft hiss of pain escaping her lips. Under normal circumstances, such a clumsy display might have elicited snickers or mocking comments, particularly from the Slytherin groups. However, the entire class, including Pansy Parkinson, remained focused intently on Professor Watson, too engrossed in the lesson to pay Hermione's mishap any mind. "Why yes, Professor," Hermione managed, her voice slightly strained as she rubbed her bruised knees. "Imagine, if you will, Miss Granger, that we find ourselves engaged in a duel. During this hypothetical confrontation, I use a spell to transform the ground beneath your feet into a swamp." The vivid description caused several students to glance down at the solid stone floor beneath their feet, as if half expecting it to turn into muddy marshland at any moment. "Now, this spell isn't a direct attack, per se," Brian continued. "I haven't aimed a stunning spell at you or attempted to disarm you directly. And yet, this seemingly indirect action has placed you in a precarious position, severely limiting your ability to dodge or maneuver." Hermione nodded slowly, her brow furrowed in concentration as she visualized the scenario. "A highly skilled and experienced wizard," Brian elaborated, "might possess the ability to directly counter such a spell, perhaps restoring the ground to its original, solid state with a flick of their wand. However, you, Miss Granger, despite your considerable talents, have not reached that level yet." There was no condescension in Brian's tone, just a statement of fact. But Hermione made a mental note to research ground restoration spells after this class. "So, Miss Granger," Brian said, focusing on her with an expectant gaze, "faced with this predicament, what magic would you use to help yourself out from this situation?" The classroom fell silent as all eyes turned to Hermione. Many of the students were pondering the question as well, mentally rummaging through their magical knowledge for a solution. Hermione's delicate brows furrowed deeply as she immersed herself in thought. I would." Hermione pursed her lips, mentally cataloguing all the spells she had learned over the past few years. Perhaps I would use the freezing charm." A few confused murmurs rippled through the class, but Hermione pressed on, her explanation flowing more smoothly now. "By using the freezing charm, I could potentially solidify the swampy ground, creating a stable surface to stand on. This would restore my movement and negate the advantage you had gained." A moment of silence followed Hermione's response as Brian considered her answer. Then, a broad smile spread across his face. Excellent! He exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine approval. A creative and effective solution, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor for your quick thinking. A collective sigh of relief and a smattering of applause filled the room. Hermione beamed with pride as she sat back down, her earlier embarrassment forgotten in the glow of her successful answer. As the applause died down, Neville cast an admiring glance at Hermione. His own mind had been blank when faced with the hypothetical scenario. The only solution he could think of was a dive into the mud in hopes of concealing himself from his opponent's sight. I trust you all understand my point now, Brian addressed the class, many of whom were nodding in realization. Auxiliary spells, while not directly offensive in nature, can be helpful in overcoming obstacles or escaping difficult situations during a duel. Their effects, when applied creatively, can be surprisingly powerful and often catch your opponent off guard. Consider this scenario: you find yourself face to face with a vicious dragon. Several students shuddered just at this thought, while others leaned forward with interest. Obviously, you cannot hope to defeat such a formidable creature through direct magical attacks, Brian explained. However, with the clever application of functional magic, you could significantly improve your chances of survival. He began to list potential strategies, counting them off on his fingers. You could employ Oxio Charm to call nearby objects that might aid in escape or defense. Use Disillusionment Charm to hide in the surroundings. A well-cast fire extinguishing charm could neutralize Dragon's flame breath. Finally, a targeted conjunctivitis curse could temporarily blind the beast, drastically reducing its ability to locate and attack you. The students listened in rapt attention, many of them mentally noting down these tactics for future reference just in case. By utilizing this combination of functional spells, Brian continued, you would create a situation where, while still dangerous, the dragon would be far more manageable. You would have much more room to maneuver, to strategize, and ultimately, to escape or achieve your objective. Brian's gaze swept across the classroom, noting the looks of understanding and excitement on the faces of his students. Of course, he added with a slight smile, I sincerely hope none of you find yourselves in a situation where you need to apply these specific tactics. However, the principle remains the same across all magical confrontations. Creative use of functional magic can turn the tide of battle in your favor. Now, he said, his tone becoming more serious, I must stress that the category of functional magic is incredibly broad. It encompasses a vast array of spells, charms, and magical techniques. In this class, I will focus on teaching you approaches to using functional spells flexibly and creatively. However, the specific spells themselves, you must continue to learn and master in your regular charms classes. 0471 Magic. The room fell into an eerie, expectant silence, thick with anticipation. Brian, standing tall and imposing at the forefront of the classroom, could see the flushed faces of excitement all around him. Every young wizard in the room, from the smallest first year to the most seasoned seventh year, had harbored dreams of becoming as powerful as Headmaster Dumbledore or Professor Watson. For these young wizards, finding a clear path to such awe-inspiring power through the complicated and often tedious knowledge imparted in other Hogwarts courses seemed a Herculean task. But the knowledge Professor Watson had just shared and the breathtaking display of magic he had demonstrated ignited a spark within each of them. It kindled a tangible sense of possibility, a flickering flame of hope that they too might one day wield such extraordinary abilities. Professor Watson, Cedric raised his hand. In the candlelight, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If we can keep pace with your lessons, if we can truly absorb and master what you are teaching us, does that mean? He paused, swallowing hard, as if hardly daring to voice the thought aloud. Could we actually have a chance of becoming Hogwarts champions? Of representing our school and emerging victorious in the Triwizard Tournament? The mention of the legendary Triwizard Tournament sent a ripple of excitement through the classroom. Many students, including Harry and the notoriously proud Draco, visibly perked up at Cedric's words, their eyes brimming with hope. If Ron knew what he was missing, he'd be kicking himself. Harry and Hermione, seated side by side, exchanged meaningful glances. Both saw the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Harry, in particular, had often regretted Ron's decision to drop this class, and at this moment, that feeling of regret reached its peak. I'm afraid not, Mr. Diggory, Professor Watson gave a disappointing answer to the expectant gazes. The Triwizard Tournament is far more than a simple test of magical combat prowess. Brian's pale purple eyes, always slightly unnerving in their ethereal hue, swept across the room, meeting each student's gaze in turn. This tournament is designed to test young wizards on their ability to apply magic creatively and effectively in crisis situations. It's a comprehensive evaluation of magical skill, adaptability, and wisdom, qualities that go far beyond just spellcasting ability. His lips curved into a small, knowing smile as he continued, if brute magical force were all it took to overcome the tournament's challenges, it would be reduced to nothing more than a glorified dueling contest. And while the skills you learn here will undoubtedly be valuable, they are but one piece of a much larger puzzle. The words comprehensive evaluation seemed to hang in the air, echoing in the minds of the students. Cedric nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in concentration as he absorbed Brian's words. Unbeknownst to him, Cho Chang was gazing at his back from her seat diagonally behind him. Her eyes rippled with a complex cocktail of emotion. Brian's voice cut through the contemplative silence that had fallen over the classroom. I want each of you to remember what I've just told you, he said, his tone taking on a more businesslike tone. When you return to your dormitories this evening, I want you all to write an essay. It should be no less than 12 inches in length, discussing your understanding of dueling, its applications, its limitations, and its place within the broader spectrum of magical combat. You'll submit these to me next Wednesday evening. A collective groan might have been expected at the announcement of homework, especially given that this was the first time Professor Watson had assigned any since the physical education class began. However, no such sound was heard. These young wizards, mischievous and playful as they could be, were far from fools. They recognized the rarity and value of the opportunity before them, and not a single complaint was voiced. Now, Brian continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone, we are about to enter the formal offensive spell instruction phase of our course. Before the students could erupt into cheers of excitement, Brian raised a hand, his expression suddenly grave. I must stress upon each and every one of you the utmost importance of what I'm about to say. From this day forward, those participating in this class are strictly forbidden from using wands in any conflicts within the school grounds, even if both parties involved are students of this class. Should such an incident occur, I assure you, the punishment will be most severe. The solemnity in Professor Watson's voice and the stern set of his features sent a chill through the room. The young wizards felt the weight of his words settle upon them like a physical presence. It was clear to all that the severe punishment he spoke of went far beyond just simple detentions or house point deductions. The unspoken threat of expulsion, not just from this coveted class, but potentially from Hogwarts itself, hung heavy in the air. Theodore Knott couldn't resist voicing his discontent. But Professor Watson, he grumbled, his voice tinged with frustration, how are we supposed to gain practical experience? We can't become true dueling masters without actual combat, can we? Brian's gaze was fixed on Theodore, and for a moment, the Slytherin seemed to shrink under the intensity of those ghostly eyes. An astute observation, Mr. Knott, Brian said, a note of appreciation in his voice. Rest assured, I will provide you with ample opportunities for practical experience. However, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the room once more, before we reach that point, it is crucial that you build a solid foundation. Without that, all the practical experience in the world will be for naught. From across the room, Draco caught Harry's eye. His lips twitched in a mock expression of disappointment, but the glimmer in his grey eyes showed his genuine excitement for what was to come. Hermione, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of anticipation and intellectual fervor, raised her hand. Her voice, when she spoke, was quick and breathless with eagerness. Where do we start, Professor Watson? She asked, her brown eyes lighting with curiosity. I mean, we don't have any textbooks for this course, do we? This course, Miss Granger, does not require textbooks in the traditional sense, Brian explained, standing before the young wizards. I will be using a spell teaching method none of you have encountered before. Brian's pale purple eyes seemed to glow with an inner light as they reflected the puzzled faces of his students. Now, he said, his voice deepening to a rich, resonant tone that seemed to dim even the bright torches illuminating the classroom, I need each and every one of you to fix your eyes upon mine. Confusion rippled through the room at this unusual request. The students exchanged bewildered glances, silently questioning why Professor Watson would ask them to look into his eyes. Harry and Hermione, privy to some inside information, shared another meaningful look. In their second year, Professor Watson had told them a secret about his unique eyes. According to him, his eyes contained a special magic, functioning like a reservoir capable of storing vast amounts of magical power for use in duels. He had told the trio, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, that if they ever witnessed his eyes returning to their original brown color, it would indicate that he was engaging in battle with his full, unleashed power. Unfortunately, Harry had never had the opportunity to see Professor Watson's eyes in their natural state except when he used magic to change their colors. There was a possibility that on the night of the Quidditch final, Professor Watson had used his full power. But they had been too far away to notice such a subtle change in eye color amidst the chaos. Despite their confusion and nervousness, the young wizards obediently followed Brian's instruction. They stared intently into his oddly colored eyes, their own eyes wide and unblinking, not daring to look away for even a moment. As the classroom fell into an expectant hush, the ambient sounds of Hogwarts became more distinct. The howling of the wind outside the castle walls, the subtle creaking of ancient timbers, and the soft crackling of the torches seemed amplified in the quiet air. A mysterious, almost otherworldly atmosphere settled over the room. The young wizards, sensing that something beyond their wildest imaginations was about to unfold, opened their eyes even wider, desperate not to miss a single moment. Observing their rapt attention, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Brian's lips. In the next instant, his pale purple eyes suddenly blazed with an intense, otherworldly light. A strange, pulsating wave of energy surged forth from his pupils, expanding outward in concentric circles. In the blink of an eye, this mysterious force enveloped all the young wizards in the room. And then, abruptly, the world plunged into darkness. Hermione felt as though she had been suddenly cast into the depths of an endless, pitch-black ocean. The darkness that engulfed her seemed to rival eternity itself, a void so complete and absolute that it defied comprehension. Panic rising in her chest, Hermione instinctively tried to struggle against the oppressive blackness, to cry out in terror, but to her mounting horror, she found that she had no control over her body's movements. It was as if her physical form had ceased to exist, leaving only a cluster of intangible thoughts and emotions, sinking ever deeper into the abyss. In the boundless darkness that seemed to stretch on forever, a single streak of pure, brilliant white light suddenly appeared. It tore through the eternal submersion like a bolt of lightning, a beacon of hope in the endless void. Panic-stricken and desperate for any escape from the terrifying darkness, Hermione's consciousness eagerly moved towards that tantalizing ray of light. With a sensation that defied physical description, she passed through what felt like a doorway between realities. A deafening buzz filled her senses, rattling her very being. When it subsided, Hermione found herself kneeling on what appeared to be an absolutely smooth, pure white surface that stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction. Everything around her was an unbroken expanse of pristine white, seemingly without end or definition. The stark contrast to the earlier darkness was almost painful to observe. "Professor Watson," Hermione called out, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes as the full weight of her bewildering situation bore down upon her. But there was no response, the world remained as silent as it was white, offering no comfort or explanation. "Harry, where are you?" she called again, her voice tinged with desperation. This time, her pleas seemed to have an effect on the strange, featureless world around her. A beam of grayish-black light, starkly visible against the pure white backdrop, descended from above. It landed beside her with a soft whoosh, the sound oddly muffled in the vast emptiness. As the light beam made contact with the ground, it began to transform, gradually coalescing and taking shape. Within moments, a bewildered-looking Harry materialized from the light, his green eyes wide with shock and confusion. This seemed to be just the beginning. One after another, beams of light in various shades began to descend from the infinite whiteness above. Each beam landed and transformed, revealing the familiar faces of their Hogwarts classmates. Soon, the white expanse was dotted with groups of disoriented students, all looking around in stunned silence, trying to make sense of their surroundings. No one could say with any certainty what they had just experienced. The only thing they knew for sure was that it must have something to do with Professor Watson and the strange request he had made for them to look into his eyes. "Where are we?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he rose to his feet. He looked around at the vast, empty world in utter confusion, his hand instinctively reaching for a wand that wasn't there. Just moments ago, they had been in the familiar surroundings of Professor Watson's classroom at Hogwarts. Now, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in this strange, featureless place that defied all logic and understanding. Ginny spoke up softly. "Did Professor Watson somehow take us out of Hogwarts?" she asked, her brown eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. "That's impossible!" Hermione exclaimed, though her voice held a note of uncertainty that showed her own doubts. Her logical mind struggled to reconcile what she knew with what she was experiencing. "If you've read Hogwarts, a history as I have, you'd know that there are incredibly powerful protective spells into the school. These enchantments prevent all forms of apparition or magical transportation in or out of the grounds." Neville, his round face pale with fear, chimed in with a trembling voice. "But this is Professor Watson we're talking about, isn't it?" he said, glancing nervously around as if expecting Brian to materialize at any moment. "He can probably do just about anything. I mean, we've all seen what he's capable of." At this point, Hermione didn't have the energy or feeling to refute Neville's somewhat naive view of their professor's abilities. Like all the young wizards surrounding her, she was desperately trying to make sense of their current situation. Suddenly, a familiar, steady voice cut through the oppressive silence, causing the students to jump in surprise. "Welcome," it said, the single word filled with warmth and a hint of amusement. The young wizards quickly turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes widening in a mixture of relief and uneasiness. There, seemingly squeezing out of a distorted, hazy patch of air beside them, was Professor Watson. His eyes, normally an unsettling shade of pale purple, now seemed deeper and more mysterious than ever. An odd, knowing smile appeared across his lips as he observed his bewildered students. With a flourish, Professor Watson spread his arms wide, his robes rippling with the motion as if stirred by an unfelt breeze. "Welcome, everyone," he repeated, his voice resonating with power and barely contained excitement, "to my spiritual world. 0472 Spiritual World. Professor Watson's spiritual world, Harry mumbled under his breath, his emerald eyes wide with a mixture of awe and confusion. He turned to look at Hermione, who was usually a fountain of knowledge on all things magical. To his surprise and slight dismay, he found that even Hermione wore the same bewildered expression as himself. Her brow was furrowed, and her lips were pressed into a thin line. For a moment, Harry wondered if spiritual world might be an advanced magical concept taught only to upper-year students. His gaze instinctively sought out Cedric, but upon seeing the confusion etched across Cedric's face, Harry realized that even the older students were just as lost as the rest of them. Brian, standing before them in this endless expanse of white, observed the anxious and perplexed expressions of the young wizards. "Perhaps you're still confused," Brian said, his deep voice resonating in the vast, featureless space. "All right, I can take some time to explain further." With a fluid motion, Brian clasped his hands behind his back. His gaze swept across the pristine white world that surrounded them, his eyes reflecting an appreciation for the magical construct he had created. "This world," Brian began, gesturing to the infinite whiteness around them, "isn't real in the conventional sense. It's a false world I've created, a world that can only be entered through thoughts." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. "I've extracted your thoughts, given them form, and placed them into this construct. Your physical bodies are still in the classroom, sitting exactly where you left them." The young wizards' mouths remained slightly hung open, their minds struggling to wrap around the concept Brian was presenting. While they couldn't fully comprehend the intricacies of what he was telling them, they grasped enough to understand the basics. The place they were in was a magical creation, conjured into being by their enigmatic professor. "Creating a world with magic," Hermione murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, her carefully constructed understanding of magical knowledge teetered on the brink of collapse. The sheer scope of what Professor Watson had accomplished defied everything she had learned from her beloved books. She couldn't fathom what kind of magic could accomplish all this. Harry, standing beside Hermione, lowered his head to stare at his own hands. He repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists, watching the play of muscles and tendons beneath his skin. His face was a picture of disbelief, green eyes wide with wonder and a hint of fear. The incredibly clear sensation of his movements, the feeling of his nails digging into his palms, made it excruciatingly difficult for him to accept the reality, or rather, the unreality, of his current state. "False thoughts," he muttered, struggling to reconcile the vivid sensations with the knowledge that he was now, in essence, an illusion given form by magic. Astoria Greengrass, a second-year Slytherin girl from one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, spoke up. "But why did you bring us into this world you created? Aren't we supposed to be learning magic, Professor Watson?" Astoria was the only first-year student Brian had invited to join the physical education class during its planning stage. Her large, dark eyes were filled with curiosity as she continued, "Does learning magic in this world give us some advantage?" "A good guess, Miss Greengrass," Brian said, his pale purple eyes twinkling with appreciation for her perceptiveness. He then addressed the entire group, his voice taking on a more intellectual tone. "You've all been studying spells for some time now. I'm sure you understand the difficulties of learning a new spell. Time, precious, irreplaceable time, is what you need most. You require a substantial amount of time to practice repeatedly before mastering a new spell." He began to pace slowly, his robes rustling softly with each step. "Outside, in the physical world, with just 2 classes a week, you'd struggle to meet my expected progress. But here, in this spiritual world, time can theoretically be accelerated." His eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued, "This means that 1 hour spent here might only equate to about half an hour in the outside world." Theodore Knott clenched his fist inside his sleeve. His eyes, usually cold and calculating, were now filled with a newfound respect as he looked at Brian. The Knott family possessed ancient magical techniques, passed down through generations. They were one of the few families in the wizarding world who truly understood the intricacies of time magic, being the original creators of time turners. However, to avoid complications and potential danger, they had handed over all their time turners to the Ministry of Magic, claiming the craft had been lost to time. It was precisely because of this inherited knowledge that Theodore understood how terrifyingly difficult and dangerous time magic truly was. The idea that Professor Watson had developed a form of magic that could manipulate the flow of time itself, it was simply beyond his comprehension. "Of course, I must warn you," Brian said seriously, his tone shifting to one of caution as he noticed Hermione's eyes gleaming with unbridled enthusiasm. He knew all too well the allure of having more time, especially for someone as academically driven as Hermione. The essence of accelerated time is the increased speed of thought processes, which has severe side effects. It places a great burden on your bodies. So, don't be tempted by the allure of having more time at your disposal. We must use this ability sensibly." Hermione's expression fell slightly, a soft, disappointed mumble escaping her lips. However, she quickly nodded in understanding. She had first-hand experience with the complexities and dangers of time manipulation, having used a time turner in her third year to attend multiple classes simultaneously. The memory of the stress and exhaustion she had endured, not to mention the potential catastrophic consequences of misuse, was still fresh in her mind. As Professor Watson said, manipulating time, even in this controlled environment, could put an enormous strain on both mind and body. There's another advantage to learning magic in the spiritual world, Brian continued, his voice cutting through the contemplative silence that had fallen over the group. He seemed eager to move past the potentially dangerous topic of time manipulation and onto the primary purpose of this lesson. I believe most of you have experienced this in Professor Flitwick's Charms class. Despite knowing a spell's incantation and wand movement perfectly, you still can't master the magic. His gaze swept over the students, lingering on Neville, who nodded vigorously, relating all too well to this frustration. That's because successfully casting a spell doesn't just depend on the incantation and gestures. There are other subtle elements at play, for instance, the stability of the magic drawn from your body by the spell, or the fluctuations in magical power, what some might call mana, behind your concentration. These are aspects that are incredibly difficult to teach in a conventional classroom setting and can typically only be adjusted through repeated practice and experience. But here, in the spiritual world, these usually invisible elements become more apparent. We can make the intangible tangible. As he spoke, Brian turned and drew his wand with a flourish. With a series of intricate waves and flicks, peculiar three-dimensional structures began to emerge from the tip of his wand. These constructs shimmered with strange, ethereal colors that seemed to shift and change as they moved, defying description in any conventional spectrum. The structures ranged from relatively simple ones composed of just a few glowing lines interconnected in geometric patterns, to incredibly complex arrangements with dozens of intertwining magical threads. These mysterious constructs floated coolly in midair, rotating slowly on their own axes and emitting inexplicable vibrations that the students could feel in the very core of their being. Harry stared wide-eyed at these diverse structures, his mouth slightly agape in wonder. While he couldn't begin to understand their meaning or purpose, he could still sense a kind of profound beauty in these magical constructs. It was a beauty that transcended the physical, touching something deep within his magical core. If Harry had to put it into words, he felt he was witnessing the very essence of magic itself, raw, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful. Magical configurations. Hermione exclaimed suddenly, her voice filled with awe and excitement. She clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with the thrill of recognition. It was clear that her vast reading had once again provided her with knowledge beyond that of her peers. Brian chuckled warmly at Hermione's outburst. Indeed, Miss Granger. I'm impressed you're familiar with the concept, he said, his tone carrying a note of genuine admiration. That's correct. In Professor Flitwick's first charms lesson, he would have mentioned the core of spells, magical configurations also known as magical constructs. But beyond that initial introduction, he wouldn't have told you much more, because it's quite esoteric knowledge. His expression grew more serious as he continued, for most people, this kind of knowledge is obscure and, frankly, useless in their day-to-day magical practice. However, if you aim to truly master magic, to improve existing spells or even invent new ones, you must understand these fundamental building blocks of magical energy. Astoria Greengrass spoke up again with a serious expression. I don't understand, Professor Watson, she said, her voice carrying a hint of confusion and perhaps a touch of impatience. Isn't our goal to learn offensive magic, not to invent or improve spells? Brian's expression softened as he looked at her. He could see the hunger for practical knowledge in her eyes, a trait common among many of his students. No need to rush, Miss Greengrass, he said gently. All will become clear in due time. He paused for a moment, rubbing his brow tiredly. The strain of maintaining this complex magical world was beginning to show, even on a wizard of his caliber. Summoning dozens of young wizards into the constructed spiritual world and carefully ensuring their bodies wouldn't collapse due to accelerated thought processes was a monumental task, pushing even his considerable abilities to their limits. After composing himself, he continued his explanation. When practicing spells here in the spiritual world, the spells won't take effect in the conventional sense. You won't be shooting sparks or levitating objects. Instead, they will materialize the magical construct of that spell. His eyes gleamed with something as he elaborated, this allows you to visually see where your problems lie. Different errors in your casting will cause different issues in the magic configurations you build, which means that with simple guidance, you'll know exactly how to adjust your spell casting for optimal results. Seeing the group of still somewhat bewildered young wizards, Brian's expression softened further. Don't worry, he said calmly, his voice carrying a reassuring warmth. You'll understand much better after trying it out for yourselves. Theory can only take us so far, magic is best learned through practice and experience. With a wave of his hand, many of the previously floating constructs emitting mysterious vibrations dissipated into shimmering motes of magical energy. 4 constructs, each composed of about a dozen intertwining magical corridors, remained floating in front of the young wizards. These particular configurations seemed to pulse with a different energy, as if they were more accessible, somehow. Disarming charm, stunning spell, petrification spell, impediment jinx, Brian listed, pointing to each construct in turn. These are simple spells, but they form the foundation of defensive and offensive magic. I believe you must master these completely before moving on to more advanced techniques. He paused, allowing the importance of his words to sink in before dropping what he knew would be a bombshell for many of his students. My requirement for you, he said, his voice taking on a more formal tone, is to be able to cast these basic spells non-verbally. A hushed murmur rippled through the group of students. Harry, feeling somewhat out of his depth, leaned towards Hermione. Non-verbally? He whispered, his voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and uneasiness. What does that mean exactly? It means being able to cast spells successfully without saying the incantation out loud, Hermione explained in a hushed tone, her words coming out in a rush. It's very difficult, Harry. Even among adult wizards, few can achieve this level of magical control consistently. She glanced at Professor Watson, who appeared as calm and collected as if he were merely reminding them not to chew with their mouths open during meals. Hermione unconsciously wiped her temple, then realized with a flinch that they were now just illusory forms existing in the spiritual world constructed by Professor Watson. They couldn't actually sweat. Nonverbal spell casting was a skill typically only encountered in Newt-level exams, reserved for the most advanced students in their final years at Hogwarts. Among the young wizards present in this ethereal classroom, only one or two had even begun to study this technique, and none had yet mastered it. Professor Watson's requirement made the young wizards feel an immense pressure settling on their shoulders. The task ahead seemed Herculean, a mountain they were being asked to climb when they had barely learned to walk. However, despite the daunting nature of the challenge, no one raised any objections. By this point in the course, its value was beyond question. The opportunity to learn such advanced magic, especially under the tutelage of a wizard as clearly gifted as Professor Watson, was not something to be taken lightly. Each student, from the confident Cedric to the usually timid Neville, set their jaws with determination. They were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Well then, Brian said, clapping his hands together with an air of finality. His smile was warm and encouraging as he surveyed his students. Let's begin practicing. I believe you've all encountered one or more of these spells before. First, familiarize yourselves with this new learning method, and then we'll discuss what comes next. Author's note, about the spiritual world magic. Intro, this magic was created based on pensifs and time turners, and some alchemy was used too. Incantation, * tempus lucidis mensura. Tempus lucidis mensura. Effect. This spell transports the caster and their chosen companions into an illusory world that blends memories or created realities with time manipulation. Within this world, time passes differently than in reality. 1 hour inside equals only 30 minutes outside. The experience is similar to diving into a pensieve memory, but the illusionary bodies can interact limitedly with this world for exploration, investigation, or recreation. Conditions. The spell works only for up to 1 hour inside the spiritual world. After this time, all participants are pulled back to reality. The created world can be based on existing memories, dreams, or even imagined scenarios. Physical actions performed inside this illusory space do not carry over into the real world, however, mental experiences and knowledge gained during the time inside can remain. This would be very important magic in future, and it will be improved little by little. It's very similar to diving in a pensive watching memories. 0473 Magical Constructs. The pristine white expanse of Brian's spiritual world hung in expectant silence. Despite his clear instruction to begin practicing, not a single young wizard moved a muscle. They stood, rooted to the spot, their eyes fixed on Brian with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. The air was thick with unasked questions, each student waiting for further guidance on how to proceed in this alien environment. Observing their hesitation, Brian shook his head helplessly, a small sigh escaping his lips. His purple eyes swept across the room, taking in each face, before finally settling on Cedric Diggory, the oldest student present. Cedric stood tall among his peers, his chiseled features marked by a quiet confidence that set him apart. After a moment's contemplation, weighing the merits of his decision, Brian beckoned to Cedric with a motion of his hand. Come here, Mr. Diggory. Cedric Diggory was a tall, lanky young man, his frame nearly matching Brian's height. Yet, as he approached Brian, he seemed to shrink, his broad shoulders were hunched slightly, and he lowered his head in an unconscious display of nervousness. Tell me, Mr. Diggory, Brian began, of the spells I just mentioned, the disarming charm, stunning spell, petrification curse, and impediment jinx, how many can you perform? Cedric's brow furrowed slightly as he considered the question. As a 6th-year student, he had encountered these spells numerous times in both charms and defense against the dark arts classes. He had a solid grasp of their theory and had practiced them extensively. However, unsure of Professor Watson's intentions and not wanting to appear boastful, he answered with careful honesty. I can perform all of them, Professor, Cedric replied, his voice steady despite his inner uncertainty. From her position among the other students, Hermione raised an eyebrow, her mind already at work. These spells, while foundational, weren't particularly difficult for someone of their level. She, too, had mastered them all, a fact that both filled her with pride and made her wonder about the purpose of Professor Watson. Very good, Brian nodded, a hint of approval in his voice. With a casual flick of his fingers, the 4 spell constructs that had been floating nearby suddenly separated. Each construct moved to a position approximately 50 feet apart, creating a wide square formation in the endless white space. Brian stepped aside, revealing to Cedric a particularly vibrant construct, a complex, prismatic shape that pulsed with a deep, rich red energy. The color was reminiscent of the spell light produced by a successfully cast stunning spell in the physical world. This, Brian explained, his voice taking on a more formal, instructional tone, is the standard magical construct for the stunning spell, Mr. Diggory. He gestured towards the glowing red structure. I want you to step forward and cast Stupefy at it. With that, Brian crossed his arms and moved further to the side, giving Cedric a clear line of sight to the construct. His unusual purple eyes gleamed with keen interest, like a scientist about to witness a crucial experiment. Let's see how well you've truly mastered the stunning spell. Cedric stood still for a moment, confusion evident in the slight furrow of his brow. He was still grappling with the surreal nature of their current situation. Nonetheless, he followed the order, reaching into his robes to pull out his wand. As his fingers closed around the familiar wood, a new wave of bewilderment washed over him. Hadn't Professor Watson explicitly told them that their bodies were just manifested thoughts in this spiritual world? If that were true, how was it possible for his wand to be here? However, Cedric quickly realized that now was not the time to dwell on such metaphysical questions. He glanced back at his watching classmates, their faces a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the nerves that fluttered in his stomach. It was a strange sensation, feeling nervous in a body that wasn't truly there. Out of habit, he wiped his palm on his robe, though logically he knew no real sweat could exist in this illusory world. Steeling himself, Cedric's gaze hardened with determination. Stupefy. Cedric's voice rang out, clear and strong, echoing in the vast whiteness of the world. As he spoke the incantation, Cedric's wrist made a sharp, precise flick followed by a forceful forward thrust, the standard wand movement for the stunning spell. However, what happened next was anything but standard. Instead of the expected jet of red light that would normally erupt from his wand tip, a miniature red prismatic structure materialized at the end of his wand as he completed the gesture. This structure, glowing with light, bore a striking resemblance to the larger construct Professor Watson had designated as the standard form of the stunning spell. No sooner had this miniature construct formed than it was drawn towards Brian's larger one, as if pulled by an invisible force. As it neared, it began to merge with the standard construct, causing a visible tremor to run through the larger structure. The air seemed to vibrate with magical energy, creating a low, thrumming sound that the students could feel in their bones. Cedric turned back to Professor Watson, his expression a mixture of confusion and awe. He opened his mouth to speak, to ask what had just happened, but before he could utter a word, the construct's trembling ceased abruptly. In the sudden silence that followed, a cold, emotionless voice, unmistakably Professor Watson's, yet devoid of its usual warmth, emanated from the now still construct. Stunning spell magical construct completion, 87%. Spell assessment, effective. Deficiencies, magical power input above optimal range. Casting gesture deviation, 7%. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the ethereal spiritual world. Cedric, standing few feet away from the construct, was completely dumbfounded. He gawked at the standard magical construct that was systematically critiquing his spell casting, and his heart was in turmoil. But the spectacle wasn't over yet. As the systematic evaluation concluded, the magical construct suddenly emitted a plume of shimmering, silver-blue smoke. To everyone's utter astonishment, this ethereal smoke began to coalesce, taking on a more defined shape. Within moments, it had formed the distinct outline of a hand grasping a wand. This smoky add-on then began to move, demonstrating the standard casting motion for the stunning spell. Do you understand now? Brian's voice cut through the stunned silence. He turned his head slightly, focusing on Cedric with a penetrating gaze. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, usually so composed and admired for his handsome appearance, stood transfixed. His eyes never left the smoky hands that were demonstrating the standard casting motion, his expression one of utter amazement. Cedric was so shocked that he couldn't even form words. He simply nodded blankly, his mind racing to process what he had just witnessed. How did he come up with this method? The question echoed in his thoughts, a sentiment shared by many of his classmates. The silence that had fallen over the group suddenly shattered as excited chatter erupted among the young wizards. Their eyes were wide with wonder, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of awe and speculation. If Professor Flitwick knew about this, one voice exclaimed, trailing off. And Professor McGonagall? Another chimed in. Brilliant! This sentiment was echoed by many, the single word encapsulating their collective admiration for the innovative teaching method they had just witnessed. The young wizards stared at Professor Watson with newfound respect and fervent admiration. Hermione, her mind working at lightning speed to process this new information, suddenly grabbed Harry's arm. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she spoke, her voice hushed but intense. Professor Watson infused his thoughts into the magical construct. She exclaimed, her brown eyes shining with the thrill of understanding. Don't you see, Harry? It's just like the Sorting Hat. It was an apt comparison, and those who heard Hermione's words had a moment of collective realization. The Sorting Hat is said to contain the thoughts and wisdom of the four founders. It could peer into the minds of students, sorting them into the houses that best suited their personalities and potentials. The magical construct before them seemed to employ the same principle, analyzing and critiquing their spell work with intelligence. In that moment, Brian's status in the young wizard's eyes soared to new heights, nearly reaching that of Hogwarts' revered founding four. Brian, however, seemed awkward with their adoring gazes. Okay, if you understand the principle, then let's begin in earnest. Choose the spell you want to try, form an orderly line, and after receiving feedback, find a place to practice and correct your mistakes. When you believe you've improved, you can request a re-evaluation. Remember, to achieve nonverbal casting, you need to reach at least 95% proficiency with the spell. The moment Brian finished speaking, a palpable wave of enthusiasm swept through the group. The young wizard's excitement was almost frightening in its intensity. All 30 of them surged towards the four spell constructs, each eager to test their best spells against this revolutionary evaluation system. Arguments quickly broke out as students jostled for position, their voices rising in a chaotic ruckus. Brian was forced to step in, establishing some basic rules to maintain order and ensure everyone got a fair chance. His presence quickly calmed the frenzy, though the air still buzzed with barely contained excitement. Harry, unsurprisingly, chose the Disarming Charm. It was the spell he felt most confident with. He was keen to see how well he had truly mastered this signature spell of his. Hermione made a beeline for the stunning spell queue. Her decision was due to two reasons. Firstly, she wanted to compare her performance to Cedric Diggory's, and secondly, she saw the stunning spell as a crucial offensive tool worth mastering to the highest degree. As she waited for her turn, she mentally reviewed every detail of the spell's theory and execution. Neville, his round face etched with determination, had initially headed for the Petrification Curse. It was the only spell of the four that he felt truly confident with, thanks to countless hours of practice. However, he arrived too late, finding the line already long with eager students. With a resigned sigh, he reluctantly joined Hermione in the stunning spell queue, his confidence already beginning to waver. Stupefy! Hermione's clear, crisp voice rang out when her turn came. The red prismatic structure of her spell construct shot from her wand tip, quickly merging with the standard construct. There was a moment of tense silence before Professor Watson's ghostly voice spoke again. Stunning spell magical construct completion, 92%. Spell assessment, effective. Deficiencies, magical power input below optimal range. Casting gesture deviation, 3%. Suggestions, 1. Enhance offensive intent during casting. 2. Repeated practice to build magical stamina. 3. A fleeting smile of satisfaction crossed Hermione's face before her expression became thoughtful. She walked away from the construct, her mind already dissecting the feedback and formulating a plan for improvement. The fact that she had outperformed Cedric didn't escape her notice, but she was more focused on the areas where she could still improve. As Neville's turn approached, the anxiety that had been building in his chest reached a crescendo. He gulped audibly, raising his wand with a visibly trembling hand. Stupefy! He stammered, his voice lacking the confidence and clarity of Hermione's attempt. Having watched the process twice now, Neville's nervousness caused his wand to quiver uncontrollably. The construct that emerged from his wand was misshapen and unstable, barely holding its form as it merged with the standard construct. After a brief, ominous hum, an oppressive silence fell over the area. When the voice finally spoke, its tone seemed even colder than before. Possible stunning spell attempt detected. Magical construct completion, 17%. Spell assessment, ineffective. Deficiencies, magical power input significantly below optimal range, highly unstable magical supply, casting gesture deviation, 67%. Suggestions, no specific suggestions available. Recommend reviewing basic magical theory and wand control exercises. The harsh assessment hung in the air. From somewhere behind him, Neville heard Draco Malfoy's raucous laughter, his face burning with shame. Neville fled the area with his head bowed low, unable to meet the eyes of his classmates. Noticing this disheartening result, Brian's gaze followed Neville's dejected back with a contemplative look. As the session continued, with students cycling through the constructs and receiving their evaluations, a sudden change rippled through the spiritual world. Without warning, a sound like breaking glass shattered the air. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal world dissolved, and the students found themselves back in the familiar surroundings of their Hogwarts classroom. Those who had been slumped over their desks began to stir. Confused murmurs filled the air as they looked around, taking a moment to reorient themselves in physical reality. Harry, still slightly dazed from the abrupt transition, glanced at the gold watch on his wrist. It was a gift from Professor Watson, one that he always wore. Only about 45 minutes have passed, Harry informed Hermione, his voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and awe. They had spent what felt like hours in the spiritual world, practicing and refining their spells under Professor Watson's innovative system. Yet here, in the real world, barely more than half an hour had elapsed. Even though Professor Watson had emphasized this aspect of his magical world, Harry still found the reality of it incredible. At the front of the classroom, Brian stood before them, his tall frame slightly hunched as he gently massaged his temples. The strain of maintaining such complex magical world was evident in the slight furrow of his brow and the tightness around his eyes. He looked somewhat fatigued. Concern welling up inside him, Harry stood up, intending to check on Brian. However, as soon as he rose from his seat, the world began to spin alarmingly. An overwhelming wave of dizziness struck his senses, causing his vision to blur and his balance to falter. Unable to maintain his footing, Harry collapsed back onto the bench, his legs feeling like jelly beneath him. "Careful, Mr. Potter," Brian said with a gentle smile, having noticed Harry's stumble. "Although time was compressed in the spiritual world, the mental and magical fatigue you experienced there is very real. Everyone, please remain seated and refrain from moving for the moment. You have 10 minutes to rest and adjust yourselves." Brian inhaled deeply, steadying himself before turning to the still dazed students. His voice, calm but firm, cut through their confusion. "For the next hour, we're going to engage in a practical exercise, something to get your bodies moving and help dispel the lingering effects of the spiritual world. We'll be practicing evasive maneuvers, by dodging dung bombs." A wave of groans and whispers spread across the classroom as the students reacted to this unexpected and unpleasant announcement. 0474 NV. As the clock struck 9 p.m., Hogwarts Castle stood majestically against the velvet night sky, its ancient stone walls bathed in the ethereal glow of countless stars. The usual bustling atmosphere had given way to an unusual tranquility, perhaps a consequence of Brian's recent commandeering of most of the castle's suits of armor. The corridors, typically alive with the echoes of students' footsteps and mischievous whispers, now resonated with an almost palpable serenity. Only the portraits on the walls exchanged hushed gossip and offered gentle admonishments to the few students still making their way back to their dormitories. In the grand entrance hall, a scene of organized chaos unfolded as students from the four houses bid each other good night and parted ways. The Slytherins and Hufflepuffs, an unlikely pair united by the location of their common rooms, descended together into the depths of the castle's dungeons. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaws and Gryffindors began their ascent to their respective towers. Harry, his mind still buzzing with excitement from the night's events, climbed up the stairs two at a time, eager to share every detail with Ron. As he climbed, his emerald eyes caught sight of a peculiar figure in the distance. "Oh, that's..." Illuminated briefly by the warm glow emanating from Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a limping silhouette patrolled the grounds before melting into the dense darkness beyond. "It's Professor Moody," Harry exclaimed, his voice a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Does he patrol the grounds every night? Did Professor Dumbledore order him to do this?" "Oh, not necessarily," Fred said enthusiastically. "You all know he's retired from his position as an Auror. Dad says he's very vigilant. I guess he probably treats Hogwarts like Azkaban. He thinks it's not safe here." Hermione furrowed her brow in skepticism as she said, "But it's impossible for anyone to sneak into Hogwarts undetected, right?" "That's not certain," Harry grinned. "Sirius managed it, and so did Peter Pettigrew. He lurked in the school for over 2 years before being discovered. That despicable guy had lurked at Hogwarts for over 2 years, but had stayed with their family for 12 years in his animagus form." Whenever this was mentioned at home, Mr. Weasley's face would turn ashen, while their mother, Mrs. Weasley, would look as if she were having difficulty breathing. Harry, noticing the effect his words had had, quickly tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. However, before he could speak, Ginny's soft voice broke the momentary silence. "But why doesn't he light a lamp for himself?" she mumbled, her curiosity overcoming her discomfort. "Even darkness can't deceive that eye of his," Fred said with a hint of respect. "Apart from Professor Watson, Moody's the most capable defense against the dark arts teacher we've had in years." "Absolutely brilliant," George chimed in. Harry didn't quite like this assessment. Compared to Professor Moody, he emotionally preferred Remus and Sirius. "Hermione, however," he asked eagerly, "what do you mean?" The twins exchanged a meaningful glance. Then, with the flair of a seasoned performer, Fred leapt onto a nearby corner platform. He turned to face Hermione, his eyebrow raised in a perfect arch as he declared, "It's absolutely fantastic." He paused, savoring the anticipation on their faces. It's definitely beyond your imagination. He's a true master at combating dark magic. Harry's mind suddenly snapped to the present as he remembered, we have his class tomorrow. His voice rose with enthusiasm as he asked, is Professor Moody's class even more interesting than Professor Watson's physical education class? The words felt strange on Harry's tongue. Before tonight's extraordinary lesson, he would never have described Professor Watson's PE class as interesting. Useful, perhaps, or even grueling, but interesting was a new development, born from the night's unexpected turn of events. George's dismissive tone cut through Harry's ponderings. That's a different matter altogether, Harry. He said, waving his hand as if to physically brush aside the comparison. Unexpectedly, it was Ginny who provided the next piece of information, her voice soft but clear in the quiet corridor. Professor Watson said he would examine whether Professor Moody's teaching content meets the requirements. If not, he'd expel Professor Moody from Hogwarts. Her brown eyes darted around the group as she continued, he's probably been preparing for this PE class these past couple of days. Maybe he'll show up in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom tomorrow. Fred and George turned to their little sister in astonishment, their usual synchronicity momentarily disrupted. When did this happen? Fred asked, his eyes wide. How do you know? George added, leaning in closer. Ginny's cheeks flushed slightly under their scrutiny, but her voice remained steady. It was on the first day of school, after they dueled in the entrance hall. She glanced at Harry, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. I was hiding behind a pillar outside the door. Professor McGonagall didn't see me, and I overheard their conversation. No one wanted to see a confrontation between the two professors happen. After all, Professor Moody had been personally invited by Dumbledore himself, and he was also a good friend of Mr. Weasley. Harry felt even more guilty. After all, that day Professor Moody had intervened to punish Malfoy for ambushing him. If he were to be expelled from Hogwarts by Professor Watson because of this, Harry felt that he should also bear some responsibility, although the real culprit was Malfoy. Carrying this burden of worry, Harry and his friends finally reached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady eyed them reproachfully for disturbing her at such a late hour. With a muttered password, the portrait swung open. The Gryffindor common room, usually a hub of activity until the wee hours of the morning, was uncharacteristically quiet. Perhaps the excitement and physical exertion of the past few days had finally caught up with the fun-loving Gryffindors. The room, with its plush armchairs and cozy sofas covered in rich crimson and gold, was nearly deserted. Only the fireplace showed signs of life, its embers glowing softly and occasionally bursting into small, crackling flames that sent dancing shadows across the walls. Even Hermione, known for her tireless dedication to studying, seemed to have reached her limit after the night's intense lesson. She scooped up Crookshanks, who had crept out from beneath one of the sofas. The cat purred contentedly, his squashed face nuzzling into Hermione's arms as she bid Harry good night with a drowsy wave before heading towards the girls' dormitory. After exchanging final good nights with Fred and George, who headed off whispering about some new prank idea, Harry and Neville made their way up the spiral staircase to their dormitory. The door creaked softly as they pushed it open, revealing a scene that was far from the quiet they had expected. Ron, Seamus, and Dean were sprawled on a soft, plush rug spread out on the floor between their four-poster beds. They were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. As Harry and Neville entered, Ron's triumphant shout filled the room. Checkmate! Ron exclaimed, his freckled face split by a wide grin. At his command, the knight on the chessboard sprang into action. It galloped forward, its tiny silver hooves clip-clopping across the board, before coming to a halt in front of the opponent's king. With a flourish of its miniature lance, the knight sent the king flying off the board, eliciting a groan of frustration from Dean. Oh, you're back! Ron looked up, his eyes bright with victory, about to invite Seamus for another round. However, upon noticing Harry and Neville's entering and their peculiar expressions, his ginger eyebrows shot up in curiosity. What's wrong? He asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Did the smell of the dung bombs finally break you? Didn't Professor Watson tell Hermione earlier that there would be new changes to this course? Dean, still prickly from his recent defeat, stood up and stretched. His dark eyes sparkled with interest as he asked, did Professor Watson increase the dose of dung bombs? Oh, you missed out on something amazing. Harry was considering how to explain without upsetting Ron too much, but faced with the inquiry, Neville spoke first. He enthusiastically said to the other three in the dormitory, Professor Watson has officially started teaching us magic, dueling magic. The effect of Neville's words was instantaneous. What? Seamus and Dean cried out in unison, their voices a mixture of disbelief and envy. The chessboard lay forgotten as Seamus leapt to his feet, scattering the defeated pieces across the rug. He and Dean rushed forward, each grabbing one of Neville's arms as if they could shake the details out of him. What happened, Neville? Tell us quickly. And so, Neville began to recount every detail of the night's lesson, from Professor Watson's analysis of the three subtypes of dueling magic to the incredibly unbelievable method of teaching magic. He didn't leave anything out. Even Harry was surprised that Neville, who was usually forgetful, could remember Professor Watson's words from the class so clearly. As Neville's tale came to an end, a heavy silence fell over the dormitory. So, Ron, who had been standing in shocked silence throughout the recounting, finally found his voice. His cheeks puffed up in surprise as he looked at Harry and asked softly, "Is this true? Did Professor Watson really teach you dueling? I mean, dueling magic?" Harry nodded, trying to keep his tone casual. "Just some basic spells that can be used in dueling, Ron," he said, attempting to downplay the significance of what they had learned. "We can learn them in Charms class too. Professor Watson just advanced our progress." But his words did little to diminish the impact of the revelation. Seamus's face contorted in frustration as he exclaimed, "Learning magic in Professor Watson's magic world." He flopped back onto his bed, his voice muffled as he buried his face in his pillow. "Damn, what have we all missed?" Dean, usually the most laid back of the group, was pulling at his short hair in regret. "Do you think," he began, his voice tinged with desperate hope, "Professor Watson might accept our apologies and let us rejoin the class?" Ron remained silent, but his eyes turned to Harry, filled with the same hopeful expression that Dean's voice had carried. Harry and Neville exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. The silence stretched on, filled with unspoken words and complicated emotions. The chessboard and pieces were scattered on the rug, with no one willing to tidy them up. As the night wore on, the boys went to their respective beds, but the usual chatter that would fill the dormitory after lights out was noticeably absent. No one spoke, each lost in their own thoughts. The room was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere that even the clear, silvery moonlight streaming through the windows couldn't dispel. Harry lay in his four-poster bed, the familiar red and gold hangings drawn back to allow the moonlight to spill across his blankets. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze drifting to Ron's bed. He could see Ron tightly wrapped in his blankets, facing the wall as if already asleep. But Harry knew better. He knew Ron must be pretending to sleep. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? Equally troubled, Harry let his head fall back onto the pillow. He stared at the ceiling, speckled with patches of light and shadow, as his consciousness gradually drifted into a haze. Fortunately, perhaps to make up for the terrible weather in the days before school started, the sky over Hogwarts Castle was clear during the first week of classes. Today was no exception. As the golden morning sunlight fell on Harry's face, he rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed, yawning after a night of deep sleep. The dormitory was already empty, which startled Harry. He fumbled for his glasses on the pillow, and as soon as his vision cleared, he grabbed his watch. After checking the time, Harry's tense expression relaxed. He spent 10 minutes washing up and getting dressed, then found a guide to self-defense against the dark arts among a pile of books and stuffed it into his bag. On a school morning, aside from a few lucky students who didn't have morning classes, there weren't many people lingering in the common room. Harry didn't see Neville or Seamus there, guessing they were probably having breakfast in the Great Hall. The corridors of Hogwarts were relatively empty as Harry made his way towards the Great Hall. As Harry approached the massive oak doors of the Great Hall, the low hum of hundreds of voices engaged in morning conversation reached his ears. As expected, Harry found his classmates in the Great Hall. Hermione was there too, deeply engrossed in an old book. Harry only needed a glance to know it was the book about magical constructs that Professor Watson had given her. He had seen it many times before. Ron's face broke into a wide grin as he spotted Harry approaching. "You looked like you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you," he called out, waving a piece of toast in greeting. "Yeah," Harry replied, sliding into the empty seat next to Hermione. Without missing a beat, he reached for a plate of lemon meringue cookies. With the skill of someone who had perfected the art of quick eating, a necessity when living with the Dursleys, Harry managed to stuff an entire cookie into his mouth in one go. "I was completely exhausted," he added, his words slightly muffled by the cookie. As Ron turned back to continue his discussion about Professor Watson's latest dueling theory, Harry took the opportunity to survey the Great Hall. The excitement in the air was palpable, with students at nearly every table engaged in lively discussions about their dueling lessons. Even at the staff table, Professor McGonagall had called Angelina over to inquire about the situation, while other professors, including Professor Dumbledore, listened intently. Almost against his will, Harry found his eyes drawn to the Slytherin table. There, holding court like some petty prince, sat Malfoy. His pointed face was alight with malicious glee as he described to Crabbe, Goyle, and a cluster of other Slytherins who weren't in the dueling class with exaggerated tales of what had transpired. Harry felt a surge of anger course through him, his hand clenching involuntarily around his fork. If it weren't for Malfoy's troublemaking, Professor Watson wouldn't have to evaluate Professor Moody, let alone threaten to remove him from his position. However, Harry's concern for Ron outweighed his worry about Professor Moody. On the surface, Ron seemed to be in high spirits, laughing and joking with their classmates. But the more Harry watched, the more he felt that something was off. 0475 Moody's lessons. However, Harry's concern for Ron outweighed his worry about Professor Moody. On the surface, Ron seemed to be in high spirits, laughing and joking with their classmates. But the more Harry watched, the more he felt that something was off. Hermione, Harry called softly, careful to keep his voice low enough that Ron wouldn't overhear. Hermione responded, her tone rising in question. Her eyes, however, remained firmly fixed on the pages of her book, scanning the lines of text with unwavering focus. I think something's off with Ron, Harry persisted, his concern evident in his hushed tone. At last, Hermione tore her gaze from the book. Her brown eyes flicked towards Ron. She observed him for several long moments, then, she turned back to Harry, silently waiting for him to elaborate. Harry leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper as he recounted his observations as concisely as possible. You didn't see it, Hermione, he murmured, his green eyes flickering briefly to ensure Ron was still engrossed in conversation with Dean and Seamus. Last night, after Ron learned about the latest developments in the physical education class, he looked so dejected. It was like last year when he thought Scabbers had died at Crookshank's paws. But look at him now, he seems to have completely forgotten about it, acting as if nothing happened. Contrary to what Harry expected, Hermione's face showed no surprise or concern at this. Her expression remained calm, almost maddeningly so. Isn't it obvious? Hermione said calmly. She glanced once more at Ron, who had turned away to reach for a platter of sausages. Ron is avoiding the subject. He's afraid we'll notice how much he regrets giving up Professor Watson's class. Of course, it's already quite evident. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. His mind flashed back to the Quidditch World Cup, to the moment when Mr. Weasley had praised Harry, Hermione, and the other Weasley children for their excellent stamina while climbing Stokeshed Hill. Ron's face had flushed with embarrassment, a mixture of shame and envy flickering in his eyes before he quickly masked it. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, Harry had to admit that Hermione was absolutely right again. The signs of Ron's regret had been there from the beginning, but both Ron himself and Harry had been reluctant to acknowledge it, to make it too obvious. It was easier to pretend everything was fine, to ignore the elephant in the room. But now that Hermione had pointed it out, Harry couldn't unsee it. We should help Ron, Hermione, Harry whispered urgently, leaning even closer to Hermione, who had once again immersed herself in the mysterious world of magical constructs detailed in Professor Watson's book. Snap! The sudden sound of Hermione abruptly closing the book in her hand made Harry flinch. When she turned to look at him this time, there was a hint of anger smoldering in the depths of her brown eyes. Her chest rose and fell a bit faster than normal, her breathing quickening as she bit her lower lip, a sure sign that she was trying to control her emotions. What do you think we should do, Harry? Hermione retorted, her voice low but intense. She clutched Professor Watson's book tightly to her chest, her fingers turning white at the tips from the pressure she was exerting. Plead with Professor Watson to let Ron rejoin the physical education class. She continued, her words coming faster now, tinged with frustration. If that's what you're thinking, I'd advise you to save your energy, Harry. We all know Professor Watson's character. He's not as easygoing as Hagrid, who would tolerate Malfoy's repeated disruptions in his class. Hermione paused for a moment, taking a deep breath before plunging on. Professor Watson won't go back on his word. During the selection phase, he told everyone that we were free to give up his course without consequences, but those who quit wouldn't have a second chance to join. Do you really think it's possible, Harry, to convince Professor Watson to allow Ron back in? Her voice grew more emotional as she spoke, her eyes flashing with a mixture of indignation and exasperation. He's not the only one who regrets it, you know. Lavender complained to me for hours in the dormitory last night. She thinks Professor Watson should have been clearer and given everyone the full course plan up front so they could make decisions after understanding the situation. Ha! Hermione let out a sarcastic laugh. As if she could make decisions for Professor Watson. What are you two talking about? Ron's voice suddenly cut through their hushed conversation. He had turned back to them, his brow furrowed as he took in Hermione's flushed face and agitated demeanor. What are you getting upset about, Hermione? Whoosh! Before either Harry or Ron could react, Hermione had leapt to her feet. She snatched her bag from beside her, hugging Professor Watson's book protectively to her chest as if it were a shield. Without another word or backward glance, she strode towards the entrance hall, her bushy hair bouncing with each determined step. Ron watched her retreating figure with a mixture of confusion and concern. Blimey, what's she gone mad about so early in the morning? He asked, turning back to Harry with a bewildered expression. Harry felt a surge of panic. He couldn't tell Ron the truth about their conversation, it would only make things worse. It's about, Professor Moody, he stammered, his mind racing to concoct a plausible explanation. Seizing on the information Ginny had shared with him, Harry quickly relayed Professor Watson's plan to evaluate Professor Moody's class. Professor Moody got on Professor Watson's bad side trying to help us, so I asked Hermione if we could maybe plead with Professor Watson. Harry invented wildly, his palms growing sweaty as he spun the tale, but Hermione thinks, well, that Professor Moody shouldn't have used magic to attack Malfoy. Ron's eyes widened in shock, his mouth falling open. Has she gone mad? He exclaimed, loud enough to draw curious glances from nearby students. Lowering his voice, he leaned in closer to Harry. Whose side is she on anyway? Yeah, Harry nodded awkwardly, avoiding Ron's gaze. The rest of breakfast passed in a blur of forced conversation and stolen glances at the entrance, half hoping and half dreading that Hermione would return. But she didn't, and soon enough, Harry and Ron made their way to Professor Moody's defense against the dark arts class. As they entered the classroom, Harry was struck by how full it already was. Harry and Ron quickly found seats towards the back, squeezing past their classmates with mumbled apologies. Once settled, Harry turned his head, his eyes scanning the room. Sure enough, he spotted Professor Watson sitting on a solitary stool by the window, his eyes were closed as if he were asleep. But Harry knew better. He had seen Professor Watson in action and knew that the man was likely aware of everything happening in the room. A ripple of confused murmurs swept through the class as more students noticed Professor Watson's presence. Only a handful, including Harry and Ron, knew the reason behind it, and the atmosphere in the room grew tenser with each passing moment. As the minutes ticked by, the classroom filled to capacity. Perhaps due to Professor Watson's intimidating presence, or maybe because of the heightened tension in the air, no one dared to make a sound. The usual pre-class chatter was conspicuously absent, replaced by an eerie silence as everyone sat quietly in their seats, eyes darting nervously between the door and Professor Watson's still form. Harry's mind raced with possibilities. Why hasn't Professor Moody shown up yet? The question nagged at him, each passing second adding weight to his growing concern. A disturbing thought crept into his consciousness. Could it be that he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of Professor Watson, so he's simply given up on teaching the class? Harry couldn't help but think this, his mood growing heavier. As his gaze wandered around the room, Harry's eyes landed on Malfoy, sitting in the front row like nothing was amiss. The sight of his face, set in an expression of barely concealed anticipation, made Harry grit his teeth. A surge of anger rose in his chest, bitter and hot. Malfoy's smug demeanor showed he knew exactly why Professor Watson was here, and he seemed to be relishing the potential drama about to unfold. Just as the tension in the room was reaching a fever pitch, a familiar sound broke through the silence. Thump, thump, thump. After hearing the very recognizable sound of a cane hitting the floor, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. At least Professor Moody hadn't run away out of fear. Moody spotted Brian sitting by the window immediately. He paused for a moment, then resumed his normal pace. He trudged to the podium with difficulty, took out the roll call sheet, shook his head to clear the long, grizzled hair from his twisted, scarred face, and began calling names. His normal eye moved down the list, while his magical eye spun around, staring at each student as they responded. However, Harry noticed that the magical eye never turned towards Professor Watson's direction, as if deliberately avoiding him. Well then, Professor Moody said in a hoarse voice when the last student had answered, tossing the roll call sheet back onto the podium, I suppose you've all noticed we have a guest in our class today. As if on cue, Professor Watson, who had remained motionless throughout the roll call, opened his eyes at the appropriate moment. Professor Watson is here to test me, Moody began, his voice a gravelly rasp that drew attention. He let out a chuckle that sounded more like a smoker's cough, the sound reverberating off the stone walls. He seems worried I might use magic to remove your legs in class. The students exchanged nervous glances, unsure whether to laugh or be concerned. Turning to face Brian directly, Moody continued, I must clarify in advance, Professor Watson, if you expect me to teach straight from the textbook, I'm afraid I won't be of much use. As long as you don't actually remove the young wizard's legs one by one, Professor Moody, Brian said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, you're free to proceed at your own pace. Moody responded with a series of grunts that seemed to be caught somewhere between a cough and a sneer. Addressing the class once more, Moody's voice took on a more serious tone. I received a letter from Professor Black, introducing the situation of this course. It seems you've already mastered quite a bit of basic knowledge about dealing with dark creatures. He paused, his magical eye sweeping across the room as if to gauge their reactions. You've learned to handle boggarts, redcaps, hinky-punks, grindylows, kappas, and werewolves, correct? A soft murmur of agreement rippled through the classroom. Some students nodded, while others whispered confirmations to their neighbors. But when it comes to dealing with curses, Moody continued, his voice growing darker, more ominous, you're still very inadequate, very inadequate. He emphasized the last words. Therefore, I intend to let you experience the workings between wizards. I have 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark magic. What? Ron exclaimed, his freckled face flushed with excitement. You're going to teach us dueling? Ron's outburst seemed to break a dam, and whispers began to flow through the classroom like water. Many students couldn't help but glance sneakily at Professor Watson, curious about his reaction to this apparent encroachment on his territory. However, Brian remained expressionless, his posture relaxed as he continued to lean against the wall, seemingly unperturbed by Moody's words. The young wizards all knew that Professor Watson had officially begun teaching dueling in his PE class, while Professor Moody had just claimed he would teach them how to defend against dark wizards' magic in class. This seemed like a direct challenge, and the students held their breath, waiting to see how it would play out. Red Hair Moody's gravelly voice cut through the whispers like a knife. His magical eye swiveled over, fixing on Ron with an intensity that made Ron wish he could disappear into his chair. Ron suddenly realized the gravity of his impulsive outburst, feeling as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice-cold water over him. His body immediately froze, his face paling beneath his freckles. "You're Arthur's son, aren't you?" Moody's scarred face twisted strangely, though it was still possible to see he was attempting to smile. The effect was more unsettling than reassuring. "A few days ago, your father helped me out of a very tricky situation." Harry, sitting next to Ron, felt a jolt of recognition. He knew that what Professor Moody was referring to must have been the incident reported in the Daily Prophet. But perhaps due to his wariness of Professor Watson's presence, Moody didn't elaborate on that topic. Instead, he seamlessly transitioned to discussing his plans for the class. "Oh, dueling." Moody's voice took on a darker timbre, filled with a mixture of excitement and foreboding. "Not dueling, young Weasley, but something even more exciting than that. It's about controlling minds, murder, torture. It's about the dark magic often used for these purposes." A collective shiver ran through the class at these words. Moody stood at the podium, leaning forward with his grotesque face towards the young wizards in the classroom. His blue magical eye swiveled back and forth, as if deliberately trying to frighten them. This seemed to be his teaching style, and it was precisely because of this that he had provoked Professor Watson to come and observe. With the 3 unforgivable curses, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse, Moody officially began his lesson. He had the young wizards name the 3 curses strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, and then, to the shock and fascination of the class, he prepared to demonstrate them. Moody pulled out his wand and a small glass jar containing 3 large black spiders. The students watched as he began to demonstrate the curses one by one. First came the Imperious Curse. Moody enlarged one of the spiders and sent it cartwheeling around the room, performing acrobatics that would have been comical if not for the terrifying nature of the spell. Next was the Cruciatus Curse. The screams of the tortured spider, magically amplified, filled the room. Several students, including Neville, turned pale and looked away. Finally, Moody demonstrated the Killing Curse. A flash of blinding green light, a rushing sound, and the spider rolled over onto its back, unmarked but unmistakably dead. The silence that followed was deafening. Moody had effortlessly captured the young wizard's attention, immersing them in these dangerous curses. Even Harry, usually so aware of his surroundings, forgot that Professor Watson was currently in the classroom. Watching the stunned young wizards, Brian's lips curved into a subtle smile. He suddenly remembered his own time at Hogwarts, that night in his 5th year when he first encountered the most feared of the unforgivable curses. He was indeed startled at the time. The Killing Curse did possess a very effective ability to deprive people of life. But as time passed, after so many years of experience and study, these curses were no longer taboo in his eyes. After all, there were many spells that could cruelly take lives, and these curses were not absolutely irresistible. Not pleasant. Moody's voice broke the silence, snapping the students back to the present. After the flash of bright green light had faded, the classroom fell into an extreme, almost suffocating silence. It was as if Death himself was floating in the air with his scythe, eyeing everyone menacingly. The students barely dared to breathe, the reality of what they had just witnessed sinking in. Moody swept the dead spider off the podium with a casual flick of his wand, its tiny body making a barely audible thud as it hit the floor. He calmly said, his voice cutting through the tension, "Very unpleasant, and there's no counter-curse. There's no blocking it. Only one person is known to have survived it, and he's sitting right in front of me." Both of Moody's eyes, the normal dark one and the magical blue one, were now looking directly at Harry. Harry felt his face redden, he could sense the entire class turning to look at him. Harry stared at the empty blackboard, as if fascinated by it, though in reality, he saw nothing. "As I said," Moody withdrew his penetrating gaze from Harry and calmly continued, addressing the class once more. "At one time, these curses were used for cruel domination, causing enormous trouble for the Ministry of Magic. So, the Ministry classified them as unforgivable. Using any one of these curses on another human being is enough to earn a life sentence in Azkaban." The students sat engrossed, barely moving, hardly breathing. "That's what you're up against. That's what I've got to teach you to fight. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. But most importantly," his voice rose, emphasizing each word, "you need constant, never-ceasing vigilance. Get out your quills and copy this down. The silence was suddenly broken by the furious scratching of quills as the young wizards bent over their parchment to take notes. The sound filled the room, providing a strange counterpoint to the heavy atmosphere that still lingered from the demonstrations. As the students wrote, Moody turned to look at Brian Watson, who was almost melting into a ray of sunlight by the window. Moody pulled out his flask and took several large gulps, the liquid inside sloshing audibly in the quiet room. "What do you think, Professor Watson?" Moody stood in front of Brian with both hands on his crutches. When he stood in front of Brian, his blue magical eye turned inward, its pupil facing the inside of his skull, giving him an even more unsettling appearance. What?" Brian, who had been lost in thought, blinked his eyelids rapidly, his tone filled with genuine confusion. For a moment, it seemed as though he had forgotten where he was. "My lesson." Moody's cheeks and eyelids twitched simultaneously, his scars contorting his face into a mask of irritation. He suddenly had an overwhelming urge to cast the killing curse on Watson. This guy had said he wanted to come and observe his class, but he was daydreaming during the lesson. The irony was not lost on Moody, and it only served to increase his annoyance. "Oh, that." Brian blinked his eyes once more, seeming to come back to the present moment. "Not bad, Professor Moody, quite interesting." The young wizard seemed to enjoy it. "You've earned your qualification to teach at Hogwarts." "This guy." Moody's breathing became erratic, and the scars on his face nearly split open with the intensity of his suppressed anger. However, Brian's gaze fell on Neville, whose shoulders were still slightly trembling. The boy had been badly frightened by the spider that had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse earlier. Even after some time had passed, Neville still didn't seem to have returned to normal. "I must point out," Brian continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "that there's no need to overemphasize the terror of the 3 unforgivable curses to the young wizards. They are merely dark magic that was frequently used during Voldemort's active period." A collective gasp went through the room at the mention of Voldemort's name. Unperturbed by the reaction, Brian pressed on. "In my view, these 3 curses are just, well, dark magic with a relatively low threshold for use, not overwhelmingly terrifying. Moreover, they are not absolutely undefendable." Plop! The quill in Harry's hand fell from his suddenly nerveless fingers, smearing a large ink stain on his notebook. But he didn't have time to save his class notes. Instead, he looked at Professor Watson in shock, his green eyes wide behind his round glasses. "Not absolutely undefendable. Did that include the killing curse?" 0476 The Unforgivables, Part 1. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the young wizards put down their quills. Their gazes shifted between Professor Watson by the window and Professor Moody at the lectern, who had just told them something remarkable. Confusion stirred in their minds. What was going on? Professor Moody had just demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses, showing them why these spells were strictly forbidden. But then, Professor Watson offered a different perspective. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Professor Watson was unhappy with Professor Moody and trying to undermine him. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Given Professor Watson's current status in the wizarding world, he hardly needed to resort to such clumsy tactics to assert his authority. Yet, he had claimed that these 3 infamous dark spells weren't as terrifying as people imagined, and that they could even be resisted. The young wizards in the room were no strangers to the wizarding world. Many, like Ron, came from long-standing wizarding families. They had grown up hearing tales of magical feats and terrors alike, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms. Among these stories, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse stood out as the epitome of dark magic spells so horrific that they were spoken of only in fear. Moody stood at the lectern, staring at Brian. He wasn't enraged at being contradicted in front of the young wizards. On the contrary, his normal eye held an inexplicably strange look. "Why don't you come up and share your insights, Professor Watson?" Moody's gravelly voice broke the silence. The invitation itself wasn't unusual, but something in Moody's tone caught Harry's attention. The usual harshness of the professor's voice had softened slightly, carrying an undercurrent of, was that tenderness? Harry blinked in surprise, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. A quick glance around the room confirmed that he wasn't alone in his confusion. Many of his classmates, including Hermione, looked equally perplexed. Even Professor Watson himself seemed taken aback, his eyebrows rising slightly in surprise. Ron leaned over to Harry, whispering, "Did Moody just sound nice? Blimey, I thought I was hearing things." "You're not the only one," Harry murmured back, his eyes still fixed on the 2 professors. Hermione shushed them both, her quill ready to take notes on whatever was about to unfold. Moody, apparently realizing his uncharacteristic slip, quickly cleared his throat. When he spoke again, his voice had regained its usual gruff timbre. "We're all waiting for your insights, Brian," he growled, his magical eye swiveling to take in the entire class. "I want to see what novel ideas you can come up with. Of course, an ordinary wizard using an unforgivable curse on you wouldn't stand a chance. You're not easily hit." But these young ones don't have your skills, Brian. They still need to remain vigilant. Constant vigilance. Several students muttered under their breath, mimicking Moody's frequent exhortation. Brian's lips quirked into a small smile as he pushed himself away from the wall. Remaining vigilant is a given, he agreed, his voice calm. He began to move between the rows of desks, his steps slow and deliberate. But I don't want to see you overmystifying certain spells. That will only deepen the fears in their hearts. Professor Watson didn't rush to the lectern to compete with Professor Moody for position. He paced between the rows of seats with his hands behind his back, seemingly pondering how to help the young wizards understand. Finally, he stopped beside Harry's seat. Now, let's approach this from a different angle. Setting aside the effects of a spell, Brian began, his voice pitched to carry to every corner of the room. I prefer to trace the roots of magic. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, these spells known as the 3 unforgivable curses. First, you need to understand their essence. Or rather, how do they actually work? His gaze swept across the sea of young faces before him, each one a mixture of curiosity, nervousness, and eagerness. It was clear he was hoping for some kind of response. But how could anyone possibly know? Harry thought to himself, noting the deepening furrow in Professor Moody's brow that indicated the difficulty of Professor Watson's question. In any other class, a professor's question was like a gauntlet thrown down, a challenge that demanded to be met. For Hermione, at least, that's how it usually was. Her hand would shoot into the air before the question was even fully formed, her mind racing ahead to formulate the perfect answer. But even she remained silent now, her brown eyes wide with anticipation as she waited for Professor Watson to continue. Harry felt a surge of frustration building inside him. He wanted to leap to his feet, to grab Professor Watson by the collar of his shimmering robes and demand the answer. His parents had died under the Killing Curse. If there was truly a way to resist it, if he could understand it, perhaps his parents, wherever they were now, would feel some measure of peace knowing their son could protect himself from their fate. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft creaking of wooden chairs as students shifted uncomfortably, and the distant hooting of an owl from somewhere on the castle grounds. Professor Watson's expression softened slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features as he realized that this group of fourth-year wizards and one grizzled ex-Auror couldn't provide the answer he sought. With a small sigh, he continued, his voice taking on a more educational tone. The 3 unforgivable curses, in terms of classification, can all be defined as darker spiritual magic. They target the mind or soul of life, that's the general idea. Seeing the confusion etched on many faces, Professor Watson began to pace again. The following views are my personal opinions and may not be entirely correct. After all, researching and discussing these 3 spells is illegal. But they're close to the truth. We all know that life is composed of a physical shell and a soul, and between them exists an extremely mysterious and complex connection. Throughout history, both Muggles and wizards have been studying this connection since we became aware of the soul's existence. Unfortunately, no one has been able to fully understand this connection to date. As he spoke, Brian made his way back to where he had been standing earlier, near the window. The late afternoon sun, now lower in the sky, streamed through the curtains, bathing him in a warm, golden light. The radiance turned his soft grey hair into a halo of spun gold, giving him an almost angelic appearance that seemed at odds with the dark subject matter he was discussing. The soul, he continued, his voice taking on a more philosophical tone, gives life to the physical shell. It's the source of thought and spiritual/mental power. The 3 unforgivable curses, simple to cast yet difficult to resist or heal, are so potent precisely because they don't attack the physical body. He paused, noticing the looks of utter bewilderment on most of the young faces before him. Moody, standing silent and imposing at the front of the room, was probably the only one who could barely grasp the depth of what Brian was saying. Recognizing the need to simplify his explanation, Brian changed tack. Let's talk about the Imperious Curse first. Brian glanced at Draco, whose face had become uneasy. This unfortunate young man had personally experienced being under the Imperious Curse, controlled by Peter Pettigrew for several months. With the Imperious Curse, the caster uses magical power as a medium to overlay their will onto the victim's thoughts/wills. Notice, everyone? There are 2 key points here, magical power and thoughts/wills. He paused, allowing the information to sink in before continuing in a more matter-of-fact tone. The Imperious Curse is the least damaging to the victim among the 3 unforgivable curses, because it affects thought, which is the most superficial of the 3 closely related aspects, thought, mind, and soul. From the 2 key points I just mentioned, you can infer 2 things. First, using the Imperious Curse to control a creature with stronger magical power than you carry risks. Second, using this spell to control someone with more resolute thoughts/will than you are is also risky. If you do this, even if the victim doesn't use any magic to resist your control, they might still break free. A wave of understanding seemed to wash over the classroom. Students nodded, some scribbling hasty notes on their parchments. Draco, however, looked far from pleased. His pale face had taken on a slightly greenish tinge, his lips pursed tightly as if he had tasted something sour. According to Professor Watson's explanation, both his magical power and his thoughts had been thoroughly defeated by that despicable Peter Pettigrew. Additionally, regarding the Imperious Curse, I'll add one more point, Brian said, his tone measured and calm. In a sense, it's actually very easy to identify a wizard under the Imperious Curse. If you use the Imperious Curse on someone, it means your thoughts and magical power enter that person's body. A wizard with keen perception can easily see through this. Professor Watson. Hannah Abbott immediately raised her hand as soon as Brian finished speaking. If I understand correctly, Hannah asked curiously, is there some kind of magic that can help people resist the control of the Imperious Curse? Indeed, Brian nodded with a smile. There is an ancient magical technique that can effectively resist all types of mental control spells. Of course, learning it requires a certain talent. We'll talk about that later. Now, let's discuss the Cruciatus Curse. At the mention of this spell, Neville, whose complexion had just begun to improve, turned pale once again. Due to his persistent training in physical education class, Neville looked much more fit than he did in the first half of third year. His cheeks had become leaner, and his body more toned. However, the confused look in his eyes often made him appear as endearingly naive as ever. For instance, right now, he was staring blankly at Brian, his pale lips quivering. The Cruciatus Curse, you all just witnessed Professor Moody's demonstration. Brian said impassively. Simply put, this spell inflicts pain, extreme, unbearable pain that cannot be overcome by willpower alone. Does anyone know why? A heavy silence descended upon the classroom. The students exchanged uneasy glances, each hoping someone else would volunteer an answer. Harry found himself instinctively looking towards Hermione. He half expected to see her hand shoot up, eager to share her encyclopedic knowledge. But even Hermione, usually so quick to respond, seemed hesitant. Then, to everyone's shock including his own, it seemed Neville's hand trembled its way into the air. Even Professor Watson seemed surprised by the scene as he raised an eyebrow before responding after a few seconds. Finally, Professor Watson nodded, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity as he said, Mr. Longbottom, share your thoughts with us. Neville's face contorted as if he was battling an invisible force. When he spoke, his words came out in short, strained gasps, as though each syllable was being forcibly extracted from his lungs. You just said, he began, his voice barely above a whisper. He paused, gulping for air like a man drowning. Ignoring the mocking and surprised looks, his shoulders were slightly hunched as if trying to make himself smaller, less noticeable. Thoughts, mind, soul, he continued, each word punctuated by a shaky breath. The Imperious Curse controls the thoughts. The Cruciatus Curse, I think, attacks the mind. Very good, Mr. Longbottom. 5 points to Gryffindor. Brian nodded approvingly at Neville and awarded him points. Normally, except in Professor Sprout's class, Neville rarely had the chance to earn praise or points more than twice a year in other classes. However, Neville didn't seem particularly happy. His gaze remained fixed on Professor Watson's face, his pupils flickering with anticipation and fear. As I mentioned at the beginning of our discussion, Brian elaborated, pacing slowly in front of the class, his footsteps echoing in the attentive silence, all 3 unforgivable curses can be classified as mental dark magic. The pain inflicted by the Cruciatus Curse isn't manifested in a physical sense that we can observe or touch. It operates on a much more insidious level, bypassing the surface thoughts and tormenting the victim's very psyche in an almost tangible way. This is precisely why willpower alone cannot resist this pain. Perhaps it was the almost academic way Professor Watson approached the subject, but gradually, the young wizards in the room began to adopt a more rational perspective. The initial fear started to give way to a sort of morbid curiosity. They began to view the Cruciatus Curse not as the terrifying, ministry-feared spell it was, but almost as if it were just another charm they might learn in Professor Flitwick's class, albeit a particularly nasty one. But this shift in atmosphere didn't affect everyone. 2 students remained visibly disturbed, Neville and Harry. Their eyes followed Professor Watson's every move as he continued to pace around the classroom, their gazes a mixture of anticipation and dread. Because the Cruciatus Curse's damage occurs at such a fundamental level, Brian elaborated, his voice taking on a grave tone, the trauma it inflicts is exponentially more challenging to heal than conventional injuries. The scars it leaves are not visible to the naked eye, but they run deep, often lasting a lifetime. He abruptly paused in his explanation, his attention drawn to a raised hand in the sea of attentive faces. Yes, Miss Abbott. 0477 The Unforgivables, Part 2. He abruptly paused in his explanation, his attention drawn to a raised hand in the sea of attentive faces. Yes, Miss Abbott. Hannah Abbott lowered her hand. She flicked her braids behind her shoulders in a nervous gesture before speaking, her voice quavering slightly. You told us earlier not to fear these curses too much, she began, her words coming out in a rush. I mean, the unforgivable curses. But what you're telling us now, it seems to confirm that we can't resist them at all. How are we supposed to not be afraid? Beside Hannah, Ernie Macmillan nodded vigorously in agreement. However, when Professor Watson's penetrating gaze fell upon them, Ernie quickly ducked his head, as if trying to distance himself from the question. If I were to use transfiguration to turn your bag into a knife right now and slash your throat with it, do you think you could resist that, Miss Abbott? Brian asked, his tone disturbingly calm given the violent scenario he had just described. Of course not. Hannah shuddered as if she could feel a cold blade against her neck. She quickly returned to the topic at hand, while Hermione nodded thoughtfully on the other side of the room. So, do you understand now? Brian continued, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. Many dark spells and offensive curses, once they make contact with you, leave little room for defense or resistance. There's no chance of healing or struggle. From that perspective, the Imperius and Cruciatus curses, as horrible as they are, at least don't result in immediate death. In fact, even after being struck by these curses, there remains a possibility, however slim, of recovery and healing. As these words left his lips, Brian, who had been keenly observing the class, immediately noticed a change in Neville's demeanor. The boy's face, already pale, seemed to drain of what little color remained. Do you have a question, Mr. Longbottom? When faced with this question, Neville's gaze became evasive. He didn't dare look directly at Professor Watson, instead lowered his head to stare at the open guide to defense against the dark arts on his desk, stammering. Neville. Hermione reminded him anxiously, Professor Watson is speaking to you. Despite Hermione's reminder being loud enough for most of the class to hear, Neville seemed oblivious to it. His fists were clenched so tightly under the desk that his knuckles had turned white, and his entire body trembled slightly, as if he was fighting some internal battle. Harry, momentarily distracted from his own anticipation about learning about the last of the 3 unforgivable curses, looked at Neville in bewilderment. He couldn't understand what had triggered such a strong reaction in the usually quiet Neville. Perhaps as Brian began to speak, Moody, who had been inconspicuous on the platform, suddenly spoke up. He said thoughtfully, Mr. Longbottom wants to know if there's a possibility of healing for wizards who have suffered damage from the Cruciatus curse, isn't that right, Longbottom? Neville's head shot up, staring at Professor Moody in horror, only to receive a meaningful smile in return. I see. Brian nodded thoughtfully, his eyes growing deep with understanding as he observed the unfolding scene. In that moment, a piece of the puzzle clicked into place in his mind. Neville's relatives most probably had suffered torture from the Cruciatus curse and had not yet recovered. Looking at Neville, whose face had now turned as pale as freshly fallen snow, Brian's eyes grew deep. Well, it depends on the situation. After pondering for a few seconds, Brian calmly said, the extent of the damage is a crucial factor. If the caster's magical power was mediocre and their malicious intent wasn't particularly strong, meaning the power of the Cruciatus curse wasn't at its full potential, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries has developed several treatment protocols. These methods can help victims gradually recover, often leading to a full restoration of health. The class listened in rapt attention, but it was clear to everyone that this generalized answer wasn't what Neville was desperately seeking to know. Moody, his magical eye now fixed unwaveringly on Neville, pressed further. What about those who have suffered from an extremely powerful Cruciatus curse? He asked, his scarred face set in a grim expression. As he spoke, he glanced briefly at Hermione, acknowledging the young witch who had been the first to notice Neville's distress during the earlier demonstration and had stood up to prevent him from experimenting with the curse on the spider. Brian's expression grew more serious as he considered the question. That's a far more complex scenario, he said, his gaze shifting from Neville to address the entire class. As I explained earlier, the Cruciatus curse attacks a creature's psyche at its very core. An overly powerful Cruciatus curse can shatter a person's entire mental world, causing them to lose their grip on reality and, in the most severe cases, their sanity. If someone were to encounter such a traumatic situation. He suddenly fell silent, the weight of his unfinished sentence hanging heavily in the air. The class held its collective breath, waiting for him to continue. After a long silence, Brian spoke again, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. I apologize, everyone. I must admit that I haven't delved as deeply into this particular issue. As a result, I'm not in a position to provide specific solutions or treatment options for such severe cases. The disappointment in the room was palpable, especially from Neville, whose brief flicker of hope seemed to dim considerably at these words. Moody's magical eye spun wildly in its socket, finally targeting the dejected Neville. He asked gruffly, it's not absolutely impossible to achieve full recovery, is it, Professor Watson? There might be some way, but specific situations need to be discussed individually. You see, this type of magical damage is quite unique. Brian's words were tactful, but everyone could tell that he believed there was some but little hope for those whose mental worlds had been shattered by the Cruciatus curse. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Brian spoke faster. Lastly, let's discuss the killing curse. What do you think? It attacks our souls, doesn't it? Harry interrupted, his face ashen as he recalled the green flash that had appeared in his moments of confusion, the screaming woman, and the cruel laughter. Ignoring his classmates' strange looks, Harry asked urgently, the killing curse attacks a wizard's soul, so. Harry racked his brains trying to express his thoughts. If someone is hit by the curse, is there any way? You've forgotten Professor Moody's teaching, Mr. Potter. Professor Watson's eyelids flickered slightly, a gleam of light dancing in his pale purple eyes for a moment. If hit by the killing curse, one dies instantly. There's no possibility of being cured. But I must point out an error in your assumption, Mr. Potter. It doesn't attack a creature's soul. It's a very effective cutting or separation spell. What it targets is, as I mentioned at the beginning, the mysterious connection between the body and the soul. It severs this connection, stripping away your life force, thus bringing about death, Mr. Potter. The essence of the killing curse, as Brian had just explained, was to sever the delicate, almost ethereal connection between soul and body. This revelation sent ripples of unease through the classroom. Even Moody standing on the podium looked perplexed, his brow deeply furrowed as he didn't understand what he heard. Sensing the confusion and uneasiness in the room, Brian decided to elaborate further. Allow me to explain it more clearly. Brian raised both hands, gesturing in front of him. Imagine, if you will, a bridge, a structure both tangible and intangible. This bridge represents the mysterious connection that exists between our physical bodies and our incorporeal souls. As he spoke, wisps of silvery mist began to emanate from the tip of his wand, coalescing in the air before him to form a shimmering, spectral bridge. The students leaned forward, captivated by the magical illustration. The fundamental principle of the killing curse, Brian continued, his pale purple eyes scanning the room, ensuring he had everyone's attention, is to cut this bridge, to sever irreversibly the link between soul and body. With a sharp flick of his wand, a bolt of green light eerily reminiscent of the actual curse sliced through the misty bridge. The silvery structure shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Once struck by the curse, your soul loses its anchor in this world. It's violently torn away, forced to leave your body and cross over to the other shore which we know as death. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. This is why it's said that those hit by the killing curse cannot be cured or saved. This vivid explanation, coupled with the magical demonstration, drove the point home for most of the young wizards. Understanding dawned on their faces, quickly followed by looks of horror as the full implications sank in. A heavy silence fell over the classroom, broken only by the sound of quills scratching furiously on parchment as some students, Hermione chief among them, rushed to note down every word. Brian, noticing the silence that had fallen over his students, attempted to soften the blow. It's important to remember, he said, his tone gentle, that there are many spells capable of taking lives. Even mundane objects, a well-aimed brick or arrow, for instance, can be just as fatal. But his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. The students couldn't shake off the chilling knowledge of magic so evil, that it could tear apart the essence of a person's being and sever the connection between one's soul and body. Harry, sitting at the front of the class, felt a leaden weight settle in his stomach. He knew he shouldn't have harbored unrealistic expectations, but after understanding Professor Watson's explanation, he couldn't help but feel utterly crestfallen. Professor Watson had made it painfully clear, the killing curse was fatal, impossible to defend against, and offered no possibility of cure. There was simply no way to rebuild the connection between body and soul once it had been severed. Brian, who had been lingering near Harry's desk, observed the gloomy expressions of the young wizards around him. Suddenly, a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence like a knife. When he spoke, there was a hint of mischief in his voice. I've just explained the principle behind this terrible spell, he said, his eyes twinkling with barely suppressed amusement. Now, let's talk about some, shall we say, unconventional methods to counter the killing curse. The change in his tone was like a splash of cold water on the student's collective face. Heads snapped up, eyes widened in disbelief and confusion. But Professor! Harry exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly with emotion. You just told us the killing curse is impossible to resist. Not orthodox methods, Mr. Potter, Brian said, smiling, his gaze sweeping across the classroom, taking in the bewildered faces of his students. Just some underhanded tricks. Perhaps you've already realized the fundamental flaw in the killing curse. Yes, this magic, for all its terrible power, cannot cause area damage or ranged damage. He began to pace slowly in front of the class, his robes swishing softly with each measured step. In other words, if a dark wizard wanted to kill 10 people with this spell, they'd have to wave their wand 10 separate times. It's this very nature, its specificity in targeting the connection between body and soul, that allows us to employ some rather sneaky methods of defense. Harry's brow furrowed in confusion. The idea of using sneaky methods against what was arguably the most dangerous of the 3 unforgivable curses seemed almost laughable. And yet, there was something in Professor Watson's demeanor, a confidence bordering on smugness, that made Harry lean forward in anticipation. Do you have any more of those little darlings you used to demonstrate the spell, Professor Moody? Suddenly, Brian turned to face the podium where Moody stood. I believe I need to conduct a small demonstration of my own. By all means, Professor Watson. Let's see your clever idea. With a grunt, Moody pulled open a drawer in the podium. The spiders he had used earlier for his grim demonstration were apparently gone. Instead, he produced a glass bottle filled with dozens of wriggling earthworms. Thank you, that's exactly what I need, Brian said with a slight nod of appreciation, and a wand sprung from his sleeve. The sight of the bottle and the sudden appearance of the wand sent a ripple of alarm through the classroom. There was a cacophony of scraping chairs and shuffling feet as the terrified young wizards around Professor Watson unanimously pushed their benches back, scrambling to put as much distance between themselves and whatever was about to happen as possible. Only Harry remained in place, his curiosity overwhelming his instinct for self-preservation. He leaned forward eagerly, green eyes wide with anticipation, wondering what Professor Watson could possibly have in mind. With a loud bang, that made several students jump, Brian flicked his wand. The wooden cork of the glass bottle shot off to one side, narrowly missing Neville's ear and eliciting a startled yelp from the boy. Then, as if pulled by invisible strings, the wriggling earthworms began to float out of the bottle. They hung suspended in midair, twisting helplessly, their segmented bodies glistening under the classroom's magical lighting. Next, as Brian's voice trailed off as he focused intently on the brown, tangled mass of worms. His wand moved in a complex pattern, too fast for the students' eyes to follow. Suddenly, with two strange, high-pitched squeaks that set everyone's teeth on edge, the number of worms exploded, increasing by dozens of times in the blink of an eye. The reaction from the class was instantaneous and varied. Lavender let out a short, sharp scream that echoed off the stone walls. If it hadn't been for Parvati's quick reflexes, Lavender might have toppled right off her chair in her haste to get away from the squirming mass. As it was, she huddled in Parvati's arms, covering her eyes with both hands and trembling uncontrollably. Ron, who had been immensely relieved that Moody hadn't brought out spiders this time, couldn't help but find Lavender's extreme reaction somewhat amusing. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, though he tried to hide it behind his hand, not wanting to seem insensitive. Even Harry, for all his eagerness to see what Professor Watson had planned, couldn't help but lean back slightly. The large mass of wriggling earthworms was undeniably disgusting. The key. Brian's voice cut through the mix of horrified gasps and nervous giggles. With another flick of his wrist, the 6 or 7 inch long earthworms were abruptly separated. They began to rearrange themselves in midair, twisting and turning as if guided by an invisible hand. Gradually, to the astonishment of the entire class, they began to form the unmistakable shape of a garment. A collective ugh rose from the students, with Hermione's gasp of realization rising above the rest. She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with a mixture of disgust and admiration. It was clear from her expression that she had already figured out Professor Watson's idea, as had Moody on the podium. Aha! Moody exclaimed, his gruff voice filled with appreciation. What a cunning method, Brian! Truly ingenious. Harry's head whipped around so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. What? He blurted out, his gaze darting between Hermione and the floating, worm-shaped garment. What's going on? Hermione, her voice muffled behind her hands, pointed at the worms and whispered, Clothes, Harry. He's suggesting making clothes with earthworms. It doesn't necessarily have to be earthworms, Miss Granger, Brian chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement at the mix of horror and fascination on his students' faces. Any small creatures will do, really. As long as there are enough of them packed densely together, they can effectively help you block a killing curse. As understanding dawned across the room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The initial disgust gave way to excitement as the brilliance of the idea sank in. Who would have thought there was such an unconventional way to resist an unforgivable curse? According to Professor Watson's earlier explanation, the killing curse targeted the connection between a creature's body and soul. This damage was indiscriminate; it would affect whatever living thing it hit first. So, if one were to wear a specially made protective suit and mask filled with these small creatures, wouldn't the killing curse be completely nullified? After all, even the most powerful killing curse couldn't extinguish multiple lives at once. The classroom suddenly erupted into a cacophony of excited chatter. Students who moments ago had been pale with fear were now vigorously discussing the possibilities. Even those who lacked a direct understanding of this magic's former dominance couldn't help but be impressed by Professor Watson's ingenious idea. Of course, there were also dissenting voices amidst the excitement. I'd rather die from an unforgivable curse than hang hundreds of earthworms on my body. Lavender exclaimed, her face a mask of horror. She was still clinging to Parvati, struggling to breathe at the mere thought of being covered in wriggling worms. Oh, it's too disgusting. I think I'm going to be sick. Sensing that the excitement was reaching a fever pitch, Brian decided it was time to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. I must remind you of one crucial thing, he said, his voice cutting through the chatter and immediately gaining attention. The students fell silent, their eyes fixed on him with rapt attention. As I said earlier, he continued, his tone serious, this method is just a trick. A clever one, certainly, but still just a trick. It can help you avoid an ambush or a fatal mistake in a face-to-face duel, but after that initial surprise, it won't be of much use anymore. He paused, letting his words sink in before explaining further. Your opponent, assuming they're not a complete fool, will quickly figure out what you've done. With just a few simple spells, they can easily ruin your improvised defense. So, don't make the mistake of thinking you can win a life-or-death duel by relying solely on clever tricks. His gaze swept across the room, meeting each student's eyes in turn. To truly defend yourself against dark magic, you must be steady and methodical. Learn your theory, hone your practical skills, and above all else, always remain vigilant. As he finished speaking, Brian's eyes flickered to the clock hanging on the wall. We have 5 minutes left before the end of class, he announced. Now, let's start summarizing what we've learned today. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a more professorial stance. There's an important question I want you all to consider. We've discussed the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. I've encouraged you not to fear these too much, because the truth is, there are countless decent spells that can take lives or leave the cursed in a state worse than death. So, why does the Ministry of Magic forbid the use of these 3 curses specifically? Why are they singled out as unforgivable spells? 0478 The Unforgivables, Part 3. As the ancient clock tower of Hogwarts began to chime, signaling the imminent end of the defense against the dark arts class, Brian didn't keep them in suspense for long. His earlier question about the unforgivable curses still hung in the air, but he chose not to wait for raised hands or hesitant answers. Instead, he launched into his explanation. There are several crucial reasons on why these spells are considered unforgivable, he began, his voice carrying easily to every corner of the room. First and foremost, we must consider the profound and irreversible effects of these 3 curses. They represent magic at its most potent and, arguably, its most terrible. Secondly, Brian continued, his tone taking on a more ominous note, and this may come as a shock to many of you, the threshold for casting these spells is not nearly as high as one might hope or expect. In fact, he leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting, it's entirely within the realm of possibility that even wizards at the Owl's level could with the right technique successfully cast these curses. A collective shudder ran through the room. Students began to cast furtive glances at their neighbors, as if suddenly re-evaluating their classmates as potential threats. Lavender, still pale from the earlier demonstration, inched her chair away from those nearest to her, her eyes wide with renewed fear. But the most crucial factor, Brian pressed on, lies in a characteristic shared by all 3 unforgivable curses. It's a trait common to many spells classified as dark magic, and it bears a striking similarity to a spell you may be more familiar with, the Patronus Charm used to repel Dementors. At the mention of the Patronus Charm, a ripple of interest passed through the class. Many students sat up straighter, their curiosity piqued. The previous year's dramatic events during the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, where Professor Watson had conjured a spectacular Patronus, had left a lasting impression on the school, so they had some knowledge about Patronus Charm. Can anyone tell me, Brian asked, his eyes scanning the room, what is the key to successfully casting a Patronus Charm? Harry shot his hand into the air, nearly lifting him out of his seat in his eagerness to answer. Brian's lips quirked in a small smile as he nodded towards the boy. It's a happy memory, sir, Harry said. The strength of the Patronus depends on the power of the happy memory you focus on while casting. If the happy memory is more profound, then the Patronus you conjure will also be stronger. As Harry spoke, Draco's face contorted into a sneer of disdain. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Brian nodded approvingly. 5 points to Gryffindor. You may sit down. He turned to address the class as a whole, his expression growing more serious. As Mr. Potter has astutely pointed out, many advanced forms of magic harness the power of emotions. The Patronus Charm channels positive emotions, but the unforgivable curses, they tap into something far darker. For the 3 unforgivable curses, the key lies in the caster's malicious intent. The more powerful you want the spell to be, the crueler and more vicious your thoughts must become. You see, he said, his eyes scanning the engrossed faces before him, a wizard's pursuit of magical power is often relentless, bordering on obsessive. These curses prey on that desire, encouraging the caster to delve deeper into cruelty, to fill their mind with increasingly sadistic thoughts. They drag you into an abyss of darkness from which it is nearly impossible to escape. A chill seemed to settle over the classroom as Brian's words sank in. This pattern, Brian went on, his voice low and intense, is common among many dark magic spells. They lure the user with promises of immense power, all the while corrupting their very essence. Unless one possesses exceptional mental fortitude and an unshakable will, dabbling in such magic is a perilous endeavor. Curiosity, in this case, can indeed be a dangerous thing. As if on cue, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Brian, known for his admirable habit of never running over time, immediately gathered his materials and made for the exit, leaving the students to ponder his ominous words. In the ensuing commotion of students packing up their belongings, Hermione's voice cut through the noise. Oh! Professor Watson forgot to mention one crucial detail. She was frowning, her eyes fixed on the door through which Brian had just departed. He told us there's an ancient technique that can effectively resist mental magic attacks like the Imperious Curse, but he didn't elaborate on what it was. I simply must get to the library. Ron, in the process of stuffing his textbooks haphazardly into his bag, looked up at Hermione. You'll need to get a note first, he pointed out. If you're looking for magic that can resist the Imperious Curse, those books are bound to be in the restricted section. He paused, a hint of confusion crossing his freckled face. By the way, what was that about this morning? Harry mentioned you thought Professor Moody was wrong to punish Malfoy. Ahem. At Ron's words, Harry, who had been lost in thought about whether Hagrid might know of any small magical creatures less repulsive than earthworms or spiders for his theoretical anti-killing curse armor, suddenly snapped to attention. He coughed loudly, twice, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Hermione glanced sideways at Harry and let out a soft snort. Their exchange was interrupted by Moody's gruff voice calling out from the front of the classroom. Longbottom, he said, his magical eye swiveling to fix on Neville, who had nearly reached the door. I assume you don't have anything else planned before lunch. Perhaps you'd care to join me in my office for a spot of tea. Neville, who had been wearing a distracted, almost dazed expression since the lesson on the Cruciatus Curse, jolted violently at the sound of Moody's gruff voice, which had taken on an oddly gentle tone, and this seemed to unnerve Neville even further. He looked helplessly towards the three classmates he was most familiar with in the classroom. Hermione's eyes narrowed as she glared at Professor Moody, clearly on the verge of voicing an objection. But something, perhaps the peculiar gentleness in Moody's manner, made her hesitate. Moody noticed Hermione's reaction immediately. His magical eye fixed upon her as a kind smile spread across his scarred face. It's quite all right, Miss Granger, he assured her. I just wish to share a cup of tea with Mr. Longbottom. I have a few books that I believe he might find particularly interesting. Without waiting for further protest, Moody placed a gnarled hand on Neville's shoulder and steered him out of the classroom. Neville casted one last pleading look at his friends before disappearing into the corridor. As the door closed behind them, Ron turned to Harry and Hermione, his brow furrowed in suspicion. A few books that Neville might find interesting. He repeated skeptically. Do either of you actually believe that? Harry hesitated, his green eyes clouded with concern. Instead of answering Ron's question directly, he voiced the worry that had been gnawing at him throughout the lesson. You've both noticed it too, haven't you? Something's not right with Neville. Ron's face scrunched up in confusion. What do you mean? He asked, clearly having missed the subtle signs that had alarmed Harry and Hermione. Hermione sighed, shaking her head at Ron's obliviousness. Neville is absolutely terrified of the Cruciatus Curse, she explained. It's more than just fear. The questions he was asking, it's quite obvious, isn't it? Someone in his family must have been tortured with the Cruciatus Curse, and from his reaction, I'd say they suffered severe, lasting damage. His grandmother. Harry blurted out, but almost immediately shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, that can't be right. Neville mentioned that his grandmother refused to let him go to the Quidditch World Cup over the summer. She must be of sound mind to make that kind of decision. He paused, his brow furrowed in concentration. Neville has an uncle who's quite fond of him, doesn't he? What was the name of Neville's great-uncle? Algy, wasn't it? Hermione struggled to hoist her overstuffed book bag onto her shoulder, nearly toppling under its weight. She fixed Harry and Ron with a serious, almost stern look. Whoever it is, she said firmly, it's clear that Neville would prefer to keep this private. So, you two are absolutely forbidden from asking him about it, understood? Without waiting for a response, Hermione hurried out of the classroom. She had an arithmancy class before lunch and couldn't afford to be late. Ron watched her go and grumbled. Oh, she's treating us like we're complete idiots again. It wasn't until lunchtime that Harry caught sight of Neville again in the Great Hall. He was sitting alone at the Gryffindor table, seemingly oblivious to the lively conversations swirling around him. While his classmates eagerly discussed Professor Watson's unconventional teaching methods and the morning's extraordinary defense against the dark arts lesson, Neville was hunched over several large, leather-bound tomes, his round face a mask of intense concentration. As Harry approached, he noticed that Neville seemed calmer than he had been during class, though still not quite his usual self. His eyes were rimmed with red, suggesting he might have been crying. Are you all right, Neville? Harry asked gently as he and Ron drew near. Neville's head snapped up, startled by the sudden address. Oh, I'm fine, he replied, his voice a touch too bright to be entirely convincing. I'm doing well, thank you. Just reading this fascinating book Professor Moody lent me. He tilted the cover so Harry could read the title, magical Mediterranean water plants and their properties. Apparently, Professor Sprout mentioned to Moody that I'm really good at herbology, Neville explained, a hint of pride creeping into his voice that Harry rarely heard before. Professor Moody thought I'd find this interesting. Harry couldn't help but notice the way Neville's eyes darted away as he spoke, the slight tremor in his hands as he closed the book. It was clear that, just as Ron had tried to hide his disappointment at being excluded from the physical education class, Neville was attempting to conceal something from them. Without a doubt, it had to be related to his family, but Harry, heeding Hermione's earlier warning, refrained from pressing the issue. As they settled into their seats, Harry's gaze instinctively drifted towards the staff table. What he saw, or rather, didn't see, caused him to do a double take. "What's going on?" he muttered, more to himself than to his friends. The staff table was eerily empty. Professor Dumbledore's chair was vacant, as did the seats usually occupied by Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and several other faculty members. Even Professor Watson, who had left the classroom few minutes ago, was nowhere to be seen. Only Snape was shamelessly in his seat, his sallow face set in its usual scowl as he picked at his meal. In all his years at Hogwarts, Harry had never witnessed so many professors absent from a meal simultaneously. A knot of unease began to form in his stomach. Could something be amiss at the school? Turning back to Neville, Harry asked urgently, "With so many professors missing, have you heard any rumors?" Neville's eyes widened in surprise as he too noticed the unusual absence. "They weren't here when I arrived," he said, shaking his head. "I hadn't even noticed until you pointed it out." Meanwhile, on the third floor of the castle, Brian, who had been calmly adjusting a monitoring mirror in his office, suddenly furrowed his brow. He abandoned his work, leapt out from among a pile of components, and strode quickly towards the door. He pulled it open before the knock could even sound. There, crowding the corridor outside his office, stood what appeared to be the entire Hogwarts faculty. At the forefront was Dumbledore himself. Behind him, looking concerned and agitated, were Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and others. "Everyone." Looking at the crowd of professors blocking his doorway, Brian asked seriously, "Has something serious happened?" 0479 Gathering. Standing at the door of his office was Headmaster Dumbledore, followed by Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and several other staff members. They had all arrived at his office door in unison, a scene Brian had never witnessed before. "What's going on? Has something major happened?" In that instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Brian's mind, but none could explain what could be serious enough to bring so many professors to his door at once. "Don't be alarmed, Brian." Dumbledore's silver-white beard swayed as he said with a smile, "Phileas, Minerva, and the rest of us are here to why don't we go inside to talk? Some matters are best discussed over a nice cup of tea, don't you think?" Brian's keen gaze darted from one face to another, noting the urgency barely concealed in Professor McGonagall's stern face and the barely contained excitement in Professor Flitwick's eyes. Curiosity piqued, he raised an eyebrow. "Very well," he agreed, glancing at the clock on his wall. "It's meal time now. We could have a private gathering, though I dare say my humble office might be a bit cramped for such an illustrious assembly." With a welcoming gesture, Brian escorted his colleagues into his office. The space, while not small by any means, was cluttered with an extensive range of magical instruments. Scattered across the floor were dozens of omnioculars in various states of disassembly. Brian with a casual flick of his wand sent the omnioculars and their numerous parts neatly arranging themselves into a magically expanded storage box. The lid snapped shut with a satisfying click, leaving the floor clear but the room still noticeably crowded with the unexpected influx of visitors. As Brian surveyed his office, still inadequate to accommodate such a gathering, he began to contemplate how to conjure enough seating for everyone. Dumbledore, who had been eyeing Brian's collection of alchemical instruments with undisguised interest, turned to Brian with a gentle smile. "No need to trouble yourself, Brian, we can manage after all. What kind of wizards would we be if we couldn't conjure our own seating arrangements?" Taking their cue from Dumbledore, each professor pulled out their wand with a flourish. The air in the office suddenly crackled with magical energy as, one by one, the professors demonstrated their prowess in conjuration and transfiguration. Professor McGonagall transformed a nearby stack of parchments into a high-backed tartan armchair, complete with a footstool. Professor Flitwick, standing on his tiptoes to achieve the proper wand angle, caused a plush violet cushion to materialize beneath him, elevating him to eye level with his taller colleagues. Professor Sprout conjured a rustic wooden stool that seemed to sprout leaves and tiny flowers where it touched the stone floor. As the professors settled into their newly conjured seats, a particularly flamboyant piece of furniture caught everyone's attention. A coffee table, its legs carved to resemble those of a dancing deer, had appeared in the center of the room. It moved with an almost lifelike grace, spinning between them before coming to rest in the perfect position to serve them all. Brian, amused by the sudden transformation of his office into an impromptu faculty lounge, began the task of hospitality. With a series of intricate wand movements, he summoned a gleaming silver tea service. The teapot began to steam, filling the air with the comforting aroma of perfectly brewed Earl Grey. Delicate cups and saucers floated through the air, arranging themselves neatly on the dancing coffee table. As his colleagues helped themselves to tea and a plate of biscuits that had materialized alongside the tea service, Brian turned his attention to the ambience of the room. With another wave of his wand, the curtains drew themselves back, allowing the warm afternoon sunlight to flood the office. The windows swung open with a gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of the Hogwarts grounds. With the scene set and his guests comfortably seated, Brian felt it was finally time to address the hippogriff in the room. Rather than taking a seat himself, he perched casually on the arm of a nearby sofa. So then, he began, his eyes sweeping across the assembled faces, noting the varying degrees of anticipation and excitement. What exactly is this about? It's not often I find myself hosting an impromptu gathering of Hogwarts' finest professors in my humble office. It was Professor Flitwick who could no longer contain his excitement. We heard from the young wizards, Brian. He stood up on his conjured cushion and asked in his squeaky voice, "You've invented a new method to help the students learn spells, haven't you? Miss Paddle told me all about it in Charms class today. Learning magic in your spiritual world, it's absolutely fascinating. She reached a high level of proficiency in both the stunning spell and the disarming charm in just 3 hours. It's incredible, truly incredible. She said your method could pinpoint exactly where her problems were." Professor McGonagall, her eyes sharp behind her square spectacles, leaned forward in her tartan armchair. "I presume it has a similar effect on transfiguration, doesn't it, Brian?" she asked in her Scottish accent tinged with unmistakable interest. Transfiguration is, after all, a complex branch of spell work. If this method of yours can be used to accelerate the learning of charms, surely it would be equally effective for transfiguration. Would you mind demonstrating your brilliant idea to us, Brian? I'm sure we're all eager to see it in action. Brian's eyebrows rose even higher. "Oh, so that's what this is about," he said, a hint of relief coloring his voice. He let out a small chuckle, shaking his head slightly. "I must admit, when I saw you all at my door, I thought the Ministry of Magic was planning to disband Hogwarts. You know, Brian, our energy is limited," Professor McGonagall said, ignoring Brian's small joke, her tone urgent but tinged with hope. "We don't have enough time to give every young wizard the individual attention and guidance they need, especially when it comes to mastering complex spells. But some students," she paused, clearly choosing her words carefully, "well, let's take Mr. Longbottom as an example. He has potential, but he indeed needs a great deal of practice and guidance to keep up with the progress of his peers. I heard that your method can teach many young wizards simultaneously, providing some personalized instruction to each. Perhaps we could learn from your approach." As Professor McGonagall finished speaking, a chorus of agreement rose from the other professors. Each voiced their own perspective, painting a picture of the challenges they faced in their respective subjects and the potential solutions Brian's invention might offer. Brian listened attentively to each of his colleagues, his eyes occasionally darting to Dumbledore, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. "Is this why you're here too, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Brian asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily behind his half-moon spectacles as he stroked his long beard thoughtfully. "I am indeed very interested, Brian. If your method can be widely adopted to significantly improve the teaching efficiency of some courses, I have no reason not to pay attention. Hogwarts has always prided itself on being at the forefront of magical education, after all. Of course," he added, a note of caution entering his voice, "we must first ensure that it's safe. The well-being of our students is paramount, as I'm sure you'll agree." Brian's lips curled into a secret smile, hidden quickly behind his teacup. As everyone knew, Dumbledore had largely withdrawn from involvement in Hogwarts' daily teaching and operations in recent years. For him to suddenly show such keen interest in his little teaching innovation, well, it was curious, to say the least. A thought schemed across Brian's mind. Dumbledore, he wouldn't be using this as an excuse to peek into my spiritual world, would he? Setting his cup down with a gentle clink, Brian addressed the professors. "All right, I think I understand your interest," he began, his brow furrowing slightly as he gathered his thoughts. "But there are some issues we need to consider." "What are they, Brian?" Professor Flitwick interjected anxiously, leaning forward on his cushion, nearly toppling off in his eagerness. Brian paused for a few moments, choosing his words carefully. When he spoke, his voice was measured and thoughtful. "Whether it's charms, transfiguration, or other types of spell casting, my method can indeed accelerate the students' learning progress and deepen their understanding of magic, as you've all heard from the students what I've told them. The process involves bringing them into my spiritual world, an illusory space of my own magical consciousness, where they can practice against what I call standard magical constructs of the spells they're trying to master." He paused, making sure everyone was following his explanation before continuing. "In this spiritual world, each young wizard can receive semi-personalized, corresponding guidance. But you must all understand," he emphasized, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his colleagues, these instructions come directly from me. Those magical constructs are imbued with my experience, my thoughts, my understanding of magic. It's my mental strength or my magical essence, if you will, that maintains this teaching method. Brian's eyes lingered on each of his fellow professors in turn as he continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone. As for you all, and please don't take this as any sort of slight on your considerable abilities, thoughts and experiences can be extracted through magic, yes. We've all used pensievs, after all. But to provide unlimited, simultaneous guidance to multiple young wizards? The burden would be, well, frankly, it would be too great for most wizards to bear. The implication of Brian's words hung heavy in the air. Without saying it outright, he had made it clear, they, as skilled and powerful as they were, simply didn't possess the mental strength necessary to sustain this kind of psychic and spiritual magic on the scale he was describing. The disappointment on Professor Flitwick's face was palpable. He seemed to deflate slightly, sinking back onto his cushion. Heaven knows how delighted he had been when he first learned of Brian's ingenious invention. Like all teachers, Flitwick was acutely aware that not every young wizard had the natural comprehension abilities of a Percy Weasley or a Hermione Granger, who could grasp complex magical concepts after just one or two explanations in class. The harsh reality was that most young wizards lacked a systematic understanding of magic. They often found themselves in a perpetual state of confusion, requiring countless practice sessions to master even relatively simple spells. And perhaps most frustratingly, by the time the final exams rolled around, they would have forgotten much of what they had learned earlier in the year. Neville Longbottom was a prime example of this struggle, though Flitwick's mind also drifted to Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle from Slytherin, whose fathers, he recalled with a slight grimace, had been equally muddle-headed during their time at Hogwarts. Despite the setback, Professor Flitwick's irrepressible enthusiasm couldn't be dampened for long. His squeaky voice piped up once more, filled with hope. Could you let me experience it too, Brian? Your method, I mean. Even if we can't implement it broadly, perhaps experiencing it firsthand could give us ideas on how to adapt our own teaching styles. Professor McGonagall also nodded in agreement. If it's convenient, Brian, she added with genuine interest, I'd like to see it for myself as well. Like a wave, the other professors followed suit, each expressing their desire to witness Brian's innovative teaching method in action. The room buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Even if they couldn't implement the technique on a wide scale, they reasoned, they could still brainstorm ideas, couldn't they? Amidst the chorus of eager requests, Dumbledore cleared his throat softly. The subtle sound was enough to quiet the room instantly, all eyes turning to him. Ahem, if you don't mind, Brian, he began, his blue eyes twinkling with what could only be described as mischievous curiosity. Don't joke, Headmaster Dumbledore, Brian said with a dark face. I don't have the ability to accommodate your spiritual power. Perhaps another time, then, Dumbledore said lightly, settling back in his chair. With that matter settled, Brian took a deep breath and began to prepare himself mentally for the task ahead. He closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself, before addressing his colleagues once more. Very well, he said, opening his eyes and surveying the eager faces before him. I'll guide you through the experience. Please remember, what you're about to encounter is a space of my own magical consciousness. It may feel disorienting at first, but I assure you, it's perfectly safe. About 15 minutes later, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became lively. The staff members, one by one emerging from Brian's spiritual world, wore expressions of wonder and eagerly discussed their experiences. Professor Flitwick was particularly energetic. A brilliant method, Brian, truly brilliant. He exclaimed, his eyes shining with unbridled enthusiasm. The precision of the evaluations, the objectivity of the feedback, it's remarkable. And the way it provides corrections and guidance to the young wizards, oh, it's simply extraordinary. Flitwick paused for breath, his mind clearly racing with possibilities. Oh, if we could bring this method into the classroom, he continued, wigwagging wildly, let them use this for training after regular lectures, I bet the teaching quality at Hogwarts would improve tremendously. The Wizarding Examinations Authority would be astounded by Hogwarts' teaching standards. Just imagine we could revolutionize magical education. The entire wizarding world would benefit from it. Professor McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. For Transfiguration, the evaluations provided by this method are not yet comprehensive enough. She paused, adjusting her square spectacles before continuing. However, as Phileas said, if we could implement it widely, refining it for each subject, well, the potential is enormous. We could pass on our experiences more effectively, providing students with insights that typically take weeks to months of practice to develop. Many people would benefit from it, not just our current students, but future generations of witches and wizards. Brian shrugged, but that's where the key problem lies. There are significant challenges we need to consider before we can even think about implementing this on a larger scale. He stood up, pacing the room as he outlined the issues. First, these magical constructs are invisible in the real world. They exist only in the spiritual space I've created. We'd need to find a way to manifest them physically, or create a means for students to access this space easily and safely. Brian paused by the window, gazing out over the Hogwarts grounds as he continued. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, those experiences and evaluations all come from me. If I don't imbue those constructs with my thoughts, my experiences, and understanding of magic, they won't have any effect. They'd be empty shells, devoid of the knowledge and guidance that makes them valuable. He turned back to face his colleagues, his expression serious. The mental energy required to accommodate many young wizards simultaneously is enormous. To maintain these constructs, to guide multiple students at once through complex magical theories and practices, the cost is simply too high for one person to bear indefinitely. A somber silence fell over the room as the professors contemplated the challenges before them. The excitement of moments ago was tempered by the reality of the obstacles they faced. It was Dumbledore who broke the silence. He had remained quiet throughout the demonstrations and subsequent discussions, observing with keen interest. Now, he leaned forward in his chair, his blue eyes twinkling with that familiar mix of wisdom and mischief. That's not necessarily the case, Brian, Dumbledore said softly, his voice carrying easily across the quiet room. The teacup in front of him remained full, he hadn't touched the bitter drink at all. Although he hadn't experienced the spiritual world firsthand, he had listened attentively to everyone's discussions and seemed to have grasped the essence of Brian's accomplishment. The difficulties you mentioned are not without solutions, Dumbledore continued, his gaze fixed on Brian, whose eyelids were slightly lowered. His long fingers traced the air, pointing towards the box where Brian had earlier stored the surveillance mirrors. In fact, the solution might be closer than you think. We may be able to solve those difficulties through the field of alchemy. 0480 Alchemy. It was still a school day, so Professor McGonagall and the others couldn't devote all their time to promoting the efficient way of learning spells developed by Brian. In the office, only those with no urgent matters were present. Brian and Dumbledore sat on the sofa, discussing incessantly over the parchment laid out on the table. The basic idea is that we need to design a brand new alchemical device with a constant magic that can separate the young wizard's spirits and project them into a virtual spiritual space. For this, we can partially refer to the working mechanism of the Imperious Curse, Brian said, chewing on his quill as he pondered. Brian leaned forward, his finger tracing a series of interconnected runes. The heart of our creation must be a magical corridor, a conduit, if you will, designed to house and channel the memories and thoughts of our professors. This will form the backbone of its instructional capabilities. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured, stroking his long silver beard. Perhaps we could incorporate elements of pensieve magic? The ability to store and replay memories would be helpful in this context. Brilliant suggestion, Headmaster, Brian agreed enthusiastically. We could create a hybrid system, combining the immersive nature of pensieve magic with the instructive elements we're aiming for. Dumbledore's expression grew serious as he considered the practical implications. We must not overlook the enormous magical power such a device would require. We'll need to develop an efficient method of extracting and storing magical energy to fuel this alchemical device. Brian nodded grimly, adding yet more intricate runes to the already densely packed parchment. After several minutes of intense concentration, he sat back with a heavy sigh, rubbing his tired eyes. It's very challenging. Integrating so many diverse magical elements will result in an incredibly complex runic structure. Ensuring all these components are not only functional but also harmoniously intertwined is no small feat. He shook his head, a wry smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This isn't a task we can hope to complete in a day or two. Nevertheless, I'm convinced it's achievable. I'll need to make a visit to the library to dig up some crucial reference materials. As if suddenly remembering himself, Brian glanced towards the window. The sun had dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. From the grounds below, the joyous sounds of students released from their daily lessons drifted up, a reminder of the world beyond their intense focus. I should head to the library, Brian pondered, already mentally cataloguing the books he'd need to consult. There are several obscure texts on magical synergy that might prove useful. I can allocate some of my time to assist in designing portions of the runic patterns. Dumbledore rose, conjuring a steaming cup of honey-laced water with a casual flick of his wand. At Brian's place, apart from green tea, he never offered any other beverages to guests. Perhaps you'd care to join me for dinner in the Great Hall first? Dumbledore invited warmly. Brian, however, was already gathering his notes, his mind racing with new ideas and potential solutions. Thank you, Headmaster, but I think I'll head straight to the library. Time is of the essence, and there's so much ground to cover. Dumbledore could only shake his head helplessly. He was about to leave with his cup of honey water when Brian suddenly called out to him. Wait, Headmaster, there's something else I wanted to discuss. Curious, Dumbledore settled back onto the plush sofa, cradling his warm drink. What's on your mind, Brian? Brian suddenly looked up and called out to Dumbledore. Facing Dumbledore's curious gaze, he pondered for a few seconds before slowly saying. I just remembered something. You should recall our conversation on that evening before the school year started, right? Dumbledore looked a bit surprised, clearly not expecting Brian to suddenly bring up that conversation. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. If you're referring to the matter of Hogwarts separating from the Board of Governors, of course I remember. What is it, Brian? Do you have any new ideas? That's precisely it, Brian confirmed with a nod. Looking at Dumbledore, who had sat back down on the sofa, he said softly, we had planned to maneuver the Board of Governors into voluntarily withdrawing their financial support from Hogwarts. Simultaneously, through the Ministry of Magic, we would freeze the assets of those families blindly loyal to Voldemort. Through careful political and legal maneuvering, we would then convert those frozen assets into school property. However, such a transition would inevitably take time, and Hogwarts must maintain a reserve of funds to ensure its continued operation. The light in Dumbledore's bright blue eyes flickered. He knew Brian wouldn't have suddenly brought up this matter without reason. Leaning forward slightly, Dumbledore asked calmly, what solution have you planned, Brian? Initially, I had considered persuading the Malfoy family to contribute a substantial portion of their wealth, Brian explained, a sly smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I have too many compromising details and handles on that fellow enough leverage to ensure his cooperation, albeit reluctantly. Looking at Dumbledore's furrowed brow, Brian smiled widely, but now I have a new idea. He tapped his finger meaningfully on the parchment spread across the table between them. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he grasped Brian's implication. You believe this alchemical machine could generate some revenue for the school? Not just revenue, Brian said, his voice gaining enthusiasm. I believe it could revolutionize magical education on a global scale. Think about it, Hogwarts already enjoys a sterling reputation as one of the 7 finest institutions of magical learning in the world. Moreover, the combined academic achievements of yours, mine, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick gives considerable weight to any endeavor we undertake. With our combined reputations and a bit of strategic marketing, we could have individuals, families, and organizations clamoring to acquire this alchemical learning tool. Dumbledore listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications of Brian's proposal. Encouraged by his attentiveness, Brian pressed on. Well, let's call it a learning machine for the time being. We don't need to set an exorbitant price for the device itself. Instead, we could generate a steady stream of income for Hogwarts through a more nuanced approach. Brian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he outlined his vision. Picture this, we input the practical knowledge of all spells from the Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 through 4, into the machine. We then establish contracts with the buyers, structuring them so that increased payment correlates with greater user privileges. The more they invest, the more spells they can access and study using the learning machine. Naturally, these privileges would have a predetermined time limit. Should they wish to extend their access, they'd need to make additional payments. Ignoring Dumbledore's slightly mystified expression, Brian continued enthusiastically, his words flowing faster as his excitement grew. And why stop at standard charms? The same principle could apply to transfiguration, potions, even specialized magic like the Patronus charm. We'd embed the experiential knowledge of these spells into the machine's system. Imagine being able to learn such magic from the comfort of one's own home, guided by the Hogwarts' finest professors. Users seeking to learn these more advanced or specialized magics would pay a premium for access. A portion of the galleons earned would be allocated to the professors who contributed their expertise, while the remainder, well, we'd have Remus establish a separate company to handle the finances. All funds would be channeled through this company's accounts. Until we're ready to sever ties with the Board of Governors, there's no need to expose the relationship between this company and Hogwarts itself. When Dumbledore left, his face was a bit dark. No matter how progressive his ideas were, compared to Brian, he always seemed a step behind. This was because Brian possessed perspectives from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, and moreover, the Muggle world he belonged to was even more advanced in its working than the Muggle world in current era. Before parting, Dumbledore made only one stipulation, that Hogwarts students would not be required to pay extra to enjoy the benefits of this new learning tool. Brian, of course, had never had the notion of profiting from the students under their care. The two men parted ways at the corner of the third-floor corridor, the torchlight casting flickering shadows on the ancient stone walls. Dumbledore was heading for the Great Hall, his missed lunch had left him with a hearty appetite. Brian, meanwhile, set off towards the library, his mind already racing with ideas for the research ahead. Just as they were about to go their separate ways, Brian called out once more, "By the way, Headmaster." Dumbledore paused, turning back to face Brian with a quizzical expression. "Neville Longbottom, Harry's classmate, you must be familiar with his situation," Brian began, his voice taking on a more somber tone. "If I recall correctly, the Longbottom family." Dumbledore's shoulders sagged almost imperceptibly, his voice heavy with old sorrow. "Ah, yes. Young Mr. Longbottom's parents. They suffered grievously in the final days of the war. They are still receiving treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Brian's eyes narrowed in understanding. The Cruciatus Curse. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. In their desperation to locate Tom after his disappearance, a group of Death Eaters captured Frank and Alice Longbottom. They were subjected to unimaginable torment. He sighed deeply, the twinkle in his bright blue eyes dimming. As you so eloquently explained to our students in a last year's class, the severity of the Cruciatus Curse they endured. Well, to use your terminology, their mental worlds were shattered beyond recognition. They exist now in a state of complete confusion, requiring constant care for even the most basic functions of life. Brian absorbed this information in silence, his mind clearly racing with possibilities. Noticing this, Dumbledore stared at Brian and said gravely, "Brian, I've also tried to heal Frank and Alice before, but I must admit, I was powerless against the damage caused by that magic. You can imagine the impact this has had on young Mr. Longbottom. So please, unless you are absolutely certain you can help, I implore you not to raise false hopes in that child's heart. He has borne enough sorrow for one lifetime." 0481 Personal Affairs. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as Hermione, her bushy brown hair even more disheveled than usual, rushed from her elective class towards the sprawling playground as she was late for her daily physical education training. As she approached the training area, she caught sight of Harry and Neville heading in the opposite direction, their robes clinging to their sweat-drenched bodies. Harry's untidy black hair was plastered to his forehead, nearly obscuring his lightning bolt scar, while Neville's round face was flushed a deep crimson from exertion. They exchanged quick nods with Hermione as they passed, their footsteps echoing on the stone path as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. "We'll see you in the common room later, Hermione," Harry called over his shoulder, his voice slightly hoarse from the workout. "We're going to tackle Professor Watson's Wednesday assignment after we clean up." Hermione waved in acknowledgement, a twinge of regret flashing across her face as she realized she'd have to miss out on their study session. She quickened her pace, determined to complete her training as efficiently as possible. An hour later, muscles aching and lungs burning, Hermione stumbled into the Great Hall. The enchanted ceiling above reflected the darkening sky outside, streaked with brilliant oranges and purples as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meats, freshly baked bread, and sweet desserts, making Hermione's stomach growl loudly. Settling onto the bench, Hermione piled her plate high with roast chicken, steamed vegetables, and a generous helping of mashed potatoes. She ate with uncharacteristic speed, barely tasting the delicious food as she shoveled it into her mouth. Her mind was already racing ahead to the library, where she planned to delve into the topic Professor Watson had mentioned in today's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the ancient art of resisting mental magic. As she ate, Hermione couldn't help but notice the cheerful chatter and laughter filling the Great Hall. Small groups of students huddled together at their house tables, sharing jokes and stories from their day. The staircases visible through the open doors were alive with movement, young wizards and witches darting up and down, their faces alight with smiles and jollity. The sight, which would normally have filled Hermione with warmth, instead stirred a melancholy feeling in her chest. She found herself remembering their first year at Hogwarts, when she, Harry, and Ron had been inseparable. They had the same classes, so they could go to lessons together, eat together, and return to the common room to complete their homework together. Now, in their third year, things had changed dramatically. Their schedules had diverged, with Hermione taking on additional electives that neither Harry nor Ron had chosen. The coursework had become more demanding, requiring Hermione to spend increasing amounts of time in the library, poring over ancient tomes and complicated magical theories. Even during their shared classes, there was little opportunity for casual conversation or shared laughter. Only during lunch, dinner, and before lights out did they have some time to discuss the day's events in the Great Hall and the common room. Harry and Ron didn't feel this change too deeply, which wasn't surprising given their typically oblivious nature. But for Hermione, each day brought a growing awareness of the distance between them. She had even started to contemplate the poignant scenario of them going their separate ways after graduating from Hogwarts. Pushing these gloomy thoughts aside, Hermione finished her meal and gathered her belongings. She made her way out of the Great Hall, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The corridors were quieter now, most students having gone to their common rooms or the library to work on assignments. As she approached the library, Hermione's pace quickened with anticipation. In the first week of school, the coursework wasn't too heavy, so there weren't many students in the library. Most of those present were upper-year Ravenclaws, which wasn't surprising as their house consistently maintained the highest average grades at Hogwarts. The familiar scent of old parchment and leather-bound books wafted through the air, a comforting aroma that never failed to lift her spirits. She pushed open the heavy wooden doors, expecting to find the usual scene of studious silence. Instead, she was greeted by an unusual commotion. To her great surprise, Professor Watson was standing near the entrance, looking mortified. Looming over him was Madame Pants, the stern librarian, her face contorted with barely contained fury. "Hogwarts librarian, Madame Pants, was a witch who resembled a gaunt vulture and was extremely strict. If you made noise in the library or damaged her beloved books, regardless of who you were sure to receive a scolding. This is a library, Brian. Madame Pants hissed, her yellowish eyes narrowed to slits as she glared at the professor. She didn't seem to care if Brian Watson was the most powerful wizard of the age, she berated him without mercy, not Madame Putafoot's tea shop. If you wish to engage in romantic pursuits, I must insist you do so elsewhere. Professor Watson looked uncharacteristically flustered. His cheeks were tinged with pink, and he seemed to be struggling to find the right words to placate the enraged librarian. I'm very sorry, Madame Pants, he managed to stammer out with an awkward smile. It won't happen again, I assure you. Hermione froze in her tracks, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had come to the library with the intention of asking Professor Watson about the mental magic he had mentioned in class, but now she found herself rooted to the spot, unable to process the scene before her. What's going on? She whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. In the next instant, her feet seemed to move of their own accord, carrying her swiftly to a nearby table where a familiar face was watching the spectacle unfold. Professor Watson was engaging in romantic pursuits. With whom, in the library? Hermione was so surprised she could barely catch her breath, even wondering if she had misheard. Angelina Johnson, a striking dark-skinned girl from Gryffindor and one of the team's star chasers, was leaning back in her chair, a look of amused fascination on her face. With the cancellation of this year's Quidditch matches due to the Triwizard Tournament, Angelina had been spending more time in the library, catching up on the lessons she had missed due to training. Oh, it's you, Hermione, Angelina said, noticing Hermione approaching her. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she leaned in conspiratorially. You've missed quite a show. Hermione's curiosity got the better of her propriety. She pushed her unruly hair out of her eyes and leaned closer to Angelina, her voice eager despite her efforts to remain composed. Oh, don't keep me in suspense, Angelina. What happened? Angelina's eyes danced with hilarity as she recounted the events. Well, Professor Watson came in to borrow some books, minding his own business, you know. She paused for dramatic effect, barely containing her laughter. Then, out of nowhere, these two seventh-year Ravenclaw witches ambushed him. Ambushed him? Hermione echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion. Angelina nodded vigorously. They ran up to him, giggling like first years, and tried to give him love letters. She covered her mouth, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. But that's not even the best part. They wanted his autograph too. Hermione felt a mix of emotions: disbelief, second-hand embarrassment, and a touch of indignation. Surely Professor Watson wouldn't encourage such behavior, she said, her tone disapproving. And in the library of all places. Oh, it gets better, Angelina continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. She leaned in even closer, her eyes darting around to ensure no one else was listening. Those Ravenclaw girls, they pulled out lipstick from their bags and asked him to sign their shirts with it. Angelina pointed to a spot on her own shirt that made Hermione's cheeks flush scarlet. The older girl dissolved into another fit of giggles. You should have seen Professor Watson's face. I swear, I'll remember that look till the day I die. Hermione didn't share Angelina's amusement. She felt a surge of righteous anger on Professor Watson's behalf. That's completely inappropriate. She hissed, her eyes flashing. How could they be so shameless? And they're supposed to be Ravenclaws. Utterly brainless behavior, if you ask me. As they spoke, Professor Watson seemed to have finally placated Madame Pants. The librarian retreated to her desk, still muttering under her breath, while Brian gathered a stack of ancient-looking books. He tucked them under his arm, his face a mixture of relief and lingering embarrassment as he wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Having been through his own youthful days, he knew very well that the two young Ravenclaw witches were just stirring up trouble, but he truly hadn't expected them to be so bold, which left him quite embarrassed. After spending too much time in his office, he had initially planned to while away the time before bed in the library, but looking at the teasing glances around him, he no longer had the face to stay. Hermione watched as the professor cast a longing glance at the quiet corners of the library, clearly weighing whether to stay and work or make a hasty retreat. The decision was made for him as he seemed to have caught sight of the teasing glances being thrown his way by the handful of students present. With a resigned sigh, he turned on his heel and strode towards the exit. Just as he was about to step through the library doors, Angelina suddenly sprang to her feet. Wait, Professor Watson! She called out, her voice carrying easily in the hushed atmosphere of the library. Hermione stared at her in shock, momentarily wondering if Angelina had lost her mind. Was she planning to tease the professor further? Or worse, was she about to confess her own feelings? Noticing Hermione's alarmed expression, Angelina quickly explained in a low voice, How often do you get to see something this amusing, Hermione? Let's go tease him a bit, all in good fun, of course. Before Hermione could protest, Angelina grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the library exit. They intercepted Professor Watson just outside the doors, narrowly avoiding Madame Pance's wrath for the commotion. Hermione felt her face burning with embarrassment as Professor Watson turned to face them. His expression was a mixture of wariness and resignation, as if he were bracing himself for another awkward encounter. "Is there something you need?" Brian asked, his eyebrows raised questioningly. His gaze flickered between Hermione, who looked as if she wanted the floor to open up and swallow her whole, and Angelina, who was struggling to maintain a straight face. Brian had been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 2 years now, and in that time, the students had come to understand his nature quite well. Outside of formal class time, when he wasn't focused on serious instruction, he was generally affable and willing to engage in light-hearted banter with his students. He rarely lost his temper, a quality that made him appealing to many of the young wizards and witches. Emboldened by this knowledge, Angelina pressed forward with her teasing. "Why did you refuse those girls just now, Professor Watson?" she asked, her tone deliberately casual. "As far as I know, you don't have a girlfriend, do you?" Hermione felt her stomach drop at Angelina's boldness. Even though Professor Watson was known for his approachability, this line of questioning seemed to be pushing the boundaries of propriety. She nervously bit her lip, half expecting Professor Watson to reprimand them. But Angelina, undeterred, continued her playful interrogation. "Those 2 Ravenclaw girls we just saw were quite pretty, weren't they? They're quite popular in their house, you know. Since you don't have a girlfriend, why don't you give it a try?" Brian's expression darkened slightly, though there was still a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I am a professor, Miss Johnson," he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "Are you trying to ruin my reputation?" "Oh, I don't think it's such a big deal," Angelina replied, her words as bold and direct as her playing style on the Quidditch pitch. Since Professor Watson hadn't immediately flown into a rage or scolded them harshly, it seemed he wasn't particularly opposed to discussing this topic with them. Reassured, Angelina tilted her head back and asked with a grin. "Shouldn't love disregard status and position? Besides, they're of age. They know what they're doing and can take responsibility for their actions." The word love seemed to hang in the air between them. Brian's mouth twitched slightly. This was probably the first time he had ever discussed such a personal topic with his students. "You're not wrong, Miss Johnson," Brian looking helpless said after a moment, his tone a mixture of resignation and amusement. "Status and position shouldn't be obstacles to love, but..." He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "Don't I have the right to choose as well? To put it bluntly, if I had to accept every girl who spent a few minutes writing me a love letter as my girlfriend, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything else for the rest of my life." It was an obvious point, and anyone would know that Angelina was just asking for fun, but she persisted, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Then what kind of girl would you choose as a girlfriend?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Angelina leaned in, as if she were about to share a secret. "You're the most excellent wizard I've ever met, Professor. Perhaps you don't know, but many of the senior year witches are speculating about what kind of girl you like." Throughout this exchange, Hermione had kept her head down, not daring to meet Professor Watson's eyes. The topic of conversation felt incredibly awkward and inappropriate to her. But at Angelina's last question, she couldn't help but prick up her ears. Despite her embarrassment, she had to admit it was an intriguing question. "What kind of girl I like?" Brian seemed to have loosened up a bit. He gazed at the flickering flames of the torch hanging on the wall, momentarily lost in thought. What kind of girl did he like? To be honest, it had been quite some time since he had considered such a question. Since leaving Grandma Farina and his Muggle orphanage to enter the wizarding world, during his years at Hogwarts, he had always been cautious, devoting all his energy to improving his magical skills. In the 2 years after graduation, he was eager to see the wider wizarding world and improve the living condition for those children in the orphanage. And by the time his abilities had reached a certain level, he was maneuvered back to Hogwarts by Dumbledore. After that, one thing after another had kept him busy, and he still had to think about some changes for the future. Come to think of it, he had hardly ever considered this question. Brian, inadvertently touched by these thoughts, was lost in reverie for a moment. He wasn't sure how long he had been dazed, but when he came to his senses, even Hermione, who had been shy about discussing this topic, had raised her head and was looking at him in surprise. Looking at the 2 young witches who were still a head shorter than him, Brian chuckled. "I'm afraid there isn't a clear standard, at least, not one I've given much thought to." "No standard?" Angelina pressed, sounding puzzled. "But there must be something, right? I mean, most boys in school like pretty, cute girls." "Pretty, cute." At these words, Hermione felt a small twinge in her chest. She pursed her lips, trying to hide the hint of hurt that flashed across her face. Pretty and cute were not words often used to describe her, with her bushy hair and prominent front teeth. "Ah, of course, nobody dislikes pretty and cute girls," Brian said candidly, but that's just the nature of males, probably unrelated to love. If it were me, I might place more importance on a lady who could resonate with my soul. Resonate with your soul? Angelina echoed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, having common topics, common pursuits, that's the most basic thing, Miss Johnson, Brian explained, his tone becoming more animated as he warmed to the subject. You know, love itself is a very wonderful thing, quite irrational. No language can describe it accurately, there's no standard to measure it. Brian smiled, in short, my idea is quality over quantity. Finding a lady who can resonate with your soul requires luck, and before that, I'd rather devote all my energy to improving my magical abilities. I won't look for a partner with the idea that a person must have a companion, that's just a waste of time and energy. Life is too short, and magic too vast, to spend it chasing after a relationship for the sake of having one. As he spoke, it was as if an invisible bolt of lightning had struck Hermione. She stood motionless, her eyes wide, staring at Professor Watson with an expression of dawning understanding. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through her mind, filling her heart with a whirlwind of emotions. Professor Watson's view was indeed very reasonable, wasn't it? The idea of seeking a partner who could truly understand and share in one's passions, rather than settling for superficial attraction, resonated deeply with her. She found herself nodding along with Angelina, both girls momentarily lost in thought. Brian, noticing the contemplative silence that had fallen over the corridor, brushed off some dust that had settled on his robe from his earlier visit into the restricted section. All right, he said, his tone lightening, I think this topic has run its course. Ladies, I haven't had dinner yet, so I need to go get myself something to eat. You can go about your own business. With a polite nod, he turned to leave. Angelina, seemingly satisfied with the unexpected insights she had gained, turned back towards the library. She, too, was a student in Professor Watson's physical education class and needed to find some materials to improve on the coursework left from last night's PE session. But Hermione remained rooted to the spot, her mind still racing with the implications of Professor Watson's words. She had taken barely 2 steps even after Angelina had disappeared into the library, her inner turmoil evident in her furrowed brow and nervous fidgeting. Hermione was still hesitating about whether to voice her question, but Brian had already noticed that she probably had something she wanted to discuss with him privately, so he simply stopped her. Is there something else you want to discuss? Caught off guard, Hermione hesitated, her inner debate intensifying. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, uncertainty written across her face. However, Professor Watson's calm, patient gaze gave her courage. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders, and nodded. Brian grunted noncommittally, his eyes scrutinizing Hermione's face. He knew the young witch well enough to recognize that whatever was on her mind, it wasn't a continuation of their previous conversation about love. This was something important, something that probably required privacy. He glanced around the corridor, noting the portraits that were pretending not to eavesdrop and the suits of armor that seemed to be leaning just a bit too far forward. With a slight gesture of his hand, he beckoned Hermione to follow him. They walked in silence, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Brian led them down a less traveled path, away from the main thoroughfares of the castle. The air grew cooler, carrying the musty scent of disuse and age. Hermione shivered slightly, whether from the chill or from nerves, she couldn't quite tell. The corridor they entered was dimly lit, with only a few sputtering torches casting flickering shadows on the walls. Ancient tapestries, their colors faded with time, hung between stern-faced statues of long-forgotten wizards. In the gloom, these stone figures seemed to watch their passage with hollow, judging eyes. Hermione found herself drawing closer to Professor Watson, her eyes darting nervously from statue to statue. She had explored much of the castle in her 3 years at Hogwarts, often in the company of Harry and Ron, but this particular corridor was unfamiliar to her. Finally, Brian came to a halt in a patch of moonlight streaming through a high, narrow window. The silvery glow softened the harsh shadows, creating a small island of visibility in the murky corridor. He turned to face Hermione, his expression open and encouraging. What is it, Hermione? Brian asked gently, trying to put her at ease. Hermione swallowed hard, her hands fidgeting with the strap of her book bag. There's something she began, her voice barely above a whisper. She cleared her throat and tried again. You mentioned in Professor Moody's class today that there's a kind of magic that can resist mental spell attacks and has a defensive effect against unforgivable curses, but you forgot to say. Oh. Brian interrupted, slapping his forehead in a gesture of self-reproach. His tone was apologetic as he continued, I'm sorry, I did forget about that, but he paused mid-sentence, his gaze sharpening as he studied Hermione's face. A knowing smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. But I think you didn't seek me out just for this, did you? It's all right, Hermione. Tell me the truth, what do you really want to ask? Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't think her poor excuse could fool Professor Watson, but she hadn't expected him to see through it so directly. For a moment, she didn't know how to begin. Fortunately, Professor Watson was very patient. He didn't rush her, just waited patiently. "I'm sorry, Professor, Hermione began, her voice trembling slightly. She clutched her bag tightly, as if it could anchor her in this moment of vulnerability. Her gaze dropped to the floor, unable to meet Professor Watson's eyes as she continued in an almost inaudible whisper, "Actually, I wanted to ask if there's any way, if you would be willing to accept those young witches and wizards who had previously given up on physical education class. I mean, to give them another chance." The words hung in the air between them, seeming to echo in the stillness of the corridor. Hermione's face burned with embarrassment, and she found herself wishing she could disappear into the shadows that surrounded them. She lowered her head further, her chin nearly touching her chest as she awaited Professor Watson's response. The silence stretched on, broken only by the distant hooting of an owl and the soft crackle of the torches. Hermione's heart pounded in her ears, each second feeling like an eternity. Just as she was about to look up, to gauge Professor Watson's reaction, his voice cut through the tension. "For Mr. Weasley?" Brian asked, his tone calm and devoid of any judgment.